Welcome to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 151 Easily Capture the Genius of Magic City. Holy shit! Facing the meteorite falling above his head, Yang Su's heart was beating wildly, and the star power around him surged and he was about to speed away. However, Yuan was already ready, grey light flashed in his palm, and the pressure of Yuan magnetic force was ruthlessly suppressed. Yang Su stumbled, feeling the sudden extreme gravity on his body. He couldn't help being shocked, and even his face turned a little pale. *CK. The young referee next to him couldn't help but cursed. Now he just wanted to curse. Isn't it a battle between two intermediate bronzes? Is it necessary to make it so fierce? Even I may not be able to catch MD's blow, so what else can I use to provide emergency rescue? You must resist this genius from the Magic City Academy. In addition to determining the outcome, the referees in the dueling hall must also ensure the safety of both parties as much as possible. If something goes wrong, they still have to bear some responsibility. Don't say anything, at least your salary will definitely be deducted. At the critical moment, Yang Su roared angrily. The flame mark on his forehead glowed extremely brightly. The red plate on his head seemed to be on fire. His whole aura suddenly surged. Yang Su held the spear tightly with both hands, turned on the spot, and then struck the green flame meteorite with all his strength. Spearmanship uprooting the weeping willow. Bang! There was a roar, and red and green flames swept towards the surroundings. After a while, the flames dissipated. In the shattered field, Yang Su was squatting on the ground, his right hand completely dislocated, his clothes were ragged and stained with blood, and he was breathing heavily. On the edge, huge hellfires stood up at the front and back, surrounding him in the middle. Holy crap, are those two giant stone men covered in fire the meteorites just now? It should be, my dear, I look so strong. Did that person summon it? This summon is too powerful. Not only the audience was talking a lot, but also the people in other arenas were shocked by the domineering appearance of hellfire. Many people temporarily stopped the ongoing battle. Under the ring, Gang Kaiyi crossed his arms and looked at the two hellfires on the stage, and marveled, is this the hellfire? I finally saw it today. The aura is so powerful, I am afraid I may not be an opponent. Not far away, Ji Xian was also looking at the hellfire on the stage and the silver-eyed young man who summoned the hellfire with fear, and suddenly thought of something. Yuan. By the way, the freshman who was widely rumored in the southeast some time ago is also known as the #1 person in the southeast. So it's him. What happened at Antarctic College a few months ago was widely spread, and even the students here in the Magic City had heard about it. Although I don't know the specific situation, I also know that there is a new student named Yuan who seems to be very powerful in the southeast region. These two stone men are a bit strong. There was a glint in Ji Xian's eyes, as if he had seen through the strength of the two hellfires. He glanced at Yang Su, who had been severely injured, and couldn't help but frown. On the ring, Yuan was not polite. With a thought, the two hellfires unfolded their armed forms and swung the demon sword towards Yang Su in the middle. Yang Su's brows lit up, he picked up the fallen red spear with his left hand, nimbly dodged the swords coming from behind and came to hellfire's right leg with the gun. Fire comes from all directions, and a shot of shocking flames. Yang Su shouted loudly, and a large amount of fire suddenly surged out from his body and merged into the tip of the spear. In an instant, the fire at the tip of the spear was extremely dazzling, condensing a high concentration of fire elements compressed to a point. Kill! Yang Su stabbed out with the gun, and stabbed Hellfire's right knee hard with a flash of red thread. However, such a powerful blow only penetrated half a foot deep and did not penetrate Hellfire's thick knees. How come? Yang Su was stunned, he didn't expect this stone man's defense to be so strong. Hellfire, who was shot in the knee, roared angrily, and the sword he swung in his hand had been retracted and slashed towards Yang Su below. Yang Su quickly recovered from the shock and quickly drew his gun to resist. At the moment when the swords and guns were fighting, Yang Su felt an unimaginable power coming from him. Even the power he had after pushing the enhanced skills to the limit was even less than what he had. Of course, although Hellfire does not have enhanced skills, it does have a demonic sword that is comparable to the Blue Star weapon and can greatly increase its power. The demon sword and demon armor don't have many fancy effects. The most important thing is to increase the power and defense of Hellfire respectively. With such a full blow, how could Yang Su block it with one hand? Yang Su groaned on the spot and took several steps back after being hit. At this time, the Hellfire from behind also swung his sword and hit him. Yang Su could only turn around and block in a hurry. Bang 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 bang! In just a short moment, Yang Su was like a sandbag being hit by two Hellfires. He had almost no power to fight back and could only barely hold on without being knocked down. Although Hellfire has been torn apart by the three-legged Golden Crow and the purple flame Mad Lion, it is really not something that ordinary bronze intermediates can deal with. Even if the other party is a genius from Magic City Academy. Stop, we admit defeat. Yang Su was still insisting, but Ji Xian, who had been silent until now, spoke loudly. At this time, the young referees were shocked by the strength of Su Yuan and Yang Su, and they were not even the slightest bit impatient. Seeing Ji Xian speak, the young referee quickly confirmed, "Does what you said represent what he meant?" Ji Xian nodded and said, "Okay. Okay." The young man looked at the names of both parties again. Yang Su admits defeat. Su Yuan wins this duel. When Su Yuan heard this, he ordered the two Hellfires to stop with a thought. Yang Su was covered in blood and had been beaten until his consciousness was somewhat blurred. At this time, Yang Su looked up at Su Yuan with his spear in hand. Yang Su's eyes were still full of anger and unwillingness, but he had no objection to Ji Suandai's surrender. It's not a life and death battle, this situation can already determine the outcome. Of course, Yang Su also knew that he had lost, but the stakes in this battle were too high, so he was reluctant to admit defeat. Ji Xian jumped to Yang Su's side and confirmed his injury. The external injuries are okay, just scratches, but the internal injuries are more serious. Yang Su gritted his teeth and said, "I'm fine." Ji Xian frowned and said, "It's better not to move around and wait for the therapist to come over." At this time, Su Yuan put his hands in his pockets and stepped forward to come to Yang Su and the others. Yang Su held the spear tightly in his left hand, and the flame mark between his eyebrows began to beat violently again, gritting his teeth and staring at Su Yuan closely. "Unexpectedly, I actually fell into trouble at the hands of Yaeda's students today." Su Yuan naturally didn't care about his gaze and said calmly, "Where is the star stone?" Hearing this, Yang Su felt his chest suffocate, blood surged back, and he almost spurted out. 1,200 centimeter star stone. 1,200 centimeter star stone. Ji Xian turned his hand and took out 4 square star stones and said to Yang Su, "Give them to him." Yang Su took several deep breaths and finally took out 8 square star stones. There were 12 pieces in total, all of which were standard star stones of 1 cubic decimeter, and they were all given to Su Yuan. Su Yuan accepted the 12 star stones and was in a good mood. "Thank you both for your generous donation. This treatment is a friendly gift from me." With that said, Su Yuan raised his hand, and a sacred beam of light immediately fell on Yang Su, which was the sacred baptism. The effect of the holy baptism of the transformation realm was extremely good. The injuries inside and outside Yang Su's body were quickly repaired under the holy light. However, Yang Su only felt anger rising, and the blood that had just accumulated in his chest could no longer be held back. Puff! Yang Su opened his mouth and suddenly a mouthful of blood spurted out. Su Yuan hurriedly stepped aside and said with some confusion, "It's strange, has this move become unfamiliar after not using it for too long?" "You?" Yang Su stared at Su Yuan, but couldn't say another word. "You're in good spirits." It seems there's nothing wrong with you. In that case, I'll leave first. Su Yuan smiled and was about to recall Hellfire and turned around to leave. Wait a minute, Ji Xian suddenly stopped Su Yuan. I'm Ji Xian, and I'm also from the Demon City Academy. I wonder if you can fight me again while you, the Green Flame Stone Man, are still here. Ji Xian? You are Ji Xian. Su Yuan didn't recognize him, but the young referee next to him suddenly shouted in a low voice. The young referee is in Magic City, and he knows some of the famous star card masters in Magic City, including two super geniuses among the freshmen of Magic City Academy, Ji Xian and Wen Chenwei. Su Yuan asked Ji Xian, do you also have a bet? Bet? Ji Xian was startled, then shook his head, no, I don't have any more star stones for the time being, so I just want to have a simple competition with you. I've heard of you, the number one freshman in the Southeast. The number one freshman in the Southeast? What is this? It sounds awesome. The young referee was startled and felt that he had eaten something big. If you want to spar, I'll stay and continue to referee for you. The young referee patted his chest, I love working overtime. Yang Su was startled at first, and then he remembered the rumors about the number one freshman in the Southeast a few months ago. He couldn't help but look at Su Yuan again, and his expression suddenly became complicated. I didn't expect that such a master would come out of the Southeast region. How could he happen to be bumped into by me? Su Yuan shook his head and said, let's forget about the discussion. I have something else to do. Let's talk about it next time when we have a chance. Su Yuan raised his hand, reopened the gate of hell and sent both hellfires back, then turned around and jumped off the ring to come to Geng Kaihuyi's side. Sure enough, there is no suspense, I knew. Geng Kaihuyi was quite bored. Su Yuan's hellfire was too strong, and even he couldn't see his true strength, especially the 5-leaf essence skill he got from the land where 10,000 demons slumber. Su Yuan turned over his hand and took out the 6 star stones he had just obtained, and handed them to Geng Kaihuyi. Geng Kaihuyi was startled, what do you mean? Su Yuan smiled and said, you are responsible for seducing, and I am responsible for doing it. Of course, we will share half of it. Geng Kaihuyi was about to refuse, but after thinking for a moment, he still grinned, young Master Su is so generous, so I'll accept it. Su Yuan knew that Geng Kaihuyi had lost all his money in order to take a picture of this Phoenix Nirvana stone, which would also be detrimental to his future practice. Although Geng Kaihuyi said it was to repay the favor, Su Yuan still wanted to find a way to make up for Geng Kaihuyi. Geng Kaihuyi also understood what Su Yuan meant, so he did not refuse. Send them all, buddy, there is really no need to calculate so clearly. Ji Xian, can you beat him? Yang Su asked in a deep voice as he looked at Su Yuan and his 2 men leaving. Ji Xian's eyes flickered uncertainly, and he said slowly, I can handle these 2 stone men, but I don't know if he has any other means. However, there should be a lot of information about him in the southeast and the 2 places. You can find out if you go back and search. Ji Xian dispersed the glimmer in his eyes and said with a smile, it seems that in a few months there will be another strong opponent in the battle for the Holy Spring, which is really exciting. The 2 people in the imperial capital probably don't know that there is such a master from Yeadu Academy. I'm afraid it will be very interesting then. Thinking of this, Ji Xian couldn't help but smile a little. Chapter 152 3 Capitals Elite Exchange Meeting. When Su Yuan returned to the demon capital, he immediately handed over the Phoenix Nirvana Stone and the Flare Silver Branch to Situ King Yan. Situ King Yan was surprised. She didn't expect Su Yuan to gather the other 2 third-level materials so quickly. After the 2 discussed the shape, specifications and other details of the long knife, Su Yuan paid more than 1 million yuan to purchase other first and second level auxiliary materials needed for refining. Finally, Situ King Yan said that it would take more than a month to successfully refine it, and Su Yuan would be notified to pick it up at that time. Su Yuan thanked him again and then returned directly to the academy. At this time, nearly 5 months have passed since the first semester of September, and it is already late January of a new year. Not only Yuan, but also the freshmen of Yeouido College are growing rapidly with the help of the college platform. There are more than 2,000 new students in Yeouido Academy. So far, more than 700 people have broken through to the bronze level, and more than 50 people have reached the intermediate bronze level. Zingli Academy also has a month-long winter vacation and summer vacation in February and August respectively. During this period, small classes will not be scheduled, and the college will usually not have any unified activities. At most, the instructor will have some tasks and arrangements. But this doesn't make much difference to college students. In academic practice, if you don't advance, you will retreat. It relies on self-drive. If you don't seize the time to make progress, you will be left behind by others and eventually end up mediocre. A few days later, Yanan summoned everyone again and said that he had something to talk about and it was best not to be absent. In the first teaching room of teaching building number 3, Yuan walked in. Yuan. Shang Baiyu, who was sitting in the front row, immediately saw Yuan, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, and couldn't help but greet him with surprise and surprise. Shang Baiyu's voice immediately attracted the attention of Zhang Tai, Liu Yingying and other people in the class. Everyone couldn't help but look at Yuan twice. After all, Yuan had taken leave from several small classes recently. White feather. Yuan responded with a smile, and then sat in the empty seat next to him. This seat was originally occupied by Yuan. Although Yuan has not been here recently, no one else has dared to sit. Shang Baiyu looked Yuan up and down and said with a smile, "You've been on leave for a long time, it's been more than a month." Yuan shook his head, "It's also to find materials for refining weapons. There is no other way." "Oh?" Shang Baiyu asked in a low voice, "Did it go well?" "It's going pretty well. I've already asked a refiner to start refining it." "Awesome. It's only been a few months since school started, and you've already gathered the materials for the Blue Star weapon and started refining it." Shang Baiyu was slightly amazed, then smiled, "When it's finished, remember to give it to me first. See it." Yuan smiled and said, "No problem." As class time approached, Xiaoyu, Xiang Dingqian and others also arrived one after another. When they saw Yuan, they were surprised and nodded slightly in greeting. Luo Bingtong also arrived quickly and quietly sat in the old seat on Yuan's right hand. Soon, Yuan's phone vibrated. "You are back, Luo Bingtong." Yuan turned around and saw Luo Bingtong holding the phone with both hands, and replied, "Yeah, long time no see." At 8 o'clock, Yanan entered the classroom still stuck. "Hello, classmates." Yanan greeted loudly. With slightly dark and healthy skin and a strong and sexy figure, she seems to be always full of vitality. "Hello, Teacher Xiaohe." Yanan nodded and got straight to the point, "I'm not going to give a lecture today. I'm mainly going to tell you 2 important things." Seeing that everyone below was listening attentively, Yanan slowly spoke. "The first thing is the elite exchange meeting of the 3 cities. In about 2 or 3 months, that is, in the next semester, the elite exchange meeting of Sandu College will be held in Shanghai. Including Demon City College, Imperial City College and our Demon City College. Exchange. What kind of communication method? Should we take action?" As soon as they heard that they wanted to communicate with people from the Imperial and Magic capitals, everyone became interested. Compared with Antarctic, Qingzhou and other colleges, students from Imperial Capital and Magic City, which are still ranked ahead, are more attractive to people in the top classes. Yanan smiled and said, "Of course we have to do it, and the most important thing is to do it. There will be an exchange competition at that time. Although the specific format has not yet been determined, according to past conditions, it should be a team competition of about 5 people." "Okay. Let's take a look at the strength of the top geniuses in Magic City and Imperial City Academy. Yes, the rankings of these two colleges are still higher than our Demon City College. Maybe there will be a master of Sir Yuan's level. Everyone is very excited. Even if they can't play, it's very exciting to watch this kind of showdown between top academies and top talents live. Zhang Tai asked, Teacher Xiaohe, since this is an exchange competition with the geniuses of Imperial City and Magic City Academy, will there be any rewards if I win? Of course there will be rewards. Not only that, the reason why there is this 3-city elite exchange meeting is just for this reward. An exchange meeting set up for rewards? He Yanan's words immediately attracted the curiosity of everyone in the class. The outcome of this exchange competition will determine the quota allocation for the Demon City Holy Spring. The Holy Spring of the Magic City? Su Yuan and others were a little confused, but Xiaoyu, who came from the Demon City, had a bright look in her eyes and seemed to understand. Seeing this, He Yanan said to Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu, you should know, come and tell everyone. Xiaoyu nodded, stood up and said, in the Magic City, there is a Holy Spring secret realm. This secret realm contains a holy spring that can improve the cultivation of star power. It is said that anyone who enters the secret realm of the Holy Spring can basically improve to a small realm. As long as you enter, you can improve your small realm? This is too strong. Everyone was shocked and quickly looked up at He Yanan, wondering if this was the case. He Yanan nodded and motioned for Xiaoyu to sit down, and then said, Xiaoyu is right, it is common for the body to be filled with the Holy Spring and directly promoted to a small realm. For example, you are basically at the intermediate level of bronze now. After entering, most of you can break through to the high level of bronze. And if it's high level bronze, then it's even possible to step directly into silver. It really has such a strong effect. This is countless times stronger than Star Mist Pond. Promoting directly from the intermediate level to the high level will at least save several months of practice time, right? Not to mention the high-level entry into silver. After receiving He Yanan's confirmation, the class immediately exploded, including Sir Yuan, Xiang Dingqian, etc. Everyone was very excited about this holy spring. However, not everyone can enjoy such a treasure. If everyone could use this holy spring, then the average strength of the students in Demon City would probably be on the same level as that of Imperial City and Demon City. He Yanan continued, the output of the Holy Spring is limited, and there are only 100 places to enter the secret realm of the Holy Spring every year. Among them, 70 places are basic places, 30 are in Demon City, and 20 are in Imperial City and Demon City. The other 30 places are additional places, which are determined by the exchange competition I mentioned earlier. The first place in the exchange competition will get an additional 20 places. The second place in the exchange competition will get 10 additional places. At worst, there are only 20 places. There aren't even enough students in the top class, so I don't know how to distribute them. It seems that our class may have to compete for places first. Everyone in the class couldn't help but whisper. Everyone wanted to go to the Magic City Holy Spring, but the places were limited, so it was definitely not that easy to go. He Yanan said slowly, in this exchange meeting, in addition to our class, we will also bring the second and third classes. At that time, students from the 3 classes will also compete for the places. Of course, once the format of the exchange competition is confirmed, I will directly decide on the candidates to participate in the exchange competition. In addition to directly obtaining the quota to enter the Holy Spring Secret Realm, the few people who participated in the exchange competition will earn more quotas for the college if they get first or second place, then the college will naturally receive credits and other rewards. Su Yuan looked thoughtful. With the strength he had shown, if nothing unexpected happened, Teacher Xiaohe would probably choose him. Of course, it doesn't matter if you are not selected. There are 20 places, and it's not difficult to get one. It just takes a little effort. Not only Su Yuan, but also Yeqing, Xiaoyu, Zhangtai, and others also looked calm and calm. Strength is confidence. If you have strength, you are naturally not afraid of competition. However, some people in the class became uneasy. In Class 2 and Class 3, there are many people whose strength surpasses some of the students at the bottom of Class 1, such as He Huanyan, who previously obtained the three-leaf essence. When the time comes, maybe we can actually take away some spots from the top class. Mu Qingyu asked, Teacher Xiaohe, I cherish this holy spring extremely much. If the students in the Magic City don't have enough for themselves, why are they willing to share it with us? He Yanan smiled and said, this is thanks to the Sandu College Resource Sharing Agreement of the Department of Education. For colleges, in addition to the average level of students, representative top students are also an important factor in measuring the strength of a college. Earlier, because the attraction of the Magic City Holy Spring was too strong, many top geniuses all went to the Magic City Academy. Under the leadership of these top talents, Modu College has continuously won first place in the national college competition. The ranking of the college has improved, its influence has increased, more resources have been allocated from the Department of Education, and more top talents have been attracted to Magic City College. In this way, the strong will always be strong, until the Demon City Academy surpasses the Imperial Capital and Demon Capital Academy and becomes the only one. Shang Baihu thought thoughtfully and asked, it doesn't seem too good to have such a dominant family, doesn't it? He Yanan nodded and said, yes, a dominant company is indeed not conducive to the development of the entire education industry. Therefore, the Department of Education later made reforms and proposed the Sandu College Resource Sharing Agreement. In Sandu College, each college will open some of its own unique and precious resources to the other two colleges, including the Magic City Holy Spring. In this way, the Magic City Holy Spring is no longer exclusive to Magic City College students, and there is no need for top geniuses to apply for the Magic City Academy just for the Holy Spring. It not only balances the strength of Sandu College, but also promotes healthy competition among Sandu College. And because of the integration of the resources of Sandu College, the top talented students also have the opportunity to enjoy the unique resources of the other two colleges, and thus achieve better growth. This is a win-win situation for the entire education industry and the talented students of Sandu College. No wonder. Everyone finally understood. It meant that as long as you were good enough, you could also enjoy the unique resources of other colleges. Thanks to ZYAIDUI for the 6,500 point reward, and thank you to Sing Sing for the thoughtful 1,500 point reward. Chapter 153 Hunting Trial. Seeing that everyone had understood, He Yanan continued, the first thing of the Sandu Elite Exchange meeting, as for the second thing. This winter vacation, we will conduct a hunting trial for the first three classes. Zhang Tai immediately became energetic. Hunting trial? Are you going to hunt star beasts in the wild? Zhang Tai has always been very active in this kind of practical related projects. No. He Yanan shook his head, and then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. The target we are hunting this time, is the wanted star card master. Is the hunting target a wanted star card master? Many students in the class were slightly shaken. Although everyone is already a student in the top class of Yeadu Academy, not everyone has killed someone. Freshman year is a relatively mild year for college students. This year, I have to transform from an ordinary student to an academy student, and also from an ordinary person to a real star card master. During this period, most freshman students are still growing rapidly in the college. Although you also need to go out to complete tasks, search for materials, etc., and fights will occur from time to time, but basically the target is the star beast, and there will be no psychological burden. There are only a few people like Su Yuan who have killed people. Take the people who died in Su Yuan's hands. One wave was Do Xiao and other three evil card masters, and the other wave was Yan Song and other gang members. Whether it's an evil card master or a member of a gang, ordinary students really can't meet them. Normally, until their sophomore year, college students will take on some wanted missions under the guidance of their instructors. And now, in less than half a year, the college will organize the first 3 classes to carry out a wanted mission together. After the brief surprise, some people in the class were nervous and apprehensive, while others looked calm, but more, they were still excited and looking forward to it. Star Card Masters are a group of people who pursue personal power. Everyone has more or less restless factors in their body. This hunting trial starts tomorrow and lasts for 1 month. During this period, wanted tasks below level 2 are open to everyone, and the credit rewards for the tasks are doubled. The credit reward is doubled for 1 month. When they heard the news, everyone was startled at first, and then they were all overjoyed. This was a great opportunity to earn credits. So Yuan also thought quickly in his mind. Level 2 tasks, the reward points for a task are about 30 points, if doubled, it will be 60 points. Including the time required to travel back and forth, if you go quickly, you can complete a wanted mission in 3 or 4 days, which is 300 to 400 credits in 1 month. This is still only looking for one target at a time. If you encounter a wanted gang, then the credits you can earn in one trip are simply amazing. Thinking of the Sandu Elite Exchange meeting mentioned by He Yanan just now, So Yuan realized that this trial was probably to provide a wave of benefits to the students who were going to participate in the exchange meeting. Especially students who want to participate in exchange competitions as representatives. The stronger you are, the more credits you can earn in this hunting trial. Second-level missions usually correspond to silver-level wanted criminals. Although it is not difficult for So Yuan to deal with ordinary silver-level wanted criminals. But for ordinary students, it is quite difficult. Wanted criminals are different from star beasts. Even if their frontal strength is not as good as star beasts, they may be more troublesome than star beasts. After all, human beings' innate physical constitution is not as good as that of star beasts, but their intelligence is much higher than that of star beasts. Starting from the shining star, the star beast's wisdom will grow significantly. Thinking of this, So Yuan couldn't help but glance at Luo Bingtong next to him. As if sensing So Yuan's gaze, Luo Bingtong also turned to look over. The ice blue eyes blinked with some doubts. It doesn't seem very smart. So Yuan looked away and thought secretly. He Yanan on the stage spoke again, considering safety and the fact that most people may not have received the wanted mission, we will conduct this trial in 2 teams. 2 teams? After hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at each other, wondering who they would be grouped with. He Yanan took out a list and read slowly. The first group, So Yuan, Luo Bingtong. The second group, Yeqing, Xiang Dingqian. The third group, Xia Yu, Shang Baiyu. Group 4, Zhang Tai, Du Tao. Group 5, Mu Qingyu, Lu Yingying. Group 6, Zhou Weiman, Shi Jin. Soon, all 14 groups of 28 people in the class were assigned. It's a pity that I can't hug your thigh. Shang Baiyu looked at So Yuan, smiled and shook his head. So Yuan smiled, Xia Yu is not weak, let alone, why do you need to hug someone else's lap? Although Shang Baiyu is just a therapist, no one in the class will look down on him anymore. It can be seen from the grouping of the trials that the strength of the 2 people who are assigned together is basically about the same. Because for the Star Card Master, if the strength of the team is too different, the other person will not only be useless, but will have side effects. And Shang Baiyu can be grouped with Xia Yu, which shows that in He Yanan's eyes, his strength is at least similar to Xia Yu. What's more, how can a student who can obtain the 4-leaf essence be just an ordinary healer? That's different. Although Xia Yu is also very strong, she is a warlock after all. When the time comes, I will probably have to step up to deal with the damage. I am a little therapist, but I can still lie more comfortably with you. So Yuan smiled and said nothing more. He was vaguely aware of the eyes on the side. When he turned around, he saw Luo Bingtong looking at him motionlessly. Please give me some advice, Bing Tong. Su Yuan greeted with a smile. Luo Bing Tong thought for a moment, took out her phone and tapped quickly, then handed it to Su Yuan expressionlessly. Please give me more advice/smiley face. He Yanan said slowly, one last reminder, people in the same group cannot be separated. They must perform the same task together. Do you understand? Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Okay, that's it for today's lesson. The trial will officially begin tomorrow. You guys can go your own way when you're ready. After He Yanan finished speaking, he left the classroom directly. When He Yanan walked away, the students in the classroom started talking excitedly again. Wanted mission. Can we kill other star card masters legitimately and openly? Du Tao looked excited. Zhang Tai is also gearing up, that's not good. A life and death battle is exciting just thinking about it. Students who are keen on fighting, such as Zhang Tai and Du Tao, usually go to dueling halls outside the school. Zhang Tai and others have also fought against many star card masters in society. These people have different fighting styles, but they all have extremely rich fighting experience. With the accumulation of time, their ability to exert their own strength has become more perfect. Although Zhang Tai and others have high talents, qualifications, and strong physical strength, they do lose a few duels from time to time. Therefore, Zhang Tai, Du Tao and others did not underestimate these star card masters who were outside the school and were generally older. It's just that as the saying goes, fighting with others is endless fun. Compared to fighting with low-intelligence star beasts, fighting against humans is of course more exciting. Xia Yu on the side couldn't help but snorted, exciting, be careful, this is a wanted criminal, unlike those in the duel hall, don't lose your life. The last time he was arrested by Liu's Hemen on Red Sand Island, it really left some shadows in Xia Yu's heart. At the same time, he also developed an extremely strong dislike for wanted criminals, evil card masters, gangs and the like. If Su Yuan hadn't arrived in time, Xia Yu wouldn't even know if she would be alive now. Thinking of this, Xia Yu looked up at Su Yuan sitting in the front row, and couldn't help feeling a little regretful. If I had known better, I would have applied to the teacher. Maybe I could be assigned to a group with him. Hey! Shaking her head, Xia Yu thought about this mission again, her expression slightly cold. But this hunting trial comes at the right time. As long as I kill more wanted criminals, maybe the haze in my heart can be cleared a little bit. With Xia Yu thinking like this, she couldn't wait to set off. After a few steps to the front, Xia Yu patted Shang Baiu's table directly. Let's go, Shang Baiu, let's discuss it. Shang Baiu had no choice but to stand up and say to Su Yuan and the others, then I'll leave first and wish you good luck. Xia Yu also glanced at Su Yuan, nodded to Su Yuan after a moment of silence, and then led Shang Baiu out immediately. The team members in the classroom were still discussing enthusiastically, but Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong were looking at each other in total silence. Su Yuan rubbed his brows, stood up and said, let's go too. Let's go back first to see what tasks we have. Su Yuan knew that it was okay to ask Luo Bingtong to fight, but if he wanted her to communicate and discuss with him and put forward opinions, then forget it. Looking at it this way, it seems that we can only regard her as a tool person in a certain sense. The two of them went all the way back to Nanyuan. In front of dormitory number 4. Come in. Su Yuan pushed open the dormitory door and walked in, greeting Luo Bingtong at the same time. According to the rules of Yeadu College, boys are not allowed to enter the girls' dormitories, but there are no restrictions on girls. Luo Bingtong walked in after hearing this, looking around with a pair of blue eyes curiously. But there's nothing special about Su Yuan's place, it's almost the same as when he moved in. In addition to resting, Su Yuan himself basically stayed in the training room on the second floor. You sit down first. Su Yuan found a stool from the room, wiped it clean and handed it to her, then went to make 2 cups of tea nearby. Finally, I went back to the bedroom and took out my laptop, Let's take a look at the mission first. I've checked out the secondary mission before, but I didn't have the permission to access it at that time. So Yuan opened the mission system and started sifting and searching. Second-level tasks are generally around 20 or 30 credits. I can basically handle silver-level tasks. Let's see. So Yuan was browsing carefully, and with the cool breath and the faint scent of ice mint, the small silver-white back of his head came into his sight. However, Luo Bingtong was a little far away and could only lean over to look at the screen. Chapter 154 A Little Show of Strength. Excuse me. Su Yuan moved the computer between the two of them, and Luo Bingtong also sat up straight. Su Yuan pointed at the screen. I just took a look and it seems quite appropriate to have a mission here. Task level, level 2. Mission introduction. A month ago, in Qingtan City, a third-level city to which Qingzhou belongs, Li Yongzhen, Naibo and Wu Qiashi took the opportunity to steal several pieces of third-level materials worth more than 10 million from Rujin Company, and also killed several people in the process. 2 silver beginners and 7 bronze levels. A week ago, in the northern suburbs of Qingtan City, the Qingtan City guards once again discovered traces of Li Yongzhen and the others and requested support. Name, Li Yongzhen. Sex, male. Age, 36. Strength, intermediate silver level, green soul card, fire system, mastering 1 blue attack skill close to Dachan, as well as 2 perfect and 3 or more Dachan green skills. Award, 36 credits. Name, Naibo. Sex, male. Age, 32. Strength, intermediate silver level, white soul card, wood type, no blue skills, but mastered 4 perfect green skills. Award, 30 credits. Name, Wu Qiashi. Gender, female. Age, 31. Strength, silver primary level, green soul card, no attributes, strong strength and physique, mastered 3 perfect green skills. Award, 30 credits. Su Yuan said to Luo Bingtong, if everything goes well, we can each get 96 credits in this trip. What do you think? Su Yuan could actually solve the 3 ordinary silver levels by himself. However, we can use this task to see Luo Bingtong's strength. If she is strong enough, then we can mention the difficulty again. After Luo Bingtong looked at it, she nodded and said there was no problem. Su Yuan himself had level 2 task authority and took the task directly. Then you go back and prepare yourself. It only takes a few hours from here to Qingtan City. I will take a look at other tasks and we will go there early tomorrow morning. Luo Bingtong typed on her phone, okay. Qingtan City Guards Building, in the conference room next to the office hall on the 2nd floor. Have you finished checking Area 2? Zhou Bin, captain of the 3rd team of Qingtan City Guards, asked, pointing to the map. A team member on the side replied, well, the investigation has been completed, and now only Area 4 is left. Area 4, which is the Beilong River Resort. Zhou Bin thought for a while and then nodded, speed up the search, but be careful when searching. Don't alert the snakes, lest they escape directly into Tianmeng Mountain. Don't worry, Captain Zhou, I understand. Zhou Bin turned to another young man in his mid-20s and asked, Kyle, has the support from the academy arrived? Xiao Kyle shook his head, not yet, but the mission has been pending for a few days. Logically speaking, it should be soon. By the way, Team Zhou, what if the support people haven't arrived yet after we find Li Yongzhen and the others? It's okay, just keep an eye on them first, Zhou Bin smiled, with a somewhat confident look on his face, they shouldn't move for at least a week. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the conference room, and a female team member walked in with 2 pieces of information. Team Zhou, someone has taken over Li Yongzhen's mission. Everyone in the conference room's eyes lit up, the secret channel support finally arrived. Zhou Bin took the 2 pieces of information from the team members' hands and after reading them one by one, he couldn't help but look surprised and thoughtful. What's wrong, Team Zhou? Zhou Bin said, he is a student of Yeadu College. Oh? Isn't that a good thing? Yeadu Academy's mission completion rate and average mission evaluation are the highest in our southeastern regions. Zhou Bin spread the two documents flat on the table, but he is a freshman. Freshman year. The team members on the side looked at the information on the table. The content is very simple, only name, student number, phone number and enrollment date. The enrollment date was in September last year. The members of the third team couldn't help but frown and started talking. It's only half a year since school starts, and the most freshman students can achieve is bronze level. The college's mission system should have level requirements and background review. How could two freshmen be allowed to take over the mission of Li Yongzhen and three others? Zhou Bin stopped everyone's discussion and said slowly, the strength of the students of Demon City Academy cannot be measured by their realm. It is common for them to be able to fight across levels. Zhou Bin then told Xiao Kyle, call them to communicate with them and ask when they will arrive. Then drive to pick them up. Yes, Team Zhou. Zhou Bin warned, remember, don't underestimate others, lest you fall into trouble. Xiao Kyle smiled bitterly, with my little ability, how dare I look down on others? Don't worry, Team Zhou. Early the next morning, around 8 o'clock, Su Yuan set off with Luo Bingtong. Qingtan City in Qingzhou is not far from Miao, so Su Yuan directly booked a ticket for the nearest train. In Dian, transportation is very developed. The train is also driven by a mixture of star power and has its own micro-enchantment. It is extremely fast and very safe. At around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Yuan and his wife arrived in Qingtan City. Luo Bingtong's unique short silver-white hair and delicate face attracted a lot of attention along the way. But she didn't feel anything at all, and Su Yuan naturally didn't care about other people's eyes. Coming out of the train station, Su Yuan swept through the crowd of people picking up the train at the exit and soon saw one of the young men holding a sign. This young man was about 25 or 6 years old, tall and thin, and he was holding a sign with the two characters Su Yuan clearly written on it. Su Yuan thought of the Qingtan City Guards member who communicated with him yesterday, and led Luo Bingtong over in a few steps. The young man's eyes stayed on Luo Bingtong's face for a few seconds, and then he looked into the distance again. Su Yuan greeted, "Hello, are you a member of the Qingtan City Guard?" "I am, you are." Su Yuan pointed at the sign in his hand. The young man was startled, then realized what he was doing, and said with some surprise, "Are you Su Yuan? Are you the ones who took over Li Yongzhen's mission?" "Yes, it's us," Su Yuan said, taking out his student ID card. Xiao Kyle took the student ID card, checked it briefly and handed it back to Su Yuan. Sure enough, he is a freshman. Xiao Kyle glanced back and forth between Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong. Although he was mentally prepared, he was still surprised. Su Yuan was okay, but the key was that Luo Bingtong looked too small. In addition, there was no fluctuation in star power between the two of them, so Xiao Kyle thought it was his younger sister who was brought to middle school by his brother. Can these two people really deal with Li Yongzhen and the others? Remembering the captain's instructions, Xiao Kyle said politely, "Hello, two classmates, I am Xiao Kyle from the third team of Qingtan City Guards. The car has been parked outside. I will take you two to the northern suburbs. Guest house." Su Yuan smiled and said, "Okay, then I'll trouble brother Xiao." Seeing that Su Yuan didn't have the arrogance of ordinary geniuses and was surprisingly easy to talk to, Xiao Kyle couldn't help but be a little polite and immediately waved his hand. "It's no trouble, no need to be so polite, this is my job." Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong got into Xiao Kyle's car and headed all the way to the suburbs in the north of the city. On the way, Su Yuan asked, "Brother Xiao, what is the specific situation now? Have the specific locations of the 3 wanted criminals been determined?" Xiao Kyle said, "It's basically confirmed. You came at the right time. We further narrowed their scope yesterday, right around the Bailong River Resort. But behind the northern suburbs of the city where Bailong River Resort is located is Tianmeng Mountain, a dangerous area. Those 3 people were very vigilant. We were worried that after alerting the enemy, they would retreat directly into Tianmeng Mountain, so we never dared to let go of the search, resulting in a slow progress. Speaking of which, they entered Tianmeng Mountain after committing the crime. We all thought they were going to cross Tianmeng Mountain. Who would have thought that he would actually fight back and return to the northern suburbs of the city? Fortunately, our Zhou team had kept an eye out, and the hidden sentinels deployed along Tianmeng Mountain had not been withdrawn. As expected, their traces were discovered again a week ago. How about it? Awesome, right? Awesome. Su Yuan nodded sincerely. It is not easy for the city guards to compete with these wanted criminals. However, Su Yuan keenly captured a certain piece of information and asked, "Brother Qiao, you just said that the search is slow. I wonder how long it will take to find them." Qiao Kyle said, "If we continue at this rate, we expect to lock in the final position in 2 or 3 days. 2 or 3 days, it's a bit long." Su Yuan looked thoughtful. If it was normal, it wouldn't have much impact for 2 or 3 days. He could just wait while practicing. But now every day means credits, and we have to find these 3 wanted criminals as soon as possible. Su Yuan asked, "Brother Qiao, do you have a search map?" "Yes, here it is." Qiao Kyle took out an electronic screen while driving. Su Yuan took it and looked at it carefully. There was an orange area circled in the center of the map, which was Bailong River Resort. The resort buildings are relatively low, with large spacing between buildings, and a bright view. If the city guards searched rashly, they would be easily discovered. "We have opened a hotel for you too. When today's search is over, the captain will go over to see you." Su Yuan said, "Please send us directly to the resort." "Hey!" Qiao Kyle was stunned, "What do you mean?" Su Yuan said, "My perception ability is stronger than that of ordinary people, so I plan to find it myself. But in this case, it might alert the enemy." Qiao Kyle was a little hesitant. The city guards had received professional investigation training. Although the progress was slow, it was relatively steady. "As students, Su Yuan and I." Su Yuan glanced at Luo Bingtong and said with a smile, "We are just brothers and sisters who go to the resort together, don't worry." Qiao Kyle was stunned for a moment, then quickly understood and glanced at Luo Bingtong through the rear-view mirror. "This girl looks so young, almost like a middle school girl. I went to pick up someone just now, but I didn't even realize that these 2 people were the ones I wanted to pick up, let alone Li Yongzhen and the others." Thinking of this, Qiao Kyle responded, "Okay, then I'll tell the captain." Qiao Kyle contacted Zhou Bin and received a reply soon. "No problem, Team Zhou asked me to take you there first." "Good." More than half an hour later, Qiao Kyle drove Su Yuan and others to a rented room in the block outside the resort. "Team Zhou, the students from Yeada College are here." Seeing a few people come in, Zhou Bin and others who were discussing the search arrangements in the room all looked around. Zhou Bin walked over in a few steps, "Welcome to you 2 classmates. I am Zhou Bin, the captain of the 3rd team of the Kington City Guards. These are my team members next to me." "Hello, Captain Zhou, hello everyone, I am Su Yuan from Demon City Academy, and this is Luo Bingtong." Su Yuan scanned the people in the room. Except for Zhou Bin, who was at the intermediate level of silver, there was only one other burly man who was at the beginning level of silver. The rest were basically between the intermediate level of bronze and the high level of bronze. Everyone in the 3rd team was also looking at Su Yuan and the 2, especially when they saw Luo Bingtong, everyone's eyes showed deep surprise. "I didn't expect that the student who took over this task would be such a young girl." However, with Zhou Bin's advice, no one had any intention of looking down upon him. And it seems that no one present, including Zhou Bin, can see the realm of Sir Yuan and the others. Zhou Bin first asked Sir Yuan and the two to sit down, and then asked, "Classmate Sir Yuan, just now Kyle said that you want to search by yourself." Sir Yuan nodded, "My breathing has reached the proficiency level and my perception is enhanced, so it should be easier to find." Expert level breathing. Zhou Bin and other city guards were shocked. "Awesome, he is indeed a genius from Demon City Academy." Zhou Bin exclaimed in admiration. In fact, most second-tier colleges do not teach breathing to their students. It's not that the college is hiding something, but it's because students need to be taught in accordance with their aptitude. For ordinary people, there is not enough time for star power cultivation and skill practice. It also takes a lot of time to practice breathing, which will hinder the cultivation of star power, skills, etc., resulting in slow growth in strength. Therefore, in the long run, non-first-class colleges usually do not teach breathing. Of course, if you want to learn it, you can apply on your own. Zhou Bin asked, "But I still don't know the specific strength of the two classmates." Sir Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "Both of us are at the intermediate bronze level, but we can basically handle silver level opponents." "You can't make others trust you by just saying that, of course," Sir Yuan said. "I'm offended." Zhou Bin naturally understood what Sir Yuan meant and immediately raised his guard. With a thought in Sir Yuan's mind, grey light flashed across his body, and the heavy pressure field suddenly spread out from around him. The ceiling light exploded, the windows shattered, and everyone except Luo Bingtong and Zhou Bin were crushed to the ground in an instant. Even Zhou Bin staggered, supporting his knees with both hands, and the star power all over his body surged out with all his strength. Only then was he able to withstand the heavy pressure of the Yuan magnetic. What a strong pressure! Zhou Bin had just stabilized his body and immediately used his star power to slap Sir Yuan with his palm in an attempt to break the pressure. Suddenly, his eyes flashed and he saw Sir Yuan's figure disappearing out of thin air. Zhou Bin's pupil shrank, and just as he was about to turn around, a hand was already on his neck. At the same time, the heavy pressure around him suddenly disappeared. "Captain Zhou, this strength should be enough, right?" A young but unusually calm voice came from behind. Zhou Bin turned around and looked at the young man behind him with a slight smile in surprise. "What happened? Captain, are you okay?" When they stood up again, the members of Jiao Kyle's third team were all shocked, and they didn't even understand what happened. But at this time, the surprise on Zhou Bin's face turned into exclamation. He patted Sir Yuan on the shoulder and laughed. "Enough. 4K words, a bit late, sorry, I'm not very good at writing about daily life." Chapter 155 Crush and Kill. After a while, Sir Yuan and Luo Bingtong walked into Beilong River Resort. It's around 3 o'clock in the afternoon and people are going to work. However, because of the winter vacation, there were many young students out to play, mostly in groups of 3 or 5, talking and laughing. Sir Yuan and the other two easily blended in. Luo Bingtong seemed to have never been to this kind of entertainment place before, and looked around curiously. There are many things in the resort, the most important thing is food. Mutton skewers, 5 yuan a skewer, 10 yuan 3 skewers. When the two of them passed by a mutton kebab stall, Luo Bingtong looked back several times. When Sir Yuan saw this, he couldn't help but feel a little funny. "These are mutton skewers." Sir Yuan chuckled and led her up. "Boss, please give me 10 skewers." Sir Yuan originally wanted to order 2 skewers, but considering Luo Bingtong's personality, he ordered 10 skewers directly. "Osmanthus cake, do you want it too?" "This is candied haws, so let's get 5 skewers too." Sir Yuan bought a lot of food for Luo Bingtong along the way. Although Luo Bingtong ate a small mouthful, she never stopped. Her eyes shone slightly, as if she was in a good mood. In this way, he looks more like ordinary people out for fun. Sir Yuan nodded secretly. Of course I bought these for Luo Bingtong not only because she wanted to eat them, but also to make the disguise more natural. Luo Bingtong ate the food, while Su Yuan fully opened his star power perception, incorporating all the surrounding people and buildings into his perception. As he moved forward, he carefully sensed the fluctuations of the surrounding star power. The people who come to the resort are basically ordinary people. If there is a star card master, Su Yuan, who has enhanced his perception, is like a candlelight in the dark. No matter how weak it is, he can detect it immediately. Bailong River Resort takes the Bailong River as its main axis and meanders deeply inward. As long as you walk along the river, you can cover most of the area. So the two of them, Su Yuan, searched deep into the resort at a neither fast nor slow speed. Deep inside the resort, in a small single-family white building against the outer mountains to the north, 2 men and a woman were enjoying the afternoon on the roof. Yang Zhen, when are we leaving? Didn't Lao Su say last time that the city guard cordons in Qingtan City, Hintai City and Qingliao City next door have been gradually withdrawn? It seems like they couldn't find us, so they closed the team, right? At the edge of the building, Nai Bo, who was strong and wearing a grey vest, asked. It's just loose on the outside and tight on the inside. Li Yongzhen, who was sitting on a wicker chair grilling barbecue, didn't even raise his head. They couldn't catch us, so they did this and then lured us out. This kind of trick is used by the city guard a lot. Nai Bo frowned and said, but if we continue like this, there's no other way. Li Yongzhen shook his head and said, don't worry, they have already used this method of seduction, which means they are also doing their final test. After another week or two, we can leave easily. Nai Bo asked, what if they have discovered us? Li Yongzhen raised his brows, it's unlikely. We deliberately left a few identity cards and a few traces when we entered Tianmeng Mountain. Now they all think that we have passed through Tianmeng Mountain and went to Hintai City or Qingliao City. Besides, what if it is discovered? We jumped back from the white building and entered Tianmeng Mountain in 10 minutes. By then, let alone the Qingtan City guards, even the gold-level experts may not be able to do anything to us. Hearing what Li Yongzhen said, Nai Bo felt a little relieved. He nodded and turned around, looking at the Bailong River flowing quietly below. This small white building on the mountain is a rare high-rise building in the resort. Standing on the top of the white building, you have a wide view and a clear view of the surrounding scenery. Anyone who gets close will enter the field of vision. At this time, Li Yongzhen's right eye twitched slightly again. My right eye has been twitching non-stop in the past week, which always gives me a bad feeling. You are superstitious. Wu Qiashi, the female among the three, curled her lips and smiled, come over and eat meat quickly, the meat of this armored rhinoceros is very strong. Maybe I'm just too anxious. Nai Bo also felt that he was a little too nervous. He was really tired from being on tenterhooks in Qingtan City these days. After nodding, Nai Bo was about to turn around and eat barbecue with the two of them, but at this moment, by the river in front, a man and a woman were slowly walking over while taking pictures and eating. Silver hair is really rare. Nai Bo became slightly more vigilant and observed. Because Bailu is already a relatively deep part of the resort, not many people usually visit here. The scenery here is nice, Bing Tong, just stand here and I'll take a picture of you. Su Yuan walked under the white wall, picked up his mobile phone, opened the camera and pointed it at Luo Bingtong by the river. Get ready, 3, 2, 1, ready. Su Yuan clicked on the photo he just took and looked at it. He saw Luo Bingtong holding candied haws in her left hand and mutton skewers in her right hand, looking at the camera blankly. It's pretty good. Su Yuan nodded and greeted with a smile, come and see for yourself. Luo Bingtong heard this and walked over. Do young people today start falling in love so early? Nai Bo shook his head, looked away, and sat down to eat barbecue with Li Yongzhen. But before Nai Bo could take 2 bites, suddenly, the ground trembled violently, cold air surged, frost was everywhere, and an extremely strong tidal wave of star power erupted from beneath the white building. What happened? The three people were startled and stood up at the same time to see what was going on. However, they saw several ice walls rising from outside the white building. In an instant, they gathered above the heads of the three people, forming an ice palace nearly 100 meters high. Under the white building, Luo Bingtong's icy eyes flashed and he slowly lowered his hands. What exaggerated skills, what amazing star power! Su Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked around. His feet had completely turned into ice, and including the white building in front of him, everyone in the four directions was completely imprisoned by this huge and cold ice palace. Su Yuan turned to look at Luo Bingtong next to him. The energy contained in his small body was simply frightening. Just now, Su Yuan was under the white building, and after a brief sense, he discovered that the auras of the three silver-level people were there, and there was no aura of any other living person in the entire white building. So she asked Luo Bingtong to try, and reminded her that if possible, it would be best to trap the enemy first to prevent him from escaping. As a result, Luo Bingtong put away all the food, and after forming some seals, the entire ice palace was condensed. In this case, those three people are really turtles in the urn, with nowhere to escape. Su Yuan felt the strength of the ice wall surrounding the ice palace, and estimated that he would be unable to break it without using air cuts and hell flames. Luo Bingtong opened his right hand, and numerous snowflakes flew out from around him and gathered in his palm. In just a short moment, they condensed into a long, slender snow-white knife, which was held in his hand. Luo Bingtong looked up to the top of the white building, and then an icicle rose rapidly from her feet, lifting her to a height higher than the top of the white building in a moment. "It's you." Nai Bo looked at the expressionless girl with silver hair. He was surprised and did not understand the current situation. This girl and the boy below are both college students. Although the opponent's star power fluctuation is only at the bronze level, but it can condense this exaggerated ice palace, how can it be an ordinary bronze level? The three of them all took out their weapons one after another as if they were facing a formidable enemy. It seems that she has been exposed. Li Yongzhen looked gloomy. Deal with her, and then go directly to Tianmeng Mountain. Luo Bingtong glanced at the three of them, jumped up from the icicle with a tap of her feet, and charged into the roof of the building with her sword. "Xiaolin, look, why is there suddenly such a big ice palace over there?" "What palace? Hey?" "It's true." In the distance, some nearby tourists also spotted the huge ice palace rising from the ground in an instant, and they all exclaimed, "Wu Kun, Lu Xing, seal off the scene and take these tourists away. Yang Yuxin, take a few people around to the hillside behind the white building." Zhou Bin quickly rushed to the scene with dozens of city guards and began to evacuate the crowd and seal off the surrounding area. "Team Zhou, this move is a bit amazing." Xiao Kyle looked at the ice palace nearly 100 meters high in front of him and couldn't help but swallowed. "Even if I can use this move, I'm afraid I won't be able to do it immediately without all the star power. It's about to be drained." Zhou Bin was filled with amazement in his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he said to the team members around him, "You guys wait here, Lao Lin and I will go over and take a look." Lao Lin is another burly man in the third team who is at the silver level. Xiao Kyle and others immediately said, "Team Zhou, be careful." Zhou Bin nodded, looked at each other and Lao Lin, and both took out the D2 long knife. Silver level city guard members can apply for medium quality green standard star weapons. The two men raised their star power, held their long knives tightly, and cautiously approached the ice palace. However, the transparency of the ice palace wall was extremely low, and the two of them could not see anything at all from the outside. Not only that, even the sounds and star power fluctuations were completely isolated by the ice wall. "Team Zhou, in this case, we can't help at all." Lao Lin frowned. Zhou Bin tried his hand on the ice wall with his sword. With his mid-level silver strength, he could only leave shallow scratches on the wall without using any skills. The hardness is very high. Even if I want to break through it, it is difficult. In this case, let's stay outside and be vigilant and ready at any time. Before Zhou Bin finished speaking, with the sound of click, large cracks suddenly appeared on the ice palace in front of him. Back off! Zhou Bin and Lao Lin were both shocked, and they quickly backed away. The next moment, the ice palace exploded from top to bottom, turning into large roaring frost flowers. What's going on? This ice palace burst just after it condensed. Could it be? Could it be that something happened to those two young men? The ice palace collapsed, but there was still no sound at all. There was no doubt that the battle was over. 3 silver level and 2 bronze level, the battle ended so quickly. Thinking of this, Zhou Bin and Lao Lin were both frightened. It's not that I'm worried about not being able to catch Li Yongzhen and the others this time, but I'm worried that Su Yuan and the others will fall here. The top geniuses from 2 academies are much more valuable than 3 silver level wanted criminals. All around, all the city guards took out their weapons and stared nervously at the flying frost flowers. Not long after, the frost flowers gradually dispersed, and 2 figures walked out of it. One tall and one short, they were Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong. In Luo Bingtong's hand, she still held the candied haws that she had not finished eating before. Zhou Bin was surprised at first, then overjoyed, and led his people to greet him. "Student Su, how are you? It's been solved. Everyone is on the top floor. Captain Zhou will know when he goes up and takes a look." As Su Yuan said this, he couldn't help but glance at Luo Bingtong, who was quietly eating candied haws next to him, and the surprise in his heart had not dissipated. With almost just one face-to-face meeting, Luo Bingtong killed the lives of the 3 of them. This kind of strength is far beyond my expectation. It's really solved so quickly. Zhou Bin's heart skipped a beat and he immediately said, "Okay. I'll go up and take a look first. Lao Lin, please greet the 2 classmates for me." "Yes, Captain." Zhou Bin strode into the white building and reached the top of the building in just a few moments. After pushing open the iron door on the roof and seeing clearly the situation on the roof, Zhou Bin couldn't help but take a deep breath. I saw many ice cubes of different sizes scattered on the ground on the roof of the building. And what was frozen in these ice cubes were the corpses of Li Yongzhen and the others that had been broken into countless pieces. Chapter 156 mention the difficulty. After dealing with Li Yongzhen and the others, Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong returned to the city guard building with Zhou Bin and others to make notes, and then waited in the reception room for Zhou Bin and others to handle the remaining procedures. Not long after, Su Yuan's phone received a system notification that the college's task was completed, so Su Yuan took out his notebook from the ring and logged on to the college's intranet to check it out. Sure enough, 96 credits have arrived, and Luo Bingtong also received 96 credits. The system directly divided the credits from the task equally. Not bad, the first day is a good start. Su Yuan nodded with satisfaction. In fact, this time it was very smooth. Li Yongzhen and the others had already been locked within the Beilong River Resort by the Qingtan city guards. After he and Luo Bingtong came in, it didn't take much time to find the 3 of them. If these 3 people escaped from Beilonghi Resort and returned to Tianmeng Mountain, they might not be able to find them even if they took several days. In addition to the good luck of the 2 of them, it was also due to the careful and cautious arrangements of Zhou Bin and other 3rd team. Since Luo Bingtong is so strong, then the next task selection. Su Yuan looked at the 2 tasks he had marked on the computer screen. Yesterday, I not only took over the tasks of Li Yongzhen and the others. Based on his expectations of Luo Bingtong's strength, Su Yuan also selected 2 tasks as alternatives. If Luo Bingtong's strength is average and similar to Xiang Dingqian and Xiaoyu, then she will do a silver level mission with medium risk. And if her strength is stronger and similar to mine, then she can take on more challenging tasks. Now it seems that it is indeed the stronger one, then this is the mission. Su Yuan's eyes fell on the second task he marked. Task Level, Level 2. Mission Introduction. In Wanzhou, Li Yadong and Luo Hui were recently discovered and need experts to kill them. Name, Li Yadong. Sex, male. Age, 28. Strength, high-level silver, light system, mastered a blue attack skill called Photon Explosion. A high-level silver and a low-level city guard member of silver were killed in his hands. Award, 60 credits. Name, Luo Hui. Sex, male. Age, 34. Strength, silver high level, dark element, possessing at least one blue skill, good at escaping, once escaped from an encirclement by 3 military masters, and seriously injured one of them. Award, 68 credits. Even if they are all silver level, the gap between them is very large. The three of them, Li Yongzhen, each have about 30 credits, while Li Yadong and Luo Hui both have more than 60 credits. In addition to the fact that both of them are high-level silver players, they are also more harmful and dangerous. In Dian, there are different types of wanted criminals. Those who violate Dian's rules on domestic star card masters for the sake of resources, grudges, personal desires, etc. are generally wanted criminals. Li Yongzhen, Naibo, and Wu Qiaxi are wanted criminals, and this is also the most numerous type. After all, a star card master's personal force value is very strong and his abilities are different. After mastering a certain level of strength, he will inevitably have some restless thoughts. In addition, there are several other types of star card masters who are wanted across the country. Although their number is smaller than that of ordinary wanted criminals, they pose a greater threat to Dian. One of them is Do Xiao, Mo Wenwen and other evil card masters that Su Yuan had met before. The evil card masters killed many more people than the wanted criminals, and they killed not only the star card masters, but also ordinary people. Because many of the skills practiced by evil card masters will damage the lives of others, in this way, evil card masters can quickly increase the level and power of their skills. Therefore, the evil card masters' impact on the stability of the country is greater than that of ordinary wanted criminals. They may not have killed anyone, but they will subtly influence the people around them through various means. In recent years, it has indeed won over many low-level star card masters and ordinary people in society. There seem to be quite a few that have appeared in recent years. But these are not things that Su Yuan should worry about. Of course, the big shots above will take care of it. At this time, Zhou Bin finished handling the follow-up matters and walked in with Lao Lin, Xiao Kyle and other team members. Classmate Su Yuan and classmate Luo Bingtong, thank you so much for being able to successfully deal with Li Yongzhen this time. Zhou Bin sincerely expressed his gratitude to Su Yuan and the two. The team members on the side also expressed their admiration. It's amazing, 2 bronze level 1s can actually defeat 3 silver level 1s. Not only was he defeated, it only took a short while. I really saw the genius of Yeadu Academy today. All the team members had seen the corpses of Li Yongzhen and the 3 others. The impact at that moment was simply indescribable. These team members are all from second-rate colleges, even some of the lower middle-class colleges among second-rate colleges, otherwise they would not come to third-tier cities to serve as city guards. 2 bronze level 1s killed 3 silver level 1s in a short time. This kind of thing, let alone seeing it, no one has even thought about it. Now, when everyone looked at Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong, there was no doubt in their eyes, but only admiration and envy. Even though Luo Bingtong didn't say a word and seemed very cold, the members of the third team felt that this was the personality that a top genius should have. Zhou Bin said, Su Yuan, it's almost dinner time now. I've already called Hongyun Tower in the city center. Let's have dinner together tonight. Let's thank you very much. Su Yuan smiled and shook his head, thank you Captain Zhou for your kindness. There's no need for that. We have to go to Wanzhou later, and we have missions there. What, there is still a mission? Xiao Kyle and others were all surprised, I just killed 3 silver level wanted criminals, and I have to rush to Wanzhou overnight. Are you in such a hurry? Su Yuan nodded. After today, we can understand the situation and start taking action tomorrow, so we have to hurry up. Qiao Kyle smacked his lips. I feel like you students in the college are really working much harder than us. Zhou Bin said, the top geniuses, even in the academy, are no easier than us. In addition to talent, extraordinary efforts are also the key to becoming strong. Zhou Bin looked around at the team members around him. So you guys and me, we are not only losing because of our talent, but also because we are not working hard enough. The members of the team smiled coquettishly, knowing that Zhou Bin was right. If he had worked hard back then, he would definitely not be as strong as he is now. However, going all out is not something everyone can do, and it is even more difficult for ordinary people. It can be imagined that a genius can get a reward for every effort he makes. Ordinary people, on the other hand, may work several times, or even dozens of times, to get a single point in return, or even get no return at all. The lower the return, the greater the impact on confidence and enthusiasm. Therefore, it is countless times more difficult for ordinary people to insist on going all out than for geniuses. Even if they don't work hard enough, there is no need to criticize or even laugh at them. After all, not every star card master's goal is to become the strongest. Like these city guards who stick to their posts and protect the people with their own strength, no matter how strong they are already exerting their value, it's just more or less. Zhou Bin said this, which was to give his team members a slight beating. Of course, Su Yuan would not actually answer the call. Zhou Bin said to Su Yuan, well, let's see when you leave. I'll ask Kyle to take you to the airport or station. Su Yuan smiled and said, we are leaving now, then please ask Brother Qiao to take us to the airport. It's almost evening now, and Wanzhou is close to the middle of Great Yan, so it's better to fly there. Qiao Kyle laughed, I am extremely honored to be able to send you two talented masters. After 9 o'clock in the evening, Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong arrived in Wanzhou. It was getting late, so Su Yuan went straight to a hotel, booked 2 rooms, and planned to have a night's rest first. And at 10 o'clock, a message was suddenly pushed out in the class group, but it was the status of the credits earned by all the groups in the first 3 classes so far. First place, Su Yuan, Luo Bingtong, 96 points. Second place, Yeqing, Xiang Dingqian, 64 points. Third place, Luo Yun, Zhou Shaoxin, 28 points. Eighth place, Lu Chunlin, He 16 points. 9th to 48th, 0 points. Sure enough, searching for the target is the most time-consuming, followed by rushing, and finally fighting. Su Yuan nodded. On the first day, only 8 of the 48 groups had scores. In one class, apart from his own group, there were only 2 groups, Yeqing and Zhou Weiman. Of course, this is not because other groups don't have that strength, but because they haven't found the target yet. Zhang Tai, damn it, Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong, how come you both got 96 points? Du Tao, has the gap been closed on the first day? We haven't opened yet. By the way, what mission have you taken on? Mu Qingyu, I want to ask too. Lu Yingying, TQL. Shang Baiyu, as expected of you, Su Yuan. Xia Yu, awesome. As soon as the push message came out, the class group immediately exploded. Su Yuan had nothing to hide and told the truth that the 2 of them had taken on 3 silver-level wanted missions. When everyone heard this, they were surprised and couldn't help but sigh. He dared to take on 3 silver-level tasks on the first day. He was really brave for a skilled person. To be on the safe side, most people take the first-level mission, which is a slightly difficult one. Even people like Xia Yu, Zhang Tai and others received simpler second-level missions, with only 1 primary and intermediate silver target. At this time, Xiang Dingqian looked at the credit situation and felt very happy. Fortunately, I had done several second-level missions before and gained a lot of experience. In addition, Yeqing was here this time, so I directly selected 2 silver-level targets in the same location. And because Yeqing's storm elves were searching high in the sky, they were able to successfully find and solve the target. As expected of him, his score is still higher than mine despite this situation. Xiang Dingqian looked at Su Yuan, who was ranked first, and his heart became anxious again. After thinking for a while, he patted Yeqing, who was resting on the bed next to him. Yeqing, the credits for tomorrow's mission are a bit low. Before you take action now, choose another one and raise the difficulty. Chapter 157 The Rebirth of the Imperial Capital. Early the next morning, around 8 o'clock, a city guard woman in her 30s came to the hotel where Su Yuan and his wife were staying. On the sofa in the hotel lobby, Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong sat and talked with the women opposite them. You mean, Li Yadong and Luo Hui are not the only members of the Shimmer Secret Society in Yuxing City now? Su Yuan asked, looking at the woman in front of him. The woman nodded, yes, there are 2 members of the Shimmer Secret Society from Lianyang City and Chengtai City near us. One of these 2 people is a high-level silver player and the other is an intermediate-level silver player. They are also tasks that other students have taken over. That's just 4 people. Su Yuan thought for a moment and asked, what about the students who took over their mission? One of the tasks was taken over by 2 students from our Wanzhou College, and the other task was taken over by a student from Imperial College. Are you from Imperial College? Su Yuan nodded. In Wanzhou, it was normal to meet students from God's Capital Academy. Wanzhou is relatively close to the center. To the west is Shizhou, to the northwest is Zizhou, and further north of Zizhou is the Imperial Capital. So is it 5v4? Su Yuan looked thoughtful. 2v2 with Luo Bingtong is definitely better than 5v4 with others. Not to mention whether the 3 students can cope with the 2 extra people from Shimmer Secret Society. Even if they can, there are many variables in the melee. If you want to give up the mission, we will take the initiative to cancel the mission, and you will not lose your credits. Generally speaking, if you want to give up a task, you need to deduct 10% to 30% of the task reward credits depending on the situation. However, the circumstances of this mission are somewhat special. 2 other silver-wanted criminals have joined in. There are more unstable factors and the difficulty has increased. These are objective factors, so naturally no more credits should be deducted. Su Yuan just pondered for a moment and then shook his head, that's not the case. Let's continue with this task. In addition, have everyone from Wanzhou and Imperial Capital arrived? They have all arrived first and are waiting in the hotel next to our branch. If you want to continue the mission, I will take you there now and we will discuss the details over there. Okay, let's go first. Hotel outside Dongcheng branch of Yuxing City Urban Health Bureau, conference room on the 2nd floor. The woman knocked on the door and said, Captain Wang, I have brought over the 2 classmates who have taken over the task of Li Yadong and Luo Hui. Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong walked into the conference room. In the conference room, apart from the captain of the Silver Intermediate City Guard at the front, there were 3 other boys. The 2 people sitting together were both at the beginning level of Silver, and they must be sophomores from Wanzhou College. But when he saw the short-haired young man sitting alone by the window with his arms folded, Su Yuan was slightly startled. Because this person gave Su Yuan a particularly familiar feeling. This man looks like Xiang Dingqian. Su Yuan looked at this man. He had a Chinese character face, short hair, and dark red eyes. He looked about 45% similar to him. However, the temperaments of the 2 are different. Although they both have a rebellious appearance, this person looks much more indifferent than Xiang Dingqian. Is it Xiang Dingqian? Being in the same class, Su Yuan also heard that Xiang Dingqian also had a more talented cousin in Imperial College named Xiang Dingqian. And the aura on this person's body has reached the high level of bronze. Su Yuan estimated that he was probably his genius cousin. At this time, Xiang Dinkan faintly felt Su Yuan's eyes lingering on him for a moment longer, and then he also looked up. But after just giving Su Yuan an expressionless look, Xiang Dinkan withdrew his gaze and seemed to have no interest in anyone else. "Two classmates, please sit down." Captain Wang asked Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong to sit down. "Now that everyone is here, I will get straight to the point and talk about the current situation. Several of them have taken over the tasks of members of the Shimmer Secret Society, but now all 4 members of the Shimmer Secret Society have gathered in our Yuxing, which puts a lot of pressure on our Yuxing city guards. There are 4 members of the Shimmering Secret Society, 2 high-level silver-level members and 2 mid-level silver-level members. Among them, 2 students from Wanzhou, Panjin, and Malong, took on the task of the silver intermediate from Chengtai City. Xiang Dinkan, a student from the Imperial City, received a high-level silver student from Lianyang City. As for students Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong, they were picked up by our 2 silver seniors from Yuxing City. 69shux.com. Su Yuan's heart moved slightly. Did Xiang Dinkan also accept a high-level silver task? Seeing that the 2 people in Wanzhou were at the silver level, Su Yuan thought they were taking high-level silver tasks, but he didn't expect that Xiang Dinkan was taking them. Captain Wang looked at the people below and asked, "I want to confirm that Xiang Dinkan, Su Yuan, and Luo Bingtong are all freshmen, right?" "That's right." Su Yuan nodded. But Xiang Dinkan's eyes flashed with surprise, and he couldn't help but look at Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong again. "Are they also freshmen?" Xiang Dinkan was greatly surprised. He didn't care, but there were other freshmen who dared to take on high-level silver tasks. Even in the Imperial City Academy, there are only a handful of people who dare to take on high-level silver tasks. I wonder if they are people from the Demon City or the Demon City. Captain Wang looked at the people sitting in front of him and said slowly, "Although these are all geniuses from first-class colleges, I would like to remind you that these people from the Shimmering Secret Society are not weak. Now that the 4 of them are together, depending on the urgency of the situation, we can already apply to the superiors to mobilize gold-level experts. If you quit at this time, it's still too late. We will cancel the mission and your credits will not be deducted. For the city guards, once the college students take over the wanted mission, the city guards will change from taking the lead to cooperating, unless the city guards initiate an assistance mission. In this case, if the student dies during the mission, the city guard does not need to be responsible. Of course, private criticism is certainly inevitable. Therefore, to be on the safe side, Captain Wang wanted to reorganize the tasks and apply directly to the superiors to recruit gold-level masters. Of course, this premise is that the college students voluntarily give up the task. However, whether it is Su Yuan, Luo Bingtong, or Xiang Dinkan, they have already made up their minds since they came here, and they will not change their minds easily at this time. Xiang Dinkan said expressionlessly, "If I accept this mission, I will naturally kill the people for you. You, the city guard, can just find the people. You don't have to think about this or that." Xiang Dinkan was not too polite when he spoke, but in fact he didn't need to be too polite. The academy and the city guard are just a cooperative relationship, and the students of the academy are still on the helping side. Moreover, Xiang Dinkan is not inferior to Captain Wang in terms of strength or potential. Su Yuan nodded, "We also have to continue the mission." Panjin and Ma Long from Wanzhou College seemed to have some intention of quitting, but seeing that Su Yuan and Xiang Dinkan, 2 freshman students, immediately agreed, they really couldn't say anything. After a moment of confusion, Panjin and Ma Long also nodded, indicating that they had no objection. Captain Wang couldn't help but sigh secretly when he saw that none of them had any intention of quitting. "Okay, in that case, let's rest in this hotel for now. The target's whereabouts are uncertain now. When we find the target, we will notify you as soon as possible. In addition, if you need anything, just ask us directly." After Captain Wang finished speaking, he left first, leaving time for the 5 students to communicate among themselves. Seeing this, Pan Jin and Ma Long from Wanzhou were the first to ask, "Are these 3 students all geniuses from Sandu College?" Xiang Dinkan sat far away and seemed to pay no attention. Luo Bingtong also sat quietly on the edge, saying nothing. Only Su Yuan nodded and said, "Well, we are coming from Demon City Academy." Pan and Jin couldn't help but feel a little dizzy when they saw it. These geniuses from the 3 capitals are really more arrogant than the last. Fortunately, I can still talk to this person in front of me. Pan Jin smiled, "Student Su, if we all have the same goal, I hope everyone can cooperate well. If one of the 4 members of the Shimmer Secret Society accidentally misses one, the others may not be able to bear it." In fact, Pan and Jin had just broken through to the silver level 2 months ago, and this was also their second time on a level 2 mission. The last time it was a silver level opponent, the 2 of them solved it relatively easily. This time they chose an intermediate silver target, and the 2 of them thought that it would not be difficult to deal with it. But in this situation, there are too many people, and we are afraid that something will happen due to chaos. When Su Yuan heard what Pan Jin said, his expression couldn't help but lighten a little. "Don't worry, you two, we will definitely take care of our people, and I hope you will take care of yours." Xiang Dinkan by the window also said coldly, "If you can't do it and have any scruples, give up as soon as possible. There are many freshmen in our imperial capital who are willing to take on your task. Even if you know the star card masters, it is difficult to cooperate, let alone the unfamiliar star card masters." What Pan and Jin meant was that they were worried that Su Yuan and others were not strong enough to cope with their goals, and that they were afraid that someone would fall first and miss someone, causing their own mission to be interfered with. It is actually normal to have this kind of worry. But since you are worried, you mentioned it when Captain Wang asked just now. In the worst case, just give up on this mission and find someone else. Since you just wanted to save face and said nothing, you have to bear all kinds of risks yourself. As a result, now I am afraid of this and that, and what is the use of saying meaningless words?" Pan Jin and Ma Long also knew that what they said was not good, and they couldn't help but look a little embarrassed when Su Yuan and Xiang Dinkan told them. "The few of you will continue to discuss, and we will leave first." Su Yuan didn't want to talk to Pan Jin anymore, so he led Luo Bingtong towards the meeting room. The woman who had picked up Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong earlier had already opened a room for Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong in the hotel. Since this search could not help, Su Yuan planned to seize the time to practice. After coming out of Moyang Peak, Su Yuan felt that his body was full of star power and he was not far from the high level. Now that there is a practice speed bonus for skilled breathing, if you practice hard for a while, you may be able to try to break through. Wait a moment. Just when Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong were about to walk out of the classroom, Xiang Dinkan suddenly stopped them. "You know me?" Xiang Dinkan looked at Su Yuan and asked. "We know him. I have a classmate named Xiang Dingqian." "Oh? My useless brother." A trace of disdain flashed in Xiang Dinkan's eyes. As a direct descendant of the Xiang family in the imperial capital, if you don't stay in the imperial capital to compete with the top geniuses, you end up in a remote school like Yeadu Academy. Place to go. Perhaps the top genius is in the Demon City. Su Yuan chuckled, and then led Luo Bingtong towards the room upstairs. "Are all the people in Demon City so confident now?" Xiang Dinkan looked at the backs of Su Yuan and the 2 of them, and then snorted coldly, "I hope you Demon City Academy can be so tough during the battle for the Holy Spring." Chapter 158 Ice Soul Second Level. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. At 10 o'clock every day, the credit status of 48 groups is released on time. Currently, the first team has become the team of Xiang Dingqian and Yeqing. The credits accumulated by the 2 jumped to 136 points last night. Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong were pushed to second place. The third place is Xiaoyu and Shang Baiyu, with 72 points. After that, it's less than 50 points. Noon. Yuan was practicing when he suddenly received a message from Captain Wang. Did you find it? Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately stood up and called Luo Bingtong to walk downstairs of the hotel. Nearly 2 hours later, outside an abandoned town on the outskirts of Yuxing Dongcheng, several cars slowly parked in front of an abandoned supermarket. Captain Wang took Yuan and others out of the car and pointed at an unfinished tall building in the distance. It was confirmed this morning that Li Yadong and others from Shimmer Secret Society are nearby. After you enter later, I will also lead people to set up a perimeter around the perimeter. First, to prevent them from escaping, and second, to support you at any time. Yuan looked at the dilapidated and desolate town and asked, Captain Wang, why is this town so abandoned? Xiang Dinkan and Pan Jin also looked over curiously. Is this? Captain Wang's expression was slightly condensed, and after pondering for a moment, he spoke slowly. 5 years ago, a fanatical cultist emerged here. Although this cultist is only at the gold level, he is good at using toxins and even transformed himself into a poisonous seed. In just 3 days, this place went from a peaceful town to a dead town. There are less than 2,000 people in the town, but more than 1,200 people died from the poison. And the 2 gold-level captains and more than 30 silver-level team members at that time were all poisoned to death by the cultists' self-destruction, and their whole bodies rotted to death. The cultists blew themselves up, killing many city guard masters and thousands of ordinary people. When Yuan and others heard this, they were all slightly shocked. The personal ability of the Star Card Master is too strong, and the damage it can cause is difficult to estimate. Not only the people who died, but also the land was affected and has become increasingly barren since then. People moved around, and no one wanted to live here anymore. The unfinished building, which was more than 30 stories high, was called Chenxing Building and was still under construction at the time. It's rare for a large company to be willing to enter a small town. People in the town are looking forward to it, but the result, alas. Captain Wang shook his head and sighed. Yuan and others also felt a little heavier. The cult organization was simply a cancer of Great Yan, and its harm was inestimable. Now, Li Yadong, Luo Hui and other 4 cultists from the Shimmering Secret Society are also hiding in this place, and there seems to be some echo. Then kill them all inside. Xiang Dinkan snorted coldly, gathered his breath and rushed in a flash. Yuan nodded towards Luo Bingtong and followed him into the town. Captain Wang, we're going in too. Pan Jin and Ma Long greeted. Captain Wang reminded, be careful yourselves. If something goes wrong, send a distress signal. I will immediately send my silver-level colleagues to help you. Pan Jin and Ma Long are both students of Wanzhou College, so Captain Wang is naturally closer to them. After hearing what Captain Wang said, Pan and Jin smiled and thanked, Thank you, Brother Wang, let's go in. Captain Wang nodded and watched the 2 people leave. Then he turned around and said to the team members, Everyone spread out and take your places. Yes, Captain. In the center of the town, on the roof of the 40-story Chenxing unfinished building. A yellow-faced middle-aged man wearing a standard white robe was sitting on the edge of the building, his legs dangling slightly at a height of 100 meters, as if he might fall from the top floor at any time if he was not careful. But the middle-aged man didn't seem to care, he just crossed his hands and stared down into the distance. Next to the middle-aged man, there was a young man in his 20s, wearing the same white robe. The young man crossed his arms, and at this moment, he seemed to notice something, and a light mirror appeared in front of him when he raised his hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Brother Dong, here are 5 people, all college students. Luo Hui waved his hand, and the light mirror in his hand automatically operated to dissipate the photons. Li Yadong looked indifferent, how is your strength? A trace of strangeness flashed across Luo Hui's face. According to the feedback from the light mirror, 2 are at the beginning level of silver, and as for the other 3, they all seem to be only at the bronze level. Bronze level. Li Yadong's lips curled into a sneer. If you dare to come to us if you are at the bronze level, then you are probably the top genius in the 3 capitals. Compared with the silver level ones in the city guards who have reached the end of their potential, those who can kill the top talents from several colleges will undoubtedly contribute more to the organization and our cause. Today is the last moment to bloom the brilliance of our lives. Let us do our last part to spread the light. At this point, Li Yadong's eyes glowed with scorching color, and he shouted, "The glimmer of light becomes a torch, and the light lasts forever." Luo Hui also shouted enthusiastically, "The glimmer of light becomes a torch, and the light lasts forever." Li Yadong ordered, "Inform the other 2 people." Yes. In the small town, Xiang Dinkan, Su Yuan, and others hid their figures and moved at high speed. But not long after, Su Yuan seemed to notice something. He stretched out his left hand, gathered his star power and struck a burst of blue flames in the air. "What are you doing?" Ma Long was startled, fearing that Su Yuan would expose the whereabouts of his group. But soon, with a sound like glass breaking, a light mirror hidden in the sun was destroyed in mid-air, turning into a white shimmer and dissipating. "Has it been discovered?" Xiang Dinkan frowned slightly, then looked at Su Yuan. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. The other parties seemed to have noticed the light mirror in mid-air without using any skills, which showed that his perception was quite keen. When Ma Long saw this, he looked a little embarrassed. Others' spotlights were on him, but he didn't even notice it. Su Yuan glanced at Ma Long, said nothing, and rushed out with Luo Bingtong. Now that it has been exposed, there is no need to hide it anymore. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Xiang Dinkan also pulled out his figure and galloped over with long strides. After a while, Su Yuan and others rushed to the unfinished building of Chenxing Building. At this moment, dozens of light arrows suddenly shot out from the building in front and the rooms on both sides of the road. "Trap skills, be careful." After Su Yuan reminded him, he pulled up Luo Bingtong next to him, stepped on his feet, spread the weight of his elemental magnet, and flew up. "Little tricks!" Xiang Dinkan snorted coldly, and a large amount of dark earth evil energy swarmed out of his body, smashing all the arrows of light shot from around him one by one. Pan Jin and Ma Long, who were at the back, had no time to use any defensive skills, so they hurriedly deployed star power shields back to resist the rain of light arrows. Although the star power shield was shaking, with the combined efforts of the 2 of them, it was still able to block it without any danger. After a few seconds, this wave of light arrows finally stopped. However, 4 people wearing the same white robes appeared before and behind Su Yuan and others. 3 men and 1 woman, all with star power fluctuations above the silver intermediate level, are the 4 members of the Shimmering Secret Society gathered here. In addition to Li Yadong in front and Luo Hui on the left, there is a man on the right holding a double axe. Judging from the fluctuations in star power, he is a silver mid-level man. Behind him is a sexy long-haired woman holding a rapier. Like Li Yadong and Li Yadong, they are both high-level silver-level people. She is obviously Xiang Dinkan's target. As expected of a genius master of the academy, even the volcano arrow attack arranged in advance cannot pose any threat to you. Li Yadong, who was directly in front, clapped his hands and exclaimed in admiration. "This is the first time I've seen a bronze-level person fly with people so easily. And this kind of pitch-black energy can actually defeat Luo Hui's volcano light arrow attack light arrow with bronze-level star power strength. Ordinary people don't have such powerful and special skills. It seems that you are all the top geniuses in the academy. But since you dare to come here, be prepared to die young." Before Li Yadong could finish saying the word prepare, he suddenly felt an extremely cold air coming from mid-air. I saw frost surging all over Luo Bingtong in mid-air, and her skin suddenly became transparent, like ice muscles and jade bones. That's not all, 2 slender ice bone wings stretched out from her back, and her whole aura surged to a frightening level in just a moment. Xianming Ice Soul second level transformation. Suddenly, not only the people from Shimmer Secret Society, but also Xiang Dinkan, Pan Jin, Ma Long, and others were filled with deep surprise. At this moment, Luo Bingtong summoned the long sword, glanced at Li Yadong below with his ice blue indifferent eyes, and slowly raised the snow-white long sword. Li Yadong suddenly felt a chill that went straight to the bottom of his heart, and a strong warning signal came from every cell in his body. Not good. The star power surged out of Li Yadong's body, and he formed seals with his hands, instantly forming an extremely deep wall of shadow in front of him. That's not all. As Li Yadong formed the seal, the shadow wall was slightly blurred, and finally formed 3 shadow walls like a copy of the projection. At this time, the cold light on the white long knife in Luo Bingtong's hand was extremely dazzling, and he slashed it down in the air. Ice God Sword Moon Mark. Suddenly, a white light burst out, and a white moon of ice dozens of meters long suddenly appeared and slashed at the wall of shadow. The collision of black and white caused the shadow wall to tremble. In just a short moment, the 2 shadow walls were broken through by the domineering ice-white moon. Li Yadong's expression changed drastically, he held the long knife tightly with both hands, and the star power in his body was poured into it crazily. The moment the 3rd shadow wall shattered, he suddenly slashed towards Bai Yu. The bright white light lasts for a short time. So dangerous. Li Yadong gasped violently, and finally blocked the blow with narrowly missed attempts. Staring closely at the silver-haired girl in mid-air, Li Yadong was horrified. How could such a degree of freezing power appear in a bronze-level star card master? No, we can't let her do it again. Li Yadong had a thought in his mind and was about to launch an attack. But at this moment, Li Yadong suddenly discovered that his arms, including his shoulders, which were holding the long knife, seemed to be completely unable to feel. Li Yadong suddenly realized something, and his heart skipped a beat. He was obviously prepared to die, but at this moment, a feeling of extreme panic suddenly surged into his heart. Ka-ka-ka. Along with the sound of the ice breaking, dense cracks suddenly appeared on Li Yadong's arms. No, do not want. Bang. With a muffled sound, Li Yadong's arms and the long knife in his hand turned into a large number of ice crystals and exploded. Brother Dong. Li Yadong. It's a long story, but actually this change only happened in a short moment. Luo Hui and others recovered from the shock, and when they saw something was wrong, they stepped forward to help. However, Luo Bingtong's face was indifferent, and the ice bone wings spread out behind him. He held the long knife and his figure flashed past Li Yadong, who had lost his arms like a ray of moonlight. Wherever it passed, all the moisture in the air was frozen, turning into large ice crystals that danced and dispersed. Li Yadong, who had lost his hands, didn't even react, and was cut across his body by the snow-white sword without any ability to resist. Li Yadong's eyes widened and he tried to turn around and look at the silver-haired girl behind him. However, the power of extreme cold erupted from the place where he was struck. All the blood and water in Li Yadong's body froze in an instant, turning him into an ice sculpture from the inside out, completely devoid of life. Ice God Sword Baxia. Chapter 159. Each looking for an opponent. It didn't take long from Luo Bingtong's sudden attack to Li Yadong's strong freeze to death. This sudden change immediately caused Luo Hui and the other 3 remaining members of Shimmer Secret Society to change their expressions, and their hearts trembled. The enthusiasm in the eyes of the 3 people suddenly disappeared a little, and the original idea of killing a few more great flame geniuses and masters with a certain death consciousness began to waver. Pan Jin and Ma Long were a little dumbfounded. The 2 of them were only in the mid-range category at Wanzhou College. How had they ever seen an intermediate bronze level violently killing a high-level silver level person? When Xiang Dinkan looked at Luo Bingtong, who was holding a long knife, he was surprised and felt solemn in his heart. This girl from Yeadu Academy is so strong that even she is not sure she can win. Everyone has different thoughts in their minds, but once the battle starts, it will naturally affect the whole body. When Luo Bingtong was killing Li Yadong, Su Yuan's body flashed with silver light, and he teleported behind Luo Hui, who had just rushed halfway to help Li Yadong, and swung a long sword filled with black light to slash at him. Every time Luo Hui fights, he will place a large number of light mirrors around to monitor the battlefield from various perspectives. At this time, Su Yuan had just gathered his breath and teleported over, and Luo Hui noticed it. With a thought, a white light shield suddenly gathered behind him. The dragon-armored sword with an air-cutting blade struck the light shield and cut it in the middle after only a brief stalemate. However, Luo Hui did not expect that the hastily formed light shield could block Su Yuan. After only blocking it for a moment, Luo Hui turned around and waved the long knife in his hand to meet Su Yuan's dragon armor knife. "That's it, you want to sneak attack me?" Luo Hui raised his eyebrows. If it were normal, Luo Hui would have definitely ridiculed him based on his temper. But now that Li Yadong was killed by a bronze-level person, the situation changed, and Luo Hui always felt a haze filling his heart. Should he stay and kill these academy students, or should he use his super speed to try to escape? Luo Hui was still a little confused. Su Yuan chuckled and said, "No need to kill you, just hold you back." As soon as the words fell, cold light surged under the two people's feet, and the 4 ice walls rose from the ground and gathered in the sky above their heads. In the blink of an eye, Luo Hui was about to be sealed in it. It was the Ice Palace. Luo Hui looked to the side in shock. Sure enough, the silver-haired girl who killed Li Yadong was performing a spell next to him, as if to isolate himself and completely trap him inside. This Ice Palace is obviously extraordinary. If you are trapped in it, you may not be able to escape even if you want to. Thinking of this, Luo Hui exploded with all his strength and knocked Su Yuan back several steps with a single blow. Even though Su Yuan has sea-level strength qualifications, Luo Hui is a high-level silver-level person, and his star power and physical strength are twice as high as Su Yuan's. After forcing Su Yuan back, the photons on Luo Hui's body gathered, and his whole body turned into a beam of white light and flew rapidly towards the unsealed gap at the top of the Ice Palace. Green skill, Photon Ray. With the help of this move, Luo Hui can also move quickly in midair and achieve flying. Su Yuan saw Luo Hui flying away quickly, but his expression did not change much. He just said lightly, "Huang Yan." In an instant, a layer of bright yellow flames rushed out of Su Yuan's body and burned blazingly on his body, like a bright blazing fire garment. And Su Yuan's aura surged to silver level in an instant. After unfolding the sun-burning technique, Su Yuan raised his hand and swung out 2 knives, and 2 dark broken lines appeared under the gap on the roof of the palace. Luo Hui was about to rush out of the roof, but suddenly there were 2 huge intersecting black lines in front of him splitting out of thin air. Feeling the numbing spatial fluctuations on the line of separation, Luo Hui's complexion changed drastically. He immediately grabbed his left hand, and a large amount of white light crazily gathered into his palm in just a moment to form a white light ball. Photon Blast! Luo Hui threw the light ball out of his hand. After hitting 2 intersecting lines of separation, the white ball of light exploded, emitting a brilliance as dazzling as daylight. The black line collided violently with the day, annihilating each other at high speed. However, when the white light dissipated, the 2 broken lines, although dimmed a little, were still in place. How come? Luo Hui was shocked. He did not expect that his photon blast did not explode the 2 intersecting space lines. And in this moment, the Ice Palace roof had completely condensed, completely sealing Luo Hui inside. Luo Hui was distracted for a moment, then lowered his head to look at the other 2 people in the Ice Palace below. One is a silver-haired girl with a pair of ice bone wings surrounded by cold air. The other one was a silver-eyed young man whose body was burned in flames and whose sword was filled with the power of space. Regardless of whether she is a girl or a young man, the amazing aura on her body has skyrocketed from the original intermediate bronze level to the silver level. A trace of panic and despair flashed in Luo Hui's eyes. It's over. At this moment, Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong below moved at the same time, flying into the air with their swords to kill. Outside the Ice Palace, the others also took action. Xiang Dinkan suddenly stepped on his feet, and the turbulent earth evil energy poured out of his body, condensing outside his body into a 6-meter-tall ancient general holding a Yunyu sword. General Disha, kill! Xiang Dinkan's eyes were filled with evil energy, and with a low drink, he started to kill the sexy high-level silver woman who was the target of his mission. This was the first time for the sexy woman to see such an amazing heretic incarnation. Although she was surprised, she had no intention of avoiding it. Now, although the Ice Palace has isolated Luo Hui, it has also isolated that terrifying silver-haired girl. It would be great if I could take the opportunity to kill the young genius in front of me first. The high-grade silver star power surged out from her body, and many white stars shone brightly all over the sexy woman's body. With her feet a little bit, she clenched her rapier and rushed towards the Disha general, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of swords were thrust out at high speed. The sword light is like a star. Every time the sexy woman thrusts her sword, she can trigger the white stars around her to shoot out sharp sword energy. Numerous sword energy bombarded General Disha's body, causing General Disha's figure to tremble. However, the armor condensed with earth evil energy is extremely strong, but it is not so easy to break. On the other side, Pan Jin and Ma Long also took action. Malone took out a staff, which turned out to be a warlock. Star power was poured into the staff and he began to prepare skills. Pan Jin, on the other hand, jumped directly towards the burly man holding 2 axes at the end. The burly man had amazing strength and superb martial arts skills. He swung a pair of cold ice axes with great force, and coupled with the powerful star power of the silver intermediate level, he suppressed Pan Jin for a while. However, Ma Long's skills were quickly prepared. With a finger, large thorns suddenly grew on the barren ground, which quickly wrapped around the burly man. Pan Jin and Ma Long, one close and one far away, fighting with each other, quickly stabilized the situation, and in the process of pulling and pulling, gradually put the burly man at a disadvantage. Chapter 160 Breaking the Record. On the edge of the town, Captain Wang is leading his team to set up a blockade to prevent wanted criminals from escaping. At this moment, a senior bronze team member who was watching from the front hurriedly ran over from inside. Team leader. Captain Wang frowned and said, "Su Ruo, weren't you observing the battle situation from the front? Why did you come back directly?" The team member named Su Ruo took a few breaths and said with surprise on his face, "Captain, we are about to win." "Are you going to win? What do you mean? It's only been less than half an hour, can they still kill everyone in the Shimmering Secret Society?" The team members on the side also stared at Su Ruo in confusion. "Hasn't it only been more than 20 minutes? Almost. Su Ruo breathed again, "Although not all of them have been solved yet, we have killed 3, and there is only 1 left." "Really?" Captain Wang was also surprised, and then asked, "Which one is left?" Su Ruo looked a little embarrassed and said, "The remaining ones are the goals that our 2 students from Wanzhou College are responsible for." Everyone was stunned when they heard this and didn't know what to say for a moment. Normally speaking, this is nothing. No matter how long it takes to fight, as long as the target can be killed in the end. What's more, both Wanzhou students are only at the beginning level of silver, but they are dealing with opponents at the intermediate level of silver. It's a good thing that they can complete the task. But people will die when comparing with others, and goods will be thrown away when comparing goods. Now, the other 3 bronze levels have already solved 3 high-level silver levels. 2 silver-level players from Wanzhou College are facing off against 1 intermediate-level silver player, but they still haven't solved the problem. The top geniuses of Sandu Academy are really monster-like existences. Captain Wang sighed, and then called to the people behind him, "Come on, let's go over and take a look." "Yes, Captain." By the time Captain Wang arrived at Chenxing Building, the battle had just ended. Ma Long and Pan Jin were picking up the body of the burly man. Su Yuan, Luo Bingtong, and Xiang Dinkan were all waiting quietly on the side. It's a pity that I couldn't pick up another one. Su Yuan secretly shook his head. If Pan Jin and Ma Long couldn't deal with their opponents, then the two of them could justifiably take over the wanted order. However, Pan and Jin were also students of Wanzhou College after all, and with the tacit cooperation of one near and one far away, although they consumed a lot of money, they finally defeated the burly man without any danger. However, Xiang Dinkan kept looking at Luo Bingtong, who had released the Bingso transformation. He had short silver hair and blue pupils, standing quietly next to Su Yuan, without any emotion in his eyes. I didn't expect that besides Ji Xian and Wen Chenwei from Demon City Academy would also produce a genius of this level. The strength shown by this girl is already at the same level as Zhu Hengqi and I. It seems that the Sandu Elite Exchange competition in more than 2 months will not be as boring as imagined. Xiang Dinkan originally thought that the Sandu Elite Exchange tournament would be a battle between the Imperial City and the Demon City Academy like in previous years. Now that this silver-haired girl has appeared, the Demon City Academy has gained some competitiveness. As for Su Yuan next to him, although he has mastered flying skills, other than that, he did not attract Xiang Dinkan's attention. Now that the target has been solved, Su Yuan and others prepared to leave after communicating with Captain Wang and handling follow-up matters. Several people from the Shimmer Secret Society have put a lot of pressure on the Yuxing City Guard during this period. Now that this big problem is solved, Captain Wang will of course leave everyone to eat. However, Su Yuan and the two were in the middle of the trial, so they refused directly. Xiang Dinkan didn't like the excitement either, so he left as well. As for Ma Long and Pan Jin, they stayed happily. Although it is said to be a meal, in addition to the college's credit reward, for more difficult incidents, the local city guard may also voluntarily subsidize some additional rewards, which will be discussed at the dinner party. But there's usually nothing particularly good about it. For the Yuxing City Guards, the students from the Magic City and the Imperial City are outsiders, and Pan Jin from Wanzhou is considered their local students. Even if there is something slightly better, it will naturally be given to these two people first. The hunting trial continues. After becoming more aware of Luo Bingtong's strength, the two of them cooperated even more tacitly. In every mission, Su Yuan tried his best to select gang missions with at least 2 silver-level wanted criminals. With the current strength of Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong, it is difficult for ordinary silver-level players to pose a threat to them. It would be difficult to overwhelm 2 people with numbers, unless there were more than 5 silver-level opponents at a time. During this period, the only difficulty the two encountered was a mission from the military headquarters. The target was a silver mid-level fugitive who had awakened a blue soul card. This person alone was given nearly 100 points of credits. The blue soul card star card master corresponds to the master quality star beast. Not only is the talent stronger and comes with blue skills, but the 6-dimensional attributes are higher than those of the green soul card star card master, and the strength must be at least 1 or 2 levels stronger. Back on Moyang Peak, after Su Yuan deployed his yellow flame state, he was suppressed by Master Bian's golden armored Stegodraman and red striped winged divine bird. He could only rely on various high-level skills to deal with them. Later, when the situation became urgent, in order to save Huang Xiang, he activated the white flame state. His strength increased sharply again and he was able to kill the 2 beasts in one fell swoop. But this time, Luo Bingtong was here, but in the burning sun and yellow flame state, and combined with Luo Bingtong's 2nd-level transformation, he was able to kill the blue soul card star card master without any risk. In the blink of an eye, the time came to the end of February, and the 1-month trial was also over. After Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong's mission in Yuxing City, they completed 7 more missions and received 814 credits. Adding the credits obtained from the first 2 tasks, the total of 9 tasks is 1038 credits. The final trial results were also announced at 10 o'clock on the last day. First place, Su Yuan, Luo Bingtong, 1038 points. Second place, Yeqing, Xiang Dingqian, 612 points. Third place, Xiaoyu, Shangbaiyu, 441 points. Fourth place, Zhangtai, Du Tao, 366 points. Fifth place, Mu Qingyu, Lu Yingying, 325 points. Zhangtai, holy crap, on the last day, Su Yuan and the others actually added another 112 points, and now they have over 1,000 points. Shangbaiyu, more than twice us. Du Tao, more than 1,000 credits. In 1 month, I have earned 2 or 3 years of other people's credits. Is this still a human being? Xiang Dingqian, sure enough, the gap is still too big. Xiaoyu, forget it, don't even think about competing with this monster Su Yuan. Everyone in the class was talking a lot, and they all regarded Su Yuan as a monster. The second place team members Xiang Dingqian and Yeqing already had very high scores, but compared to Su Yuan, they were still more than 400 points behind. Although Su Yuan told everyone that Luo Bingtong played a big role in getting so many credits. But naturally everyone didn't believe it. In fact, in terms of combat, Luo Bingtong's contribution was even greater than that of Su Yuan, accounting for almost 70% of the total. He points east to fight east, points west to fight west, eats, sleeps, and kills people on the road. He is strong and obeys orders. He can be called a top thug. As for Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong's scores of over 1,000 points, not only the students who participated in the trial, but also the head teachers of the first 3 classes such as He Yanan, and some other teachers who learned about the trial situation were all shocked. Yeadu Academy has held hunting trials so many times, and the highest score is 824 points. This time, Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong actually scored 1,038 points. Not only did it break the historical record, it also exceeded it by more than 200 points. After resting for a night in the city where the last mission was located, Su Yuan returned with Luo Bingtong early the next morning. In the past month, there have been a lot of battles, and there are a lot of insights that need to be settled. In addition to earning thousands of credits at once, Su Yuan was ready to practice hard and go to the Star Mist Pond to break through to the high level as soon as possible. However, Su Yuan had just returned to Demon City. When he came out of the airport, he received a message from Situ King Ian. When Su Yuan opened the message, a burst of strong joy and expectation suddenly surged in his heart. My own blue long knife has been made. Chapter 161 Fenki Sword. Demon City, in front of Situ's mansion. Situ King Ian took the lead and walked into the mansion gate while explaining to Su Yuan. The long sword made this time is of better quality than the blue star weapon I made 3 times before. Su Yuan smiled and said, Really? Thank you King Ian. Situ King Ian shook his head and smiled, It's all thanks to the good materials you found. Otherwise, no matter how good I am, I wouldn't be able to build such a high-quality star device. That flare silver branch is a 7-flare silver branch with 7 flares. With 2 more flares, there might be a chance to evolve to a 4th level material. And that Phoenix Nirvana stone, if I read it correctly, should come from the Yan Luo Kingdom, right? Su Yuan said in surprise, Yes, you can see this. The entire Yan Luo Kingdom is located in a zone with a strong fire element. The red flint produced there is also purer, and the flame patterns are a bit deeper. Amazing! Su Yuan exclaimed in admiration. Situ King Ian was really knowledgeable. He even knew the slight difference between Great Yan and other countries. I just read more books. Situ King Ian shook her head, and then her eyes fell on the silver-haired girl who was half a step behind Su Yuan. Su Yuan, who is this girl? Su Yuan introduced, This is my classmate, named Luo Bingtong. Because we just came back from a mission together, we came here directly. Originally, Su Yuan was going to send Luo Bingtong back to the academy first, but Luo Bingtong seemed to want to come with him, so Su Yuan took her with him first to save him an extra trip. Situ King Ian smiled and greeted, "Bing Tong is so good." Luo Bing Tong took out her cell phone and started tapping, then showed it to Situ King Ian. "Hello. Is this?" Situ King Ian's eyes showed a hint of doubt. Su Yuan explained, "She can't speak." "That's it." Situ King Ian glanced at Luo Bing Tong with pity. It was such a pity that such a beautiful little girl could not speak. After taking Su Yuan and Luo Bing Tong into the lobby and sitting down, Situ King Ian flashed his hand and took out a star card that emitted a deep blue light. Su Yuan's eyes lit up and he took the card from Situ King Ian's hand. Long knife, unnamed. Quality, Master. Attribute, Fire. Introduction: a long knife made of red fire gold and Kiyao silver branches as the main materials, and combined with phoenix stone. Effect: greatly increases the strength of star power, greatly increases the fire damage caused, and greatly reduces the fire damage received. Flame regeneration: it has the ability to regenerate and can repair the damage suffered by the knife and the user by absorbing fire energy. Anode Divine Gun: weapon skill, aim at the target, gather the power of the sun accumulated in the flare at the tip of the knife, and erupt with high temperature enough to burn everything. It can be ejected thousands of meters away in an instant, and the objects it touches will be ejected. Erase everything: the power depends on the consumed power of the polar sun and requires sunlight charging. Su Yuan pinched the blue card and manifested it through star power communication. This is a long sword with red silver inside. It is 3 feet long and 1.5 fingers wide. It looks like gold but not gold, and looks like wood but not wood. There are 7 groups of different golden markings on the blade, and the blade is a pair of golden and red phoenix wings carved from phoenix stone. Even if there is no star power infusion, there are still pieces of fire flowing in it like water, which is extremely extraordinary at first glance. Situ King Ian said slowly, "After my evaluation, for the next 3 levels, this long knife can increase the star power intensity by 30% and the additional fire skill damage by 30%. In addition, it reduces the damage received by fire attacks by 60%. Of course, this is for the lower 3 levels. Starting from the Shining Star level, the Star Card Master's strength greatly improves, and the proportion of the various amplifying effects of this long sword may have to be halved." Su Yuan smiled and said, "It's already very high. This is easy to understand. The Radiant level is several times stronger than the Gold level. It has exceeded the increase limit of the Blue Star device. Naturally, it cannot be increased as much as before. The Shining Star level can also have half the bonus ratio, that is, 15% star power bonus, 15% fire skill damage increase, and 30% fire attack damage reduction, which is very good." Su Yuan held the long knife, and all kinds of mysteries came to his mind automatically, not only the various increases, but also the use of the weapon skill Anode Divine Spear. This move is somewhat similar to breaking the boundary line. However, the breaking line is a line to surface attack, while the Anode Divine Spear concentrates all its power on one point, and in an instant explodes with a powerful blow that can wipe out all matter into fly ash. Super high lethality, super fast speed, and super long attack distance. The Yang Pole Spear is really an ultimate attack move. Su Yuan showed a slightly satisfied smile on his face. Situ King Ian also smiled and said, "In addition to the master's own star power, this weapon skill also requires the power of the polar sun in the flare. Every time the energy stored in a flare is consumed, the power will increase. If the energy of 7 flares is consumed, even if you are bronze level, you can easily shoot silver, and if you are silver level, then it is no problem to shoot gold. Silver can kill gold." Su Yuan was slightly shocked. He could use the Great Sun Burning technique to increase both his physical strength and star power to the silver level. In other words, with this weapon skill, is it enough to kill the gold level? A single weapon can give a Star Card Master the ability to leapfrog and kill people. It is indeed a high-quality blue star weapon. However, this knife needs to absorb sunlight to convert it into the power of the sun and store it in the flare. It can only charge one flare a day, and the most powerful anode gun can be used once a week. That's enough. A weapon that can make silver shoot gold, even if there is a 7-day interval between executions, is of immeasurable value. Then the name of this long knife? Situ King Yan smiled and said, since it is a star weapon built for you, of course it is up to you to decide. Su Yuan's eyes carefully scanned the long knife, which was red in silver and looked like a work of art. Finally, his eyes fell on the sword that stretched like phoenix wings. After thinking for a while, he said, let's call it Fengqi Dao. Fengqi Dao. Okay, I like this name very much. Situ King Yan nodded happily. Su Yuan finished naming the long sword, and a bright flame immediately flowed through the blade. It seemed that the long sword was also very happy. At the same time, the information of this star card has also been updated, from long sword, unnamed, to Fengqi sword. Su Yuan put away the Fengqi sword, looked at Situ King Yan who had a faint look of fatigue in his eyes, and bowed solemnly again. Thank you Master Situ for creating this Fengqi sword for me. I think it will play a very important role for me in the future. Just call me King Yan, Master looks too old. Situ King Yan smiled. Besides, if you want to thank me, please thank Grandpa Yang Yifeng. He saved our Situ family before. Without him, the current Situ family would no longer exist. It was for his sake that my grandfather agreed to let me refine the star weapon for you. When Su Yuan heard this, the image of his teacher in his heart improved again. Although it looks unreliable on the surface, he is indeed a hidden master and a peerless powerhouse. Su Yuan smiled and said, I am very grateful to the teacher. But no matter what, if you need my help in the future, just ask. Usually not necessary, after all, my strength is not weak. Situ King Yan smiled, and then, a rather powerful wave of star power suddenly swayed from his body. Intermediate silver level. A trace of surprise flashed in Su Yuan's eyes. Speaking of which, I hadn't noticed it just now. When they first met, I didn't realize Situ King Yan's level because she couldn't breathe yet. Now that my breathing has reached a proficient level, I will forget about it when I come back. At this moment, I saw that Situ King Yan was already an intermediate silver master. According to what her teacher said before, she is only about 20 years old, right? Not only does he have an amazing talent for refining weapons, but he also has a talent for cultivating star power. Chapter 162 Breakthrough to the High Level. After returning to the academy, Su Yuan rested for 2 days. A month of hunting trial, constantly searching for and chasing down wanted criminals, is much more intense than randomly hunting star beasts in the Hongduan Mountains. Even Su Yuan was exhausted physically and mentally. After 2 days of good rest and feeling the star power in his body, Su Yuan went directly to the Star Mist Pavilion. Zhang Chenjian is still on duty at the registration window of Xingguo Pavilion. Well, you're here again so soon. Sensing Su Yuan's approach, Zhang Chenjian put down the tome in his hand and looked at Su Yuan. Su Yuan greeted respectfully, Hello, Teacher Zhang. Zhang Chenjian looked at Su Yuan intently, and then nodded. The star power in his body is full and condensed, and he is not far from the high level. Not bad. Zhang Chenjian remembered that it had only been more than 3 months since the last time Su Yuan broke through to the intermediate level in Xingguo Pond, and he had reached this level again. So, you came here today to use the Star Mist Pond? Yes. Zhang Chenjian sighed secretly. After all, the young man had talent, but he was just a little impatient. Shaking his head slightly, Zhang Chenjian said, Go back, I think the star power in your body has not reached the point where there is no further progress. Trying to break through now will 99 times fail, and it will also affect the next breakthrough. Go back and practice with peace of mind for a month, and then come back with 8 hours of Star Mist Pond credits ready. If the breakthrough fails, some of the refined star power in the star power cyclone will also be lost, causing the cultivation progress to regress, which is not worth the gain. Thank you for the reminder, Teacher Zhang, but you misunderstood. I don't want to break through today. Su Yuan smiled, took out his student card and handed it over. I have gained some achievements recently and got some credits. I would like to ask Teacher Zhang to take a look first. Got some credits? Zhang Chenjian took the student card from Su Yuan and placed it on the card reader. The card reader immediately displayed a 4-digit credit number. I didn't expect that you could actually earn so many credits. Zhang Chenjian looked at Su Yuan, with a flash of surprise in his eyes. So you plan to use all of your credits for practice, right? That's right, please give me some advice, teacher. Zhang Chenjian looked thoughtful. Thousands of credits, in your current state, are more than enough to break through to the high level. Although the star power concentration multiplier in the star mist pool should be as high as possible when making a breakthrough, if it is used for daily practice, the concentration can be appropriately lowered to increase the duration of practice. Zhang Chenjian looked at Su Yuan and said, you first practice at 2 times the concentration for 4 consecutive days, 8 hours a day. This kind of continuous high-intensity training can maximize the effect of the high concentration of star power in the star mist pool. After a few days, the star power reaches the limit, and you can try to break through. If the concentration is 3 times, it will still take 8 hours to break through to the high bronze level. By the way, can you withstand 4 times the concentration? Su Yuan thought for a moment and then nodded, okay. He Yanan had said before that if you were in good physical condition, you could increase the concentration limit of the star mist pool. The last time he practiced at 3 times the concentration, Su Yuan felt that he could still withstand it, and it shouldn't be a problem to double it again. Zhang Chenjian nodded, okay, if the concentration is 4 times higher, you only need to prepare for 4 hours when breaking through. You actually saved half the breakthrough time. Su Yuan was quite surprised. The star mist pool with 4 times the concentration is almost the limit that the physical body can bear for the bronze level. The closer you get to the limit, the more obvious the effect becomes, especially when you break through, so 4 hours is enough. Of course, after the breakthrough, just like before, you can continue for another hour or 2 to pursue the victory and fill up the expanded star power cyclone. Su Yuan was stunned, and then nodded, thank you, Teacher Zhang, for informing me. In this way, not only can I save some credits and time, but I can also learn some experience about using the star mist pool. You will know it if you come here more times. Zhang Chenjian waved his hand and then started operating the machine. Didi, student card. Name, Su Yuan. Student ID number *220004. Assigned room, room 7. What a coincidence, it's number 7 again. Zhang Chenjian handed the card back to Su Yuan, go ahead. Good. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. In the past few days, Su Yuan came every day and stayed for 8 hours, practicing at twice the concentration as Zhang Chenjian said. And today is the day to reach the limit and make a breakthrough. At the registration window of Xingguo Pavilion. While Zhang Chenjian was reading the book, he occasionally raised his head and looked at the room in room 7. Almost 7 hours have passed. Even if the star power is refined after the breakthrough, it should be almost full after such a long period of practice. Could it be that the breakthrough failed? Oh, here it comes. Just when Zhang Chenjian's expression was slightly condensed, a handsome young man walked over from room 7. The young man had a smile on his face, and his star power was slightly agitated. The star power that had just been broken through had not yet completely subsided. High-level bronze. Su Yuan's eyes showed a little joy. Seeing Zhang Chenjian looking at him in the distance, Su Yuan calmed down and walked up quickly. Zhang Chenjian looked at Su Yuan and nodded, yes, it seems to be going well. I have almost stabilized my level just after the breakthrough. Su Yuan said respectfully, "Thank you, Teacher Zhang, for your guidance. Practice well. Helping you students grow is the meaning of our identity as teachers." "Yes." Su Yuan said goodbye to Zhang Chenjian and walked out of Xingguo Pavilion. "The warm sun is shining high above my head, and the breeze is blowing all over me. In the spring of March, everything revives and the vegetation flourishes, creating a prosperous scene." High-level bronze finally reversed the disadvantage in the realm of star power and was completely ahead of everyone in Demon City Academy. After that, the gap continued to widen. In addition, now that we have made a breakthrough, it's time to get active. Su Yuan's eyes showed his thoughts. The most important thing at the moment was the elite exchange meeting of the three cities held in the Magic City, which was related to the Holy Spring of the Magic City. At that time, he would inevitably have to compete with the genius masters from the other two academies. However, it is still at least more than a month before the exchange meeting, so it is still early. Today, I first obtained the Fenki sword, then broke through to the high-level bronze level, and my strength increased dramatically. In terms of realm and star weapon, it is difficult to make significant improvements in a short period of time. Then all that's left is breathing. Su Yuan opened the panel and focused on the breathing method. Breathing, Universal Breathing Method, Progress, 7th Star Nest Number 1 Star Point, 0/10,000. If the breathing can be raised to the third level, the speed of cultivation brought by star power control will increase again. In addition, it will also bring new effects. The effects of entry-level and advanced-level breathing are recorded in the books on the first 9 floors of the library tower. Even though the bronze level can only go to the first 3 floors of the library tower, you can still ask any upperclassman. But few students in the academy know about the effects of master-level breathing. Because the practice of breathing is too difficult later on. Among the brilliant masters who came out of the top academies, there are only a few who have reached the proficiency level in breathing, so not many people understand it. Even He Yanan, who is at the Burning Sun level, has only managed to get through 10-star nests and reach great success. You can imagine how difficult it is to practice. But Su Yuan is different. He has a system, a proficient level breathing method, which is 12W Stardust. There are already more than 20,000 Stardust. As long as 100,000 more Stardust are applied, the third layer of breathing can be completely opened. Now I can hunt Stardust much faster than before. With great improvement in strength, hunting star beasts will naturally be more efficient. It turns out that Su Yuan can hunt about 1,500 points of Stardust in one day. Now if he works harder, he may be able to harvest nearly 2,000 points in one day. There are endless star beasts to kill in the Hongduan Mountains. As long as you kill them fast enough, you can collect 100,000 points in more than a month. It's not impossible. It just so happened that because the hunting trial had just ended, He Yanan also said that there would not be any important courses in the near future. He just told everyone to seize the time to convert the credits obtained into strength and prepare for the 3 capital elite exchange meeting. But I have to inform the teacher and teacher Xiao He in advance, lest they have other arrangements, or I won't be able to come back by then. Su Yuan thought for a moment and took action directly without going back to the dormitory. Chapter 163 The exchange meeting is coming. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. On this day, Class 1 gathered again. As class approached, Xia Yu looked at Su Yuan's empty seat and asked Shang Baiyu, "Su Yuan is missing again." Hearing Xia Yu's question, Luo Bingtong looked over, and Xiang Dingqian behind him also quietly pricked up his ears. Shang Baiyu nodded, "He has disappeared a long time ago. He left school a month ago." "A month ago?" Xia Yu was startled, "Didn't we just come back from the hunting trial a few days ago?" "Yeah, according to the teacher, he went to Hongduan Mountains to practice again, and he hasn't come back yet." Xia Yu covered her forehead, "He is really a cultivating monster." Xiang Dingqian, who had been listening attentively from a distance, nodded secretly. So perverted, and so hard-working. As expected, it's impossible for anyone to surpass him. Soon, He Yanan walked in. Teacher Xiao He. Well, everyone, sit down. He Yanan asked everyone to sit down, and then got straight to the point. I'm calling you this time to talk about the 3-city elite exchange meeting. The time of the exchange meeting and the final competition format have been determined. Hearing He Yanan talk about this, everyone cheered up and listened. After all, this was related to the quota for the Holy Spring in the Demon City. Time, April 20th. Competition format, round-robin team competition. Cycle group competition. Everyone in the class was a little confused. They knew about group competition, but what is cycle group competition? He Yanan said slowly, the round-robin group competition is a competition between 3 groups. The teams of Sandu College have 5 people in each team. According to the order of Demon City, Imperial City, Demonic City, one person will come out to challenge other colleges. Until all 5 people from a certain college are defeated, the team is eliminated, and the one left to the end is the winner. Shang Baihu pinched his chin and thought, simple and clear, but the situation is not good. Xia Yu said, the Demon City and the Imperial City think highly of themselves and only regard each other as competitors. We may be besieged. Zhang Tai scratched his head and asked puzzledly, in this case, shouldn't we be wooed? Why are they besieging us? Xia Yu curled her lips and didn't say much. Seeing this, Shang Baihu explained, if it is a 3-party melee, maybe both the Imperial capital and the demonic capital will want to use the strength of our weaker party. In this way, the balance of strength is tilted, and the team that joins 2 teams can easily defeat the team that is alone. Therefore, we may get second or even first place. But now it is in the form of an arena match. In this case, all battles are 1-on-1. Transforming 1-on-2 into 2 1-on-1, the effect of such cooperation is greatly reduced. 1 versus 1, if you can't beat them, you just can't beat them. It's not impossible for someone to even complete a series of 5. Instead of doing this, for the Imperial City and the Magic City, it is better to eliminate the weaker third parties first, ensure that they get at least 10 extra places, and finally compete with each other for first place. That's right. He Yanan looked at Shang Baihu approvingly. In addition, according to the information I have learned, both the Imperial Capital and the Magic Capital have 2 extremely outstanding super geniuses this year. Not only had he broken through to a high level a month or 2 ago, but he also had no shortcomings in soul cards, skills, star weapons, combat awareness, and other aspects. In the past exchange competitions, there were only 1 or 2 such students per year at most. Unexpectedly, this year there were 4 in the Imperial and Magic capitals alone. If we add Su Yuan and Luo Bingtong, there will be 6 in total. He Yanan's eyes fell on Luo Bingtong below, thinking secretly. High-level bronze? We were already high-level bronze a month or 2 ago, but our Demon City Academy doesn't have any high-level bronze students now. Everyone didn't know what He Yanan was thinking, and they were all surprised that the students from the Imperial City and the Magic City had reached the advanced bronze level so quickly. The difference in realm is 1 level higher, and you will be at a huge disadvantage before the battle begins. Xia Yu, Xiang Dingqian, and others couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency in their hearts. In fact, Xia Yu and others have been polishing their star power for the past month to prepare for a breakthrough in the Star Mist Pond. There are still nearly 20 days until the Sandu Elite Exchange meeting. Before then, there is still a chance to make a breakthrough. It's not like we don't have high-level students in Yeadu Academy, He Yanan smiled, as early as a month ago, Su Yuan had already broken through to the high-level bronze level. This! Xia Yu and others were startled at first, and then couldn't help but look at Shang Baihu next to Su Yuan's vacant seat. Shang Baihu smiled bitterly and shook his head, I don't know either, neither he nor the teacher told me. Shang Baihu also understood, thinking that it was because Su Yuan had reached a high level that he went out to practice again. Everyone secretly sighed. So Yuan was really perverted and low-key, completely unlike young people of this age group. If it were someone else, who had broken through to the high level of bronze, wouldn't the whole class know about it immediately? After all, we are all young people, and we still have a little bit of a comparison mentality. But Su Yuan, if he hadn't learned from He Yanan, no one would have known that he had already broken through to the high level for a month. Speaking of which, Su Yuan seemed to have been hiding his secrets before. For example, in the incident at the Antarctic Academy's combat hall, if he hadn't faced off against the 5th Academy alone, no one would have known that in addition to his powerful summoning technique, he was also so powerful. Teacher Xiao He, who are the super geniuses in the imperial and magic capitals you mentioned earlier? Mu Qingyu asked. He Yanan said calmly, Ji Xian and Wen Shenwei from the Demon City, Xiang Dinkan and Zhu Hengqi from the Imperial City. Xiang Dinkan? Everyone in the class looked strange, and they couldn't help but secretly glance at Xiang Dingqian behind him. Everyone knew that Xiang Dingqian had a genius brother from Imperial College, but they didn't expect that he was one of the super geniuses that He Yanan said. Xiang Dingqian's face didn't look good at this time. Xiang Dingqian was indeed not as strong as his cousin Xiang Dinkan at the beginning, which made Xiang Dinkan gain more appreciation and resources from the family elders. Everyone can see that Xiang Dinkan is more talented, and the gap between the two brothers Jian and Kun will become wider and wider. Later, Xiang Dinkan looked down on Xiang Dingqian, and Xiang Dingqian also hated Xiang Dinkan. The relationship between the two was extremely bad, so Xiang Dingqian directly left the imperial capital and came to Yeadu Academy. Xiang Dingqian's long-term goal has been to defeat Xiang Dinkan, win back the recognition of the family elders and gain more resources. But that was before. Now, Xiang Dingqian has found a new goal. Looking at the empty seats in the front row, Xiang Dingqian felt much calmer. As long as you follow this person closely, it will only be a matter of time before you surpass Xiang Dinkan. Everyone was looking at Xiang Dingqian, but no one noticed that Xiaoyu's complexion was also not good. Wen Shenwei, I don't know what level of strength you have reached now. Xiaoyu didn't understand the others, but Wen Shenwei from Magic City was originally in the same school as him, Magic City No. 1 Middle School. I was always ranked second in school because of this person who always occupied the first place. Until the end, in a comprehensive trial before graduation, I finally got the first place. Xiaoyu will always remember that day. Just when he was feeling excited because he finally got the first place, Wen Shenwei walked over in the corridor without knowing it. It seems that you are very happy. Wen Shenwei had a faint smile on his face. Seeing that you have been second for 3 years, before I left, I wanted to make you the first for once. But just taking first place once, can I be so happy? It's really puzzling. Wen Chen thought for a moment and then shook his head. Oh, maybe it's because I've always been number 1, so I've forgotten that getting first place is something to be happy about. With that said, Wen Shenwei slowly walked away step by step, leaving Xiaoyu alone in the corridor thinking about what the other party said. Did the other party give up your first place? As for our competition list, I have already decided. He Yanan's voice attracted the attention of everyone in the class again, Captain Su Yuan, team members, Xiang Dingqian, Xiaoyu, Yeqing, Zhang Tai. It's pretty much what I thought. Me too, but I don't have Luo Bingtong. It stands to reason that she just won the first place in the hunting trial, and her strength must not be weak. After all, Su Yuan alone can't get thousands of credits, right? Yes, not to mention she also got the 5-leaf essence. Everyone was talking about it. The list of people participating in the exchange competition was almost consistent with what most people in the class had expected. The main difference was Luo Bingtong. Among the top 10 freshmen at the time, Luo Bingtong ranked in the top 5. Although Luo Bingtong did not take action in the Antarctic Academy's combat hall later, no one knew what the upper limit of her strength was. But judging from the 5-leaf essence and this hunting trial, it is definitely not weak, and may be stronger than Xiaoyu, Xiang Dingqian, etc. He Yanan secretly shook his head. He originally arranged for Luo Bingtong, but the dean personally told him not to let Luo Bingtong take action. It seems that this girl's background is bigger than I expected. He Yanan looked at Luo Bingtong, who was sitting quietly below, and thought to himself. Be prepared when you come down. Use the star mist pond when it's time to use it. If you get second, each person will be awarded 200 credits, if you are first, each person will be awarded 500 credits. If someone beats the opponent in the game, there will also be extra rewards. 200, 500? This is too much. Yes, we have been in the hunting trial for a month and have worked very hard to get more than 200 points. How many points will be awarded in this competition? Most people are amazed that so many credits can be awarded. Mu Qingyu pondered for a while and said, actually, it's not that much. The second place can add 10 additional Holy Spring places to the Academy. Even if calculated based on half the breakthrough probability, 5 people can break through a small realm. In addition, if you can beat the Imperial City and the Demonic City in the exchange competition, it will also bring glory to the Demon City Academy. In fact, this is more important than the extra Holy Spring quota. Yes, Qingyu, you said so, this reward should be so great. Liu Yingying nodded, dragging her chin with her hands. I'm envious, I also want to win. Mu Qingyu smiled and knocked on Liu Yingying's head. How can it be that easy? Didn't you hear teacher Xiao He say that there are 2 super geniuses in both the Magic City and the Imperial City? If it is what the teacher said, it would be much more powerful than the geniuses from Dongji, Wanzhou and other colleges. Liu Yingying asked back, then do you think Su Yuan will lose? Mu Qingyu looked suffocated, then shook his head and said, I can't tell. Although the team arena competition can greatly display individual strength, it is still a team competition after all. If Luo Bingtong also plays, Mu Qingyu feels that there is a high probability that he can get at least second place, and even have a good chance of winning. But only if Su Yuan. Mu Qingyu is not sure whether Su Yuan can support this situation. Mu Qingyu turned to look at Xiaoyu and other contestants, but was surprised to find that although Xiaoyu and Xiang Dingqian had solemn expressions, they both had strong confidence in their eyes. Obviously, this is not only confidence in oneself, but more importantly, confidence in the person who is not present. Mu Qingyu turned around and looked at Liu Yingying next to her. She had the same look on her face. Yingying and the others actually believe him so much. Mu Qingyu's heart was slightly shaken and she was astonished. Looking up at the empty seat in front of her, Mu Qingyu realized that there might be something else she didn't know. Chapter 164 Gathering in the Magic City. April 1st. A group of nearly 100 young people aged 18 or 19, led by 2 beautiful women, came out of the train station and were immediately confused by the high-rise buildings and busy bustling city in front of them. Is this the Magic City? This is my first time here. It's so prosperous. It's indeed very prosperous, but it's not as majestic as our Demon City. Haha, that's right. The styles of the 2 cities are completely different. This group of people were the students from the first 3 classes of Yeado College who came to attend the Sandu Elite Exchange meeting. On this trip, in addition to He Yanan who was leading the team, Lan Xinlan from the medical office of the actual combat hall was also accompanying him. 1 class teacher plus 1 therapy teacher is also the standard configuration of the annual Sandu Elite Exchange meeting. After all, the students participating in the exchange competition are all the best among the new students of Yeado Academy. If you really suffer a serious injury during the exchange game, you can feel more at ease with your own top therapist. In the station hall, in addition to the many passers-by who were paying attention, there was also a male teacher from Demon City Academy and 2 students who were already waiting for everyone from Demon City Academy. Seeing everyone from Yeado Academy appear, the teacher came up with 2 students. Excuse me, are they teacher He Yanan and teacher Lan Xinlan? He Yanan nodded and said, yes, you are teacher K Jenny's from Magic City College. It's me, I'm here to pick up everyone from your school. K Jenny's smiled and nodded, and exchanged greetings with He Yanan. The two students behind K Jenny's, a boy and a girl, looked at the many students from Yeado College. There were only 2 of them, but when facing nearly 100 people from Yeado Academy, they looked calm and didn't feel any pressure at all. Of these 2 people, one is a beautiful girl with short hair and a rather arrogant look. The girl with short hair was wearing a high-waisted white shirt, denim shorts, and a purple jacket with a tiger embroidered on it. Her long, white thighs reflected a bit of white light in the sun. The other young man, with handsome appearance and soft smile, was Ji Xian, who had met Su Yuan at the auction before. It's strange, Su Yuan didn't come over. Ji Xian was quite surprised. Since Yang Su was defeated by Su Yuan at the last auction, Ji Xian checked Su Yuan's information on the internet when he went back. The top summoning technique can rival the terrifying hellfire of geniuses of the same level. The special enrollment of Yeado College, the undisputed number 1 among the top 10 freshmen. The Antarctic Academy's actual combat hall competed with the top talents of each academy, and defeated 4 against 1, and finally defeated the masters of each academy with one's own strength. It would have been better not to check, but after checking, Ji Xian became more interested in Su Yuan. But these are all information from a few months ago. In the recent period, Su Yuan seems to have been silent. It stands to reason that the exchange competition cannot be without him. Ji Xian looked thoughtful and didn't know what was going on. Everyone in Yeado Academy was also looking at Ji Xian and the beautiful short-haired girl. Du Tao whispered, are they the 2 super geniuses from Magic City Academy? Xia Yu looked at the beautiful girl in front of her, shook her head and said, I don't know about the other boy, but that girl's name is Yan Xiu. She is the top student of the number 2 middle school in Magic City and the eldest lady of another consortium in Magic City. We played against each other several times. Oh! Zhang Tai, Shang Baiyu, and others around him couldn't help but become interested when they heard this. You guys have played against each other, what was the result? Zhang Tai asked. Winning and losing, let's call it a 50-50 split. Xia Yu said casually, by the way, she is also a warlock. She is a water warlock and is good at defense and counterattack. Shang Baiyu looked at Yan Xiu and said, I can't tell that the boy next to me has a better breathing technique than me at least. But I can tell that the girl you are talking about is a high-level bronze master. Shang Baiyu's breathing progress is still the highest except for Su Yuan. Now that he has completely opened up the 5th star nest, his perception ability has also improved greatly. Zhang Tai looked a little solemn, is she also a high-level bronze-level person? In this case, there will be 3 high-level bronze-level people. She is worthy of the Demon City Academy. After spending a lot of hard-earned credits, in the past 20 days, Xia Yu and Xiang Dingqian both successfully broke through to the high level, but Yeqing and Zhang Tai failed to break through. Shang Baiyu pondered for a moment and said, perhaps, all the people participating in the competition in Magic City are high-level bronze ones. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but feel shocked. They didn't think so at first, but when Shang Baiyu brought it up, everyone immediately realized that it was not impossible. We're about the same. Next to Xiang Dingqian, Yeqing smiled easily. Although Yeqing himself has not broken through to the high level, among the 3 Master Beast Masters, the 8-armed Demon Ape has taken the lead in training to the high level of bronze. Coupled with the remaining 2 intermediate bronze Master Beasts, it is not difficult to deal with a high-level bronze genius. It can even be said that among the team at Demon City Academy, Yeqing is faintly the strongest except for Su Yuan. Teacher He, I see that you only have 95 students here. If I remember correctly, when we prepared the dormitory for you, there should be 96 students. K Jenny's glanced at the students behind him and asked rather puzzledly. He Yanan looked at K Jenny's, oh, well, there is a student who is not in the college and may have to arrive late. That's it. Chinese looked stunned, then smiled. It seems that Yeado College really likes this student. Is he a student participating in the exchange competition this time? This kind of outing should be led by college teachers as a group, otherwise it would be difficult to manage. Even if some students have special circumstances and are not with the large group, they should arrive early and wait for the large group. And now there is actually a student who is allowed to arrive late by the teacher of Yeado College. How can he be an ordinary student? Looking at Chinese who kept asking questions, Yanan really wanted to punch him in the face with a fake smile, but he still said casually, "That's right." Ji Xian, who was standing behind Chinese, felt something in his heart. It must be Su Yuan. I knew there was no way he would not participate in the exchange competition. Chinese didn't ask any more questions and said with a smile, Teacher Lan, our college's bus is already outside. Please take the students to the college with me. Yanan snorted secretly, nodded and said, "It's troublesome." Lan Xinlan stood aside without saying a word. Everyone followed Chinese to stay at the Yingbin building of Magic City College. Not long after, accompanied by noise and horns, several buses carrying another wave of students stopped in front of the Yingbin building. Imperial College. Everyone in Yeado leaned against the window and looked downstairs. The first people to come down were a thin middle-aged man with a cold and stern expression and a gentle young female teacher, who must be the leading teacher of Imperial College. After that, the Imperial College students got off the bus one by one. It feels very impressive. Everyone observed the students at Imperial College downstairs. I don't know whether it's because they are from the Imperial City, or because Imperial City College currently ranks first in the overall rankings. Most of these Imperial City students give people a feeling of being sharp-edged and arrogant. The rooms in the Welcome Building of Magic City College are the same as those of Antarctic College, with 2 people sharing a room. However, compared to the Yingbin Building of Antarctic College, the Yingbin Building of the Magic City is at least 2 levels higher in terms of area, facilities, and equipment, and is comparable to a 4-star hotel. It is worthy of being a wealthy magic city. At this time, Shang Baiyu looked at Xiang Dingqian next to him. Although there were changes now, Xiang Dingqian seemed to be like this when he first met him, with an unruly look on his face. However, Xiang Dingqian didn't seem to sense Shang Baiyu's gaze, but kept staring down at Xiang Dingqian, who looked somewhat similar to himself. "Why, you want to fight him?" Shang Baiyu asked. Xiang Dingqian pondered for a moment and said, "Let's see how Su Yuan arranges it." "So easy to talk to?" Shang Baiyu was startled and couldn't help but retract his previous thoughts. This is not a change, it is simply a big change. On the other side, Xia Yu and Luo Bingtong were assigned to a room, but Mu Qingyu and Lu Yingying had also come to visit. "That girl in black robe looks so sassy and elegant." Lu Yingying leaned against the window, looking at one of the many students in the imperial capital with shining eyes. It was a girl wearing a black robe, with a red hairband tied into a high ponytail. She had sharp eyes and an outstanding temperament. Even among the talented students of the Imperial City, she could be seen at a glance. "That's Zhu Hongqi, right?" Mu Qingyu said slowly. "Qingyu, have you seen it?" Xia Yu and Luo Bingtong also looked over. "No, but I visited the forum of Shendu Academy a few days ago and got some information. This Zhu Hongqi seems to be the granddaughter of the Dean of the Imperial Academy. She has received very good training since she was a child. She has amazing swordsmanship and strong strength. The granddaughter of the Dean of Imperial College." Xia Yu and others were slightly shocked when they heard this. This background is too big. The Dean of Imperial College is definitely a king-level master in terms of strength. In terms of status, within the Department of Education to which the college is affiliated, he is only ranked below Huangfu Qi and a few others. It can be said that they are the most core group of people in Dian. Mu Qingyu's expression was solemn, the strongest genius of the Xiang family in the imperial capital, the granddaughter of the dean of the Imperial Capital Academy, each one has a bigger background than the last. Xiaoyu smiled expectantly in her eyes, although I may not be able to win, it is more meaningful to play against such a top genius. As for winning or losing, the corner of Xiaoyu's lips curled up, with that guy at the back, we just have to go all out and enjoy the battle. We don't need to think so much. Liu Yingying also smiled and said, enjoy the battle and get credits, it's so cool. Luo Bingtong also nodded slightly and picked up her mobile phone, envy. Seeing the three people reacting like this, Mu Qingye once again felt out of place and couldn't help but ask, do you believe in Sir Yuan so much? Liu Yingying and Xiaoyu looked at each other, then put their arms around Mu Qingye's shoulders and lowered their voices and said in her ears. At the lower level of bronze, you can kill people at the higher level of silver. Now that you have reached the upper level of bronze, how strong do you think it will be? Mu Qingye's pupils trembled, and he stared at Liu Yingying, who was smiling slightly, and Xiaoyu, who looked relaxed at the side. Beginner level of bronze, high level of silver? What a joke! Chapter 165 Ring of Luck. Magic City Academy, in a certain coffee shop. Several girls glanced at a seat by the window on the second floor from time to time, and whispered with excitement. Isn't that senior sister Xia Xian? It's really her. After almost 2 years in the academy, this is the first time I've seen her in person. She's even more beautiful than the photos on the internet. But the girl next to her looks like her, is she her sister? That should be the case. It is said that the senior sister has a younger sister, but she is not in our magical city. It's so enviable to be senior Xia Xian's younger sister. Next to the window on the second floor, Xiaoyu lowered her head slightly and stared at the undrunk coffee in the cup. Opposite her, sat a girl who also had red pupils. This girl is just over 1.7 meters tall. She is wearing a red jacket and an exquisite black skirt. Her slender legs are wrapped in a layer of glossy and textured black stockings. The long black hair fell vertically without any embellishment. But on her left hand, she was wearing a red bracelet with a bird the size of a fingernail hanging on it. The appearance of this girl is 80% similar to that of Xiaoyu across from her, but their temperaments are quite different. Xiaoyu, are you going to compete in the exchange competition? Xia Xian raised her face with her left hand and slowly stirred the coffee in front of her with her right hand. She admired her sister's beautiful face and asked with a smile. Xiaoyu sat upright, rubbing her hands on her knees unconsciously. When facing this woman, Xiaoyu, who had always been proud, looked quite embarrassed. There is no other reason, just because the other party is too good. Xia Xian smiled and said, very good, it was not in vain that I stayed in the academy for an extra half-month, and I can watch my lovely sister's game here. Stayed for half a month longer. Xiaoyu heard this and raised her head in surprise. Sister, you, could it be? Whether it is Sandu College, other first-rate colleges, or second-rate colleges, all colleges are 4-year. X.com. However, unlike second-rate colleges, in first-rate colleges, you can apply for early graduation. The threshold condition for applying for early graduation is reaching the star level. We made a breakthrough last month, and we also completed 2 tasks for the college. Xia Xian nodded casually and slowly picked up the coffee in front of her. So awesome! Xiaoyu looked at Xia Xian, who was slowly tasting coffee, her red pupils full of surprise and admiration. Being able to graduate more than a year ahead of schedule is simply unimaginable to ordinary people. Xia Xian put down her coffee cup, looked at Xiaoyu and asked, are you sure you can deal with the geniuses from the imperial and demonic capital colleges? Xia Xian's tone made it seem as if the Magic City Academy, where she had lived and grown up for 3 years, was the opposite of the Imperial Capital Academy. No matter when, Xia Xian will stand by her sister's side without hesitation. Xiaoyu pondered for a while and shook her head, I'm not sure. The geniuses in the imperial and demonic capitals feel very strong. Xia Xian said slowly, I don't know about the imperial capital, but in the magic capital, there are indeed two little guys with some talent. If I remember correctly, their names should be Ji Xian and Wen Chenwei. That's right, Wen Chenwei is my classmate in number 1 middle school in Magic City. Yeah, I remember. Of course Xia Xian is aware of the person who has been putting pressure on her sister. Wen Chenwei won't go into details. You understand that Ji Xian is indeed not weak. His talent seems to be related to seeing through. If you want to deal with it, it will indeed be a bit troublesome. Xia Xian said, took out a yellow agate stone ring, put it on the table, and pushed it in front of Xia Yu. This is a star weapon I got from an enemy I killed before. It's called the Ring of Luck. Take a look. Ring of Luck. Xia Xian picked up the ring. Lucky ring. Quality, Master. Introduction, a magical item that can bring good luck. Effect. Lucky addition, when the skill used is probabilistic, the luck value is doubled, so that the result can fluctuate in the good direction. Every other day, you can actively use this skill to super double your luck. The next time you use the skill, your luck value will be quadrupled. This ring. Xia Yu took a deep breath and stared closely at the lucky ring in her hand. Although it only has one effect, it can actually involve the ethereal luck. And for me who has the talent of spell wave, this effect is simply not too suitable. Spell fluctuation, every time you use a fire skill, the final power will receive a random bonus of -5% 30%. This makes any fire skill you use probabilistic. If you can increase your luck value and bring the originally evenly distributed probability closer to 30%, then your strength will probably be directly improved by at least one level. The specific situation depends on the effect of this ring. And, this ring is so much more than that. A system, a gambling genre, can even be established around the effect of this ring. How is it? Do you still like it? Looking at Xia Yu's surprised look, Xia Xian asked with a smile. Xia Yu's eyes widened slightly, Sister, is this, for me? Xia Xian chuckled and said, Of course, I don't need this thing, so it's most appropriate to give it to you. In fact, this ring is not something you can get easily. After Liu's Haman kidnapped Xia Yu last time, Xia Xian blamed herself very much because she had caused her sister to be harmed. Not only did he fight back to the west, he also killed all the remaining enemies of several sects. He paid a huge price to obtain this lucky ring with extremely special functions. Xia Yu looked at the ring, struggling in her heart. The sister in front of me, who is 2 years older than me, is so outstanding that she is the most perfect person I have ever seen. He went to Yeadu Academy just because he wanted to surpass the other party. Now if he accepts her support, then there is no need to talk about surpassing her. After just a moment of confusion, Xia Yu picked up the ring on the table and put it on her finger. Thank you, sister. It smells so good. Xia Yu had almost died on Kishayan Island last time, and she had thought clearly that she was still too weak now. Use the resources you have, instead of looking for them yourself. The most important thing at the moment is to do everything you can to improve your strength as soon as possible. Even if he can surpass her with the help of his sister and even his family, that's no problem. Otherwise, let alone sister, even that monster Su Yuan would not be able to catch up. However, Xia Xian was stunned for a moment when Xia Yu accepted the ring so readily. How could Xia Xian not know Xia Yu's temperament? I thought it would take a lot of talking to persuade her to accept the ring, but I didn't expect that she would accept it so readily. Is this still my sister who is upright and does not take advantage of others? This girl is really different now. As a blessing and misfortune, the incident with the fire element Red Sand Flame Island actually made her grow a little. Okay, that's it for today. I'll leave first if I have something else to do. Xia Xian smiled happily, and after looking at Xia Yu who was looking down at the Ring of Luck for a few more times, she calmed down and stood up and left cleanly. Xiaoyu raised her head and said hurriedly, "Sister, competition. Don't worry, of course I will go and see it." The first 2 days of the Magic City Elite Exchange meeting were all ordinary visits and exchanges. On the third day, April 22nd, it was the exchange competition. In the Magic City, the number 2 playground, the arena, and the barrier have all been set up. Surrounding the arena were students from 3 colleges. In addition to the students from Imperial City and Demon City who participated in the exchange, Demon City had at least 2,000 people coming from both inside and outside due to its home field advantage. In addition to most of the freshmen, many sophomores and even juniors also came to join in the fun. In order to watch today's exchange competition, many people put down their training or tasks. Why hasn't Yuan arrived yet? The exchange competition will start in a while. Over at Demon City Academy, Xiaoyu frowned, feeling quite anxious. If it were normal, there would be no problem even waiting for a few more hours. However, the exchange competition was about to begin. The students from the Imperial and Magic capitals were already in their seats and discussing something, but not even the people on my side were there yet. Not only Xiaoyu, but also the Demon City students behind were a little nervous. At this moment, bursts of low shouts and commotion suddenly came from behind. Yuan! Yuan is here! It's just the right time. I saw a rather delicate-looking young man walking quickly from a distance and joining the team at Yeadu Academy. It was Yuan. Sorry, Teacher Xiaohe, I kept you waiting for so long. He Yanan said, just catch up. Have you finished handling your affairs? Yuan smiled and said, although time is tight, it is finally done. He Yanan nodded, that's good. Yuan, you're really late. Xiaoyu next to her muttered. Although he said this, Xiaoyu's eyes showed joy and relief. Xiang Dingqian and Zhang Tai beside them also breathed a sigh of relief and felt much more relaxed. Sorry. Yuan apologized twice. Before leaving the academy, He Yanan gave Yuan a one-time communication talisman. So even though Yuan was in the Hongduan Mountains, he also learned the specific time of the college exchange competition. However, the past 2 months were indeed too tight to hunt 100,000 stardust. Fortunately, although it took an extra day or 2, I finally succeeded in raising my breathing to the proficiency level at once. Chapter 166 The battle begins in the arena. Yuan's arrival caused some commotion in Yeadu Academy. Not only Yeadu Academy, but also the participating teams from the other 2 academies noticed Yuan, who suddenly joined the Yeadu army. Oh, he's here. Ji Xian looked at Yuan in the distance, a smile flashed in his eyes. The red-haired Yang Su also saw Yuan, clenching his fists, and there were bursts of anger and unwillingness in his eyes. At this time, Yang Su has reached the high level of bronze and is also one of the players participating in the exchange competition. Since being defeated by Yuan, Yang Su has practiced hard all the way, and finally succeeded in breaking through to the high level last week. After advancing to the advanced level, Yang Su squeezed out the only bronze intermediate level among the 5 people who participated in the exchange competition from the original Demon City Academy, just thinking that he would get a chance to regain his place with Yuan. Wen Chen, who had been keeping his eyes closed, noticed the movement of the 2 people beside him, so he couldn't help opening his eyes and followed their gazes to look towards Yuan in the direction of Demon City. Do you know each other? Wen Chenwei asked. Ji Xian nodded, he was the student from the outer college who defeated Yang Su last time. Is that so? Wen Chenwei responded casually, shook his head, and continued to close his eyes and rest. If he defeated Ji Xian, Wen Chenwei might take a serious look at him. But I just defeated Yang Su. If I want to defeat Yang Su, I can do it with one hand. Over at Imperial College, Xiang Dinkan looked at Yuan and then at Luo Bingtong, who was sitting in the back with Liu Yingying and Mu Qingyu, and couldn't help but frown slightly. Is he the last one? That girl doesn't go to school. What is Yeado Academy doing? Xiang Dinkan was originally preparing to have a good fight with Luo Bingtong, but he never expected that the other party would not participate in the exchange match. When he was chasing down members of the Shimmering Secret Society, because the second wanted criminal Luo Hui was solved by Luo Bingtong and Su Yuan in the Ice Palace, Xiang Dinkan didn't know what Su Yuan's strength was from the beginning to the end. But there is no doubt that Xiang Dinkan is sure that the silver-haired girl is very strong. Although the opponent seems to have not yet reached a high level, he is still capable of competing with himself and others. Not far from Xiang Dinkan, Zhu Hengqi's sharp eyes became serious. What a strong murderous aura! The red light in his red eyes was flowing, and he could see a large amount of murderous aura rolling around Su Yuan's body that had not yet dissipated. So much murderous intent! This man has killed countless star beasts. Moreover, it cannot be accumulated based on quantity alone. Could it be that he killed a gold-level star beast? Zhu Hengqi stared at Su Yuan, and with just one glance, she listed him as the number one enemy in this exchange. After more than 10 minutes, Kei Zhenese walked onto the ring. Welcome teachers and students from Imperial City and Demon City to our Demon City Academy. After 2 days of tours and exchanges, today we will have our exchange competition. I believe the students present also know the purpose of the exchange competition, which is to determine the quota for the Magic City Holy Spring. Kei Zhenese glanced at the students in the Imperial and Demonic capitals and spoke slowly. The second place in the exchange competition will get 10 extra places, the first place will get 20 extra places. Each of these places has a high probability of allowing students to break through to a small level. It is even possible to break through from high-level bronze to silver in one step. It can be said to be extremely precious. Hearing this, everyone on the scene had different reactions. Those who are qualified to enter the Holy Spring are all excited, and those who are not qualified to enter the Holy Spring are regrettable, but it is not bad, after all, most people are not qualified. But the most painful thing is the waiting students in various colleges waiting for extra places. For example, some of the weaker students in the top class of Yeado Academy, as well as some outstanding students in the second and third classes. Whether you can enter the Magic City Holy Spring depends on how your team ranks. Su Yuan asked, Teacher Xiaohe, what is the quota allocation in our college? He Yanan replied, the comprehensive test was held more than 10 days ago, and combined with the results of the hunting trial, the 20 basic places and 20 alternate places for Holy Spring qualifications were determined. Combined with the hunting trial, so except for the students in the first 3 classes, the rest are not eligible to participate in the competition for the Holy Spring quota, is that right? Yes, if you want more resources, try to get into a higher class. In 4 or 5 months, the final exams for the freshman year will be held, and classes will be redivided based on strength. But this time, the selection will be made within the first 3 classes. After Su Yuan thought for a while, he said, Teacher Xiaohe, if I win this challenge, I want a spot. Of course, I can use my reward in exchange. Oh! Hearing this, Xiaoyu and others around him all cast surprised glances. The Magic City Holy Spring has a high probability of allowing people to directly break through to a small realm. This quota can be said to be extremely precious, and even credits cannot be purchased. Su Yuan and other contestants take action on behalf of the Academy. Even if they win a spot, the allocation rights still belong to the Academy. Of course, the college also gave out a lot of credits and other items as rewards, and would not treat the participating students badly. But now, Su Yuan was actually willing to give up the reward to get a spot for someone else, which immediately made Xiaoyu, Xiang Dingqian and others around him extremely curious. Who is it? Can? He Yanan just thought about it and agreed, and did not ask Su Yuan specifically who he wanted to give the quota to. If you get second place, use your bonus credits to exchange for a spot, and if you get first place, then I'll give you a spot directly. Okay. Su Yuan agreed immediately. At this time, Chinese in the ring had already finished talking about the scene and the rules of the exchange competition. Of course, everyone already knew the rules of the exchange competition before coming here. This was mainly for the audience around them. Then, let's invite the teams from the 3 academies to come on stage. The 5-person teams from the Imperial Capital and the Magic Capital all walked out separately. Su Yuan looked at Xiaoyu, Yeqing, Zhang Tai, and Xiang Dingqian who were looking at him from the side, and nodded. Let's go and meet the geniuses from both houses. With that said, Su Yuan took the lead and walked out. In front of the arena, there are 3 benches prepared for the contestants of the 3 teams. Once the battle begins, teachers from each school will no longer participate, leaving full power to the participating students to make their own decisions. Here comes the head-to-head confrontation between the freshmen of Sandu College. Students from all colleges became excited, but those on the waiting list for the Holy Spring quota were extremely anxious. This feeling of leaving your destiny to others to decide is quite unpleasant. Chinese turned his hand and took out a bamboo tube. Captain of Sandu, come up and draw lots to decide the order of appearance. Su Yuan stepped onto the ring, and on the opposite side, Ji Xian and Xiang Dingqian also walked up and came to Chinese. Ji Xian said to Su Yuan and the other 2, you 2 are guests, you will draw the lot, and the ones left in the end will be from our Magic City Academy. Su Yuan and Xiang Dingqian were not polite and each took a lot. Su Yuan opened it and saw that it was 1. The first one? Very good. After being slightly surprised, Su Yuan smiled. Instead of waiting for others to come and challenge you, why not take the initiative and strike first? On the other side, Xiang Dingqian drew 2, and the one left for Ji Xian was undoubtedly 3. Chinese took back the lots in the hands of the 3 people and announced to the surroundings. The first one to appear is Yeadu Academy. The second one appears, Imperial College. The third one appears, Magic City Academy. Everyone in the seats at Yeadu Academy could not help but feel that something was wrong. Are we the first to play? We're not lucky. Even Shang Baihu frowned slightly. According to the round-robin team competition format, whoever persists to the end will win. If you rank first, you will be the first to challenge in every subsequent round, always 1 round earlier than other teams. For example, if there is only 1 person left from each academy in the last round, then the Demon City Academy ranked first will have to choose 1 person to fight first. If you lose, you will go directly to 3rd place, and even if you win, you still have to fight with the last person who got a bye and directly entered the top 2. In this kind of ring battle, the best people usually stay until the finale, so the probability of this happening is not low. It is this order of appearance that may affect the final result. In the Demon Capital team, Su Yuan, what should we do? Xiaoyu asked. Zhang Tai volunteered, how about I go first and try the water? Xiang Dingqian, who was beside him, also said, I can go first, too. Su Yuan shook his head after thinking for a moment, and his eyes fell on Yeqing. Yeqing, you go first, is that okay? Yeqing was a little surprised. He thought that apart from Su Yuan, he would be the first or second to play as the second finale, but he didn't expect to be placed first. However, Yeqing did not hesitate and nodded directly, okay, which side will I challenge? Su Yuan's eyes fell on the people from the Demon City, let's challenge the Demon City Academy first. Good. Yeqing agreed and then walked directly onto the stage. Su Yuan, why did Yeqing go up first? Xiaoyu asked doubtfully. Su Yuan said, we are the first to go. Although we are at a slight disadvantage due to the rules of the round-robin competition, we can still dominate the situation first. In the eyes of Imperial College, the biggest opponent is Demon City College. Yeqing's strength is not weak. If we can defeat 1 person from the Demon City Academy first, then there is a high chance that the Imperial City Academy who will appear next will join us and continue to challenge the Demon City, further widening the gap in strength. After all, if the demon city can be eliminated first, Imperial College would be happy to see it. So that's it. Xiaoyu and others all reacted and nodded happily. Demon City Academy, Yeqing, challenge the Demon City Academy. On the arena, Yeqing raised his head and looked in the direction of the Demon City Academy. Yeqing, the beast controlling Ye family. Not many people in the Demon City College knew Yeqing, but the students at the Imperial College showed a little surprise. Obviously, Yeqing, who was born in the Ye family, is still quite famous in the Imperial capital. What's more, not long ago, Yeqing won the championship in the Rising Star Beastmaster Exchange competition in the north. Xiang Dinkan said expressionlessly, "We sent Yeqing as soon as we arrived. It seems that Demon City Academy is bound to win this round. Are you going to use the first move to dominate the situation? You can think of this method to turn disadvantages into advantages in such a short time. It's amazing." Next to Xiang Dinkan, a young man with long hair and a gentle expression said in admiration. This method can only be used according to the current order. Otherwise, if the second appearance is the Magic City Academy, we can naturally send the strongest master to forcefully regain the game. Xiang Dingqian shook his head and said, "That's it, even if we follow his wishes and attack the Demon City Academy together, masters like Yeqing have already come up first. After eliminating the Demon City Academy, what else will they have to deal with us? Imperial College. Oh, I understand, do you all just want to compete for second place? It seems that Yeadu Academy is still self-aware." The long-haired young man nodded, that should be the case. After all, in the past, Yeadu Academy always ranked third, so it would be good to take second place. Xiang Dinkan glanced at Zhu Hengqi, who was standing alone beside him, holding a red sword in his arms. Seeing that the other party had no intention of speaking, Xiang Dingqian nodded and said to the people around him, "Okay, if Yeqing wins this round, then we will follow their wishes and challenge the Magic City Academy." From the Magic City team, Ji Xuan could easily tell that Yeqing was only an intermediate bronze player. "I'll go." Yang Su volunteered. Ji Xuan thought for a while and then nodded, "Go ahead." Yang Su grinned and jumped up in big strides. "Modu Academy, Yang Su." K. Jenies stepped back, then nodded, "If you're ready, let's get started." Yang Su took out a spear with flowing crimson color. At first, the Feng Ni stone was taken away by Su Yuan and Geng Kaiyi, so Yang Su could only retreat and find an alternative material. Although the blue star weapon was successfully refined, due to the limited compatibility of the materials, it ended up being just an ordinary blue star weapon. Compared with losing 1,200 centimeters of star stones to Su Yuan, this is what makes Yang Su most depressed and uncomfortable. It's just the right time for people from Demon City Academy to find me in Demon City. Yang Su looked at Yeqing, shouted angrily and rushed out with a gun. "What's this guy doing? He's so hateful." Yeqing also noticed the anger in Yang Su's eyes. Although it was a little baffling, his movements were not slow. As soon as he raised his hand, the beast summoning door opened, and the Storm Elf and Raging Wave Black Turtle were summoned first, heading straight for Yang Su. The battle between the three houses is about to break out. Finally passed. Chapter 167 Victory in the First Battle. Beast Controller. Seeing Yeqing summoning the Storm Elf and Raging Wave Black Turtle, everyone in the Magic City was a little surprised. Not fast enough, someone also recognized Yeqing. "I remembered, that seems to be Yeqing, Yeqing who won the championship in the Rising Star Beastmaster Exchange competition a while ago. Yes, that's him. Why do you think he looks so familiar?" Ji Xuan's eyes revealed his thoughts. "Su Yuan summoned me last time, is it my turn to control the beast this time?" There was a lot of discussion in the audience, and Ji Xuan and others sitting on the edge of the ring naturally heard it. Whether it is a beastmaster or a summoner, the true combat power cannot be completely determined by itself. After all, in the Demon City Duel Hall before, Yuan, who was still at the intermediate level of bronze, summoned 2 terrifying hellfires of high-level bronze and defeated Yang Su. Although the beast master named Yeqing is an intermediate bronze master, his beast master may be a high-level bronze master. On the arena, the storm elf quickly rose into the air, while the black turtle of raging waves raised its head and roared, and 2 waterspouts rushed towards Yang Su from both sides. Yang Su's expression remained normal. He shook the spear in his hand, and deep magma suddenly flowed inside the gun, like a bright and burning line of fire. Yang Su raised his star power and swept 2 water dragons with one shot. However, when the fire on the gun flickered, the 2 water dragons exploded with a bang bang. The explosion effect is indeed more practical. Yang Su was satisfied, but even more regretful. It's a pity that it lacks the Phoenix Nirvana Stone. This Yang Su's new weapon is called the Red Rock Fire Wire. It uses the 3rd level material lava redstone as the main material when making it. Although the penetration is weakened and the point killing ability is reduced, the attack can have a explosion effect. Overall more powerful. The lava redstone can produce magma to charge the Phoenix Stone. The combination of the 2 will greatly increase the strength of this weapon, at least to the mid-grade level. It's a pity that Su Yuan and Geng Kaiyi took away the Feng Ni stone. At this time, after Yang Su defeated the waterspout, his body was filled with fire, and he suddenly accelerated and passed in front of the slow-moving Black Lang Black Turtle. Bronze-level Beast Masters can usually contract 3 Beast Masters, so this Yeqing should have 1 more beast. While Yang Su was on guard against the storm elves high in the sky, he rushed to Yeqing. Sure enough, as Yang Su expected, Yeqing raised his hand and once again released a black magic ape with 8 thick arms. High-level bronze 8-armed demon ape. It's amazing. The 8-armed demon ape can evolve into a thong-backed ape among the 4 epic demon monkeys in ancient times. It is said that it is very good at fighting. I'm afraid Yang Su will have a hard time now. Everyone on the sidelines was talking a lot, and it was obvious that they quickly recognized this master-quality magic ape. And this is also Yeqing's strongest beast control. Although it is not a top race such as dragon, phoenix, or unicorn, it also has the blood of a great demon, comparable to the dragon and phoenix subspecies, and is extremely powerful. As soon as the 8-armed demon ape came out, it opened its ferocious mouth and roared at Yang Su, and a black sound wave visible to the naked eye rushed out and enveloped Yang Su. Spiritual skill, Wrath of the Demonic Ape. Not good. Yang Su launched his star power defense at the first opportunity, but this was a spiritual attack, and it was difficult for ordinary star power defense to prevent it. In just a moment, Yang Su felt dizzy, his vision was blurry, and his thinking became sluggish. At this moment, the 8-armed demon ape stopped roaring and rushed towards Yang Su very quickly. Yang Su knew something was wrong and was about to retreat to the rear. But the black turtle of raging waves roared loudly, and the storm elf also made a sharp cry. Suddenly, the storm roared and the waves surged. The strong wind and sea water all acted on Yang Su. The double force field blocked Yang Su's retreat and pushed him towards the 8-armed demon ape. These damn storm elves and raging turtles! Yang Su cursed secretly in his heart and tried his best to use his star power to resist the strong wind and waves, but he could only move 1 or 2 steps with difficulty under the combination of the 2. Let alone a short while, even if you have enough time, it will be difficult to escape from the superimposed effects of water and wind fields. In just a short moment, the 8-armed demon ape rushed in front of Yang Shuo, and its 8 arms smashed down like a big stick like a bang bang bang. Without many skills, the 8-armed demon ape's battle is simple and rough, using force to overwhelm people. Yang Su was already dizzy. Now he was trapped in the water and wind realm, and his movements were extremely inconvenient. He could only wave his spear with difficulty to resist, and was immediately put at a disadvantage by the 8-armed demon ape. Yang Su also knew that this was not the way to go, so he gathered his star power and tapped his left hand on the center of his eyebrows. The next moment, a light of fire lit up between his eyebrows and turned into a flame mark. It was the enhanced skill used in the previous battle with Su Yuan. The fire all around him skyrocketed, rising into the sky. Yang Su waved the red rock fire gun in a circle, and immediately a condensed ring of fire expanded around him at a neither fast nor slow speed. The eight-armed demonic ape roared angrily and waved his two arms to smash the rapidly growing ring of fire. However, just as the palms came into contact with the ring of fire, the eight-armed demon ape suddenly let out a scream, but both palms were blown to pieces by the power of the ring of fire. A blue skill that integrates offense and defense, exploding ring of fire, which can cause horrific burst damage to enemies touched by the ring of fire. Coupled with the explosion feature of the red rock fire line gun, the dual effects are superimposed, and the power is greatly increased. Originally, Yang Su had only mastered the explosive fire ring to the proficiency level, but when he used it with the red rock fire wire gun, its power reached the level of mastery. Naturally, it was not something that the eight-armed demon ape could stop with his bare hands. The eight-armed demonic ape was so frightened that it jumped and retreated quickly to avoid the ring of fire. In mid-air, the storm elf released a ball of breeze that wrapped around the eight-armed demonic ape. The eight-armed demon ape suddenly became as light as a swallow, jumped up and successfully dodged the ring of fire. Not only the eight-armed demon ape, but also Yeqing and the raging wave black turtle used the storm elf's light body spell to jump up and avoid the exploding ring of fire that spread to most of the field. Although the opponent was not seriously injured, the exploding ring of fire not only forced the eight-armed demonic ape back, but also forced the water and wind fields of the black turtle and the storm elf to stop. The flame mark between Yang Su's eyebrows continued to burn, and he transformed into a shadow of flame and struck at the eight-armed demon ape again. "Do you really think you are the only one with weapons?" Yeqing sneered, raised his hand to form a seal, and two golden lights flashed from his hand. At the same time, golden light lit up in two of the eight-armed demon ape's palms, and then turned into a short stick covered with black evil lines and a one-handed golden hammer. Crazy Devil's short stick, Arhut's devil-conquering hammer. As soon as these two weapons came out, the students in the Magic City in the audience were stunned. Holy crap, two blue star weapons! We don't even have one star weapon, but he actually has two star weapons. I can only say that he is indeed a beast master. He is really rich and powerful. Most people really can't afford it. Yeqing is the only direct beast master of the Ye family in this generation. Despite the family's regulations, Yeqing still receives much more resources than his peers. That's not all. After summoning two star weapons, Yeqing used the madness technique. The eight-armed demon ape's eyes suddenly turned blood red, his body swelled, and his muscles became tangled, and in an instant he turned into a ferocious monster holding a magic weapon. "Blow him up, eight-armed demon ape!" Ouch! Yeqing gave an order, and the eight-armed demon ape unleashed all its firepower. The crazy short stick and the Arhut's demon blowing blow smashed into Yang Su's head and face. The flame mark between Yang Su's brows burned brightly, and the fire thread spear in his hand danced into flaming spear flowers. But one force can defeat 10 levels. Although the eight-armed demon ape's star power is not as good as Yang Su's, the astonishing physical body after becoming mad is not inferior to the strengthened Yang Su. Coupled with the crazy playing style regardless of his own injury, Yang Su was frustrated and soon fell into a disadvantage again. The storm elves and raging black turtles on the side were not idle either. They threw powerful long-range skills such as Sunji Wind Blade and Heavy Water Cannon at them. Even if Yang Su deployed the enhanced skills, it would not be possible if he received a blow. He would also be seriously injured on the spot. Can't delay it any longer. Looking at Yeqing, who was supervising the battle with his hands folded behind his chest, Yang Su already knew that his frontal strength was not as good as his opponent's. But since the opponent is a beast master, there is still a chance to defeat him directly. Thinking of this, Yang Su shouted angrily, poured a large amount of star power into the red rock fire gun, and struck the eight-armed demon ape's crazy short stick with one blow. "Get out of my way!" The fire on the red rock fire line gun was strong, and the explosive properties exploded at full strength. However, with a muffled sound, the explosive flames directly blew the 8-armed demon ape aside. The opportunity has come. Yang Su's eyes lit up, and he shot out in front of Yeqing. All his star power poured into the spear. He jumped up high and stabbed Yeqing, who was defenseless in front of him, with a sudden thrust. Shocking flame shot. Yeqing sneered, raised his hand, and with a flash of light in front of him, the raging wave black turtle in the distance suddenly appeared in front of Yeqing. The black turtle roared, and the majestic star power surged out and turned into a roaring wave, forming a high-speed flowing water wall that completely enveloped him and Yeqing behind him. This is the recall technique. With an ugly look on his face, Yang Su stabbed the water wall with his spear, and the power of the flames and the power of the sea water violently confronted each other. After a moment of stalemate, Yang Su successfully broke through the sea water barrier, but what came face to face was the raging wave black turtle that hit the turtle shell. Oops! Yang Su's expression changed, but before he could turn around, he was immediately hit head-on by the black turtle. As a master star beast, black turtle has only E agility, but its strength is definitely over 66. It knocked Yang Su away on the spot. Before Yang Su could get up again, the 8-armed demon ape and the storm elf in the sky had already arrived. The 8-armed demon ape brandished the crazy short stick and the demon-suppressing hammer and smashed them down. The wind element on the wings of the storm elf is extremely powerful, and the blue skill wind rip aerial slash is also ready. I give up. Yang Su said decisively. When Yeqing saw this, he stopped all movements to control the beast. Yang Su of Demon City College surrenders. In the first game, Yeqing of Demon City College wins. K. Jenny's announced with a normal expression. In K. Jenny's view, there was no doubt about the outcome of this battle since Yeqing equipped the 8-armed demon ape with 2 blue star weapons. So even though the Magic City side lost at this moment, K. Jenny's didn't see any change on his face, and he just signaled Yang Su to leave. Chapter 168 Starlight, Wenshenwei. Yang Su's face turned red and blue, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. I thought that my strength was pretty good. Even if I couldn't compare with Jixuan and Wenshenwei, I was still top among my peers. As a result, recently, I first lost to a summoner from Demon City Academy, and now I lost to another beast master from Demon City Academy. Moreover, it was the home court of the Magic City, with so many people in the academy watching, but he lost to a person from the outer academy in the first battle. Summoning, controlling beasts, damn it! Yang Su cursed secretly in his heart and returned to the participating team in the Magic City. Yeqing! Yeqing! Everyone's joys and sorrows are different. Victory in the first battle was still an extremely obvious suppression of strength. The students at Yeadu Academy were all excited and shouted to Yeqing. Su Yuan also nodded. As expected of a beast master, he still had a very strong dominance among his peers. Yeqing put away the 3 beasts and then returned to the competition seat next to the ring. Fortunately, I did not disgrace my life. Yeqing smiled. Su Yuan nodded and praised, well done. Xiang Dingqian knew Yeqing's strength very well, so he nodded and didn't say much. Zhang Tai's expression condensed slightly. Yeqing, the strength of your 3 master beast masters is higher than I thought. But if the raging wave black turtle and the storm elf join forces, I may not be their opponent. The black turtle of the raging waves and the storm elf are both intermediate level bronzes, which are consistent with Zhang Tai's soul card and realm. But the Beastmaster's Beastmaster is not an ordinary star beast. It can get various enhancements from the Beastmaster, such as madness, weapons, and equipment. What's more important is cooperation. For ordinary star beasts, it is difficult for 2 pairs to cooperate effectively. The many Beastmasters of the Beastmaster have already gone through enough running in, and there are star card masters to assist in the command. The team strength exerted by the mutual cooperation will be greatly improved. Therefore, it is not easy for Zhang Tai to win the cooperation between the two star beasts, the raging wave black turtle and the storm elf. On the ring, Cang Yan announced, "Next, students from Imperial College will be invited to challenge." Su Yuan, Ji Xian and others all looked towards the direction of the Imperial capital. Imperial College had already made a decision. As soon as Cang Yan finished speaking, a tall boy with a relatively thin body came on the court. "Emperor College, Kui Jian." The boy reported his name, and then his eyes swept back and forth between Demon City, and finally landed on Demon City College. "I challenge, Demon City College." As soon as these words came out, the audience with more than 2,000 students from the Magic City suddenly became lively. "What are you doing? The Demon City and the Imperial City are trying to besiege us." This guy named Kui Jian is still looking around with a stern look. He has already thought about what he is pretending to be. That is. However, Ji Xian and others had already anticipated this and directly pushed someone out. And as this person came on stage, the expressions of everyone in the Demon City and the Imperial City became solemn. Wen Chenwei. He actually asked Wen Chenwei to have sex with him directly. Ji Xian is so bold. It seems that we need to control the disadvantages and balance the situation. It's not bad to let Wen Chenwei play. The Magic City students in the audience started talking excitedly. Not only the freshmen, but also the sophomores and juniors also heard about the strength of this new student. As Wen Chenwei, who looked indifferent, walked onto the ring, the crowd's shouts reached their highest pitch. Cang Yan nodded slightly, secretly thinking that Ji Xian's planning was good. Now in the second round of the first round, as long as Wen Chenwei defeats this player from Imperial City, and in the third round challenges Yeadu and defeats Yeqing who is currently guarding Yeadu. Then after the first round, the remaining people in the three houses became 4:4:4, returning to balance. At the beginning of the second round, we have the extremely powerful Wen Chenwei Shaolei on our side. Unless Yeadu Academy directly sends the strongest person, it is likely that they will avoid his edge and challenge Imperial City Academy instead. As for consumption, Wen Chenwei doesn't have to worry about consumption. Both sides stand still and the game begins. Kui Jian took out a long spear, the quality of which was not much different from that of Yang Su just now. Wen Chenwei took out a long sword with looming stars. Kui Jian looked solemn and knew that Wen Chenwei was one of the two strongest freshmen in the Demon City. He immediately used his star power with all his strength and charged towards the opponent with a gun. Wen Chenwei stood there with his usual expression, showing no intention of evading. When Kui Jian rushed to Wen Chenwei and stabbed him with his spear, stars suddenly flashed in Wen Chenwei's eyes. This change was not obvious. Kui Jian thrust out a spear, but it seemed to hit light and shadow, without even a trace of reaction. The sudden change immediately stunned Kui Jian. However, as a gifted student, Kui Jian had a high level of fighting ability, so he came to his senses in an instant and looked behind him. Sure enough, Wen Chenwei's body had arrived not far behind at some point. It was at this time that Wen Chenwei swung the long sword with the starlight and stabbed Kui Jian out of thin air. Remote skills. Kui Jian's heart froze, but he caught a glimpse of shock on the faces of his teammates in the Imperial capital. A strong warning signal rose from the bottom of his heart, and Kui Jian was about to dodge. However, at this moment, a heartbreaking pain came from his back, and the next moment, a long sword with alternate reality and reality penetrated from his abdomen. Blood gushed out. Kui Jian turned his head and stared at the starlight phantom behind him who was making the same movements as Wen Chenwei with wide eyes. He understood in an instant, but it was already too late. I surrender. Kui Jian sighed and immediately admitted defeat. Since the opponent can pierce his abdomen, he can also pierce his heart if he goes higher up. I have already lost. Cang Yan saw this and declared directly, in this battle, the Demon City will win. The phantom of Wen Chen that pierced Kui Jian's abdomen flashed with light, and then turned into numerous stardust and quickly dissipated. The long-haired young man next to Xiang Dinkan came on stage, frowned and glanced at Wen Chen slightly, then helped the injured Kui Jian down. Xiang Dinkan also frowned. Although he thought that Kui Jian would probably not be Wen Chenwei's opponent, he didn't expect that he would lose in just one confrontation. This is not a good look for Imperial College. Mirror attack. Su Yuan looked at Wen Chenwei on the stage with a flash of interest in his eyes. Just now, Wen Chenwei flashed into the distance when Kui Jian's attack came, and then stabbed Kui Jian with his sword through the starlight illusion mirror. From this point of view, this move can not only move, but also create a starlight illusion that attacks with the main body, and this illusion is also immune to damage. I don't know if there are any other flaws, but it's a pity that it ended so quickly that I can't tell. In the audience, the students from Magic City who were a little angry just now all exclaimed in shock. It's so fierce, worthy of Wen Chenwei. Kill instantly with one move, cool. Come on, Magic City Academy. As Wen Chenwei defeated Kui Jian, the round-robin competition also came to the third round, the round in the Magic City. Wen Chenwei didn't hesitate much at all. He held the long sword and looked in the direction of Demon City Academy with a calm expression. Come up, Demon City Academy. Xia Yu gritted her teeth and said very unhappily, this guy, why are you dragging him? Su Yuan reminded Ye Qing, who was about to go on the field to defend the ring, be careful, he seems to be able to move through the power of starlight and attack the opponent in a mirror image. Ye Qing nodded and took a few steps onto the ring. At this point, there is no need to state your name, the battle begins directly. Ye Qing raised his hand, and 3 portals appeared. 8-armed demon ape, raging wave black turtle and storm elf appeared in front of him. Immediately, Ye Qing armed the 8-armed demon ape with the crazy demon short stick and the Arhat's demon conquering hammer. Go! Ye Qing gave an order, and the 8-armed demon ape rushed out first. The storm elf flew high into the sky again, occupying the air superiority. The black turtle of raging waves stayed by his side as a defense to avoid the opponent's flash attack. He didn't even have time to use the beast control recall technique. This operation can be said to be very serious. Obviously, Ye Qing is not sure of winning against the opponent in front of him. After the storm elf flew high into the sky, the runes on its wings lit up. In a moment, a large number of wind elements gathered together to display the Sunda wind blade again. A huge wind blade several meters long shot down from high altitude and attacked Wen Chenwei before the 8-armed demon ape. Wen Chen waved the long sword with twinkling stars, and easily cut through the astonishingly powerful wind blade with one slash. Then he opened his left hand and used it to hold the storm elf in mid-air. High in the sky, many bright starlights appeared out of thin air and converged at high speed towards the storm elves, and then exploded with a loud bang. For a moment, the white light was as bright as day, and its astonishing power was enough to kill an ordinary silver elite star beast instantly. Soon, the strong wind roared 100 meters away, and the figure of the storm elf reappeared. I saw that the lower half of her body was blown to pieces by the starlight, and blood continued to flow down her drooping arms. Not dead. A flash of surprise flashed in Wen Chenwei's eyes, and when he was about to land another blow, the eyes of the 8-armed demon ape charging towards him flashed with blood, and he suddenly went berserk, accelerated, and rushed forward in the blink of an eye. Okay, since I'm looking for death, I'll deal with you first. Wen Chenwei looked calm and raised his left hand high, Zinglin. As soon as he finished speaking, stars flashed in the clear sky, and a bright star power beam as thick as a bucket fell from the sky and poured into Wen Chenwei's body. Surrounded by starlight, in just a few moments, the aura on Wen Chenwei's body quickly surged to an exaggerated level. Starlight floated in his eyes, and stardust flew around his body. Wen Chenwei's figure swayed, and then turned into a bright starlight and shot out, hitting the 8-armed demon ape in an instant. Kang! The long sword collided with the crazy devil's short stick, and a sharp metal vibration sounded. The 8-armed demon ape, fully armed and in a state of madness, was knocked back several steps by a sword, leaning back, with the door wide open. Wen Shenwei was about to charge forward with his sword, but at this moment, a strong wave of star power came from above his head, and Wen Shenwei immediately took a few steps back. The strong wind stirred up, and a huge meteor-shaped crack suddenly opened in the ground ahead. Wen Chen slightly narrowed his eyes and looked up at the storm elf who had stabilized his injuries in mid-air. The starlight on his body flashed, and a starlight illusion appeared above the storm elf's head. Ye Qing, who had been paying attention to this scene, noticed it immediately and immediately sent a message to the storm elf to get out of the way. The storm elf received the master's order. Violent storms surged around his body, and he was about to turn into a body of wind element energy to escape. At this moment, Wen Shenwei's left-hand seal was completed, and 8 surging star power beams converged from all around to imprison the storm elf in place. Even the wind element transformation that was about to be completed was blocked by the star power beam. The life is aborted. Blue skill, 8 banners star law, imprison the target, lower the defense, and interfere with the flow of star power in the target's body. The storm elf screamed, and the starlight illusion behind her had already slashed down with a long sword. Blood spilled into the sky. The storm elf screamed and fell from the sky. Before it reached the ground, a white light flashed and disappeared from the spot. At the same time, Ye Qing spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his complexion suddenly became much whiter. This is because the storm elf was fatally attacked just now. Because of the life connection between the beast and the master, Ye Qing paid a small price to spare her death and let her return directly to the beast's space. Otherwise, the storm elf would have been killed with one sword. At the same time, where the storm elf had just fallen, a large amount of stardust flashed away and gathered into Wen Shenwei's body. Characteristics of the star sword: star shift. It can properly restore its own star power by causing damage to the target. In a moment, the storm elf was defeated, and at this moment, the 8-armed demon ape struck at them with a crazy demon short stick and a demon-suppressing hammer. Wen Shenwei did not dodge or evade, but held the sword firmly. Keng 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 keng. The long sword and the 8-armed demon ape clashed at high speed, the air waves rolled, and a large amount of star power aftermath exploded on the sides of the two of them. Starlight came over. At this time, Wen Shenwei was superior to the 8-armed demon ape in terms of strength, agility, and star power. He killed the previously extremely powerful 8-armed demon ape and retreated step by step. He was paralyzed on the left and right. On the way, Wen Shenwei was dealing with the 8-armed demon ape while also projecting starlight illusions to attack Ye Qing's body from a distance. The black turtle of raging waves directly launched the blue defensive skill Sea and Sky Return, and the raging waves rose into the sky, protecting him and Ye Qing without any blind spots. In that case, let's get rid of this jumping monkey first. Wen Shenwei's eyes flashed with cold light, and he decided to deal with the 8-armed demon ape first. Tisk! Not long after, a bloodline shot out from the 8-armed demon ape. And this was just the beginning. Gradually, more and more wounds, large or small, appeared on the 8-armed demon ape. Even if the 8-armed demon ape's physique reaches sea level, it will gradually lose its strength if it continues like this. Amidst the flowing sea currents, Ye Qing's eyes narrowed. It's now. Seeing that the 8-armed demonic ape seemed to be unable to hold on any longer, Ye Qing made another move and shot a bloody mark at the 8-armed demonic ape. The 8-armed demon ape's eyes flashed red, and the wounds all over his body suddenly glowed with a bright red light. Then, the body of the 8-armed demon ape, which was already inflated in the state of madness, actually expanded for the second time. In just a short moment, it actually rose to more than 4 meters high, with a terrifying momentum. Even the wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Blue skill pain transformation. It can convert the pain suffered by the target into strength, and quickly heal the body's injuries, after which it will enter a weak state. Come on, 8-armed demon ape! Ye Qing shouted, this is the 8-armed demon ape's strongest state. Not far away, Wen Chen stepped back with a sword and smiled, so that's it, it's really a rare method. Just now, the 8-armed demon ape was continuously injured, and the situation continued to fall into a more passive situation. As a beast master, Yeqing did not take any other measures, which made Wen Chenwei suspicious. Now it seems that there is indeed a backup plan. Looking at the huge monster in front of him, holding a magic weapon and striding towards him, Wen Chenwei stood quietly. It's a pity that you are not the only one who is prepared. Wen Chen chuckled slightly, and then said lightly. Shine, stars. I saw that the huge body of the 8-armed demon ape suddenly lit up one after another with dazzling starlight marks. The location and number of these starlight marks are exactly the same as the number of wounds on the 8-armed demon ape. Extremely strong star power fluctuations suddenly swayed from the many star power marks on the 8-armed demon ape. The next moment, the starlight exploded, and the surging bright starlight instantly submerged the 8-armed demon ape. Chapter 169 Fight Wen Chenwei again. Violent starlight illuminated the entire audience, and Yeqing, who was in the reflux of sea and sky, spat out another large mouthful of blood, and his whole aura suddenly became extremely weak. After a while, the starlight gradually dispersed, and the arena floor was in a mess. The 8-armed demon ape had disappeared and returned to Yeqing's beast controlling space in a dying state. A large amount of scattered stardust flew up and merged into Wen Chen's body like a whirlpool, replenishing it with star power. Wen Chen slightly raised his head and looked at Yeqing in the waves. Why, aren't you going to admit defeat? Yeqing's face was gloomy. He never thought that he would face such an unprecedented defeat today. I should have admitted defeat, but I had never said the word admit defeat before, and I couldn't speak for a while. Seeing that Yeqing was still on guard, Wen Chenwei's body swayed and he was about to jump out. We throw in the towel. At this time, another voice came from the audience. Wen Chen turned his head slightly and looked, but it was a handsome young man with a pair of silver eyes sitting on the edge of the ring. The captain of Demon City Academy. Wen Chen glanced at Su Yuan briefly, and then his eyes fell on the girl with twin tails next to him. Xia Yu. Wen Chen's eyes flashed slightly and he turned his head. After the effect of star coming dissipated from his body, Wen Chenwei walked down from the ring and returned to his team. And Yeqing also took back the Raging Waves Black Turtle. 2 beasts in a row were on the verge of death. Yeqing suffered a double backlash, and even his steps were a bit frivolous. Fortunately, Xiang Dingqian went up to help him down in time and handed him to Lan Xinlan. After Lan Xinlan checked it out, she said, "Fortunately, it's just that the heavy injury to the beast caused too much backlash, so I can rest for a week. As for the 2 beasts, they should be on the verge of death. In this case, it is not easy to call them out for treatment rashly. Let's heal ourselves in the beast controlling space for a period of time first, and then proceed to treatment after passing the critical period." The beast controlling space is created by the beast controller in the sea of consciousness through mental power when he contracts to control the beast for the first time. This space is between reality and reality, and has various wonderful uses for the contracted beast masters. One of the points is that it can automatically heal the beast's injuries. Although it is slower than the healing technique, it does not require any consumption, and at least it can ensure that the beast's injuries will not worsen further. Lan Xinlan cast a high-level healing technique on Yeqing that could restore blood and spirit. He Yanan urged Xiang Dingqian, "Okay, you go over first, the next game is about to start. By the way, it's our turn to play in the next round. Remind Su Yuan to avoid the 2 super geniuses in the imperial and magic capitals if possible." He Yanan thought for a while and gave a warning. "Okay, I understand." Xiang Dingqian responded, then turned and returned to the competition seat. Wen Chenwei defeated Yeqing and won his 2nd consecutive victory. Naturally, he won the excited cheers of all the new students in Magic City. After all, compared to defeating Kui Jian unexpectedly with a sword, defeating a beast master head-on with such overwhelming strength will undoubtedly excite everyone in the Demon City and better demonstrate the strength of the new talent of the Demon City Academy. The 3rd game is over, and the fourth game will follow. Please send someone from Yeadu Academy to take the stage. Chinese did not deliberately buy any time for Wen Shenwei, who had just fought. First, Wen Shenwei's Xinggui sword had a strong endurance, and it should not have been more than half consumed at this moment. Second, Chinese felt that facing Wen Shenwei, who had just shown such tyrannical strength, Yeadu College should turn to Imperial College first. At the competition table in the Demon City, Su Yuan asked everyone, "What do you think?" Demon City decisively sent Wen Shenwei to cut off the joint efforts of Demon City and Imperial City, leaving only one master standing. Although entering the stage too early would expose Wen Shenwei's many tricks, which would be detrimental to the final showdown. But for now, neither the Imperial capital nor the Demon capital really want to confront him. Now there are only 4 people left on each side. Su Yuan also wants to hear everyone's opinions on what to do. Zhang Tai scratched his head, "This Wen Chen is a bit strong, how about we go to the Imperial City and try it first?" In fact, Zhang Tai feels very embarrassed now. Before coming here, he was full of confidence and felt that he could show his strength well. As a result, looking at it now, compared to others, my strength is indeed weaker. As for Wen Shenwei, who is currently guarding the battle in the Demon City, even Yeqing is no match for him, and he will only be even worse. Xiang Dingqian nodded, "Teacher Xiao, he asked me to bring a message just now. This is also the intention. Try to avoid the super masters of the 2 houses. If necessary, I will go on stage to fight against Imperial College in this round." After hearing what the 2 said, Su Yuan's eyes fell on Xiaoyu, who was still frowning and thinking. "Xiaoyu, do you have other ideas?" Su Yuan asked. "Well," Xiaoyu whispered, "I have never really defeated Wen Shenwei before. I want to fight Wen Shenwei again." Again. Su Yuan understood as soon as he heard that there might be some grudge between Xiaoyu and Wen Shenwei. After thinking for a while, he nodded, "Okay, if you want to go, this scene will be up to you." After hearing Su Yuan's words, Zhang Tai and Xiang Dingqian felt something was wrong, but they did not raise any objections. There was some confusion in Xiaoyu's eyes, "Although I want to fight him, I'm only half sure at best. I'm worried that it will affect the team's final ranking." "Don't worry, I'll take care of it for you," Su Yuan smiled, then looked at Zhang Tai and Xiang Dingqian, "The same goes for you, if there are opponents you want to fight, just let them go. There are not many opportunities to play against a genius of this level, so enjoy it. As for winning or losing," Su Yuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, after all, I'm still behind you." When Xiaoyu and the other 3 heard this, they couldn't help but feel a burst of inexplicable emotions in their hearts. Looking at the handsome young man in front of them, the 3 of them suddenly felt an unexplained excitement. It seemed that no matter how strong the geniuses in the Imperial and Demonic Capital's second academy were, as long as he was there, they could handle it. Xiang Dingqian turned his head slightly and looked at Xiang Dingkan, who was looking in the direction of Imperial College. After more than a year, today, he might really have a chance to fight with him again. Zhang Tai felt that the pressure due to his weak strength suddenly disappeared, and he suddenly felt much more relaxed. "Okay, then I'll get on it." Xiaoyu was encouraged and firmed up her mind, and walked towards the stage. Before taking a few steps, Xiaoyu suddenly turned around and showed a sincere and bright smile. "Su Yuan, thank you." Su Yuan nodded and smiled, "Come on. Finally a girl is here. This seems to be Xiaoyu." As Xiaoyu stepped onto the ring, people in the surrounding seats quickly recognized this talented girl who was extremely popular in major middle schools in the Magic City a year ago. "It's true, I didn't pay much attention when I was sitting in the competition seat just now, and it turned out to be Xiaoyu. It was said that she seemed to have gone to Yeadu Academy, and now it seems that is indeed the case." The second young lady of the Xia family of the Baidu Consortium, the extremely talented violent fire magician, the genius girl from number 1 middle school in the Magic City. In the circle of Motive Middle School, there are very few people who don't know about Xiaoyu. Even if they have never seen him, they have basically heard of him. After all, a genius and beautiful girl from a rich family is quite eye-catching everywhere. At the competition table in Magic City, Xiaoyu is here. Yan Ziyu leaned on the railing beside the bench, with a hint of interest in his eyes. Speaking of which, I really want to go up and play against her once, to see how she has grown in the past year. At first I thought I would compete with her classmates in Demon City Academy, but I didn't expect that she would choose to go to Demon City. I feel very sorry. The last boy with glasses in the competition said, she probably won't challenge us, after all. As far as I know, she has never won from Wen Qinwei. Ji Xian was not from the Magic City. Although he was not very familiar with Xiaoyu, he looked at the firm look in the girl's eyes and thought for a moment, perhaps she just wants to win once. Everyone was startled. Even Wen Qinwei, who had taken the time to rest, was slightly surprised when he heard what Ji Xian said. The boy with glasses said, then she has to think about her team. After all, this is not a personal duel. Before the boy with glasses finished speaking, a clear and bright voice came from the ring. What I want to challenge is the Magic City Academy. Amid the surprised expressions of everyone in the Demon City, Xiaoyu resolutely launched a challenge to the Demon City. Yan Ziyu raised her eyebrows, this girl is so brave. Wen Qinwei's eyes also flashed with surprise. Looking at the sunny and confident girl on the stage, he stopped to recover, stood up and walked out. Qinwei, remember, don't be cruel. Even if we fail in the ring battle, it doesn't matter much to us, but if we make that person angry, it will be difficult for you and me. Hearing this, everyone felt slightly shocked. Obviously, the witch named Xiaoxian had already given some friendly suggestions to Ji Xian and others before today. Wen Qinwei said without turning his head, don't worry, I can still handle her. I didn't expect that you would challenge me, Xiaoyu. On the stage, Wen Chen looked at the girl opposite him slightly, it seems that your teammates have given you a lot of confidence. Facing this old enemy who has always been weighing on her again, Xiaoyu's expression couldn't help but become more solemn. Wen Qinwei, you said you were going to let me do the comprehensive trial before graduation, so please don't let me go today. Besides, you can't let this happen today, right? Wen Chen smiled and said, 1 year has passed and you seem to have become more confident. Compared with when you were in middle school, you have obviously changed a lot. But what you need to know is that no matter how things change, the strength and weakness between you and me will always remain the same. I think what remains unchanged is your arrogance. Xiaoyu frowned and took out the ruby staff, today, I will go all out and defeat you. Wen Chen turned his hand slightly and took out the Xinggui sword, then let you recall once again the gap between us. Chapter 170 Victory. Both sides stand still, and the battle begins. Xiaoyu struck first, the ruby on the staff lit up, and fireballs hit Wen Qinwei one after another. With the blessing of the Ring of Luck, the additional bonus of spell fluctuation exceeds 70% and fluctuates between 15 and 30%. The sizes of these fireballs are also closer, which can be said to have been greatly improved. Wen Chen shook his head slightly, such a simple method has no effect on me at all. Facing the fireball flying towards him, Wen Chen took a slight step forward. Within a few tens of meters in front, 7 phantoms of starlight suddenly appeared randomly among the twinkling stars. The next moment, Wen Qinwei's body flashed with brilliance, and he suddenly disappeared from the spot and replaced one of the phantoms. In this way, not only did he avoid several fireballs coming towards him, but he also shortened the distance between him and Xiaoyu. It's Wen Qinwei's 7-star step. Someone in the audience recognized this move. 7-star steps, with one step, can evolve 7 starlight phantoms, and can replace any starlight phantom at will in a short period of time. It is a very subtle displacement skill within a small range, capable of both offense and defense, and also has a somewhat confusing effect. However, the shortcomings of this move are also obvious. The location of the 7-star phantom appears randomly, and only the approximate range can be specified. In addition, because 7 phantoms must be differentiated each time, the star power consumption is much higher compared to other skills. Therefore, this skill has relatively high operational requirements for the user, and most people may not be able to use it well. At this time, Wen Qinwei took several steps in succession, performing 7-star steps continuously, and arrived in front of Xiaoyu in just a short moment. It's a pity that I was approached. Wen Qinwei waved the Xinggui sword and suddenly slashed it down. However, a smile of success appeared on Xiaoyu's face. Waves of fire element fluctuations came, and she saw 4 runes suddenly light up under Xiaoyu's feet, and then 4 flaming dragons rushed out from them and bit Wen Qinwei head-on. Trap skills, 4 dragons actually eat. Sure enough, there has been some progress, but this is not enough. Wen Qinwei's expression was as usual, and the starlight on his body flashed to the other side of Xiaoyu as if dealing with Kuijian, leaving behind a starlight illusion that could mirror the attack. The starlight illusion was penetrated by 4 flame dragons and quickly dimmed. Obviously, it was not really immune to all damage. It would also be destroyed in the face of a powerful enough energy attack. However, Wen Qinwei was able to avoid being swallowed by the flame dragon, and he swung his sword and slashed at Xiaoyu, who looked slightly panicked in front of him. The gap is just like this. Wen Chen smiled slightly and slashed at Xiaoyu's body, but the next moment, Wen Qinwei's expression changed slightly. When Xinggui sword reached it, Xiaoyu's body was cut to pieces, but no blood bloomed. Wen Qinwei's eyes narrowed, and he drew his sword and retreated. However, at this time, Xiaoyu, who was slashed by the long sword, suddenly turned into a ball of human-shaped fire, from which several red fire ropes shot out and tied up Wen Qinwei. Trap skill, Qi Lian's binding of counterattack. Within a certain period of time after it is cast, it is a counterattack skill that can only be triggered when the enemy attacks you at close range. At this time, a strong burning sensation came from the red rope of fire, and the star power that Wen Qinwei had inspired in a hurry was immediately burned and dissipated. In terms of overall quality, skill sophistication, and combat awareness, Xiaoyu may not be as good as Wen Qinwei. But if it is a pure collision of star power, then Xiaoyu, who has super high star power qualifications and is a fire warlock, is definitely not inferior to Wen Qinwei. Xiaoyu waved her hand, and the 4 flame dragons that had torn apart the starlight illusion immediately turned around and rushed towards Wen Qinwei. Xiaoyu's fighting style seems to have changed a lot compared to before. Su Yuan looked at the field and felt a little surprised. If it were Xiaoyu in the past, he would rely on powerful firepower to bombard the enemy head-on and gradually suppress the enemy, which was simple and crude. But now, there are trap skills first, and then counterattack skills that lure the enemy deep. They can still cooperate effectively with each other, which is quite different from the past. From a violent output machine to a smart warlock who knows how to fight according to the situation, his combat power has increased by at least 1 or 2 levels. Moreover, as far as Su Yuan knew, this binding of red practice counterattack should be Xiaoyu's new skill. The choice of skills is enough to see her changes. At this time, Wen Qinwei was tied up with the red rope of fire, and his displacement skills could not be used. 4 fire dragons attacked in front of him, and he was already in an extremely passive situation. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Wen Chen thought slightly, and the stars around him flickered violently. A pillar of starlight suddenly descended from the clear sky, and the star arrival was launched again. However, I don't know if it's because there is no coordinated movement, the technique is executed in a hurry, or the star power in the body is reduced compared to before. The pillar of starlight that descended on Wen Qinwei this time was much thinner than the last time. Even so, with the help of the powerful power of the starlight, Wen Qinwei destroyed the red rope that trapped him in one fell swoop, and then slashed out with his sword. As the star flames surged, all 4 rushing flaming dragons were killed. At this time, Wen Shenwei felt another extremely hot and strong wave. Looking up, he saw that Xia Yu's momentum increased greatly. A red dragon horn appeared on the top of his head. On the staff in his hand, a large number of slightly evil dark red flames wrapped around it. A spell was prepared. Complete. Xia Yu did not expect that the combo of traps and counterattacks just now would be able to defeat Wen Shenwei. Taking advantage of this period of time, Xia Yu had already strengthened the Sun Eclipse Flame Dragon and prepared for a new round of offensive. The 4-leaf essence obtained by Xia Yu is called Eclipse Yang Yanlong. In addition to greatly increasing the strength of star power and the power of fire skills, the enhanced skills it transforms also have a unique effect, Yang Eclipse Void Pill. This effect allows Xia Yu to develop a Yang Eclipse pill in his body. Before the battle, by consuming a large amount of star power, the extremely powerful Sun Eclipse star power can be refined in the Eclipse Yang Su Dan. This eclipse star power is roughly equivalent to twice the strength of ordinary star power, and can only be used to perform fire skills. Based on the size of the Eclipse Yang Void Pill that Xia Yu has developed so far, it can store almost 30% of the Eclipse star power. And the skill that is ready now is activated by the power of the Sun Eclipse star. Xia Yu rubbed the agate-colored lucky ring in her hand, stretched out her ruby staff and pointed at Wen Chen, who had just broken free from the red rope. "Sister, let me borrow the power you gave me to defeat this powerful opponent in front of me." Lucky blow, Flaming Red Lotus. Sun Eclipse Flame Dragon strengthening and Sun Eclipse Star Power and Ruby Staff and Dachan level Flame Red Lotus and 30% additional spell wave damage triggered by direct super doubling of luck. A scalp-numbing powerful wave of star power suddenly came from under Wen Shenwei. Immediately afterwards, a huge dark red fire lotus suddenly bloomed, and the raging flames instantly enveloped Wen Shenwei, who was surrounded by starlight. The dark red flames swept across, the terrifying high temperature, and the ground along the way was burned to ashes layer by layer. The strength of this attack actually exceeds that of high-level silver. All the students watching the battle were shocked by this frightening blow. Cang Yan stared closely at the center of the fire lotus explosion, his sharp eyes seeming to be able to see through the raging flames. Suddenly, Cang Yan seemed to notice something, and his eyes relaxed. Soon, in the roaring sea of dark red fire, a star suddenly lit up. Immediately afterwards, a dim stream of stars shot out from the sea of fire. It was Wen Shenwei. At this time, more than 70% of Wen Shenwei's body had been burned by the flames. But above his body, there were 7 bright or dark starlight groups the size of eggs. At this time, 4 of the 7 stars had dimmed. The 5th light group was still gradually dimming at a speed visible to the naked eye. Blue skill, 7 stars of destiny. It can be activated actively or passively when suffering severe or even fatal injuries, tapping one's own potential and lighting up the 7 stars of destiny. In addition to the power of starlight, the star of destiny also contains some power of destiny, which can offset the damage suffered by the caster. As long as the star of destiny is not extinguished, the injuries on the caster will not be further aggravated. However, by the time the spell is cast, every time a star of destiny is extinguished, the side effects of this spell will be greater. And if all 7 destiny stars are consumed, it will even be fatal. When the flaming red lotus exploded earlier, it was an extremely terrifying output. Wen Shenwei's 2 defensive skills that he hastily launched were broken by the flaming flames after a slight stalemate. In the end, he could only deploy the 7 stars of destiny to resist. At the cost of consuming 4 destiny stars, Wen Shenwei was finally able to escape through the flames. At this time, the remaining destiny stars could not hold on for long, so they could only make a quick decision and capture Xia Yu first. The sword came out like a galaxy falling down. Wen Shenwei slashed with his long sword, unleashing his full strength. 7 star steps, starlight illusion, star stream sword technique. Various gorgeous and powerful skills are constantly being displayed. And Xiaoyu could also see that the situation had reached the most critical moment, so she gritted her teeth and used the Sun Eclipse Flame Dragon to strengthen the lava fire shield. While defending, he also continued to use skills to counterattack Wen Qinwei. Xiaoyu knew very well that as a fire warlock, she was better at attacking. Facing an opponent like Wen Qinwei, stubbornly defending is seeking death. He must use powerful attacks to push back the opponent's offensive. In addition, it cannot be hit by the opponent. The previous fate of Yeqing's 8-armed demon ape being submerged in starlight was still fresh in Xiaoyu's memory. Both sides are going back and forth, both trying their best. Everyone at the table was extremely nervous. They didn't know whether Wen Qinwei broke through Xiaoyu's defense before the 7 stars of destiny were extinguished, or whether Xiaoyu persisted and took the lead in draining the energy of Wen Qinwei's 7 stars of destiny. Time passed by minute. Xiaoyu was lacking in physical strength and her star power was about to bottom out. Wanting to attack Wen Qinwei but not being hit by the opponent, all Xiaoyu could rely on was to use several times the star power to suppress Wen Qinwei's attack through indiscriminate bombing. Compared with the star power, the physical consumption is also not small. Xiaoyu's E-level weak physique can be said to be quite weak compared to Yuan and others. Her head was getting dizzy, and Xiaoyu could only grit her teeth and persist with her will. It's not easy to have such an opportunity. This time, we must win against him. After a while, a figure standing on the edge of the ring suddenly jumped into the field and pressed Wen Qinwei's long sword. Teacher K. Wen Qinwei showed a hint of surprise on his face. We admit defeat. K. Zhenyi's voice was low and there was no room for doubt. Raising his hand to count and point at Wen Qinwei's chest, K. Zhenyi's forcibly interrupted the star power output in Wen Qinwei's body. At this moment, 6 of the 7 stars of destiny on Wen Qinwei's body had been extinguished, and only the last one was still emitting dim fluorescent light, as if it would go out at any time. It was obvious that Wen Qinwei had reached his limit. As the star power output ceased, the 7 stars of destiny were automatically unlocked. After the last star lit up, the 7 stars disappeared at the same time. In an instant, Wen Qinwei's face turned pale, his breath fell rapidly, his vision went dark and he fainted. Teacher Chen! K. Zhenyi shouted loudly. Give it to me! A therapy teacher from the Magic City Academy rushed over in time, performed treatment to save Wen Qinwei's life, and then took him down. On the other side, when Xiaoyu saw that the battle was over, her body that had previously relied on willpower to resist could no longer hold on. A surge of fatigue and powerlessness came over her. Xiaoyu's body softened and she fell to the side uncontrollably. At this moment, there was a flash of silver light in front of her, and a familiar figure appeared in front of her to support her. Xiaoyu, you did a good job, you won. A voice of praise came from the mouth of the person in front of him. The corners of Xiaoyu's mouth moved slightly, as if she wanted to smile. No need to force it. Yuan smiled, raised his hand and gave her a baptism of holy light that was better than nothing, and then carried her on his back. Ha! I wish you all a happy Chinese Valentine's Day. Chapter 171 Xiang Dingqian goes to battle. In a room in an office building adjacent to the playground, Xia Xian looked through the floor-to-ceiling windows at her younger sister who defeated Wen Qinwei in the ring, and the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. I have grown up a lot. It seems that going to Demon City may really be the right choice. Xia Xian knew very well that the Liu's Heman incident alone would not make Xiaoyu change like this. This is because she sheds her pride and sincerely wants to improve her strength, or, she wants to catch up with someone? Xia Xian's eyes fell on the handsome young man next to Xiaoyu, and she narrowed her eyes slightly. Is it him, the one who rescued Xiaoyu on Qishayan Island? As expected of sisters, your sister is equally gifted. Opposite Xiaoyu, a young man with a slight smile spoke slowly. This young man has purple broken hair, and his face and temperament are very ordinary, but his eyes reveal some amazing confidence. That is the strong confidence in one's own strength after countless battles. The student who uses the power of starlight is already quite good at this age, but he was defeated by your sister. Although she is still a little immature now, after several years of experience in the academy, she should be able to grow to a certain height. Xia Xian turned back to look at the purple-haired young man in front of her, and said with a smile, "Thanks to Special Envoy Ho for thinking highly of my sister, it is really her honor." The purple-haired young man smiled, then calmed down. "So have you considered joining our Sky Patrol division?" All around the arena, Wen Chenwei actually lost. Xia Yu defeated Wen Chenwei, which was beyond everyone's expectations. Among the many students from Magic City present, many of them were former students of Magic City No. 1 Middle School. These people knew very well that Xia Yu had always been ranked behind Wen Chenwei in the No. 1 Middle School of the Demon City. As a result, 1 year later, Xia Yu actually grew up to the point where she could defeat Wen Chenwei. At the competition table of Magic City Academy, Ji Xian and others felt heavy. Originally, the outcome of the solo with Imperial College was unpredictable, but now not only is there one less person than Imperial College, but Wen Chenwei is also missing the core combat power. Yan Ziyu looked at Xia Yu, who was carried back to the audience seat of Demon City Academy by Su Yuan, with a much more solemn expression. As an opponent who had played against Xia Yu many times, Yan Ziyu could see that Xia Yu was different now. In this year, not only has her strength grown a lot, but she has also become more flexible and smarter in battle. It is no longer the proud and simple violent fire method that it used to rely on its powerful output ability to overwhelm its opponents head-on. Excellent tactics, decisive blow, and tenacious will in the final stage. It was these that allowed Xia Yu to win in the end, and they were all indispensable. This girl from Demon City Academy is very strong. The long-haired boy at Imperial City Academy said solemnly. Xiang Dinkin nodded slightly, yes, but she has completely lost her fighting power. When I go up to challenge Yeadu Academy later, they should give up directly. In this way, we can pass around and preserve our strength. In the eyes of Xiang Dinkin and other people in the imperial capital, Xia Yu's defeat of Wen Chenwei was naturally a good thing. And defeating Wen Chenwei in such a lose-lose way is even more of a good thing. In this situation, Imperial College undoubtedly has a huge advantage. The game continues and the fifth round begins. It was the long-haired young man sent by Imperial College. Imperial Capital, Ji Cheng, challenge Demon Capital Academy. Su Yuan stood up directly and said, "In this round, we abstain." No one is surprised, this is the inevitable result. Because Xia Yu won the last match, Xia Yu is still responsible for guarding the competition at Demon City Academy. Therefore, Imperial College will definitely challenge Xia Yu, who has almost completely lost his fighting power, so that he can survive the round safely. Demon City Academy abstained, Xia Yu was eliminated, and it was the turn of the sixth round for Demon City Academy. Ji Xian, what should we do? Yan Ziyu, the boy with glasses, and the eliminated Yang Su all looked at Ji Xian. In this round, Ji Xian's choice is crucial. It is to balance the situation and attack Imperial College. Or should we guarantee second place and eliminate Yeadu Academy, which also lost 2 people, first? After just a brief thought, Ji Xian made a decision. Secretary, you go and challenge Yeadu Academy. Okay. The boy with glasses nodded and jumped onto the ring. Demon Capital Academy, Su Wenshu, challenge Demon Capital Academy. At Imperial College, the long-haired young man Ji Cheng who had just stepped down said with a smile, Moda College, a very wise choice. Xiang Dinkin nodded, if it were me, I would choose this way. This is a wiser choice. If Magic City College challenges Imperial City College this time, even if it wins, there will still only be 3 people left in the teams of the 3 colleges. And under this situation, it is still very difficult for Modu Academy, which has lost Wen Chenwei, to defeat Imperial Academy and take first place. Therefore, it is better to use our strength to deal with Yeodu Academy and eliminate Yeodu Academy as soon as possible to ensure that we can get the second place. Demon City Academy Office. Su Yuan turned to look at Xiang Dingqian. If you want to fight Xiang Dingqian, go on the field now, defeat him, and challenge Imperial College in the next round. Xiang Dingqian had nothing to hesitate and nodded immediately, okay. After saying that, Xiang Dingqian stepped onto the ring with a meteoric stride. Yang Su wondered, this man looks similar to Xiang Dingqian, the captain of the imperial capital. Yan Ziyu said speechlessly, he is Xiang Dingqian's brother. Yang Su was startled, Xiang Dingqian's brother? Then why is he at Demon City Academy? Brothers are at odds. Yan Ziyu rolled her eyes at him, you don't use the internet, don't you know this? Yang Su snorted, why do I know so much about their imperial capital and demon capital? I'm not that nosy. Oh, are you gossiping about me? Yan Ziyu raised his eyebrows and squinted at Yang Su, it seems that you were not seriously injured before, but now you want to lie down in the infirmary. Yang Su swallowed, no. No. The two of them were always talking to each other, and they seemed to be incompatible with each other. It seemed that they often bickered. However, Ji Xian ignored Yang Su and Yan Ziyu, but frowned slightly and looked at the two people standing on the ring. In this current scene, Ji Xian originally thought that Su Yuan would send Zhang Tai, an intermediate bronze leveler, first, but in the end, he sent Xiang Dingqian directly. If Su Wenqiu loses this round and it is Demon City's turn to challenge him in the next round, and then challenges his own Demon City Academy, that would be very bad. Is it time to go, Xiang Dingqian? At the Imperial College, Xiang Dingqian looked at Xiang Dingqian on the stage and couldn't help but concentrate a little. Ji Cheng and others around him didn't say anything anymore. Obviously, everyone knew about Xiang Dingqian's brother, so it was difficult to express any opinions. On the ring, Xiang Dingqian took out a bright silver spear with a cold light. Xiang Dingqian knows very well that to cope with the exchange competition, he must have a handy weapon. Xiang Dingqian spent a lot of money to tailor this bright silver spear to the Academy's weapon refiner before the exchange competition. As for the boy with glasses opposite him, he took out a wide-backed iron ring knife that was very inconsistent with his temperament. This knife is 4 fingers wide, and there are 9 metal rings on the back of the knife. When it is swung, the sound of gold and iron can be heard. Both sides stood still and the battle began. Xiang Dingqian and Su Wenqiu moved at the same time. Their movements were extremely fast, and they were fighting each other in an instant. Swords and guns met. Unexpectedly, Su Wenwen was thin and bookish, but his strength was not much worse than Xiang Dingqian. What was even more surprising was that a rush of sound came from the 9 iron rings of the broadsword, making Xiang Dingqian's eyes go blank for a moment. Although he reacted quickly, within a moment, Su Wenqiu's next attack arrived, and Xiang Dingqian could only deal with it hastily. The two fought at high speed, with swords and guns constantly exchanging blows. And Xiang Dingqian is like a high-ping warrior. Every time he fights, the sound of the iron ring sounds, and the movements of his hands will slow down by half a beat. Under such circumstances, one's body strength and star power cannot be fully exerted. Seeing this scene, Zhang Tai frowned and said, this Su Wenqiu from the Demon City is a bit interesting. His knife seems to be able to influence Xiang Dingqian through sound. Su Yuan took a few glances and shook his head slightly, not worried at all. Sound attacks are indeed rare, but he just relies on the characteristics of the knife in his hand. Star card masters who are really good at sound attacks are much more difficult to deal with. If you want to suppress Xiang Dingqian with this small means, it is not enough. Sure enough, as soon as Su Yuan finished speaking, several streams of Tiangang Qi rushed out of Xiang Dingqian's body and wrapped around the bright silver spear, and suddenly there was a dense and clear knocking sound of dang, dang, dang. As soon as this knocking sound came out, the sound that interfered with Xiang Dingqian from the iron ring sword was immediately offset by half. Little tricks. Xiang Dingqian snorted coldly, and with the Tiangang qi wrapped around the spear, he suddenly raised the star power in his body and swept it out with a single shot. Facing Xiang Dingqian's sweeping shot, Su Wenshi quickly raised his broad-backed sword to resist. However, the huge force coming from the gun made Su Wenshi's hands go numb and he was whipped back several steps. Before Su Wenshi could stand firm, Xiang Dingqian stepped forward and advanced again, wielding the bright silver spear to attack at high speed. Under the entanglement of the silver steel, every blow of the bright silver spear had great power. Stab, stab, point, poke, the force of the gun was like a torrential rain, silver stars flashed randomly, and the situation was reversed in an instant, suppressing Su Wenshi. Su Yuan, it's exactly what you said. Zhang Tai looked at Xiang Dingqian, who turned his bat into a good on the stage, and looked excited. It's amazing, Xiang Dingqian, he can actually come up with such a method. In fact, Su Yuan was a little surprised. Although he didn't think that Su Wenshi could suppress Xiang Dingqian by harassing him with the sound of the iron ring, but he also didn't expect that Xiang Dingqian could deal with it by hitting the spear with Tiangang energy. This is not as easy as it seems. It requires extremely detailed control of star power and energy. With such star power control, the fifth star nest, no, I'm afraid the sixth star nest has already opened at least 2 or 3 star caves. Su Yuan's heart moved slightly. It seemed that Xiang Dingqian had really put in a lot of effort in his practice in the past few months. Not only did he create a blue star weapon and achieve a high-level cultivation level, he even made a great breakthrough in breathing. As expected of someone who trained himself until he vomited blood and fainted in order to practice breathing. Su Yuan recalled the situation of the breathing progress test and couldn't help but sigh again. Zhang Tai stared closely at the situation on the field and asked, Su Yuan, what do you think is the probability that Xiang Dingqian can win this game? It's probably close to 10. Su Yuan said casually. Hey! Zhang Tai turned his head and looked in surprise, but it's just the beginning. Su Wenshi probably still has a lot of moves that he hasn't used yet, right? Su Yuan smiled and said, this Su Wenshi is not a star card master who uses the power of sound. The frontal strength is not as good as that of the opponent, but he spends his time on some bells and whistles. I think among the 5 people participating in the Magic City, he is probably at the bottom. With the blessing of Tiangang qi, Xiang Dingqian has extremely strong frontal combat capabilities. Even if Su Wenshi has other means, as long as Xiang Dingqian plays steadily, this game will be smooth. In fact, this is also the case. Not long ago, Yang Su, who broke through to the high level, squeezed out the last bronze intermediate level in the Magic City Academy's quota. Therefore, there are exactly 5 freshmen in the Demon City Academy who have now advanced to the bronze level. And Su Wenshi was indeed the weaker among the 5, similar to Yang Su. As the battle progressed, Su Wenshi used various methods frequently. In addition to sound attacks, illusions, traps, and other skills were also used, but none of them caused much trouble to Xiang Dingqian. First, these sound waves, illusions, traps, etc. are of low quality and level, and their effects are limited. Second, Xiang Dingqian would rather spend more energy and fight steadily instead of rushing forward greedily, and his advantages are getting bigger and bigger. A few minutes later, Su Wenshi fell to the ground and looked at General Tiangang, who swung a huge halberd outside Xiang Dingqian's body and slashed him down, and exclaimed, I give up. In the end, Xiang Dingqian summoned General Tiangang and ended the battle with his powerful frontal abilities without even using his enhanced skills. Chapter 172 The Battle of Magic City Competition Seats. Yan Zita frowned as she looked at Su Wenshi, who was forced to admit defeat by General Tiangang. Since Wen Shenwei lost, the situation has become increasingly unfavorable for us. When Ji Xian heard this, he turned to look at Su Yuan, who was at the competition table in the Demon City. Ji Xian knew very well that the direct reason why the situation became like this was that Wen Shenwei lost to Xia Yu from Demon City Academy. But the fundamental reason was that at the beginning of the first round, Su Yuan took the lead in sending Yeqing to defeat Yang Su, leading Imperial College to besiege Magic City College. Su Yuan, maybe this time, it won't be so easy to get second place. Looking at the handsome young man with silver eyes looking calmly at the ring, Ji Xian couldn't help but feel an inexplicable pressure in his heart. Ziyu, are you sure you can beat Xiang Dingan? Ji Xian turned around and asked. I'm probably 60 to 70% sure. Yan Ziyu crossed his arms and muttered. In terms of strength, he is not inferior to me, but although his offensive is strong, his explosive power is not as good as Xiaoyu's. As long as I can stabilize the situation at the beginning, I am quite confident that I can defeat him. Ji Xian nodded, okay, I'll leave it to you later. Although Yan Ziyu was more certain of winning, Ji Xian's expression was still very solemn. It can be expected that Xiang Dingqian will probably challenge the Magic City Academy next. If Xiang Dingqian wins, then there will be only one person left in the Magic City Academy, who is on the verge of elimination. Even if Xiang Dingan is defeated, his strength will probably cause a lot of damage to Yan Ziyu. Next, Imperial City took the field again to pursue the victory, but the result was the same. No matter what, as long as Xiang Dingqian challenges Motu Academy is likely to face a life-or-death situation with only Ji Xian left. Even Ke Zhenyi's side secretly looked at Xiang Dingqian, who remained on the stage, and announced, in the 7th game, Yeadu Academy will initiate the challenge. I challenge, Imperial College. Under everyone's surprised gazes, Xiang Dingqian turned around and looked in the direction of Imperial College. Xiang Dingan, do you dare to come up? For a moment, the whole place fell silent, and then burst into exclamations and discussions. He actually challenged Imperial College. It should be the brothers' grudge match. After all, Xiang Dingan was directly named. But this is a team competition related to the quota for the Holy Spring. The team must win first anyway. If there are any personal grievances, we can't talk about it. I really don't understand. No matter what, this is a good thing for our Magic City Academy. Everyone in Yeadu Academy in the spectator seats was also shocked, and several students from the top class who had a place in the Holy Spring as long as they finished second were even more excited. Damn it, what's going on with Xiang Dingan? If we challenge the Demon City Academy this round, the second place will be basically guaranteed. Yes, do you want to resolve a personal grudge with Xiang Dingan? At this critical moment, Su Yuan didn't stop him. But at this moment, someone suddenly put forward a different statement. Is it possible that Su Yuan and Xiang Dingqian want to take first place? After everyone heard this, they immediately started thinking again, and the more they thought about it, the more they felt that this was the case. It's very possible. First we will unite the Imperial Capital to fight against the Devil's Capital, and now we will unite with the Devil's Capital to fight against the Imperial Capital. But what if the Magic City Academy continues to deal with us regardless? That's not clear, it depends on what the captain in the Magic City thinks. Everyone was talking about it, even He Yanan and Lan Xinlan thought so. But in fact, Su Yuan really didn't think that much. The challenge to Imperial College was simply because Xiang Dingqian said he wanted to fight Xiang Dingan. Royal Capital College competition seats. Ji Cheng said to Xiang Dingan, how about I go ahead in this one, and you and Zhu Hengqi stay behind. As long as you two are here, we can handle any situation. Ji Cheng's plan is undoubtedly relatively safe. But how could Xiang Dingan be someone who would still cower when someone named him? I'll do it myself. Xiang Dingan stood up. But Ji Cheng still wanted to persuade. Xiang Dingan asked, Ji Cheng, are you absolutely sure to defeat him? Ji Cheng shook his head and said, no. If Xiang Dingqian defeats you again, it is inevitable that the Magic City Academy will have the idea of fighting for the first place again, and will also turn its guns on us. If I personally defeat him, then the Magic City Academy will naturally not have any other ideas. After Ji Chang pondered for a while, he nodded and said, "Okay, then be careful." Although this is a bit radical, Ji Chang is still very confident in Xiang Dingqian's strength. If he successfully defeats Xiang Dingqian in this match, it will almost guarantee the victory of Imperial College. "Xiang Dingqian, it seems that you are still dissatisfied with the talent difference between you and me." Xiang Dingqian stepped onto the ring in a few steps, looked at Xiang Dingqian standing opposite with a gun, and spoke slowly. "Of course I don't accept it. I admit that your talent is higher than mine. But I feel that my hard work over the past year is enough to make up for this talent gap. Work hard and make up for it." Xiang Dingqian curled his lips disdainfully. "Have you ever heard of absolute genius? That's a genius who has left all living things behind since birth and cannot be matched by others no matter how hard they try. For example, right now, my talent is superior to yours, and no matter how hard you try, you can't catch up with me. Is he an absolute genius?" Xiang Dingqian's eyes revealed his thoughts. Xiang Dingqian said, "Why, you don't believe it?" "No. I believe it." Xiang Dingqian raised his head and looked at Xiang Dingqian, with a hint of understanding and enthusiasm in his eyes. "I believe there are absolute geniuses in this world, geniuses that cannot be surpassed no matter how hard we try. But that person won't be you." "Oh." Xiang Dingqian's eyes flashed coldly, "Then come and try it." Xiang Dingqian stepped on his feet, and the silver-white Tiangang Qi surged out, once again summoning the 6-meter-tall Tiangang general holding a painted halberd. Once it comes up, it's a masterstroke. On the other side, Xiang Dingqian's expression was as usual. With a thought, the dark energy of the earthly evil swarmed out of his body, and he also transformed outside of his body into an earthly evil general holding a Yanyu sword. Tiangang vs. Earthly Evil. Kill. Xiang Dingqian and Xiang Dingqian looked at each other, then rushed out and crashed into each other. The painted halberd and Yanyu sword clashed, the air exploded, and a huge wave of air visible to the naked eye swayed in all directions. The two controlled their respective incarnations of ancient generals and fought at high speed in the center of the ring. Cloud-breaking halberd. Collapse mountain strike. The sounds of fighting are endless, and the two bodies, martial arts and consciousness are all almost the same. "I'll go." Xiang Dingqian's dragging slash is not only powerful, but also fucking handsome. The angle of Xiang Dingqian's horseback halberd just now was also very tricky. That black general under Xiang Dingqian is too stable. "Xiang Dingqian, try to cut him in the middle." Thousands of Magic City students in the audience watched the two heretic avatars fighting at close quarters, just like watching someone else fight in a Gundam. They just wished they could go up and control it themselves. "What a well-matched battle!" Zhang Tai also praised. However, Su Yuan's eyes became slightly solemn when he looked at the two people fighting fiercely. Since Xiang Dingqian claims to be much more talented than Xiang Dingqian, they shouldn't be so evenly matched. And Su Yuan relied on the extremely keen perception of energy from the third level of breathing, and after careful observation for a while, he made a discovery. Apart from the fact that the two heretic incarnations look similar in size, even the total amounts of earthly evil qi and Tiangang qi are almost the same. And the reason why this is the case. "Xiang Dingqian, haven't you used all your strength yet?" Su Yuan looked thoughtful and quietly looked at the two sides fighting on the stage. Su Yuan had fought against Xiang Dingqian before, and he knew very well that for General Tiangang, the more Tiangang energy gathered, the bigger the body would be, and the stronger the strength would be. And the Disha general should have the same reason. At present, Xiang Dingqian is deliberately using the same amount of earth evil energy as Xiang Dingqian to gather the heretic incarnation. As expected, he is just playing with Xiang Dingqian. Sure enough, while Su Yuan was thinking, something changed again on the stage. "Xiang Dingqian, if you only have this ability, then this battle may have to end here." Xiang Dingqian spoke calmly, and at the same time, more earth evil energy rushed out of his body, half of which was integrated into the incarnation of the heretic, and the other half was gathered on the Yunyu sword. A powerful wave suddenly swayed from General Disha's body, and his body, which was originally 6 meters high, actually rose again, reaching a height of 8 meters. The Yunyu longsword in his hand also quickly turned from virtual to solid under the infusion of the other half of the evil spirit. There was a lifelike dark green dragon pattern on the blade, and the entire longsword exuded an extremely dangerous and domineering aura. At that time, Xiang Dinqian's proficient-level ancient military spirit was only able to materialize the top of the painted halberd by using broken armor and naked clothes. But now, Xiang Dinqian has materialized an entire Yunyu sword. This is definitely an ancient general at the Dachan level, and he is probably not far from perfection. You have actually trained the ancient military soul to this extent. Xiang Dinqian's expression became much more solemn. Of course, Xiang Dinqian nodded slightly. This is the talent of the strongest genius in the Xiang family, and it is the reason why I am stronger than you. That's it for now, Xiang Dinqian. Xiang Dinqian waved his hand, and accompanied by the sound of dragon roars, the Disha general grabbed the Yunyu sword and slashed it down. This blow, blessed by divine weapons, has absolute power and absolute lethality. As long as he hits the mark, Xiang Dinqian will never be able to compete. At this moment, black smoke suddenly rose up from Xiang Dinqian's body, and a black light ball that beat like a heart suddenly appeared on his left chest. At the same time, a large amount of ink-like black demonic energy swarmed out of the silver-white General Tiangong's body, instantly dyeing the silver-white General Tiangang into the same pitch-black color as General Disha. No, to be precise, it is a purer black than the black of General Disha. Transformed into the spirit of Tian Kui's demonic shadow, the skill is strengthened, Demon's Heart. The strength of the heretic incarnation is based on the noumenon. The stronger the noumenon, the stronger the heretic incarnation. But this Demon's Heart can not only strengthen General Tiangang, but also give him a soul. Tiangang Qi plus ancient military soul equals Tiangang General. Coupled with the Devil's Heart, that is the Tiangang Demon General. The Tiangang Demon General opened his blood-red eyes, as if he had come to life. Without Xiang Dinqian's control, he picked up his halberd and faced the Qinglong Yunyu sword. Bang! The ground under the feet of the Tiangang Demon General suddenly burst open, but the Tiangang Demon General did not move at all. Instead, he pushed the 10-meter-high Disha General back 2 steps. Demon General Tiangang took advantage of General Disha's instability, swung his halberd and swept across, and suddenly a huge black crescent moon flew out. The Disha General quickly raised the Qinglong Yunyu sword in front of him. The power of the dark crescent moon was unparalleled, and it directly chopped off the Disha General dozens of meters away, and sat down on the ground together with Xiang Dinqian inside. So strong! Zhang Tai's pupils shrank. Su Yuan looked at the Tiangang Demon General whose form and momentum had changed drastically. This should be the 4-leaf essence that Xiang Dinqian got back then, right? Zhang Tai responded, yes, it should be. Su Yuan nodded, the compatibility is extremely high. At this moment, Xiang Dinqian stood up and activated his strengthening skills, his aura surged. And the earthly evil spirit that makes up the earthly evil general is so deep and condensed that it looks like solid obsidian from a distance. It can be seen that the strengthening skills embedded by Xiang Dinqian are probably T1 level strengthening skills. Although it is not as suitable for heretic incarnations as the Demon Heart, the improvement in various attributes brought to General Disha is not small. Suddenly, under the control of the two men, the two generals started fighting again. The Disha General Yan Yu's long sword materialized, with astonishing lethality and stronger defense. But the Tiangang Demon General is controlled by a demon soul, which not only greatly increases his power, but also has flexibility that is unmatched by the Disha General. Both sides were going back and forth with murderous intent. Large areas of Tiangang Qi and earthly evil Qi exploded as the two incarnations of heretics were hit. What a fierce battle! Back and forth, nearly 100 rounds gradually passed. The Tiangang demon general had several huge wounds on his body, one of which penetrated his chest, which was penetrated by the Yunyu sword. Under the injury feedback, Xiang Dingqian also suffered considerable injuries. General Disha was also having a difficult time, with at least 20 or 30 wounds all over his body, but the depth of each wound was quite limited. Because General Disha's defense is too strong after being strengthened, although Demon General Tiangang is amazingly powerful, the painted halberd in his hand is not a physical weapon, and it is difficult to cause fatal damage to General Disha. Xiang Dingqian said coldly, "It seems that this is all you can do." In Xiang Dingqian's view, although Xiang Dingqian's strength was somewhat beyond his expectations. But no matter what, judging from the current situation, the final victory will still belong to you. It's not the last moment yet. With a thought in Xiang Dingqian's mind, the Tiangang demon exploded large pieces of his armor, and all of them merged into the painted halberd. The tip of the halberd, the body of the halberd. In the blink of an eye, the entire painted halberd turned into reality, with the white tiger pattern tattooed on it, the cold light shimmering, and the power was astonishing. Xiang Dingqian raised his brows and said, "Are you naked in broken armor? You are really brave. If you dare to use this move, I just need to hit you one more time, and I'm afraid you, the Tiangang general, will explode on the spot." Xiang Dingqian sneered, and immediately controlled the Disha general to drag Yunyu's sword to the ground, and rushed toward the Tiangang demon general with rapid strides, faster and faster. Xiang Dingqian's expression was solemn, exactly as Xiang Dingqian said. With his armor cut off and his naked clothes, his defense is greatly reduced. As long as he is hit by the opponent's Yunyu long sword, he will never be able to withstand the blow. And once the Tiangang demon is destroyed, not only will the battle be lost, but he will also suffer a huge backlash. But Xiang Dingqian knew in his heart that he had no other choice. Not long after he broke through to the high level, his total star power was not as good as Xiang Dingqian's, and his previous battle with Su Wenxia consumed a lot of it. Now he has been unable to cause fatal damage to General Disha. If this continues, he will be consumed to death sooner or later. Therefore, the only way to materialize Fang Tian's painted halberd is to cut off the armor and wear naked clothes. In this way, it is enough to break through the defense of General Disha. Winning or losing is determined by this strike. Xiang Dingqian's eyes condensed, and the Tiangang demon general outside seemed to feel Xiang Dingqian's thoughts. The demonic energy around his body rose and he let out a roar. "Kill!" Xiang Dingqian shouted loudly, and the Tiangang demon stepped on his foot, grasped Fang Tian's painted halberd, and shot out. "Break the formation and sweep across thousands of armies. Draw the knife and chop on the ground." Black light flashed, and the two sides passed by each other, each stopping in place. A huge head flew up, it was from the Tiangang demon general. Without its head, the Tiangang demon will immediately turn into countless Tiangang qi and disintegrate and explode. Xiang Dingqian's face turned pale in an instant, and his breath suddenly weakened. He groaned and fell to the ground helplessly, with a painful look on his face. "Lost." Zhang Tai's expression changed drastically. Su Yuan stared at the field closely, his eyes condensed. "No, not necessarily." It was at this time that the earthly evil demon neatly cut its 8-meter-high body into two halves from the abdomen, and suddenly it exploded into a flood of earthly evil energy. Xiang Dingqian suddenly spurted out a mouthful of blood, and like Xiang Dingqian, he fell to his knees on the ground as if he had been hit hard, bleeding from all his orifices, and he could not get up again. Chapter 173 The Clearing begins. Xiang Dingqian and Xiang Dingqian lost their fighting power at the same time. "This match is a draw," Zhenyi's announced. Xiang Dingqian, the captain of the imperial capital, actually lost like this? And he was defeated by someone from the imperial capital academy. At this time, Xiang Dingqian and Xiang Dingqian were tied, which was even more surprising than when Xia Yu defeated Wen Qinwei before. After all, Wen Shenwei fought twice before losing to Xiaoyu. And in that scene, a very important reason why Xiaoyu's tactics were successful was that Wen Shenwei himself was a little careless. And in this match, Xiang Dingqian fought head-on with Xiang Dingkan, who was in perfect condition, and tied with him even though his star power was somewhat depleted. Yeadu Academy is hidden very deep. Everyone realized that Yeadu Academy was not a soft persimmon. Whether it was the Beastmaster Yeqing or Xiaoyu and Xiang Dingqian who each defeated a super genius, they were all very powerful. Not to mention, Yeadu Academy also has a captain. Suddenly, the eyes of most people in the spectator seats fell on Su Yuan. With the strength of Xiaoyu and Xiang Dingqian, neither of them have become captains, so is this handsome young man with a pair of silver eyes stronger than the two of them? Also, the burly boy at the back, as the only intermediate bronze among the 15 people in the 3 teams, is he also a master with extremely strong combat power? Demon City Academy is so hidden and terrifying. Su Yuan stepped onto the ring and first cast a baptism of holy light on Xiang Dingqian. Just now, Xiaoyu's physical and star power were exhausted, and the baptism of holy light was of no use. But Xiang Dingqian suffered backlash damage because the Tiangang demon general was injured or even defeated, so the baptism of holy light can still play some role. Under the white holy light, the pain on Xiang Dingqian's face suddenly calmed down a lot, and the injuries all over his body also recovered a lot. Su Yuan saw this and pulled him up from the ground. Thank you. Xiang Dingqian's steps were still a little sloppy. It's a small thing. I would like to congratulate you for catching up with Xiang Dingkan. Xiang Dingqian shook his head. The target he wanted to chase now was no longer him. After scanning the direction of the Demon City and the Imperial City, Xiang Dingqian sighed, it's a pity that we can't deal with 1 or 2 more people. In Xiang Dingqian's view, with Zhang Tai's mid-level bronze strength, it might be difficult to beat others on the field. In addition to Jixuan, the demonic capital also has Yanziu. In addition to Zhu Hongqi, the imperial capital also has 2 high-ranking bronzes. Su Yuan seemed to understand what he was thinking and said with a smile, leave it to me next. Xiang Dingqian looked at Su Yuan and nodded trustingly. After all, the person in front of me is the absolute genius in my heart. At this time, Lan Xinlan also rushed over. After giving Xiang Dingqian urgent treatment, he asked Su Yuan to carry him to the viewing seats of Yeadu Academy in the back to rest. On the other side, Xiang Dingkan was also taken away by people from the imperial capital. And with the end of this battle, the situation on the field has also undergone earth-shaking changes. The super genius Xiang Dingkan in the imperial capital fell. And he fell with Xiang Dingqian from Yeadu Academy. Ji Xian, there's a chance. Yan Ziu's eyes were a little ready to move. Ji Xian's mood also cheered up a little. Well, let's see how the Imperial College decides first. Imperial College was so happy when Xiaoyu defeated Wen Shenwei just now. So now that Xiang Dingqian and Xiang Dingkan are both losing, how happy is Modu Academy, and even happier. The situation that was already facing a headwind is now expected to compete for first place again. In the 8th round, Imperial City went to battle. In the last round, Ji Cheng, a long-haired boy from Imperial College, challenged Xiaoyu from Imperial College, so this round it was still him. I challenge, Yeadu Academy. You still challenge us? Xiaoyu had calmed down a bit now and said with a frown. Su Yuan said casually, it's normal, because in his opinion, we are easier to deal with than the remaining 2 people in the Demon City. Zhang Tai asked, shall I go up? Su Yuan shook his head, I'll do it. It's almost time now, so it's up to you to clear the place. Su Yuan stood up and walked onto the ring in a few steps. Su Yuan is here. Everyone at Yeadu Academy became excited, and Shang Baiyu, Du Tao and others spoke out to cheer Su Yuan. The other 20 people on the waiting list for the Holy Spring were even more nervous and excited, shouting loudly, including He Huanyan. The captain of Demon City is here. Let's see if he is stronger than Xiang Dingqian and Xiaoyu. The students in the Magic City in the audience were still quite excited. The 2 consecutive games were between the Imperial City and Demon City. For the Magic City Academy, which was already in danger, it was undoubtedly something to be happy about. Ji Xian stared at Su Yuan, who walked onto the ring, with a glint in his eyes. Are you going to take action this round? Demon Capital Academy, Su Yuan. Su Yuan reported his name. Ji Cheng looked carefully at the captain of Demon City Academy. Apart from his silver pupils, there was nothing special about him. But the other party's calm look made him feel some inexplicable pressure. Ji Cheng's heart became serious and he took out a long stick that was as jagged as amber. Su Yuan opened his right hand, and a 3-foot-long sword with red silver in it fell into his hand. Is this Su Yuan's blue star weapon? Whether it was Xia Yu and Zhang Tai who were still in the competition seats, or Shang Baiyu, Xiang Dingqian and others in the spectator seats, they were all attracted by the long knife in Su Yuan's hand. The blade looks like golden wood, with an exquisite and unique shape. There is a faint glow of fire inside, which makes it look extraordinary at first glance. When you're ready, let's start. K. Zhenyi's reminded. Ji Cheng took a deep breath and poured a large amount of the powerful star power of the high-level bronze into the long amber stick, then swung the long stick and slammed it towards the ground of the ring. The ground trembled, and 5 cracks glowing with black light quickly tore apart in front of Ji Cheng in a fan shape and passed directly under Su Yuan's feet, covering a large area where Su Yuan was. Such a familiar move. It really reminds me of the Guangchuan Middle School joint trial. Not knowing what he thought of, Su Yuan chuckled, then the breeze blew around him, and he tried to move aside. At this moment, with the pointing of Ji Cheng's left hand in the distance, the ground beneath Su Yuan's feet softened, and the ground within a radius of 10 meters suddenly turned into a swamp. Green control skills, buried deep in the mire. It's not a very powerful skill, but to break free, you need strong strength or star power. And in just a short moment, the 5 long cracks under the feet have gathered increasingly intense and astonishing energy. Boom! With a roar, turbulent black flames burst out from 5 huge cracks in the ground, rising several meters high in an instant. The earth is split into ravines. That's right, this move comes from the earth-shattering ravine of the Earth Origin Beast. As long as there is an Earth System Star Card Master, there is no one who does not want the heavy pressure of Yuan magnetic. After all, there are very few green skills that can fly, and most of them are wind, light and other types. There are only 2 or 3 types of skills that can fly in the earth type. But even if the earth element beast is found, there are very few who can kill and extract the heavy pressure of the element magnet. Ji Cheng's luck was not very good and he only extracted the earth-splitting gully. Although it is a green skill, it has been perfected by Ji Cheng. At this time, the entire fan-shaped area is covered by the astonishingly powerful black flames. It is really amazing. However, Ji Cheng's expression changed slightly, knowing that his attack had failed. Even if he used the deep mire to control it, he still failed. At this moment, there was some faint space fluctuation coming from behind. Ji Cheng's heart trembled, and he immediately turned around and raised his long stick to resist. When there was a sound of gold and iron clashing. The long stick accurately controlled the Fenqi knife coming towards him, but Ji Cheng's heart sank. Because the power of this blow was higher than he expected, and Su Yuan was still holding the sword with one hand. This person's strength qualification is probably above 65. Ji Cheng made a judgment in an instant, and at this moment, Su Yuan made a new move. Su Yuan was seen holding the knife in his right hand and continuing to press down. The 5 fingers of his left hand were spread out. Under the gathering star power, a ball of blue flame quickly condensed out. Expanding and compressing, in just a second or two, this blue flame became extremely dazzling, emitting astonishing energy fluctuations. Not good. Ji Cheng's expression changed drastically, and with a thought, yellow energy surged from the long stick in his hand, and his strength increased greatly. He swung away Su Yuan's Fenqi sword, and immediately retreated and launched a star power defense. Cang Yan Strike. Su Yuan's face was expressionless, and the blue flames flashed out from his hand, breaking through the star power defense and hitting Ji Cheng in an instant. Bang! Ji Cheng was blown away by the blue flames of the explosion on the spot. He rolled around a few times and quickly stood up. Feeling the burning pain coming from his right shoulder, Ji Cheng turned around and his pupils suddenly shrank. What a powerful force! I saw that Ji Cheng's entire right shoulder was covered in blood and flesh, and the bones were faintly exposed due to the explosion. The pain is a minor thing, but what's more serious is that the damage to his right shoulder has caused the entire right arm to be unable to exert force at all, and is basically useless in this battle. And the current situation did not allow Ji Cheng to deal with the injury. There was another faint spatial fluctuation in front of him, but Su Yuan teleported to him again and slashed him down with a simple and rough knife. Ji Cheng's expression changed drastically. He grabbed the long stick with his left hand and shouted, "Xian Huang Hood." The long amber stick was filled with brilliance, and a large piece of yellow air surged out, forming a thick and dignified spherical shield to protect Ji Cheng. This is the weapon skill of this star weapon, and its quality is comparable to the blue defense skill. Su Yuan slashed at the Xianhuang shield with one slash, and it only cut 2 or 3 inches before being blocked by the Xianhuang energy rolling over the shield. When Ji Cheng saw this, he felt relieved and continued to use other skills to counterattack. But at this moment, Su Yuan's long knife was covered with a layer of deep black light. Waves of strong but restrained spatial fluctuations came from the black light. The Fenqi knife, which was originally blocked by the Xianhuang shield, actually cut into the Xianhuang shield again, and was about to fall on top of Ji Cheng's head in an instant. Ji Cheng's expression changed drastically, and he could only hold up his long stick with his left hand to resist. Kang! Even with the blessing of air cutting, it would be impossible for Su Yuan to cut off a blue star weapon. However, Ji Cheng, who had just been unable to resist Su Yuan's power with both hands, now had only his left arm, so how could he possibly be able to block it? Su Yuan's expression was indifferent, and he placed the long knife on the long yellow stick and pressed down inch by inch. In just a few seconds, it pressed arbitrarily on Ji Cheng's neck. At this time, as long as Su Yuan turned the blade and swiped it to the left, he could cut off the opponent's head. Looking up at the other party's cold and indifferent silver eyes, Ji Cheng felt a trace of panic in his heart. "Stop, I admit defeat!" Ji Cheng shouted with a pale face. Although he knew that the other party would not kill him, the fact that he was so close to death still made Ji Cheng panic. Hearing this, Su Yuan put away the Fenqi knife and secretly shook his head. Too weak to be considered an appetizer. Chapter 174 Red Sword. Okay, Su Yuan wins. And it's easy to win. Of course it's easy, it's not on the same level at all. Everyone in the Demon City was talking about it, but they all looked excited. However, the thousands of Magic City students in the spectator seats were a little stunned. Is this the end? Most people had not yet entered the state, and in the blink of an eye, Ji Cheng from the imperial capital admitted defeat. And apart from teleportation, there seems to be nothing eye-catching about this normal battle. It seems that the captain of the Demon City Academy just slashed twice and launched a long-range attack, and he won just like that? Is Ji Cheng from the imperial capital too weak? Yan Ziyu also frowned, quite confused. Ji Xian shook his head, no, it's not that he is weak, but that Su Yuan is too strong. Too strong. Although Yan Ziyu usually believed in Ji Xian's assessment of others' strength, at this moment, he felt that it was a bit too exaggerated. Since they came to participate in the exchange competition, they were one of the 5 strongest freshmen in the imperial capital, but in the hands of Su Yuan, they were as vulnerable as ordinary students ranked among hundreds of others. Is there really such a big gap in strength? Ji Xian's eyes flickered, and he said seriously, well, he's very strong. The last time Su Yuan fought against Yang Su, he mainly used summoning techniques, so he couldn't tell how much strength Su Yuan actually had. But at this time, as he took action in person, his insightful eyes could see very clearly. The blue flame strike that was released casually was obviously a green skill, and its power was almost as powerful as the blue skill. That's why Ji Cheng of the imperial capital was destroyed by a single strike that broke through the defense and destroyed his shoulder. And behind, the black light permeating the knife has extraordinary destructive power and cutting ability. Even the defensive skills of the blue star weapon can be easily cut through. Although on the surface, except for teleportation, all of Su Yuan's movements were ordinary, and he did not use any powerful skills. But in fact, the intensity of each of his skills is comparable to other people's unique moves. It's easy to lift a heavy weight. Ji Xian's eyes froze. This opponent was much stronger than he originally thought. Then who should we challenge? Yan Ziyu asked. The challenge of the Imperial City ends in the 8th round, and then it is the turn of the Magic City in the 9th round. Ji Suandeo, let's attack the Imperial Capital first. The Demon Capital Academy will guard the battlefield. Avoid him for the time being. Good. Yan Ziyu responded, immediately stood up, stretched his body, and walked onto the ring. Motu Academy Yan Ziyu, challenge Imperial Capital College. Yan Ziyu launched a challenge to Imperial Capital College. Ji Xian in the audience also stared in the direction of Imperial College. In this round, if Imperial College sends someone else to play, Yan Ziyu should be able to win. And if Zhu Hongqi comes on stage? Ji Xian's brows suddenly wrinkled. The situation is not good. In the direction of Imperial College, the girl with a high ponytail and a black robe, holding a red sword in her arms, jumped onto the stage. The girl holds a sword in one hand and has a sharp gaze. The red headband holding her long hair is swaying gently in the breeze. Imperial College, Zhu Hongqi. So strong. Yan Ziyu took a deep breath, and felt a slight tingling sensation all over his body just by being looked at by the other party's eyes like this. It was as if the red sword in the opponent's hand could stab him in the next moment. Are you ready? Zhu Hongqi asked. Ready. Yan Ziyu responded solemnly, and then the star power in his body was running at full speed. He waved his staff and raised his hand to set up a whirlpool water curtain in front of him, and also set up the trap skill Fantasy Sea Blue Kun near his body. After doing this, Yan Ziyu used his star power with all his strength and began to prepare his field skill Empty Sea. The operation was smooth and very fast, making all the teachers around him nod secretly. Students like Yan Ziyu are the standard good students in the college. They fight in an orderly manner. However, despite having already launched a double defense, Yan Ziyu suddenly felt a strong warning sign in his heart. Looking up, he saw a condensed red light shooting into the whirling water curtain, but it was the long red sword in Zhu Hongqi's hand earlier. The swirling water curtain that could block even the impact of the silver-level star beast was like a layer of window paper at the moment. It only lasted for less than half a second before it was pierced by the red sword. Yan Ziyu's complexion changed slightly, and with a thought, the trap skill Huan Hailan Kun was activated. The surrounding ground suddenly glowed with water, becoming like the surface of the sea. A water element blue kun with a body length of more than 10 meters jumped out from it, opened its huge mouth and swallowed the red sword into its mouth. The red sword was swallowed, and it suddenly seemed to be stagnant. The speed slowed down visibly, and finally stopped in Lan Kun's belly. Good. Yan Ziyu's eyes lit up, and he successfully trapped his opponent's weapon. Xiaoyu's 4 flood dragons are green trap skills, but Ziyu's Phantom Sea Blue Kun is a blue quality trap skill. It can trap star card masters and star weapons, and continuously devour the energy in them to weaken them. Moreover, as a water element energy body, the Phantom Sea Blue Kun also has the property of self-repair. As long as it is not destroyed in one fell swoop, the Phantom Sea Blue Kun can repair itself. But before Yan Ziyu could be happy for a long time, a red light flashed on the sword, and Zhu Hongqi's figure suddenly appeared on the side of the long sword. It was the sword movement technique that could move to the position of the long sword. Raising his hand to hold the long sword, Zhu Hongqi's eyes condensed, "Slay the spirit." The red light on the sword shone brightly, and with one strike of the sword, the red sword light, which was more than 10 meters high, burst out, tearing apart Huan Hailan Kun's body in an instant, and slashed unstoppably at Yan Ziyu, who was behind him. Yan Ziyu never expected that the other party could cut through his Phantom Sea Blue Kun Phantom so easily. His expression suddenly changed, and he quickly stopped the field skill that was about to be completed and placed the staff horizontally in front of him. The red light, which was more than 10 meters high, struck the staff, tearing the earth apart and splitting Yan Ziyu dozens of meters away before slowly dissipating. "Well!" Yan Ziyu groaned, spurted out a mouthful of blood, and fell directly to the ground. Before Yan Ziyu could regain her balance, a red light flashed in front of her, and a long red sword had stopped in front of her. "You lose." Zhu Hongqi held her sword and pointed at Ziyu, her black robe billowing and her big sleeves fluttering. "So strong." As Zhu Hongqi left the stage, the audience immediately burst into exclamations one after another. Even Su Yuan couldn't help but look carefully at Zhu Hongqi, who was walking down the stage. What a profound knowledge of swordsmanship, what a fierce attack! Su Yuan secretly praised him, then stood up and walked onto the ring again. Because this round, it's Demon City Academy's turn again. When Su Yuan came on stage, everyone in the audience became nervous. Now, Ji Xian is the only one left in the Demon City Academy, and the person in charge of guarding the ring in the Imperial City Academy is Zhu Hongqi. In other words, the three people on the table now are the strongest people left in the three houses. No matter who Su Yuan chooses, it will be a strong battle that determines the final ranking. Su Yuan turned around and looked at Ji Xian below the ring. "This round, I want to challenge the Demon City Academy." Ji Xian nodded and stood up without any surprise. Basically everyone thought that Su Yuan would challenge the Magic City Academy. If Ji Xian and Zhu Hongqi are similar in strength, the difficulty of defeating them will be the same. So after defeating Ji Xian, Yeadu Academy was directly in second place, and after defeating Zhu Hongqi, the opponent still had a high-level bronze player. Therefore, for Demon City Academy, it is natural to choose to fight Demon City Academy first. As long as it beats Ji Xian, it can guarantee the second place. And if you challenge Zhu Hongqi from Imperial College, you must not only defeat Zhu Hongqi, but also ensure that you are in enough condition to win against the last member of Imperial Capital. However, Su Yuan naturally didn't think so. Getting on and off the stage is too much trouble. If he challenges Ji Xian first and eliminates Demon City Academy, then he, as the defender of Demon City Academy, will not have to leave the field, and can take care of everyone at once. Looking at the arena at his feet, Su Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Then from the beginning of this round, just stand on the stage until the end. Chapter 175 Battle against Ji Xian. Ji Xian walked up to the stage and said with a smile, "Su Yuan, I had a hunch when we said goodbye to the Magic Capital last time that I would have a chance to fight you during the exchange between the three capitals." Su Yuan smiled, "Last time I was in a hurry, today is a good time. Come on, I am also looking forward to the strength of the super genius of the Magic City Academy." Ji Xian nodded, turned over his hand and took out a black gold sword. As soon as he closed and opened his eyes, a faint gilded light shimmered in his eyes. "Then I'm here," Ji Xian reminded him, and then jumped out with his long sword. Su Yuan opened the 5 fingers of his left hand, and 2 blue flames appeared in his palm. The 2 blue flames condensed at high speed and intertwined with each other. In just 2 seconds, the energy on them surged to an astonishing level. "Bingdi Kanjian." Su Yuan pointed at Ji Xian and spoke calmly. As soon as the flames bloomed, blue flames shot out from the palm of his hand like lightning, and shot in front of Ji Xian in the blink of an eye. "It's amazing." The power of this blow is twice as powerful as the previous one against Ji Cheng. The thoughts in his mind turned quickly, and the golden light flashed in Ji Xian's eyes. He swung the black gold sword and slashed diagonally at the intertwined blue flames. Bang! The astonishingly powerful Bingdi Cang Yan exploded, the blue flames rolling and surging, covering an entire area of nearly 10 meters. Ji Xian's body swayed and he rushed out from the aftermath of the exploding fire element. Looking carefully, he was completely unscathed. Interesting, can it weaken the star power attack, or? Su Yuan's eyes moved slightly, and he keenly captured something. Seeing Ji Xian approaching, Su Yuan thought for a moment, then swung the Fengqi knife to meet him. Dang dang dang! The two sides fought fiercely at close quarters. The airwaves exploded, the star power surged, and the surrounding ground exploded with countless cracks under the fierce fighting between the two. Ji Xian is worthy of being the strongest new student in Magic City Academy. His strength, speed, sword skills, and reflexes are all top-notch. But soon, Su Yuan noticed something unusual. After using a little force to knock Ji Xian away, Su Yuan lowered his eyes and looked at the Fengqi sword, only to see that there was a gap in the Fengqi sword that he had just forged. Not only that, even the light on the blade dimmed a little, as if it had suffered considerable damage. Sure enough, weak point attack. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Just now when Ji Xian cut through Bingdi Cang Yan's attack, he had noticed it. It stands to reason that my Cang Yan Strike has already reached the transformation level, and now there is a terrifying increase from Fengqi Dao. Not to mention the same level, even the silver level must be dealt with carefully. But Ji Xian, without using any skills, casually cut through the Bingdi Cang Flame Strike. Su Yuan could sense that Bingdi Cangjian seemed to be extremely fragile instantly after being slashed. The explosion at that time seemed to be very large in scope and powerful, but in fact the star power was scattered and did no harm. But now, after only a short confrontation, Fengqi Dao had already suffered some damage. Even if the opponent has an extremely sharp gold star weapon in his hand, it is impossible to achieve this. This made Su Yuan even more certain that Ji Xian was able to find the weaknesses of skills and star weapons. Not far away, Ji Xian held a black gold sword and smiled. It seems that you have discovered it, Su Yuan. Su Yuan raised his head and looked at the faint golden glimmer in Ji Xian's eyes. He is worthy of being the strongest new student in the Demon City. Such a special power of pupil technique is really rare. Pupil technique is a skill that requires the use of both eyes. Such skills often have very special and powerful effects, and their rarity is similar to that of outsider skills. Now it seems that it is through this pupil technique that the opponent can see the weaknesses on Cang Yan Strike and Fengqi sword and destroy them. Su Yuan, how will you respond next? I'm very curious. Ji Xian smiled, then came over again with his sword. Ji Xian's pupil technique, called the Eye of Insight, can not only accurately see the target's energy changes, but also gain insight into the target's underlying weaknesses. As long as you hit these weak points, you can destroy them with amazing extra damage. This is a mutated sublimation of the sharp characteristic of the gold element. It is the super skill Ji Xian obtained when he awakened the soul card. In previous battles, even if the opponent discovered Ji Xian's ability, he would become helpless. If fighting in close quarters, Ji Xian will use his insightful eyes to continuously destroy the opponent's weapons. If the star weapon is damaged, its power will naturally be reduced. Therefore, even if the opponent's weapon is not completely destroyed, the various attributes of the weapon can be weakened by causing damage, thereby weakening the opponent's strength. For example, the current Fengqi Dao. As for long-range attacks, unless they are skills without ballistics, as long as they are caught by Ji Xian, most of them will have their weaknesses seen through the Eye of Insight and be easily solved. So generally speaking, among the same level, only assassin-type star card masters or some warlocks can cope with Ji Xian's insightful eye. Just when Ji Xian was halfway through the fight, he suddenly felt that the air in front of him was a little hotter. I saw the flames in Su Yuan's eyes beating, and a large amount of bright yellow flames suddenly rose by themselves. Su Yuan's aura surged, and in just a few moments, he reached the silver level. The sun burns the body with yellow flames. What an amazing strengthening skill! Ji Xian's pupils shrank. With insight, Ji Xian could see that the star power fluctuations in Su Yuan were twice as strong as before. At this moment, Su Yuan's body flashed with silver light, and he teleported to Ji Xian's side and struck out with his sword. Ji Xian quickly turned around to attack, and struck the weak spot on Fengqi's sword with precision. When the swords clashed, and Ji Xian was shaken all over. He felt an astonishing force coming from the sword, as if he was hit head-on by a truck, and was sent flying more than 10 meters away on the spot. Why is the increase in power so terrifying? Ji Xian quickly stabilized his body and looked at Su Yuan, whose body was burning with yellow flames, and his heart surged violently. Although the eye of insight could see Su Yuan's surge in star power, it could not see Su Yuan's surge in physical fitness. And even the increase in star power is comparable to the Dachan level T1 blue enhanced skill. How can even the strength be increased by so much? What kind of strengthening skill is this? In fact, after Su Yuan noticed the effect of Ji Xian's insightful eye, he quickly thought of 2 ways to deal with it. The first type is to use force to suppress others. Through overwhelming power, the battle can be quickly ended before weapons and attacks are greatly weakened. Just like now, Su Yuan has launched the yellow flame stage of the Great Sun Burning Body technique. Even if Ji Xian can see the weakness, he still can't withstand it. Su Yuan looked at Ji Xian, who was knocked back by a sword in front of him, and said calmly, "Come on, give me 100%, otherwise, you won't have much chance." Chapter 176 Anode Divine Spear. Su Yuan swung the Fengqi knife filled with space power, and a line of more than 10 meters long cut off suddenly appeared in front of Ji Xian. Ji Xian's pupils shrank, and in front of Dong Xu's eyes, the terrifying energy value of the broken line was simply making people's scalp numb. Without any further hesitation, Ji Xian's heart moved, and a large amount of gilded brilliance like running water instantly covered his whole body and the long sword in his hand. And the aura on Ji Xian's body also surged to silver level in an instant. Be strong and strong, invincible. T1 level enhanced skills, thousands of armies to defeat the enemy. This is the super genius of Sandu Academy, without any shortcomings. At the moment when the broken line was about to erupt, the golden light on Ji Xian's sword surged, and he slashed at the weak spot of the broken line. An extremely sharp and harsh sound came from the field, and the golden and black brilliance swallowed and annihilated each other. After a while, the light dissipated. The golden light flowing on Ji Xian's body was also broken a little, leaving a scar that was neither deep nor shallow. What an amazing attack! Ji Xian's heart trembled. Qianjun Pi mainly enhances strength, defense, and attack sharpness. But even so, it was still cut open by the breaking line that broke through the weak point just now. F***ck, what is that? At this moment, bursts of exclamations suddenly sounded from the audience. Almost at the same moment, Ji Xian also noticed some strong fluctuations coming from above his head. Ji Xian immediately thought of something and quickly looked above his head, only to see 2 huge meteorites with green flames falling from mid-air. Is this really the trick that defeated Yang Su? Ji Xian's eyes froze, his legs slightly bent, and he tapped his sword on the left, actually assuming a sword-drawing posture. Countless golden star powers poured into the long sword from all over the body, and the fluctuations on the black gold long sword suddenly increased rapidly at an alarming speed. At the same time, Ji Xian stared closely at the 2 green flame meteorites that suddenly fell from the high school. The golden glimmer in his eyes was flowing at a high speed, and his discerning eyes were already overloaded. In Ji Xian's vision, white weak spots kept appearing on the 2 meteorites. Some of these white weaknesses are dim and some are bright, which represents the degree of this weakness. In just a short moment, the star power on the black gold sword has reached a limit. The golden light on the sword is surging, and it hurts to look at it. But Ji Xian still didn't draw his sword and remained motionless. Only the golden light in his eyes was still spinning rapidly. Seeing that the two meteorites were only 10 meters away from Ji Xian, everyone watching the battle couldn't help but hold their breath. And at this moment, in the field of vision of Ji Xian's insightful eye, the brightest weakness appeared on each of the two meteorites. In an instant, Ji Xian's eyes lit up and he slashed out with his sword as fast as lightning. Cut everything off, draw the sword technique and break the jade golden sword. The golden light shines brightly, and a dazzling golden sword light leaps out from Ji Xian's sword, and suddenly passes by two meteorites transformed from hellfire. The next moment, two green meteorites were cut flatly from the middle and smashed onto the ground around them, breaking into large rocks. This. Everyone in the audience had a look of horror in their eyes. Although I don't know that two meteorites can turn into hellfire, the scene of sword-splitting meteorites is too shocking. That's awesome, Ji Xian. The students of Motu Academy were excited and immediately burst into an overwhelming exclamation of excitement. On the contrary, Xiang Dingqian, Xia Yu and other students from Yeadu Academy were shocked, but their hearts sank. Hellfire, Su Yuan's strongest trump card, was just killed by the opponent's sword? However, at this moment, Ji Xian, who had just dealt with the coming of hellfire, suddenly felt a strong warning sign in his heart. Turning around, he saw Su Yuan in the distance holding a sword with both hands on his right side. The original silver sword had been completely dyed red, and the 7 golden flares on it were even brighter. Su Yuan looked indifferent, as if he had no regrets about the two hellfires being split apart by Ji Xian. If you want to deal with the Eye of Insight, the first way is to overwhelm people with force and quickly defeat Ji Xian with overwhelming power. However, as Ji Xian is the top genius of Demon City Academy, if he wants to overwhelm him with absolute power, I am afraid that no one at the same level can do it, unless he activates the white flame stage of the Great Sun Burning Body technique. And the second one is to defeat Ji Xian with one blow at an extremely fast speed before even the Eye of Insight can observe and break through the weakness. Hellfire is not a killing move, it is just a pretense to prepare for the real killing move. As for the real killing move, Su Yuan held the Fengqi knife and his eyes were cold. Kill everything, Yangji Divine Spear. Red light flashes. The 3-foot-long Fengqi knife suddenly stretched, and before Ji Xian had time to react, it instantly penetrated his chest and shot out hundreds of meters away, directly hitting the barrier light curtain rising from the edge of the ring. Superior. The barrier light curtain that could originally withstand the third-level attack now had strong ripples centered on the tip of the knife, and it faintly looked like it was about to be pierced. Some of the students in the spectator seats outside the light curtain were so frightened that their faces turned pale. Kei Zhenyi's expression changed slightly. After confirming Ji Xian's condition, he immediately formed a series of seals and inserted a golden seal into the barrier. The golden seal flashed away, and the turbulent barrier light curtain quickly calmed down. For a moment, the whole place was silent. The thousands of new students in Demon City who were excited just now when Ji Xian split 2 meteorites with his sword were all stunned at this moment. Xiang Dingqian, Wen Chenwei and other top experts from the 3 academies were all shocked when they saw the long knife extending several hundred meters in Su Yuan's hand. Su Yuan looked at the 7 dimmed flares on the blade and secretly shook his head. It can kill even the elementary gold star beasts, let alone the advanced bronze students. 4 flares should be enough. With a thought in Su Yuan's mind, red light flashed on the Fengqi sword, and the blade, which was hundreds of meters tall, shortened to 3 feet in size. On Ji Xian's chest, a clear, charred small hole was left. The original flesh and blood had completely disappeared, and was burned to ashes by the extremely high temperature on the Fengqi knife in an instant. Although this small hole is not big, it is only an inch away from the heart. Ji Xian looked down at the small hole in his chest, his golden pupils trembling. It was hard to believe that his powerful defense after launching the thousands of armies to prevent Yi actually did not even resist for a moment. If this wound had been more severe, I might have died on the spot. Shock, wonder, fear, all kinds of expressions flashed through Ji Xian's eyes. Finally, Ji Xian took a deep breath, raised his head, and looked solemnly at Su Yuan, who was standing in front of him with a knife. I lost. I wanted to finish it today, but my condition is really bad. Hey! I'll finish it tomorrow. Chapter 177 Purifying the Sword Domain, Bloody Clone. What kind of move was that knife? It was so fast that I didn't even see it clearly. Not only was it fast, didn't you see that it almost pierced the barrier? Those people in front were so scared that they jumped up. How come this student from Yeadu Academy is so strong? Yes, if this happens, our Magic City Academy will lose, hey! As Ji Xian surrendered, the students in the spectator seats started talking violently. He was both horrified by the astonishingly powerful Anode Divine Spear, and also felt pity for Ji Xian's sudden defeat. As for the team at Yeadu Academy, everyone was naturally surprised and happy. 1. Second. As expected of Su Yuan, he actually has such a trick, it's so powerful. Lu Kunhao, you can enter the Holy Spring. Congratulations! It all depends on Su Yuan, it all depends on Su Yuan, ha ha ha. Xia Yu, Xiang Dingqian and others were all very excited, as if they were even happier than they had won the game before. Shang Baiyu sighed with emotion, this is a real genius. I didn't expect that besides Hellfire, Su Yuan has such a powerful move. A true genius doesn't mind having his trump card revealed by others, because when you manage to crack his trump card, he already has a new, stronger trump card. The most excited ones are naturally the top 10 students on the waiting list, who have now obtained the spot to be promoted to the Holy Spring. As for the students ranked 10 to 19 on the waiting list, although they are nervous, they are also looking forward to it. After all, the only one standing in the way at this moment is Imperial College. On the ring, Chinese looked at Su Yuan, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Demon City Academy really produced an extraordinary genius this time. That blow was able to shake even the enchantment on the field. However, in this way, Modu Academy was the first to lose in this exchange competition. Chinese sighed and announced the result with regret. And next, is the final showdown between Yeadu Academy and Imperial Capital Academy. Although there are still 2 people left in both houses, everyone knows that the next battle will determine the outcome. Zhu Hengqi didn't keep Su Yuan waiting, and went onto the ring holding her red sword. Zhu Hengqi's expression was quite solemn. Obviously, the methods Su Yuan showed just now made Zhu Hengqi feel a lot of pressure. If she was hit by such a fast and powerful killing blow, Zhu Hengqi thought that it would be difficult to block it. But Zhu Hengqi was not too worried. While others were shocked that the Yangji Divine Spear penetrated Ji Xian, Zhu Hengqi was still observing Su Yuan carefully. At this time, Zhu Hengqi had already discovered that the dazzling golden patterns on the Fengqi knife when Su Yuan launched the Anode Divine Spear had all been extinguished at this moment. Apparently it was consumed as energy to activate weapon skills. It can be said that Zhu Hengqi is very careful and keen in observing and collecting battle information. Imperial College, Zhu Hengqi. Zhu Hengqi reported her name, looked at Su Yuan, and without saying anything else, they each started their own methods. At a distance of hundreds of meters, Zhu Hengqi's eyes condensed, and he drew his sword and struck out. Chirp! Accompanied by a crisp bird song, a red swallow as red as blood flew out at a speed as fast as lightning. So fast! Su Yuan's eyes were slightly focused, and the flying swallow was like lightning. It flew in front of him almost in the blink of an eye, but it was too late to dodge. This sword skill is the fast blow among the 3 flying bird moves mastered by Zhu Hengqi, Fiyan. Su Yuan's body flashed with silver light, and he teleported directly to Zhu Hengqi's left rear and slashed with his sword. However, Zhu Hongqi reacted very quickly. Almost as soon as Su Yuan appeared, he had already turned around and slashed with his sword. When the swords clashed and air waves exploded. What a quick response! Su Yuan's heart moved slightly. This Zhu Hongqi had keen perception and extremely fast reaction. I am afraid that the breathing method has reached the 6th star nest. However, the power of the Scarlet Red Star is extremely strong, but in terms of strength alone, Su Yuan is slightly better. Just when Su Yuan was trying to overpower Zhu Hongqi, he suddenly noticed something. Turning his eyes to the side, he saw a red flying swallow galloping back. It was the one that Zhu Hongqi had chopped out just now. Flying swallow returns. Seeing that Fei Yin was about to hit Su Yuan's body flashed with silver light and disappeared from Zhu Hongqi again, flashing back into the distance. The red flying swallow could not change its direction this time, and finally hit the barrier light screen, causing ripples. At this moment, Su Yuan and Zhu Hongqi were both standing in front of the action, as if they had never moved. But in fact, in just 2 or 3 seconds, the two sides went through a round of probing confrontation. He's a good opponent. Su Yuan chuckled lightly, and with a thought, the bright yellow flame surged up his body again, and he directly launched the sun-burning body yellow flame. At the same time, Zhu Hongqi also made some moves. I saw his left hand forming a seal on the long red sword, and suddenly large bloody runes poured out from the sword, spreading along his right arm and all over Zhu Hongqi's body. Bright red light surged around her body, and the originally sassy and fierce female swordsman now felt a bit more eerie. Zhu Hongqi formed a seal with one hand and touched the red long sword with her finger. Suddenly, 4 phantoms of sword light shot out and landed on the 4 corners of the arena, forming a light red hemispherical field. As soon as this realm was formed, Su Yuan immediately noticed something abnormal in the air. The 5 fingers spread out, and the blue flame condensed in the hand. But not only was the blue flame extremely difficult to condense, but after 2 or 3 seconds, it only condensed less than half of its original size, and it had already reached its limit. Is the element stripped? Su Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly and directly dispersed the Cang Yan Strike in his hand. The star power in his body had just transformed into the fire element under the influence of the blue flame strike star card, but he was strongly repelled by this space. This resulted in the Cang Yan Strike being unable to condense. Not only Cang Yan Strike, but also Feng Xing Bulletin, Yuan magnetic heavy pressure, etc. were all suppressed greatly. Fortunately, the Great Sun burning body technique does not seem to have been suppressed much. In fact, this move is called Purifying Sword Domain, which is a domain-like blue skill for the awakening of the Vermilion Red Soul card. Within the Purification Sword Domain, all out-of-body elemental power will be purified and rejected. As long as you are in it, skills with attributes will not only be more difficult to condense, but their power will also be reduced. This skill can be called Warlock's Bane. That is to say, it is Su Yuan who is in the ring now. If it were Xia Yu, Yan Ziyu and other warlocks, they might not be able to fight back at all. If you are in the wild, you can still find a way to escape from the scope of the Purification Sword Domain. But at this moment in the arena, the Sword Domain almost filled the entire arena, making it impossible to avoid. This kind of skill is definitely a trump card, and it probably has the same conditions as the Anode Divine Spear. However, this is already the final critical battle, and Zhu Hongqi doesn't need to think so much before using it. On the stage, after unfolding the Purification Sword Domain, Zhu Hongqi came to kill again. Su Yuan slashed with his sword, and a 10-meter-long cutting line lay in front of Zhu Hongqi. And this boundary line has just appeared, and it has already begun to decompose and repel under the action of the purifying sword field, and it is weakening visibly to the naked eye. Zhu Hongqi raised his long sword, and the runes on the red sword lit up. Suddenly, a blood shadow jumped out of it as the red light floated, and instantly transformed into an incarnation of blood that was exactly the same as Zhu Hongqi's body and held a red sword. Cuckoo! The bloody incarnation and Zhu Hengqi slashed out with their swords at the same time. Two red blood lights shot up from the sky and struck at the same point on the boundary line. After a brief stalemate, they actually cut off the dark boundary line. From the broken boundary line, Zhu Hengqi and the bloody incarnation rushed out together and fought in front of Su Yuan. Obviously, Zhu Hengqi's soul card and star power do not have any attributes, so her tricks can be fully utilized in the sword field. And this incarnation of blood is also extremely strange. It can actually use the same skills as Zhu Hengqi's own body, and it is equally powerful. In an instant, Su Yuan, Zhu Hengqi and his clones were in close combat, fighting fiercely. In the audience seat, Lan Xinlan frowned and asked He Yanan next to her, "Is it a replica of the demon sword?" He Yanan curled his lips and hummed, "That's right, use imitations of our Yeadu Academy's treasures to deal with our Yeadu Academy students. The replica that can be used to create a demon sword has also been transformed into a sword. It seems that it was made by a certain weapon refining master in the imperial capital. She is indeed the granddaughter of the dean of the Imperial Capital Academy." Lan Xinlan thought about it, but this way, Su Yuan may have some difficulties. If there are no other means, it will not be a good idea to continue like this. When He Yanan heard this, a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. In fact, Su Yuan was able to defeat Ji Xian and achieve second place, which was already a good result for Yeadu Academy in the Sandu exchange competition in the past 10 years. In the past, Qi Tian only got second place once, and the rest of the time he was third. But now that he has come to this step, He Yanan naturally hopes that Su Yuan can win this battle and take one step closer to winning the first place. In the ring, Su Yuan was fighting 1 against 2, and their swords were clashing with each other. Red Kite. Kill the Ghost. Fixia Continuous Cut. Sword skills were slashed out from the hands of Zhu Hengqi and the Avatar of Blood, and their power was unparalleled. In terms of physical fitness and star power strength, Su Yuan is stronger. At this moment, the yellow flame-burning body is obviously much higher than Zhu Hengqi. However, Zhu Hengqi's skills are not limited by the sword domain, and are connected with the body and mind of the incarnation of blood. The combination of the two swords and the sword moves have achieved an amazing effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Such a gap cannot be made up by Su Yuan's higher attributes. If skills such as teleportation, which do not need to be released, were not affected by the sword field, Su Yuan could still move around, otherwise he would have been suppressed long ago. This Zhu Hengqi is significantly stronger than Ji Xian, Xiang Dinkan, and others. He is probably the strongest among the 4 geniuses of the 2 academies. Su Yuan looked around, and Zhu Hengqi and the incarnation of blood were using their sword skills to attack from the left and right. Since one level of higher attributes can't solve the problem, let's go a little higher. Su Yuan's expression was indifferent, and the silver light in his eyes flashed violently, then disappeared before the 2 red lights on the left and right crossed. Teleportation is really a magical skill, otherwise I could have defeated him long ago. Seeing Su Yuan teleport again to avoid the attack, Zhu Hengqi sighed and turned around to search for Su Yuan's figure. But this time, Zhu Hengqi's gaze swept across the audience, but she couldn't find Su Yuan. Chapter 178 The Closest Moment. Up there. In the audience, some students from the Magic City Academy exclaimed in surprise. Everyone looked towards the sky, only to see Su Yuan floating there 100 meters above the ground. Holy crap, he can fly! Why is he flying so high? They all flew outside Zhu Hengqi's barrier. Even if he can fly outside the barrier, what can he do from such a distance? Is he going to use the same move that defeated Ji Xian just now? While everyone was discussing, Zhu Hengqi also looked up into the sky. But he saw Su Yuan teleporting to 100 meters in the air, leaving the sword field, and was still rising. After a while, Su Yuan arrived at an altitude of 500 meters above the ring, overlooking the ring with the scorching sun at his back. From such a high distance, in the eyes of many people watching the game on the playground, they could only see a small black dot. What is he going to do? Not only the students watching the battle, but also teachers from various schools such as Yuan and Cang were a little confused. Generally speaking, star power becomes rootless after leaving the body, and will continue to disperse and weaken with distance. For bronze-level star power, the effective attack range is generally within 100 meters, and the maximum range will not exceed 200 meters. So Yuan flew to an altitude of 500 meters. What was he going to do at this distance? The flames on his body have changed. At this moment, students with outstanding vision discovered that the bright yellow flame flowing on Yuan's body had turned into a blazing white color at some point. The aura seems to be much stronger, but the distance is too far and the induction is not clear. The students could vaguely feel the change in Yuan's aura, but it was not clear. However, Yuan and other college teachers naturally felt it clearly. This star power fluctuation is comparable to high-level silver. Yuan and others were a little shocked. Silver-level high-level students are nothing, and there are many talented students. But in so many years, I have never seen a freshman who can produce star power fluctuations comparable to those of a high-level bronze-level student. Yuan was surprised, even if the 5-leaf essence's enhanced skills were not that much stronger than the 4-leaf essence. No. Did he reach perfection in practice? Yuan's pupils shrank. It has only been half a year since I got the essence. In half a year, you have perfected a blue enhanced skill? For others, it is naturally impossible. But for this student with demon-like skills and talents, it seems, not impossible. High in the sky. With my current star power, it shouldn't be a problem if I burn myself with white flames for a short while, right? Yuan looked at the tiny arena below, with the sun at his back and forming a seal with one hand. Accompanied by bursts of chaotic and evil aura, the surrounding space twisted, and the gates of hell tore open one after another around Yuan. And these gates to hell are filled with roaring red flames. A few seconds later, 18 flaming gates were distributed around Yuan. On the ground, Zhu Hengqi frowned tightly and looked at everything in the sky, but there was nothing she could do. 500 meters is far beyond his attack range, and he can't even harass. This was the first time Zhu Hengqi had encountered such a passive situation. What a formidable opponent! Gritting her teeth, Zhu Hengqi could only prepare her own killing move. The main body and the bloody phantom body both unfolded the sword-drawing posture, and they actually also performed the sword-drawing technique. Blood surged on the red sword, and the body and incarnation quickly gathered momentum. Looking at Zhu Hengqi who was trying to resist below, Yuan shook his head and pointed downward. Fire flames are falling from the sky. 18 rays of flames instantly converged into one place, turning into a huge pillar of flames and shooting down. Even after crossing several hundred meters, there was no sign of weakening. Coming! The red eyes condensed, and the runes densely covered on the body lit up with a strange and rich red light. At the moment when the 18-in-1 hell flames shot into the purification barrier, they drew their swords together with the blood clone. Sword drawing technique, red dragon twist. 2 10-foot-long dragon-shaped sword lights entangled and flew out, with their heads intertwined like scissors and their tails twisted like stockings. The 2 red dragons merged into a huge scissors and rushed upwards, as if they wanted to cut the flaming beam of light from it. Open! It's useless. Ji Xian murmured, his golden eyes full of shock, the gap is too big. Except for the teachers from various colleges, only Ji Xian, who had the eye of insight, could truly see clearly the terrifying power that Yuan had unleashed at this moment. That is the only level of strength that is absolutely superior to all the super geniuses in the imperial and demonic capitals. I thought that I just lost to Yuan, but now it seems that I have exerted 100%, but the opponent only exerted half of his strength. No, maybe not even half of it. Is this really what bronze level can achieve? Looking at the world-destroying beam of light falling from the sky, Ji Xian suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of fatigue and bitterness in his heart. At this time, the flaming light pillar shot into the purification barrier, and under the influence of the enchantment, some fire elements were immediately stripped away from the flaming light pillar. But so what? It's just a drop in the bucket. The red dragon's twisted sword light, which Zhu Hengqi had high hopes for, met the falling flame beam, just like a cricket shaking a tree. It couldn't even stand in the way for a moment, and was crushed into star power dregs in an instant. This. Zhu Hengqi's eyes widened, and only now did she truly realize how terrifying this flaming beam of light was, and it was absolutely impossible to dodge it at this moment. Looking at the beam of light that was approaching her head in an instant, Zhu Hengqi's mouth went dry for a while. At this moment, there was a flash of light, and a figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhu Hengqi. Boom! The flame beam hit the ring, and the raging red flames swept in all directions. The hard ring was crushed layer by layer like tofu. What's the result? Can't see clearly. This is too scary. Nothing will happen to Zhu Hengqi, right? Faced with such a blow that was like a divine punishment, many students in the spectator seats couldn't help but stand up. But the entire arena was covered in raging flames, making it impossible to see anything. After nearly 10 seconds, the raging flames gradually dissipated. The situation on the field made everyone take a breath. The entire arena had completely collapsed, revealing a huge pit 20 to 30 deep. In the center of the giant pit, Cang opened his star power shield to protect Zhu Hengqi, and the two of them were unharmed. Subscribe to Chinese novel audio wave. But Zhu Hengqi's pupils were trembling, and she seemed to have lost control of her mind. At this time, a silver light flashed in front of the two of them, and Su Yuan's figure fell back to the ground. First, he saluted Cang, and then said to Zhu Hengqi, "I accept the concession." Although Su Yuan's face turned slightly pale, there was nothing serious. Zhu Hengqi suddenly came back to her senses when she heard Su Yuan's voice. "You are very strong, I am convinced." Zhu Hengqi looked at Su Yuan, the somewhat scattered eyes gradually became firm again. "I'll beat you. That may be difficult." Su Yuan smiled, "Because this time, you will be closest to me. After all, I have a problem, and I can't beat you now, how about later?" Although a little cruel, Su Yuan still did not leave any unrealistic illusions to this girl. "You." Zhu Hengqi's complexion changed slightly, she wanted to say something but couldn't. He had already lost, and he didn't have the confidence to say harsh words. Zhu Hengqi could only grit his teeth and snorted secretly. Cang, who had been looking at Su Yuan next to him, nodded. Young people are very confident, but they do have the capital to be confident. Su Yuan bowed, "Teacher, you are so complimentary." Cang asked Su Yuan, "Shall we just proceed to the next game?" At this time, there was still one high-ranking bronze student in Imperial College who had no sense of presence. "No problem." Su Yuan responded. Zhu Hengqi turned her head, glanced at the shocked team members beside her with a bit of fear in their eyes, and sighed secretly. "I failed to live up to Grandpa's expectations." Zhu Hengqi knew that the imperial capital had lost, and that there was no chance of any surprises in the face of absolute strength. She shook her head secretly, then walked off the ring and replaced him with the last person. In just a short while, the last person in the imperial capital was crushed and defeated by Su Yuan in the Huangyan stage. Win! We are number 1. Su Yuan is cheating. Eliminating both the Magic City and the Imperial City in succession is awesome. In the audience, the students from Yeado College all stood up and cheered with great excitement. When Su Yuan defeated Zhu Hengqi, everyone in Yeado had already foreseen the victory, but they still didn't open the champagne at halftime. Now, when everyone waited for this moment of victory, they could no longer hold back and cheered endlessly. Since everyone came to Demon City College to participate in the Sandu Exchange meeting, they all represent Demon City College. At this moment, Su Yuan defeated the masters from the Second Academy of Demon City and Imperial City in the away game, and won the first place in the exchange competition. Naturally, everyone in Demon City was honored. Su Yuan walked down from the ring and took Xia Yu and Zhang Tai, who were still in the competition seats, back to the viewing team of Yeadu Academy. Luo Bingtong, Shang Baiyu, and others, as well as the injured Xiang Dingqian, also all gathered around, extremely happy. Teacher Xiao He, fortunately you have lived up to your fate. Su Yuan came to He Yanan. Good guy, well done. He Yanan slapped Su Yuan hard on the shoulder with some excitement. Not only did he win, he also won the style of our Demon City Academy. Su Yuan's expression changed slightly and he stumbled, barely missing being slapped to the ground. He Yanan was really a little excited and could not fully control his strength. Although Su Yuan was not injured, the white flame-burning body that he had just used for a while was still under a huge load. At this moment, he was hit by the Master of the Burning Sun and almost failed to withstand it. Ah! It seems that I accidentally exerted some force. He Yanan apologized and touched Su Yuan's shoulder a few times, then turned to look at Lan Xinlan next to him. Teacher Xinlan, could you please give Su Yuan some treatment? Lan Xinlan said, Teacher Xiao He, Su Yuan is not injured either. Rejuvenation and rejuvenation techniques can replenish his health. Lan Xinlan looked at He Yanan, smiled secretly, and nodded, that's true, there is always no problem in replenishing it. Saying that, Lan Xinlan raised her hand and 3 skills fell one after another. Su Yuan suddenly felt refreshed, and his physical strength, mental strength, and star power all grew out of thin air in his body. In just a short moment, most of the load of using white flame-burning body was restored. Thank you, Teacher Lan. Su Yuan felt his condition and quickly thanked him. Lan Xinlan said casually, it's okay. Anyway, you can recover on your own after taking a short rest. Chapter 179 Breathing, 5 Stunts. On the arena, Chinese controlled the automatic repair function of the arena barrier and had almost repaired the arena. Chinese stood on the ring and announced the results of this exchange competition. In this exchange competition, Yeadu College won first place, Imperial City College second, and Moda College third. According to the agreement, Demon City College will have 40 places for the Holy Spring, while Imperial College and our Demon City College will each have 30 places. Next, I will ask the teachers and students of Imperial College and Demon City College to rest in our Demon City College for another 2 days, and then enter the Holy Spring together in 3 days. The reason why we need to rest for 2 days is so that the participating students who were injured or overdrawn during the exchange competition can basically recover so that they can enter the Holy Spring in good condition. Generally speaking, as long as the injury is not irreversible and there are therapists from various hospitals, 2 days is enough to recover. During this period, the second half of the exchange meeting was inserted. After the follow-up matters were dealt with on the spot, the exchange game was over. The students on the playground dispersed, and Su Yuan and other Yeadu College students returned to the Yingbin building together with the Imperial City College students. You guys come with us. After returning to the Yingbin building, Su Yuan, Xia Yu, and other contestants were called away by He Yanan and brought to her room. As soon as he entered the door, He Yanan happily praised everyone. You did a great job by winning first place in this exchange competition. In fact, let alone first place, we have only won second place once in 10 years. Yeqing defeated one person and forced out Wen Chenwei, Xia Yu defeated Wen Chenwei, Xiang Dingqian eliminated Xiang Dingkan, all were very impressive performances. Especially Su Yuan, who finally defeated Ji Xian and Zhu Hongqi and won the exchange competition in one fell swoop. As mentioned before, in addition to 500 credits for each person, there will be additional rewards for outstanding performance and defeating the opponent. Hearing this, everyone brightened up, knowing that the reward might be mentioned next. Only Zhang Tai frowned, thought for a moment and then said, Teacher Xiao He, I didn't play this time, otherwise my credits will be. He Yanan seemed to have expected that Zhang Tai would bring this up, and said. In the round-robin competition, no matter whether you make it or not, win or not, everyone has a role to play. Your presence will bias the decisions of other colleges, and this is also its effect. But Yanan waved his hand and said, "Okay, I won't say any more. I said 500 credits are 500 credits. This is the Academy's reward. Of course, since you didn't defeat other players, you don't get any extra rewards. Is that okay?" "No, no problem." Seeing Yanan say this, Zhang Tai agreed. That is to say, Zhang Tai is relatively straightforward. If it were another person, he would probably accept it directly. After all, this is 500 credits, so the temptation is not ordinary. Of course, what Yanan said was actually to comfort Zhang Tai. With the strength Su Yuan showed, another person could have done it casually. After comforting Zhang Tai, Yanan continued, "On the way just now, I asked Dean Cai for instructions. The Dean was also very happy about our first place in the exchange competition and brought out some good things. In the Academy, in addition to the items that can be redeemed with credits, in fact, there are many items that cannot be redeemed with credits. These things are either relatively expensive or extremely rare and limited in quantity, so they are not open to the public. For example, cherished sealed star beasts, star weapons with special effects, and quite rare star cards. Items not open for exchange? Rare star beasts, special star weapons, rare star cards?" Hearing this, everyone present was secretly excited. Su Yuan asked, "Teacher Xiaohe, I wonder if there are any space star cards among the items in the Academy that cannot be exchanged for credits?" Yanan smiled and said, "Of course, didn't I say quite a rare star card, so of course there are also space system star cards. Not only is there, but there is more than one, and there is even an epic quality space system star card." Epic quality space star card. Su Yuan's heart skipped a beat. As early as when he enrolled in school, Su Yuan had checked the hundreds of blue cards that could be redeemed in the Academy, and indeed there were no space-based star cards. Su Yuan was originally thinking that although space system star cards are extremely rare, the supply exceeds demand. But how could a college as big as Yaedu College, or rather, such a big force, not have a space star card? Maybe it just wasn't taken out. Now it seems that it is indeed the case. After you return to the Academy, based on your performance in the exchange competition, we will take out some of these items and give them to you to choose from. Thank you, Teacher Xiaohe. Su Yuan and others were all looking forward to it. If it weren't for the Magic City Holy Spring in front of them, they would have wanted to return to the Academy directly. Okay, if you have nothing to do, you can leave. Yanan gave the eviction order, and finally said, Su Yuan will stay for a while. Xia Yu and others glanced at Su Yuan and knew that Yanan probably had something to say to Su Yuan alone. They nodded and went out first. Are you already opening 7 or 8 star nests? Yanan asked directly after the three of them left. Su Yuan did not deny it and said with a smile, Teacher, you have noticed it. Nonsense. Which bronze level attack can reach as far as 500 meters and still have basically no attenuation? Yanan rolled his eyes at Su Yuan, then calmed down and asked seriously, where are you now? Have you reached the 8th star nest? Yes. Su Yuan nodded. It can be regarded as the 8th star nest for the time being, even though the entire 8th star nest has been opened. Sure enough. Yanan took a deep breath and looked at Su Yuan. I knew that to be able to attack an opponent from 500 meters away, you must at least get through the 7th star nest. Such a talent is really rare in the world. Being able to enhance the condensation of star power and reduce the degree of attenuation after release is one of the characteristics of the master-level breathing method. Su Yuan spent 1.5 months in the Hongduan Mountains and successfully practiced the breathing method to the 3rd level. The breathing method panel at this time is Breathing, Universal Breathing Method, Progress, 9th Star Nest Number 1 Star Point, 0/10W. Effect 1. Concentrating breath, converging one's own breath and star power fluctuations through the circulation of star power. Effect 2. Overload, the operation and burst speed of star power are greatly increased, and the casting time of all skills is reduced by 40%. Effect 3. Super perception, strengthen the sensitivity to star power and various energies, greatly improve the perception ability and range, and enhance the 5 senses of sight, hearing, taste, smell, and touch. Effect 4. Star power control, control of star power becomes more convenient, greatly improving micro-operation and multi-operation abilities, and at the same time, the cultivation speed is increased by 30%. Effect 5. Star fountain, the total amount of star power is increased by 40%, and the star power recovery speed is increased by 100%. Effect 6. Permanent, improve the concentration of star power and reduce the weakening of star power caused by time, distance, and other factors. Mastery level breathing, in addition to further enhancing the previous effects such as overload and star power control, has 2 more effects, star fountain and eternal solidity. Among them, eternal solidity is the main reason why Su Yuan can attack Zhu Hongqi with the flames of hell from 500 meters away. But this is the second priority. The most important thing is star spring, which provides 40% of the total star power and 100% of the extra star power recovery speed. This improvement is quite amazing. Su Yuan originally had a full star power qualification of 70 points. The total star power is about 20 to 30% higher than the average C-level qualification, and more than 50% higher than the D-level qualification. Now that the source of star power is mastered, this gap is once again multiplied and further widened. It is 70% to 80% higher than the average C-level, and more than twice as high as the average D-level. And when these people reach the proficiency level of breathing and mastering the star spring, they will at least reach the star level. By then, Su Yuan should have unlocked the Dachan level breath. And this is the total amount of star power. The recovery speed of star power is also doubled, and the battery life is greatly improved. At this time, He Yanan pondered for a while and said to Su Yuan, "You are very talented in breathing. There are some things I think I can tell you in advance." Hearing what He Yanan said, Su Yuan also looked serious. "Teacher Xiaohe, please speak." He Yanan looked at Su Yuan and asked, "Do you think breathing is very useful now?" "Big." Su Yuan did not hesitate. "Just kidding, this is a rare passive, and it also has a percentage increase. It will be of endless use if you practice it deeply. Actually, these are not all of breathing, not just these passive abilities, every level of breathing has a hidden stunt skill." "Stunt?" Su Yuan was startled. "What is that?" Stunt skills are skills derived through breathing. They have no quality and are not limited by quality or skill level, but they are undoubtedly practical and powerful. A powerful skill derived from breathing? Su Yuan felt a strong interest in his heart. "Teacher Xiaohe, do you know what special skills you have?" He Yanan smiled and said, "Information related to stunts can only be found with permissions above the 10th floor of the library tower, but I can also tell you 1 or 2 of them. There are 5 levels of breathing from entry to perfection, and each level corresponds to a unique skill, collectively called the 5 skills. The corresponding special skill for entry-level breathing is invisibility. It is a stealth skill that can avoid all detection. It comes and goes without leaving a trace, and no one can detect it. The corresponding special skill of skilled level breathing is one heart, putting aside all distracting thoughts and emotional fluctuations in the mind and focusing completely on the battle, gaining the ability to perceive and control star power beyond the limits. During the battle, there will be no waste of star power, and all battle-related information can be collected without missing a beat, even to the extent of predicting the opponent's attack. Mastery-level breathing, the corresponding special skill is monetide, the star power is inexhaustible, and the swing before casting and the interval between castings are greatly reduced. Su Yuan became more and more surprised as he listened to He Yanan's description of the 3 stunts. Invisible ghosts. Pure-hearted. Monetide. These 3 unique skills, no matter which one they are, can directly improve the strength of the Star Card Master by at least 1 level. Teacher Xiaohe, how can I learn unique skills? There is no effective training method for stunts. As long as the breathing technique reaches a certain level, you will have the opportunity to learn the corresponding stunts. In other words, even if you are just an entry-level practitioner of breathing, it is still possible to understand the invisible form of gods and ghosts. But even if you have perfect breathing, you may not be able to understand any unique skills. It mainly depends on talent and luck. Of course, the higher the level of the breathing method, the higher the probability of understanding it. In addition, sufficient combat also helps to understand stunts. After all, in most cases, stunts are learned in high-intensity battles. Seeing that Su Yuan's eyes were full of eagerness to try, He Yanan added, "You still have a long time to come, so don't worry. Even among the 3rd level of Sun, Moon, and Star, there are very few and extremely rare people who master a unique skill. There is no high or low in stunts. Although invisible and pure are slightly more common, it is because there are generally more people who have reached these 2 realms of breathing. It's very demonic. There is no method of cultivation at all. It can only rely on talent, luck, and fighting." Su Yuan observed He Yanan's expression and saw that when she said this, although it was not obvious, there seemed to be some secret pride in her tone. "So, Teacher Xiaohe has mastered the special skills?" Su Yuan asked with a smile. He Yanan crossed his arms and said, "I am so young, and I can be your class teacher, so I naturally have a lot of skills. I am indeed lucky enough to have mastered a unique skill, but I can't tell you what it is specifically." Su Yuan looked at He Yanan in front of him. Although he was very curious, this was really not something he could pursue. "Also, don't tell others about the stunts I talked about today. It's too early for them." Su Yuan nodded, "Teacher, don't worry, I understand." Chapter 180 Holy Spring Breakthrough. After talking about the 5 skills, He Yanan suddenly remembered something. "By the way, who is the quota you want for?" "He is also a freshman, his name is Huang Xiang." "Huang Xiang?" He Yanan frowned slightly, obviously he had never heard of this name. It stands to reason that the more outstanding students among the freshmen should have heard of it. And with such a tasteful name, if you have heard it yourself, you will definitely not be impressed at all. Su Yuan thought about it and tried to use better words to introduce Huang Xiang. But after much deliberation, he could only say, "He is a student ranked 2022 in our college." 2022, 2022. He Yanan was startled, "Isn't that the last one?" "Yeah, but even though he is in last place, he is now at the intermediate bronze level." "Oh, intermediate bronze level." He Yanan looked at Su Yuan in surprise, really surprised. Ranking last, it means that he was probably just entering the 9th level of Star Disciple when he entered school. How could he reach the intermediate bronze level so quickly? This is more than the top 100 students. This is still based on the current situation. If He Yanan knew that Huang Xiang had reached the intermediate bronze level 2 or 3 months ago, he would probably be even more surprised. He Yanan nodded, "This spot is for you, but you have to ask him to come over as soon as possible. It will take a day or 2 for the demons to fly over." "Well, I've asked him to set aside some time in advance, and I'll notify him to come over later." When Su Yuan was still in Hengduan Mountains, he wanted to get a spot for Huang Xiang. "Before coming out of the Hengduan Mountains and rushing to the Magic City, I had already warned Huang Xiang in advance that he might have something to do in the past few days and asked him to set aside time." "Okay, then you can act on your own." "Good." After coming out of He Yanan's room, Su Yuan called Huang Xiang. "Huang Xiang, are you still in the academy?" "Here. You said something might happen." I've been practicing my skills in the academy recently. Do you want to take action? I'm ready. Huang Xiang's words were a little eager to try, thinking that Su Yuan was going to take him on an adventure or something. Well, you fly to Magic City Academy right now. I'll wait for you here. Devil Academy. Huang Xiang was startled. It turned out to be a wild adventure. Su Yuan, are you at Demon Academy now? Su Yuan smiled and said, yes, come here as soon as possible, there are good things waiting for you. Huang Xiang didn't ask any further questions and immediately agreed, okay, then I'll book the flight now. After ending the call, Huang Xiang looked thoughtful. Demonic Academy? Good thing? Could it be that after picking out the freshman talents from several colleges in the southeast, he is going to challenge the Magic City College again? That's really a good thing. Huang Xiang became excited. My practice results during this period have been very good. In less than half a year, I have mastered the Exploding Bowl Demon Fist and Boiling Blood to the point where they are close to mastery. When the time comes, he can play forward for Su Yuan, which will definitely surprise Su Yuan. Thinking of this, Huang Xiang couldn't wait to book the latest flight to Shanghai. 3 days later, in a bright and empty hall of the Magic City Academy, the 100 students from Demon City, Imperial City, Demon City, and other colleges who wanted to enter the Holy Spring Secret Realm all gathered in the hall under the leadership of their respective teachers. What? Why are you still in a daze? Su Yuan asked with a smile, looking at Huang Xiang who was a little embarrassed and dazed next to him. I didn't expect that, Su Yuan, you actually gave me such a good opportunity. Huang Xiang took a deep breath, but he still hadn't completely calmed down at this moment. Huang Xiang had already arrived yesterday afternoon. When Huang Xiang learned about the quota for the Magic City Holy Spring, he didn't know what it was. But under the explanations of Shang Baiyu and others, Huang Xiang quickly understood how precious this quota was. As long as you enter, you will be able to advance to the first level with a high probability, which cannot be bought with thousands of credits. But now, Su Yuan got such a spot for himself without saying a word? When has Huang Xiang ever had this experience? Huang Xiang has always been like an inconspicuous and miserable child. The family conditions are not good, and the cultivation talent is not very high, but I can endure hardships. When the soul card is awakened, it is just an ordinary green soul card with all attributes around 50 points. But the unusual adaptation talent of this soul card gave Huang Xiang hope of becoming a strong man. Although there is hope, it is undoubtedly very difficult to catch up with others because of my poor foundation. Working hard alone, he rose from the bottom of the class to become the best in the school, and narrowly missed being admitted to Yeadu Academy. Only Huang Xiang himself knows how much effort and sweat went into this. But now, when I am practicing hard alone and developing silently as always, someone is really paying attention to my inconspicuous self, reaching out to pull me one after another. Huang Xiang never thought that he could be treated like this by others, especially this person, who is the top super genius in his heart. Su Yuan smiled and said, okay, don't think too much, after entering later, try to break through to the high level. Seeing Huang Xiang's eyes showing deep thought, Shang Baiyu on the side also encouraged, I will break through to the advanced bronze level later. In the final school exam, I will try to get into our first class. When Huang Xiang came over yesterday, Shang Baiyu, Xiang Dingqian and others were very curious about him and came over to watch. Nothing could be seen at first, but when they learned that Huang Xiang's admission ranking was the last, everyone no longer underestimated each other. This cultivation speed may be faster than everyone except Su Yuan. Good. Huang Xiang nodded, secretly thinking that he had to break through to the high bronze level no matter what, in order to live up to the opportunity that Su Yuan had fought for himself. Ahead, several college teachers exchanged views and then returned. He Yanan reminded, stand still, we are about to start the teleportation. Everyone cheered up. K. Jenny's in the distance took out a talisman. After activating it, a layer of silver brilliance spread out from the middle and gradually enveloped the entire room. Then there was a flash of light, and everyone in the hall disappeared from where they were. As soon as Su Yuan's eyes flashed, he came to a bright and vast square space, which was very similar to the star mist pond. It could be said to be an enlarged version of the star mist pond. In the center of this space, there is a white tower-shaped building with a strange design and more than 100 meters high. Everyone looked at this white tower. Its style was different from that of Dian Kingdom, and it looked like a Western-style building. There are many location marks scattered on the ground surrounding the tower in front. If you count them carefully, there are exactly 100. Cang said loudly, "Choose a seat according to the ranking and sit down." Demon City Academy chooses first, then Imperial City and Demon City. Su Yuan and others all looked at He Yanan. He Yanan nodded, "Just choose a location as close to the White Tower as possible. This will not have a big impact. Anyway, the Holy Spring will cover the whole place later. There are no other special requirements for absorbing the Holy Spring, but the total amount of the Holy Spring is limited. You must absorb as much as your body can bear." Everyone nodded and each chose a place to sit near the White Tower. Luo Bingtong and Huangxiang both sat near Su Yuan. After all 100 people were seated, Cang came to the top of the tower, took out the previous talisman again and activated the White Tower. A large amount of milky white liquid gushes out from the top of the tower and pours in all directions. It seems unpleasant, but in just a short moment, it fills the entire area of 100 meters in radius. The milky white liquid submerged less than half of the students' bodies, and was absorbed and refined at high speed by the students. What pure energy! The energy density in this holy spring is much higher than the triple star mist pool. It stands to reason that this kind of high-density energy is extremely difficult to refine. After all, in the star mist pool, you have to rely on the power of the barrier to quickly refine the high star power. However, the purity of the energy in the holy spring is comparable to that of the Tiangan fruit, and it can be directly converted into one's own star power with just a little refinement. Su Yuan had just absorbed and refined a little when he felt a strong swelling sensation, as if the star power cyclone and body were about to explode from the inside out. No, the concentration of the holy spring is too high, and your body hasn't adapted yet. You need to slow down a little first. With a thought in Su Yuan's mind, he temporarily suspended his absorption of the holy spring. Beside the holy spring, everything has slowed down the absorption speed. He Yanan and Lan Xinlan communicated in a low voice. Lan Xinlan nodded. After all, with the energy density of the holy spring, if you use all your strength to absorb it, ordinary bronze-level people cannot withstand it. He Yanan's eyes narrowed slightly. It depends on who can adapt first. The total amount is only so much. If it is absorbed by others, it will be gone. At this time, Cang walked up to He Yanan and Lan Xinlan from a short distance away. "Teacher He, your college really has a lot of good talents this year," Cang said with a smile. "It's barely okay. Ji Xian and Wen Chenwei from your college are pretty good too." Cang shook his head and smiled. Ji Xian and the others are still far behind Su Yuan. With Su Yuan's talent, I think it should not be a problem to break through to silver today. Milk my mother hard." He Yanan snorted secretly and said with a smile, "I think Ji Xian and Wen Chenwei are the ones with extraordinary talents. They can definitely break through this time. The holy spring is very powerful, but it is still difficult to break through from bronze to silver. Judging from the situation in previous years, among these high-level bronze players in the field, not more than half may break through to silver. Whether they can succeed or not depends on how much holy spring each can absorb." Cang didn't seem to hear what He Yanan meant and laughed and said, "Then I'll lend you some good advice." At this moment, somewhere in the holy spring suddenly attracted the attention of several teachers. Some people have actually begun to absorb the surrounding holy spring faster than everyone else on the field. Su Yuan? No, it's the yellow-haired boy next to him. Lan Xinlan's eyes flashed with surprise. Who is that boy? He Yanan was also quite surprised. Isn't this the Huangxiang that Su Yuan mentioned? Just going from the 9th level of Star Disciple to the middle level of Bronze was surprising enough, but now he has performed brilliantly again. The person who can be valued by Su Yuan is really extraordinary. It seems that I have to look up this little guy's information when I get back. He Yanan thought secretly. As time passed, the holy spring stopped gushing, and the milky white spring water flooded everyone's abdomen. Su Yuan, Xia Yu, and others were sitting in the holy spring, and they had gradually adapted to the high density of pure energy of the holy spring, and gradually accelerated their absorption speed. Su Yuan has super high star power qualifications and a 30% cultivation increase brought by star power control. He can absorb the holy spring much faster than others. About 2 hours later, with a little vibration of star power, a girl with short hair opened her eyes, with a little joy in her eyes. Wang Wenjing, not bad. K. Zhenyi's nodded. This was the student who was squeezed out of the exchange competition by Yang Su. He was not weak in strength and had been in the middle level for a long time. Congratulations, Teacher K, for coming out on top. He Yanan said at the right time. You're welcome. K. Zhenyi smiled casually. As soon as he finished speaking, there was another wave of star power. He Yanan and K. Zhenyi turned around to look, but it was Huangxiang next to Su Yuan. Breakthrough. Huangxiang's eyes showed a look of surprise. The effect of this holy spring is actually stronger than imagined. After I got used to it for a little while, I completely let go and absorbed it, and I could clearly feel that I was improving at a high speed every minute. If it could be faster, maybe. Without any time to think about it, Huangxiang glanced at Su Yuan next to him, and then took the time to continue practicing. In 3 hours, more than a dozen people broke through to the high bronze level, including Yeqing, Zhang Tai, Mu Qingyu, and others. In 4 hours, the number of people who had broken through reached more than 40, but no silver level ones had appeared yet. At this time, several teachers seemed to vaguely notice something, and they all looked towards somewhere in the field. There was even more surprise on He Yanan's face. Su Yuan, are you about to break through? In just a short moment, a rather strong wave of star power surged. Su Yuan opened his eyes, with the divine light flowing in his eyes. Finally, silver level. Chapter 181 Successive Breakthroughs. With top star power qualifications and star power control proficient in level breathing, Su Yuan was the first to break through to the silver level 4 hours after entering the holy spring. After silver level, the system panel has also been updated. Su Yuan. Level, Silver Beginner. Soul Card, Phoenix in the Blue Sky. Quality, Master. Race, Phoenix. Attribute, Space. Talent, Blue Sky, increase power by 20% when using space skills. 6 dimensions, Strength C, Agility C, Defense C, Constitution C, Spirit C, Star Power C. Stardust, 80. Soul Skills, Teleportation, Blue Transformation Realm, Air Cutting, Blue Transformation Realm. Skill. Star Disciple Level, Hard Flame Finger, White Transformation Realm, Hardened Iron Clothes, White Transformation Realm, Wind Walk, White Transformation Realm, Cyan Flame Strike, Green Transformation Realm, Yuan Magnetic Pressure, Green Transformation Realm. Bronze Level, Holy Light Baptism, Green Transformation Realm, Ghost Wolf Summoning, Green Transformation Realm, Hellfire Summoning, Blue Transformation Realm, Hell Flame, Blue Transformation Realm, Sun Burning Technique, Blue Transformation Realm. Silver Level, None. Breathing, Universal Breathing Method, Progress, 9th Star Nest Number 1 Star Point, 0/10W. The star power intensity and the total amount of star power have been greatly improved. In addition, there is one more silver level soul skill slot and 5 ordinary skill slots. Now phase shift can be embedded. In addition, Demon Wolf Summon and Hellfire Summon have also broken through the realm restrictions and can directly summon high-level silver summons. Su Yuan's eyes were filled with joy. He broke through the silver level and his strength increased dramatically. And this is just the beginning, there will be more things you can do after reaching silver level. 5 skill slots mean 5 blue skills of transformation. Each one can enrich his own means and bring about a jump in combat power. After Su Yuan confirmed his condition, he devoted himself to absorbing the Holy Spring again. After entering Bian at this time, Su Yuan absorbed the Holy Spring 2 or 3 times faster than before. Su Yuan was unceremonious and absorbed it with all his strength. Cultivation resources should compete with each other, and there is no reason to give in. Moreover, for the Holy Spring that is enough to supply 100 people, Su Yuan's speed of absorption by 2 or 3 times will not have much impact. However, Su Yuan calmly continued to absorb the Holy Spring happily, but the pressure was put on others. After all, the star power fluctuations that broke through the silver level were much stronger than those who had previously broken through to the bronze level, and everyone could really feel it. Luo Bingtong, Huang Xiang, and others were all happy for Su Yuan. After taking a look, they took the time to continue absorbing the Holy Spring. Ji Xian, Zhu Hengqi, and others felt considerable pressure. Especially Ji Xian. At the auction, he was still at the intermediate level of bronze. Why did he break through before me? Ji Xian remembered clearly that Su Yuan was still at the intermediate bronze level at the auction, and at that time, he had already broken through to the high level for more than 2 months. But now, Su Yuan actually broke through to the silver level first. Not only is his combat power incomparable, but his cultivation speed is also inferior. Seeing the holy springs dwindling away, Ji Xian's heart tightened, and he quickly suppressed his emotions and took the time to practice. At 4.5 hours, Zhu Hengqi broke through the silver level. In 5 hours, Ji Xian, Wen Chenwei, and Xiang Dinkan broke through to the silver level one after another. In 5.5 hours, Luo Bingtong broke through the silver level. 6 hours later, the holy spring in the field was almost bottomed out. Chinese said, "It seems that these are the people. There are about 70 people who have completed the breakthrough, among them, there are 6 silver-level people and 2 people from each of the 3 houses." He Yanan nodded, "Well, it should be." He Yanan was already very satisfied with this result. Although He Yanan has never been to the Holy Spring Secret Realm before, he has done his homework and knows that there are almost the same number of people who break through to the silver level every year. The total output of the Holy Spring is basically unchanged, so the number of people who break through the silver level every year will not be much different. Compared with several super geniuses such as Ji Xian and Zhu Hengqi, Xiang Dingqian, and others in Demon City did not break through to the high level of bronze for a short time. Their star power did not accumulate enough. It took Su Yuan a little longer. Not only did Su Yuan successfully break through now, but Luo Bingtong also broke through slightly unexpectedly, which is already very good. Seeing that the holy spring was about to dry up, Huang Xiang next to Su Yuan suddenly moved again. Along with a strong fluctuation of star power, Huang Xiang unexpectedly broke through to the silver level. He Yanan and others immediately looked over. "I remember he has already broken through once." Lan Xinlan, Chinese, and the teachers from Imperial College all had surprised looks in their eyes. Because Huang Xiang was the first to adapt to the ultra-high concentration of the Holy Spring and speed up the absorption, and he was also the second person to complete the breakthrough following Wang Wenjing of the Demon City Academy. So several teachers were impressed by him. He Yanan turned around and asked, "Teacher K, how many people have stepped through 2 steps in the Holy Spring?" Chinese pondered for a while and said, "From the intermediate bronze level to the elementary level of silver, I'm afraid this is the only one in the past 10 years. Is that so?" He Yanan was surprised and couldn't help but smile a little. Unexpectedly, the student Su Yuan found could have such an unexpected performance. As a result, Yeadu Academy has 3 silver levels, surpassing both the Imperial City and the Demonic City. When we go out later, let's pull out this little guy's file and take a look. He Yanan looked at Huangxiang and nodded with satisfaction. Soon, the entire holy spring was completely drained, and the 100 students in the field stopped practicing one after another. Su Yuan, I'm Silver. Seeing Su Yuan open his eyes, Huangxiang was very excited. Although I tried to lower my voice as much as possible, the excitement in my heart was beyond words. Su Yuan was naturally aware of Huangxiang's final breakthrough. He was surprised and smiled in admiration. Awesome! Su Yuan was indeed surprised that Huangxiang was able to break through 2 levels and step into silver. But this time, Su Yuan's own gains were quite big. Not only did he successfully break through to the silver level, but he was also more than halfway to the silver intermediate level. Huangxiang scratched his head in embarrassment. Thanks to you, I don't know how much practice time has been saved with this holy spring quota. Su Yuan waved his hand and was about to say something more, but he felt like something was tugging at the corner of his clothes. Turning around, he saw Luo Bingtong reaching out and holding her hand. Congratulations, Bingtong, you have successfully broken through. Su Yuan turned around and congratulated with a smile. Luo Bingtong looked at Su Yuan, her mouth slightly open. What's wrong? Su Yuan. A voice as cold as ice cream with a hint of softness came from her mouth, and the girl with white hair and blue eyes spoke her first words since she was born. Su Yuan was startled, then opened his eyes slightly, and looked at Luo Bingtong in front of him in surprise. Are you able to speak? Okay, that's it. It seemed that she was still a little reluctant, and Luo Bingtong seemed to have difficulty speaking. Su Yuan smiled and said, that's great. This is better than breaking through the silver level. Xia Yu and others also gradually realized their own state. Although Xia Yu and Xiang Dingqian did not break through, they reached the high-level bronze limit in one fell swoop. As long as the time comes, there is a possibility of breakthrough at any time. Yeqing, Shangbaiyu, Zhangtai, Mu Qingyu and others have also reached the high-level bronze level, not far from the high-level bronze limit. At this time, everyone came closer when they heard Luo Bingtong speak. Xia Yu, can Bingtong speak? Lu Yingying, that's great. Bingtong, try saying something to me. Luo Bingtong, say, what? Lu Yingying, wow, the voice is so nice, so cute. The girls Xia Yu and Lu Yingying chatted around Luo Bingtong as if they had discovered a new world. In fact, Su Yuan was quite surprised. According to records, some star beasts can speak or simulate human language after the shining star. But Su Yuan has never heard of a silver-level star beast that can speak human words. As for the others, most of them were looking at Huangxiang who had broken through to the silver level with uncertainty. Even if Luo Bingtong broke through the silver level, even Xiang Dingqian and Xia Yu couldn't break through. An ordinary student like Huangxiang could break through 2 levels in a row and advance to silver. If it weren't for Su Yuan, many people might not know such a person. Okay, stop arguing. He Yanan and Lan Xinlan walked over. The two of them were in a good mood. After all, 3 students from Yeadu Academy had advanced to the silver level. He Yanan walked up to Huangxiang. Your name is Huangxiang, right? Huangxiang's heart tightened and he quickly responded, hello, teacher. Although he is a student of Yeadu Academy, Huangxiang has never communicated so closely with his Huoyang level master. As the last one in the academy, Huangxiang's mentor only has a star rating. For ordinary colleges, a star is naturally a master, but in Yeadu College, a star is just the lowest threshold for becoming a teacher. You are very good. He Yanan has always praised students for their outstanding performance. Huangxiang was very excited to be praised by the master of Zhouyang. Thank you, teacher. He Yanan nodded and turned to everyone. Okay, everyone, stand still. When we leave the secret realm later, we will return directly to the Demon City. Okay. Everyone responded. Not long after, Chinese activated the control talisman of the secret realm and led everyone out of the secret realm. After coming out of the secret realm, Yeado College and Imperial City College were ready to pack up and leave. When they were leaving, Ji Xian and Zhu Hongqi came up to each other and exchanged contact information with Su Yuan, saying that they could discuss things with each other when they had time in the future. At noon 2 days later, the group returned to Yeado Academy successfully. The others dispersed, and Su Yuan, Xia Yu, Xiang Dingqian and Yeqing were ordered by He Yanan to go to her office and wait. About half an hour later, He Yanan returned to the office. Su Yuan and the other four looked at He Yanan expectantly, knowing that she was going to get the reward as a matter of fact. It seems like you guys can't wait any longer. He Yanan smiled after sitting back in the big chair, without swaying, pushed the information on the table away, the ring in his hand flashed, and items appeared on the table one after another. Chapter 182 Void Monument Breaker. As He Yanan put away the ring, there were 9 items on the table. Blue Star Weapon, Natural Bracelet, Ring of Mad War, Balrog Pendant. Blue Skills, Dragon Sea Suppressing Marksmanship, Overlord Heavy Equipment, Volcanic Eruption, Meteor and Fire Rain. Beast Controlling Ceiling Talisman, Silver Tyrannosaurus, Master, Phantom Winged Beast, Master. These 9 items are all selected based on your characteristics. Yeqing, Xia Yu and Xiang Dingqian, you 3 can choose any one of these 9 items. Obviously, the Nature Bracelet and 2 Beast Controlling Ceiling Talismans were prepared for the summoner Yeqing. The Ring of Mad War, Dragon Zhenhai Marksmanship, and Overlord Heavy Equipment are prepared for Xiang Dingqian who uses guns. The last Balrog Pendant, Volcanic Eruption and Meteor Shower were prepared for Xia Yu. Most of these things are of Master, Blue, quality and are extremely precious. Good teacher. The eyes of Xia Yu and the others had long been attracted by the 9 treasures on the table. Upon hearing this, they immediately picked up each item and inspected it. In addition to basic information, these items also have additional detailed information provided by Academy staff, including applicable groups, usage recommendations, strength evaluation, etc. Generally speaking, the value of a star weapon is higher than the average skill of the same level. As for skills such as Dragon Sea Suppressing Spear Technique and Meteor Fire Rain, if they can be used together with these 3 blue star weapons, they will definitely not be weak. I am afraid they are all blue skills above T2. As for Su Yuan, please wait first. He Yanan turned to Su Yuan and said. Su Yuan nodded to express his understanding. He Yanan said before that these additional rewards are given based on performance in the challenge. Objectively speaking, if my contribution is greater, I should have something better. If it's just a T2 level blue card, unless it has special effects, Su Yuan may not be able to take a fancy to it now. Xia Yu and the other 3 looked back and forth on their favorite items. It could be said that they were quite entangled and wished they could accept them all. A few minutes passed before all 3 of them were selected. Xiang Dingqian finally chose the Jiaolong Zhenhai Spear Technique, a T2 level blue spear technique that communicates with the spear and halberd. It can not only greatly improve the combat power in the normal state, but also simultaneously enhance the combat power when the Tiangang Demon General is activated. Xia Yu chose the star weapon Balrog Pendant to further increase the output limit. Now Xia Yu has the Ring of Luck, and the silver level skill slots will give priority to skills with probability fluctuations. Although volcanic eruptions and meteor showers are powerful and wide-ranging, their demand is not that high. As for Yeqing, he also chose the star weapon, the Ring of Nature, the summoning star weapon. It can enhance the healing effect received by the beast, and provides 2 skills, Natural Shelter and Life Link, which greatly improve the survival and recovery ability of the beast. Speaking of which, in addition to the Ring of Nature, the other 2 beast-controlling ceiling talismans produced by the Academy are also very good. The Silver Tyrannosaurus is a sub-dragon species, and its frontal combat power is similar to that of the 8-armed demon ape. Phantom Winged Beast is a rare illusion star beast, which is very effective in group combat. It's just that for beast masters, the number of beast masters is too important. A star apprentice level beast master can contract 2 star beasts, and starting from the bronze level, each level can only contract 1 additional star beast, so the choice of beast master is even more important than the choice of soul skills. As for the training of beast masters, with the space for mastering beasts, it would not be too difficult to train beast masters to the level of a master. If it were anyone else, Silver Tyrannosaurus and Phantom Winged Beast would both be pretty good choices. However, as Yeqing is a descendant of a family of beast masters, the 4th beast master is naturally rarer and more powerful than the previous 3 beast masters. Seeing that the 3 of them had chosen the reward, He Yanan put away the remaining things. Then next is Su Yuan. He Yanan looked at Su Yuan and said slowly, in this exchange competition, Su Yuan Zhen, as the captain, defeated 3 contestants including Ji Xian and Zhu Hongqi and won the first place in one fell swoop. This is the best result our Yeoda College has achieved in the Sandu exchange competition in 10 years. Even Dean Cai praised you for your extraordinary talent and promising future after reading the report I submitted. Based on your performance, the reward given to you by the Academy is a level higher than the 3 of them. With that said, He Yanan waved his hand, and 3 more items appeared on the table. They are a ring, a silver chain, and a blue star card with a silver card face. Blue star weapon, mana ring, star lock. Blue star card, void monument breaker. Su Yuan stepped forward and looked at these items one by one, starting with the mana ring. The ring of mana can store an additional 50% of its own star power in the ring at the 3rd level. Once activated, it can be fully replenished into the body within 5 seconds. The star lock binds the star quasar. Once it binds the opponent, it can completely lock the flow of star power in the opponent's body. The ring of mana has little effect on me. After all, I already have the star fountain. This star lock is indeed a very good star weapon. Speaking of which, there are really not many star weapons that I can get my hands on right now. Su Yuan thought secretly, these 2 star weapons were indeed quite practical and powerful. But for me, with the last star card here, there is no need to make a choice. Void Breaking Tablet Hand. Quality, Blue. Attribute, Space. Introduction, can condense a space hand with super powerful concussion power to shock and kill targets from a distance. Pure space attack skills. So far, I don't have a space attack skill. Although the air cut has the breaking line characteristic, its essence is to strengthen the enchantment. In addition, teleportation is displacement, and phase transfer that has not yet been embedded is dodge. This void monument breaker comes at just the right time. Teacher Xiaohe, I want this void monument breaker. You sure? Su Yuan said firmly, okay. He Yanan nodded and smiled, okay, then you can take it. Thank you teacher. Su Yuan happily accepted the void monument breaker. After that, He Yanan had no other instructions. Su Yuan went directly back to the dormitory and went to the training room on the 2nd floor. Sitting down cross-legged, Su Yuan flashed the ring in his hand and held 2 star cards in his hand. Its phase shift and void monument breaker. Embedding soul skills can enhance the power of soul cards and speed up training. Now Su Yuan has 2 space star cards in his hand, both of which can be used as soul skills. However, there is also something to be said for choosing soul skills, as this is related to the 2nd awakening of the soul card. In addition to the quality, proficiency, and compatibility of the soul skills that will affect the strength of the soul card's 2nd awakening, after the 2nd awakening, the soul card will also absorb and further strengthen the soul skills. Then the system construction of soul skills becomes even more important. At present, teleportation and air cutting are quite unique skills. The attack of the Void Monument Breaker is relatively common, and there will definitely be a more advanced replacement in the future. In comparison, The invincible dodge represented by phase shift is undoubtedly much more special. Special is greater than routine, so it's self-evident how to choose. With the thought in Sir Yuan's mind, the communication phase was transferred and embedded into the soul card. As the inlay was completed, a burst of joy from the blue sky phoenix came from the body, and its growth seemed to have taken another step forward. Later, Sir Yuan inlaid the void-splitting tablet hand. Seeing the 2 extra blue space skills on the system panel, Sir Yuan was delighted and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. It is not easy to collect space skills. The 4 space skills I have so far can be regarded as attack, dodge, and displacement, which are somewhat systematic. Finally, from now on, I can barely be regarded as a true space system star card master. Then, the next step is to try new skills. With a thought in Sir Yuan's mind, silver light flowed around his body, and his body twisted slightly before disappearing from the spot. A few seconds later, he suddenly appeared a few meters away. Phase shift plus teleportation, this combo really works. Sir Yuan appeared, his eyes full of joy. Sir Yuan had this suspicion after spending a lot of stardust to extract phase shift and checking the information on this card. Phase transfer can temporarily transfer to other planes to avoid damage. This unique mechanism can almost be said to be invincible. But it also has a shortcoming: wherever you leave, you have to return. In this case, the opponent can sit back and wait, releasing continuous range attacks or laying traps, waiting for him to move back. However, through teleportation, you can use the location where the phase shift is initiated as the starting point and teleport directly to the surroundings in the secondary plane, which perfectly solves the shortcomings of phase shift. Not to mention anything else, with this combo, my life-saving ability has been improved by several levels. I'm afraid even a star may not be able to do anything to me. Sir Yuan smacked his lips and invisibly clicked on the survival item first. Only with life can there be output, which is not bad. Like teleportation, phase transfer has a small forward movement, but currently there is a tense interval between operations, and the transfer duration is shorter. Of course, this is just the entry level. The specific strength will depend on the level you reach the transformation realm. The other one is the Void Monument Breaker. As soon as Sir Yuan raised his hand, a big hand with the power of silver space reached out from the void in the distance. As Sir Yuan clenched his fingers, the big silver hand also clenched tightly, and an astonishing spatial fluctuation erupted from the palm of his hand. After some testing, Sir Yuan roughly determined the strength of this card. It's very powerful, but that's not its biggest advantage. Its biggest advantage is its flexibility. There is no need to store energy, it can be near or far, large or small, and it is very convenient to use. In terms of the limit of power alone, it is not as abnormal as the 18-in-1 Hell Flame. But no matter in terms of consumption or practicality, it completely explodes the flames of hell. Compared to the extremely high-cost 18-in-1 Hell Flame as a trump card, this is more like a powerful skill that can be used as a regular means. Taken together, it is definitely a T1 level attack star card. Chapter 183 Improve Skills. At the beginning of May, at the end of spring, the air was gradually filled with a bit of hotness. After breaking through the silver level in the holy spring of the Magic City, Sir Yuan first practiced in the academy for a week to consolidate the silver level he had just broken through, and then went to the Hongduan Mountains again to continue to cultivate stardust. Time was tight before the exchange competition, and Sir Yuan could only collect the stardust needed to extract phase shift and open up the 7 or 8 star nests. But now, not only the phase shift and void monument breaker that were just embedded need stardust, but the next 4 skill slots also need a lot of stardust. Based on the calculation that it takes 6,200 points to upgrade a blue skill to the transformation realm, 6 skills will cost nearly 40,000 points. So Sir Yuan went to the Hongduan Mountains again, preparing to gather all the stardust for the 6 blue skills at once. Now that Sir Yuan has broken through silver, his strength has skyrocketed. The summoned Hellfire and Hellfire Steel Wolves have been directly promoted to the high level of Silver, and the number of Hellfire Steel Wolves has also been increased to 8. A Hellfire led 4 Hellfire Steel Wolf brothers, divided into 2 teams. Su Yuan's own team, divided into 3 groups, marched side by side, sweeping all the way through the Hongduan Mountains, harvesting more than 4,000 stars every day dust. This speed is already the limit, not because Su Yuan is not strong enough, but because it is determined by the density and mass of the star beasts across the mountains. If you still want to increase your speed, you can only go to the real ancient forbidden area. During this period, if there is a powerful gold-level star beast, Su Yuan's super perception will be able to detect it and avoid it in advance. Whether he can win is another matter. Killing gold-level star beasts is less cost-effective. Su Yuan currently focuses on harvesting star dust. In this way, time passed day by day, and Su Yuan rapidly accumulated stardust at a rate of more than 4,000 per day. Even though there were countless star beasts in the Hongduan Mountains, they were still unable to make ends meet under Su Yuan's raids. The star beasts in the entire Hongduan mountain range are distributed from south to north, from shallow to deep, and they are sparse to the naked eye. On this day, in a wide mountain woodland deep in the Hongduan Mountains, a silver high-level master's black-striped thunder leopard was leading a dozen other silver elite thunder leopards to hunt a herd of forest deer at high speed. These forest deer are also at the silver level, but as ordinary star beasts, their combat power is naturally inferior to that of the elite star beast thunder leopard. At this time, the 2 thunder leopards on the right side looked at each other, and the electric light surged from their bodies. When connected with each other, a purple chain with thunder trembling was formed between the 2 leopards. The 2 thunder leopards suddenly accelerated, one on the left and one on the right, and surrounded and killed several forest deer in front of them as if they were fishing. Yo-yo! Seeing that they were about to be overtaken, several forest deer began to scream eagerly. At this moment, a big silver hand suddenly came out of the void and slapped the thunder leopard on the right. The big silver hand appeared very suddenly, and the thunder-patterned leopard was so fast that he was slapped before he even had time to react. An overbearing space wave shook, and the thunder leopard was shaken, and dense cracks suddenly appeared all over its body. Bang! In an instant, the middle-level silver thunder leopard was shot to pieces on the spot without any resistance, and exploded into countless pieces of flesh and blood, splashing onto the bushes on the ground. The other thunder leopard on the left had already run more than 20 meters in an instant, and suddenly found that its companion was missing and the purple lightning chain was broken. The thunder-patterned leopard didn't care about chasing its prey, and quickly turned around, only to see the exploding rain of blood and a big silver hand coming towards him. Ouch! The thunder-patterned leopard let out a high-pitched roar in horror, with electric light flowing all over its body, and was about to launch a lightning-fast thunder step to shoot to the side. But at this moment, the surrounding space seemed to be locked. The thunder leopard felt trapped and unable to move. He could only face the big silver hand that was constantly enlarging in his eyes. Puff! The next moment, the big silver hand chased after him, grabbed the thunder leopard and crushed it violently. After that, the brilliance on the big silver hand disappeared into the void, and then a handsome young man in black robe appeared on the scene. The Transformation Realm's Void Monument Breaker is really useful. While sighing, the young man found 2 star cores from the broken corpses of 2 thunder leopards, refined them and decomposed them into stardust. The movement was so smooth that it was repeated many times. This young man is naturally Su Yuan, who hunted for stardust in the Hongduan Mountains. At this moment, more than 10 days have passed since Su Yuan entered the Hongduan Mountains, and during this period, the number of stardust hunted by Su Yuan has reached more than 50,000 points. As early as a week ago, Su Yuan had already upgraded both Phase Shift and Void Monument Breaker to the Transformation Realm. The Void Monument Breaker in the Transformation Realm has the prison characteristic. Once approached by the Void Monument Breaker, the surrounding space will be temporarily blocked and unable to move, and can only be attacked head-on. The power of the Void Monument Breaker in the transformation realm has increased by nearly half. With one palm strike, almost no star beast in the silver level can resist it. If one slap is not enough, give me another one. Even the silver high-level master star beast was shot into countless pieces under the hands of the void-splitting monument. There are no tricks, it's just simple and crude. As for phase transfer, there has also been a huge improvement after the transformation. The duration is greatly increased, and the interval between operations is shortened to 3 seconds. In other words, Yuan can use a nearly invincible dodge move in 3 seconds. In addition, the phase transfer of the realm also comes with an extremely powerful local transfer feature, which can only transfer the body part under attack to the secondary plane to avoid damage. During the local transfer process, you can perform the most basic physical activities, cannot attack, perform skills, etc. The duration is increased to 5 minutes, and the interval between operations will not enter. This means that detectable small area attacks such as swords and bullets can hardly cause harm to Yuan. At this time, Yuan had just decomposed the star core. The surrounding vegetation was rustling, and silver-level thunder leopards appeared all around. But it was the roar of the previously dead thunder leopard that attracted all the nearby companions. In just a short moment, a total of 12 thunder-striped leopards, led by the black-striped leopard that evolved to master, surrounded Yuan in the center. Ouch! After just a brief look, the leading black-striped thunder leopard let out a roar, and many thunder-striped leopards launched their lightning steps and rushed towards Yuan in the center. It saves me having to chase them one by one. As soon as Yuan raised his hand, the Void Monument Breaker appeared out of thin air and swatted at the 2 oncoming thunder leopards. The 2 thunder leopards tried to dodge, but just like before, their movements were stagnant due to the prison characteristic of the Void Monument Breaker, and they were unable to move to the side at all. The big hand of the Void swatted past, slapping the 2 thunder leopards into 2 bloody clouds on the spot. Yuan waved his hand, and his big hand in the Void returned into the Void, crushing a thunder-patterned leopard that rushed in front of him on the left. Over and over again, every time the Void Monument Breaker was dispatched, it could crush at least 1 thunder-patterned leopard. In an instant, 7 thunder-patterned leopards were beaten to death. The numerous thunder-patterned leopard groups that were so aggressive a moment ago were completely defeated in the blink of an eye, retreating in all directions and not daring to step forward. If the leader, black-striped thunder leopard, hadn't been on the scene, they would all have fled. The black-striped thunder leopard did not expect that the situation would change so quickly. Isn't the human in front of me also a silver-level person? Why are the thunder leopards under his command as helpless as chickens? The situation took a turn for the worse, and the black-striped thunder leopard immediately roared angrily and pounced on Yuan himself. Yuan's expression remained normal, he raised his hand and waved at the black-striped thunder leopard, and the Void Monument Breaker immediately came forward to meet him. The black-striped thunder leopard has seen the power of this big silver hand and does not dare to be careless at all. With a low roar, the intense deep purple thunder surged out of the body. The black-striped thunder leopard's strength increased greatly. Purple electricity entangled its sharp right claw and swung out a claw. It was the blue skill Purgatory Electric Claw. Bang! With a muffled sound, the big silver hand and the purple lightning claw collided. The black-striped thunder leopard widened its eyes and trembled. The moment the electric claws collided with the big silver hand, the black-striped thunder leopard understood that the power of this big silver hand was not in its power, but in the overbearing space shock and tearing power it contained. In an instant, a large area of blood mist exploded from the body of the black-striped thunder leopard. It was shot more than 10 meters away and turned into a blood leopard in the blink of an eye. The black-striped thunder leopard was horrified, and he felt as if his whole body was about to burst apart. It was only because of his strong physique that he narrowly avoided exploding. Reluctantly standing up, the black-striped thunder leopard didn't dare to have the slightest idea and ran away. However, the silver light on the void-split monument's hand turned, and it escaped into the void. A moment later, it reappeared on the top of the black-striped thunder leopard and slapped it down with a palm. The ground trembled, and the space became slightly silent. A big hand in the void was raised, and the black-striped thunder leopard below had turned into a blur of flesh. On the other side, Su Yuan also wielded the Fenqi knife and killed the last black leopard that tried to escape. Leaving behind the master star core of the black-striped thunder leopard, Su Yuan extracted and decomposed the other star cores into stardust. System. Su Yuan summoned the system, and the stardust number column suddenly changed to stardust 42575. Su Yuan nodded as he looked at the number of more than 40,000 stardust. This was the stardust left after upgrading the phase shift and void monument breaker. With so much stardust, at least the silver level is enough. It's time to go back. Just to strengthen skills and extract star cards, more than 40,000 stardust is more than enough. And if you want to practice breathing and open up star acupoints, all this stardust is just a drizzle. 9th and 10 star nests, 1 star nest requires 100,000 stardust, and opening 2 star nests requires 1,200,000 stardust. At the current speed, without any accidents, it will take nearly 10 months of sleepless work to achieve it. But now is the stage of rapid growth. This time is too long. After reaching the gold level and having enough strength, you can consider entering the ancient forbidden area to farm stardust. That way the efficiency will be much higher. Making up his mind, Su Yuan recalled the summoning team scattered on both wings, and then returned all the way in the direction of Dian. Chapter 184 Silver Intermediate Level, Black Snow Country. Compared to spending time alone in the Hengduan Mountains brushing stardust, college life is lively but peaceful. Studying, tasks, trials, all the first-year students of Yeadu Academy are growing rapidly. Su Yuan almost never left the academy. Except for small classes, he basically practiced hard in the dormitory. Time passed, and a month and a half passed in the blink of an eye, and it was already late June. As early as mid-May, Xia Yu and Xiang Dingqian both broke through to the silver level. A few days ago, Shang Baiyu, Yeqing and others also made breakthroughs one after another, and everyone in the top class made great progress. On this day, in the Academy's Star Mist Pavilion, Su Yuan pushed open the door and walked out of the number 7 star mist pool. The strong star power fluctuations in his body had not dissipated, and it was actually much stronger than before. It's an intermediate silver level. Su Yuan, have you achieved a breakthrough? Zhang Chenjian's eyes flashed with admiration. Your cultivation speed is really amazing. Su Yuan smiled and bowed. Thank you very much, Teacher Zhang, for your guidance. Back in the Magic City Holy Spring, Su Yuan not only broke through to the silver level, but also took a big step towards the silver level. Now, after 1.5 months of practicing with peace of mind, my cultivation level has been steadily improving day by day. Finally, today, with the help of Star Mist Pool, I broke through to the silver intermediate level in one fell swoop. Of course, Zhang Chenjian's guidance is also crucial. He can always accurately see Su Yuan's current cultivation state and accurately give out ways to use the Star Mist Pond to break through. So Su Yuan is very grateful. Zhang Chenjian smiled casually and said, the main reason is that you are very talented in cultivation. My guidance only has a little effect. Over the past year, Su Yuan and Zhang Chenjian have gotten to know each other a lot better. Zhang Chenjian also liked this student who was extremely talented, yet not arrogant and polite. Teacher Zhang, I will leave now and come to visit you when I have time. Okay, let's go. Zhang Chenjian waved his hand, and then continued reading. A few days later, in the training room on the second floor of dormitory number 4 in Nanyuan, 8 Hellfire Steel Wolves surrounded Su Yuan, attacking with bites and claws from all directions. At this time, when one of the Bone Wolves' steel claws grabbed Su Yuan's body, it penetrated directly as if hitting a shadow. And just as its claws left Su Yuan's body, Su Yuan's fist swung out and knocked it away. After practicing for an hour, Su Yuan stopped. Facing the crazy attack of 8 Hellfire Steelbone Wolves, he was completely unscathed. Yes, I have made a lot of progress in the past few days, and I no longer make mistakes and get injured. Su Yuan nodded with satisfaction. Su Yuan was practicing local transfer. This move was powerful and practical, but the operation requirements were very high. At first, Su Yuan just summoned 2 Hellfire Steelbone Wolves for sparring, and both were hit multiple times. But now, even if the 8-headed bone wolf carries out continuous high-frequency and high-intensity attacks, Su Yuan can move out of the way accurately and without missing a beat, without being hit again. Moreover, from the outside, it is completely impossible to tell that Su Yuan avoided the damage through space transfer. Instead, it was more like virtualization. Su Yuan recalled the 8-skull wolf and prepared to go out for dinner. At this moment, the phone rang, and it was Yang Yifeng who sent a message. Su Yuan opened the message and glanced at it. After thinking for a moment, he went directly to the library tower. Su Yuan hurried over to the same place on the 3rd floor of the library tower of Yeadu Academy. Yang Yifeng was drinking tea and sunbathing at the table, but what surprised Su Yuan was another person sitting opposite him. "Teacher, King Yan." Su Yuan stepped forward and greeted. Sitting opposite Yang Yifeng was Situ King Yan. "Su Yuan, long time no see." Situ King Yan said with a smile. Yang Yifeng said to Su Yuan, "Sit down." Su Yuan nodded and sat opposite Yang Yifeng. Yang Yifeng looked at Su Yuan and said with a smile, "Have you broken through to the silver intermediate level?" "Yes, then this matter will be more appropriate." Intermediate silver level. A hint of surprise flashed through Situ King Yan's beautiful eyes. The last time he gave Su Yuan the Fenki sword to build, he was only at the intermediate level of bronze. How come he turned into an intermediate level of silver in just a few months? Situ King Yan concentrated her perception and looked at Su Yuan carefully, trying to sense Su Yuan's realm. However, Su Yuan's breathing level is too high and his breath-containing effect is too strong. Of course, Situ King Yan, who is also at the silver level, cannot see through it. Su Yuan asked, "Teacher, why did you call me here?" Glancing at Situ King Yan next to him, Su Yuan guessed that this incident was probably related to her. "There is one thing. Let Xiao King Yan tell you the details first." Su Yuan nodded and turned to look at Situ King Yan. Situ King Yan thought for a moment and said, "That's it, I'm going to build an ice star device recently, and there is a 3rd-level material called snow crystal. This kind of material is only available in the Snow Burial Mountains near the Black Snow Kingdom in the north, so I hope to entrust the Demon City Academy to issue a task and find 1 or 2 strong students to accompany me to search for it. But Grandpa Yang said that you were already silver level, so he recommended you directly to me." Black Snow Country. Su Yuan looked thoughtful. The entire eastern continent is an elliptical continent running from north to south, so it is basically divided into 2 parts, north and south. Black Snow Country is also a country in the south of the mainland. It is located to the northeast of Dian. Its national power is medium and its land area is about 1/3 of Dian's. The Black Snow Kingdom is far away from the Yan Luo Kingdom located in the northwest of Dian. In addition to the uninhabited and dangerous lands, there are also many small countries and forces scattered in between. Haixu and Yan Luo are the 2 medium-sized countries closest to Dian, and they are also the only 2 medium-sized countries in the south of the continent. Diplomatic relations between the 3 countries are pretty good, with exchanges and cooperation between them. For example, the Phoenix Nirvana Stone that Su Yuan and Geng Kaiyi took was obtained by the Baidu Consortium from the Yan Luo Kingdom. Compared to going to the Hengduan Mountains, Black Snow Country is further north. And Situ King Yan's meaning was also very obvious, that is, to find someone to go to Black Snow Country to look for materials together. "Okay, then I will accompany King Yan to the Black Snow Country." Su Yuan agreed directly without thinking too much. Situ King Yan once helped her create the top-grade Fenki sword. Now that the other party had made a request, Su Yuan would certainly not refuse. But apart from that, Su Yuan estimated that the teacher might have other ideas, otherwise he would not recommend himself to Situ King Yan. After all, this trip is far away, so regardless of the risks, it still wastes time. There are many masters in the senior class of Yeadu Academy who are silver or above. If Situ King Yan is allowed to issue tasks to find people on his own, he will definitely find the right one. Seeing Su Yuan agree, Situ King Yan's eyes were filled with joy. That's great, thank you, Su Yuan. Compared to the unfamiliar academy masters, Su Yuan, who was a student of Yang Yifeng and had interacted with him, was naturally more trusted by Situ King Yan. And according to what Yang Yifeng said, although Su Yuan entered the silver level not long ago, his strength is stronger than most silver level students. Seeing Su Yuan agree, Yang Yifeng couldn't help but nodded secretly. Compared to refining the Fenqi sword, going to the Black Snow country was undoubtedly more troublesome, but Su Yuan still agreed without any hesitation, which showed that Su Yuan was not a cold-hearted person. Su Yuan asked, "Is the snow crystal you mentioned in the secret realm? If it were in the main world, with Situ King Yan's abilities and background, he would be able to find gold or even star-level experts to accompany him. The reason why I only chose the silver level is probably because of the energy limit of the secret realm." "Well, it's in a silver secret realm." Su Yuan nodded, and then the two of them had a detailed exchange, and Situ King Yan was ready to leave. "Then I'll go back and prepare first, and I'll officially set off tomorrow." Situ King Yan smiled, "By the way, I will also give the credits as reward for the mission to the school and then transfer them to you." Su Yuan shook his head and said, "Forget the credits, just think of it as thank you for creating such a top-grade star weapon like the Fenqi Dao for me." "This, okay then." Situ King Yan saw that Su Yuan didn't seem to be able to negotiate, so she didn't mention it again. "Thank you, Su Yuan, see you tomorrow." Situ King Yan bowed, then turned and left. After Situ King Yan left, Yang Yifeng said to Su Yuan, "This time when you go to the Black Snow country, in addition to the snow crystals that Xiao King Yan needs, you also need to find a snow god lotus. The snow god lotus is a representative third-level spiritual plant in Haixu. It only grows in extremely cold environments. It may be found in the secret realm where Xiao King Yan is going. The snow god lotus heart pill refined with it can greatly resist the power of the flames. The ranking of the divine fire I know is not low. If you want to pick and conquer it at the gold level, you must be as prepared as possible. This snow god lotus heart pill is a very good choice. If you can get the snow god lotus, I will ask a friend to refine the snow god lotus heart pill for you." Su Yuan secretly thought that indeed, the teacher would not let him run away in vain. However, when Su Yuan heard the teacher say, "The ranking of divine fire is not low," Su Yuan couldn't help but become more curious. "Teacher, I don't know what the divine fire you are talking about is." "You kid." Yang Yifeng smiled and planned to keep silent. However, considering that Su Yuan has grown rapidly and is now at the silver intermediate level, Yang Yifeng pondered for a while and revealed a few things. "I won't say what it is specifically, but the ranking of the divine fire starts with 10. Ranking starts with 10? Isn't that the divine fire that ranks in the dozen or so?" Su Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that the divine fire that the teacher mentioned was ranked so high. Even the divine fire ranked at the bottom has great power and mysterious effects, let alone one ranked more than 10? Seeing that Su Yuan was eager to try and seemed to have a little more motivation, Yang Yifeng smiled and said, "If you want to get it sooner, just practice harder." Is teacher. Chapter 185 Traveling Far Away. The next day, noon. The entrance of the college. A sapphire blue coupe with elegant lines was parked on the road beside the south gate intersection. Situ King Yan stood beside the car. She changed from the old-fashioned clothes that Su Yuan had seen before. She was wearing a shirt, denim shorts, and a light green jacket. She was elegant, fresh, and beautiful. Star 330, a limited edition coupe launched by Zinken Group 2 years ago. It is said that 2,000 units were released nationwide. I didn't expect to see it at the entrance of the college today. A burly sophomore who came back from an off-campus mission stared at the blue sedan next to Situ King Ian and couldn't move his eyes away. The companion next to him smacked his lips. "Old Cheen, you are not paying attention right. The girl standing next to the sports car is the key. She's really pretty. I don't know if she's a student from Southeast University of Communication or a top student from Wenhua University in Yeouido." With a limited edition sports car and a beautiful girl with a unique temperament, Situ King Ian stood at the entrance of the college, which attracted the attention of the students entering and exiting. Not long after, a handsome young man walked out of the academy quickly. When he saw Situ King Ian beside him, there was obvious surprise on his face. "Long wait." Su Yuan greeted, "What you look like today is very different from usual." Situ King Ian smiled and said, "After all, we have to go out, so it's more convenient to do it this way. How about it? Is it okay?" "Yes, refreshing and capable, easy to move around." Su Yuan nodded, then looked at the blue sedan next to him and asked, "Is this your car? Are you driving to the airport? Well, come on up." After the two got into the car, Situ King Ian reminded, "Fasten your seat belts and sit tight." Su Yuan's heart tightened for no reason as he looked at Situ King Ian, who was holding the steering wheel with both hands and a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. "Are your driving skills good?" Su Yuan asked. "Of course." Situ King Ian agreed, then stepped on the accelerator and drove out with a rumble. At noon 2 days later, on the Taiyue plain in the north of Dian, a group of more than 50 people rode bronze-level camel beasts and ran in the wild. Outside the team, there were several people riding liexing horses in front and on the left and right wings to explore the situation. "Little brother Su, as young as you are, there are really very few people who go all the way to Black Snow Country. Many young star card masters have never been out of the country, let alone the place where the academy is located. You two are really amazing." At the right rear of the team, an uncle in his 40s was chatting casually with a young man and woman next to him. Among them, the young man with silver pupils smiled and said, "After all, our great Yan land is rich in resources and has many natural resources and treasures. Black Snow Country is so far away. If it weren't for some specialties, we wouldn't have traveled all the way there." This man and woman were Su Yuan and Situ King Ian, who came out of Arctic City. In Dian, there are land and sea transportation routes. This is because the dangerous areas in the country have been controlled by various places. Outside of Great Yan, there is no transportation to other countries. One is that it is difficult to maintain, and the other is that the demand is not high. Ordinary people rarely go abroad, but if a star card master wants to go abroad, he can do it by himself. At the next 3 levels, you may also use some substitute star beasts to conserve your physical strength and star power to deal with emergencies. And when you reach the Shining Star level, even if you travel long distances, your movement speed is no longer slower than that of ordinary means of transportation, and it is very convenient to go anywhere. In the Arctic City in the far north of Dian, there is a station that is responsible for taking people through various countries. The group of people Su Yuan and I are following now are the Gale Wind Station, one of the 3 major stations in Arctic City, on a long trip to the Black Snow Country. Although each person charges 40 centimeters of star stones, there are 2 gold-level masters and a dozen silver masters to guide and escort, so the safety is quite high. As long as you avoid the danger zone according to the route, there will generally be no danger. The uncle speaking in front of him was named Ji Ping, and he was a silver intermediate star card master. Ji Ping was originally a senior coach at a martial arts gym in a 3rd-tier city in the north. His talent was limited, and his limit in this life was at best gold level. Originally, in this situation, it would have been just fine to stay in the martial arts studio. There would be no worries about food and drink, and there would be no danger. But more than a year ago, Jiping's son also successfully awakened the soul card. So Jiping resigned from his position as a martial arts instructor and traveled between the Great Yan Kingdom and other countries, preparing to make quick money in 2 years and give his son a good start. Su Yuan said, "Uncle Ji, there are still risks in going abroad all year round. If you make enough money, it's better to stop early. For lower level 3-star card masters, the risk of activities between countries is not low. Not to mention the attacks by wild star beasts, more importantly, someone specifically targeted these groups of travelers. If you are robbed, losing your belongings is a small matter, but losing your life is a big deal. There are many more organizations, gangs and other forces in the north of Dian than in the west. A single target is more likely to attract people with bad intentions. Joining the team at the inn will be escorted by the inn's masters, which is trouble-free, safe, and relaxing. This is one of the reasons why Su Yuan and Situ King Ian accompanied the inn." Jiping shook his head and sighed, "You are right, it's just that star cards and star weapons all require money. My kid is so determined to get admitted to Zhengzhou College this year that I am determined to buy him a blue star card. It's July now, and the results of this year's college entrance examination have come out. Tanzhou College is the closest first-class college to Arctic City. It ranks 13th in the country, which is considered very good." Su Yuan thought for a while and said, "Students in the academy have to rely more on themselves. Even if they get an extra blue card in the early stage, it will not bring about fundamental changes. For star card masters, star cards are important, but they will come sooner or later. And perseverance and unswerving will are the keys that support the star card master's continuous upward climb." Jiping couldn't help but ponder upon hearing this. Over the past year or so, some people have advised Jiping to go back. But most of these people were also star card masters who had been involved in society for a long time, so Jiping didn't think much about it. And when even a genius like Su Yuan from Yeadu Academy said this, Jiping had to think more. Situ King Ian, who was next to him, also said, "Uncle Ji, I think if your son knew about it, he definitely wouldn't want you to do such a hard, tiring and risky job just for a blue card." Jiping said in surprise, "Miss Situ, how do you know that I didn't tell him that I was working abroad? A lot of what you just said can be inferred." Situ King Ian smiled and looked up into the distance. "If I were in my shoes, I definitely wouldn't want my parents to do such a thing. It's good that the family is safe, but if something unexpected happens, it will be the biggest blow." Su Yuan turned to look at Situ King Ian. Although her expression did not change much, Su Yuan still caught the hint of depression in her eyes. Su Yuan remembered that Situ King Ian had mentioned before that her family suffered a disaster in their early years and it was Yang Yifeng who saved them. But now she and Situ Bai were the only two people in the entire Situ mansion. Coupled with some of the words she had said, it was not difficult to guess that her parents had passed away early in that disaster. Jiping was lost in thought and did not notice the change in Situ King Ian's expression. However, Situ King Ian's words made Jiping really shaken. After some thought, Jiping seemed to have made up his mind. "Okay, when this trip is over, I will go to Tanzhou City to find a profitable job. While making money, you can also watch your son grow up in college." When Su Yuan and Situ King Ian heard this, they both nodded and smiled. Although the yellow camel beast has limited speed, it has strong physical strength and endurance. Overall, its traveling speed is not slow. 2 days later, we had traveled more than half the distance, entering the rolling mountains from the Taiyu Plain. "Be careful, Kaiyun Mountain is ahead." In the lead, a gold-level master of the post station riding a gale horse reminded loudly. This person's name is Yang Chunyua, he is the captain of the station for this journey, and he has the strength of the middle-level gold level. The other vice-captain is named Zhao Zongsheng, who is at the golden level. After hearing what Yang Chunyua said, Jiping next to Su Yuan also woke up from his sleep, patted his face and cheered up. "Little brother Su, little girl Situ, you have to be more vigilant. Ji Ping reminded in a low voice. Su Yuan heard this and asked, Uncle Ji, is Kaiyuan Mountain dangerous? Su Yuan also checked the information before setting off. Kaiyuan Mountain is a low-level dangerous area, and the highest level is gold-level star beasts, and there are only a few of them. However, Gale Wind Station often takes this route. It should have a good understanding of the distribution of star beasts in Kaiyuan Mountain, and the planned route is relatively safe. And even if they accidentally encounter a gold-level star beast, there are 2 gold-level masters in the team at the station alone, A and D. Su Yuan looked at a gentle middle-aged man at the front of the team. Although the man also mastered breath concentration, Su Yuan still saw that he was also at the gold level. Ji Ping drove the yellow camel beast closer to Su Yuan and the two of them, and whispered, It's not just the star beast that is in danger, there are also people. Kaiyuan Mountain has complex terrain, towering trees, and is right on the midline between the Great Yan Kingdom and the Black Snow Kingdom. If you want to block the road and steal money, this is the best choice. Su Yuan looked at the rugged mountainous area ahead and asked, Uncle Ji, have you been robbed by others in the past year or so? Yes, there are 3 times in total. I went to Yanluo Kingdom twice and I went to Longmen City once. I have walked the road from Dian to Black Snow Country 4 times, but I haven't encountered any problems yet. As for the 3 robberies, the first 2 were solved by the people at the inn. But the last time, I lost everything I had on me. Ji Ping recalled, at that time, there were 1 gold level and 7 or 8 silver level experts responsible for escorting the station. Those who came to rob the road were actually members of the Black Tiger Gang from the Black Wind territory. There were 3 gold level people and a dozen silver level people. As a result, the gold level masters escorted by the inn were surrounded, killed, and beheaded by the opponent. The remaining people did not dare to resist at all and obediently handed over their space rings. A trace of fear and joy flashed in Ji Ping's eyes, as if he was still haunted by that experience. Since then, even if I have to spend more money, I have only chosen some big inns, and nothing has happened to me. Su Yuan nodded when he heard this, then opened his senses and became alert to his surroundings. Chapter 186 Thick Fog. Somewhere in Kaiyuan Mountain. About 30 people wearing grey vests with red wolf heads tattooed on their bodies were resting on the top of the mountain. Among the more than 30 people, there are 2 people with extremely powerful auras, and they are both gold level masters. The rest of the people are all silver level. Such a formation is quite a force. This group of people waiting here is certainly not here for a picnic. They are obviously waiting for some target. At this time, a short and lean young man ran quickly from the woods in the distance and came to the front of the team. Master Wang, a team from the inn is coming. The leader of the team is named Wang Shuang, who is an intermediate gold level leader and the leader of the Red Wolf Gang in the Black Wind region. He is broad and fat, with a face full of flesh. He is currently gnawing on a big pig's trotter. How's it going? Is there anyone from Longmen? Wang Shuang asked. Yes, Lu Qianqiu, and 7 or 8 other people from Longmen are in the team. Good. Wang Shuang gnawed off the last piece of meat, with a trace of cruelty in his eyes. The people of Longmen dare to expel our Red Wolf Gang, they really think they can cover the sky in the Black Wind territory, right? Since we are forcing my Red Wolf Gang to go south, then I will eat up all your men still scattered in the south. Don't blame us for being ruthless. Wang Shuang took out a communication talisman, activated it with star power, and said fiercely. Li Si, the people from Longmen are here, prepare the sword formation to kill them all this time. If the people at Gale Wind Station are sensible, let them go, and those who are not will be killed. After Wang Shuang finished speaking, he waited for a reply from the other end. However, after waiting for a while, there was no reply from the other end. Li Si. Li Si. What happened? Wang Shuang's brows were furrowed, and his small eyes could barely see a single slit under his face. At this time, a person next to him suddenly noticed something. Hall Master Wang, look, there is white mist over there. Fog. Wang Shuang looked up, and sure enough, the hilltop where Li Si and others were located in the distance had been shrouded in thick white mist at some point. It's normal for fog to form in the mountains, but the current situation looks a little strange. Brother Wang, there is fog behind us too. Next to Wang Shuang, another gold-level master reminded in a deep voice. Wang Shuang turned around and looked back, as if in a dream. The mountains and forests all around him had been unobstructed just now, but now he only moved his eyes slightly away, and suddenly a large amount of white mist filled the area. In just a few seconds, several people disappeared into the thick fog. Yellow Dog, White Fang. Wang Shuang took a few steps forward and shouted loudly. However, the person who was called never responded. Be careful. This fog is not normal. Wang Shuang said, but no one behind him agreed. Wang Shuang felt an extremely bad feeling in his heart. He turned around again, only to see that the gang members who were next to him just now had been swallowed up by the thick fog and disappeared. Including another gold-level gang member who just reminded him. Wang Shuang's heart skipped a beat, and at this moment, there was a faint strange wave coming from behind him. Wang Shuang suddenly noticed something and quickly burst out his star power to turn around. However, there was a sharp pain in his chest, and a slender, corpse-like hand stretched out from his chest, holding a beating heart. Is that my heart? This was Wang Shuang's last consciousness. Snapped. With a squeeze of his slender pale hands, the heart was crushed. In Yuan Mountain, Yuan and others have been walking for a long time. On the way, they were also attacked by several waves of star beasts with low intelligence and no eyes. But there was no need for Yang Chunyua and other gold-level experts to take action. A few silver-level players stepped forward and easily solved it. At this speed, it should take about a day and a half to cross the mountainous area of Yuan Mountain. Yuan opened the map and saw that he and others were going deep into Yuan Mountain. It is difficult to travel in the mountainous area, so the team's traveling speed is slower than before in the Taiyu Plain. Once you leave Yuan Mountain, you can reach the southern border of Black Snow Country in less than a day. At this moment, there were quite noisy sounds coming from the forest ahead, and even the ground shook slightly. Yang Chunyua, who was at the front of the team, changed his expression and reminded loudly, "Be careful and get closer, we seem to have encountered a tide of small beasts." What? A tide of beasts? What to do? Upon hearing the tide of small beasts, many people in the team immediately panicked. Beast tide refers to a large-scale attack by a large group of star beasts towards a certain place. Usually, a small beast tide has hundreds of star beasts, while a large beast tide may consist of tens of thousands of star beasts. Everyone, don't panic. Put away the yellow camel beast and shrink the formation closer together. The silver level is on the outside and the bronze level is on the inside. Yang Chunyua had quite a lot of experience in leading the team and gave the team contingency instructions even though he was in a panic. The calm voice also calmed the somewhat panicked team a little. Yuan and Situ King Ian, who were at the rear right side of the team, also put the yellow camel beast into the beast control talisman given by Gale Wind Station. Ji Ping took a deep breath and reminded, "Be careful, the attack of the beast tide will not turn back, as long as we shrink our formation to withstand the impact." Yuan nodded slightly. With Yuan's current strength, the beast tide is indeed nothing unless there are several gold-level star beasts among them. In this case, it may bring some pressure to Yuan. Birds and beasts dispersed in fright, and the ground shook. Hundreds of star beasts in front rushed towards the team, 30 or 40 of them were silver star beasts, and they were menacing. Yang Chunyua and Zhao Zongsheng were at the front. Every time the sword light passed through, 7 or 8 star beasts were seriously injured or killed directly. It can only be said that he is worthy of being a gold-level master. Every move has amazing power, which cannot be resisted by ordinary silver star beasts. Situ King Ian took out a goose yellow long sword, and his star power exploded. He seemed to be only one step away from the high-level silver level. As a weapon refiner, Situ King Ian's long sword is of course also a blue star weapon. A large amount of star power is concentrated on the sword, and the increase is astonishing. Every time he swings the sword, the star power stirred up on the sword can severely damage even high-level silver star beasts with one blow. Su Yuan became even more relaxed. He took out the Fenqi sword. The power of space spread all over the blade. When he casually cut it out, many star beasts died under the sword. If he uses the Void Monument Breaker, the efficiency will be even higher, but in a team with 3 gold-level players, Su Yuan doesn't need to reveal too much strength, just lie down. It would be quite troublesome if you accidentally become someone a stranger seeks help from in a critical moment. Even so, Su Yuan slashed a star beast with ease, which also aroused the surprise of Situ King Ian and Ji Ping next to him. 10 minutes later, the beast tide passed, and everyone in the venue could not help but relax and let out a long sigh of relief. We haven't encountered a tide of beasts for several years. Fortunately, no one was seriously injured. After taking a closer look at the situation on the court, Yang Chunyua breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Wei, treat the injured person. Xiao Xiat, please take someone to collect the star core just now. Okay, Captain Yang. The silver-level guards under his command responded, and each began to act in an orderly manner. Yang Chunyua looked into the depths of Kaiyuan Mountain and frowned. I don't know what went wrong in the front. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be a tide of beasts in Kaiyuan Mountain. Vice Captain Zhao Zongsheng said, how about you wait here and I take 2 people to the front to have a look? Now that we have entered, even if we want to change the route, we have to determine what happened ahead. Yang Chunyua pondered for a moment and said, okay, Zongsheng, be careful. Zhao Zongsheng nodded, and then led 2 silver-level postmasters forward. Yang Chunyua turned around and greeted everyone, the beast tide has just passed, everyone should rest where they are. Captain Yang, what happened ahead? Yet, how could such a small wave of beasts suddenly appear? Is there any accident? It's over. This is my first time away from Dian. I won't be so unlucky and anything will happen to me. Everyone in the team was talking in panic. The worse their strength was, the more panic they felt when faced with this uncontrollable situation. Yang Chunyua said, don't worry, our people have already gone to the front to investigate. If there is any problem, we can go in another direction. No matter what, we at Gale Station will not abandon our customers easily. The reputation of Gale Wind Station and Yang Chunyua's calm voice still appeased everyone. Yang Chunyua walked up to the gold-level gentle middle-aged man and asked with a face on his face, Hall Master Lu, if anything happens later, please help me and your fellow Longmen gang members. Lu Qiankai just thought for a moment and responded, Captain Yang, don't worry, although I live in Longmen City, I am also a member of the Dian Kingdom. Most of the people in this team are great people. If something happens, we will try our best to help if we can. But if we can't do it, then we will prioritize ourselves. Yang Chunyua was overjoyed, that's great, then thank you Hall Master Lu. The people of Longmen are worthy of being righteous heroes. Yang Chunyua naturally couldn't let Lu Qiankai do his best to help. Even if he was waiting for the guards at the inn, he would not care about the guests of the inn when life and death were at stake. Besides, in Kaiyuan Mountain, there is probably nothing that my 3 gold-level players cannot handle. On the other side, Ji Ping looked at Su Yuan who put away the star core from the corpse, and was amazed. Little brother Su, you are indeed a genius at Demon City Academy. You can kill the silver star beast without any effort at all. If I had half your strength, it wouldn't take me so long. I might be able to raise the money to buy the blue star card in a few months. Su Yuan smiled and didn't say much. Putting away the last star core, Su Yuan looked deep into the mountain, his expression slightly serious. What's wrong? Is something wrong? Sensing the change in Su Yuan's expression, Situ King Ian came over and asked. Su Yuan sensed it briefly and said, "Be careful, there might be something troublesome ahead." Troublesome thing? Su Yuan nodded. I have hunted a large number of star beasts in the Daman Mountains and Hungduan Mountains. And every time he kills too many people in an area, the remaining star beasts around him will flee to other places, driving the star beasts along the way to escape. Just like the scene just now, it's exactly the same. So it was probably not a small beast tide, but a group of frightened star beasts. If that's the case, I'm afraid there might be something quite tricky ahead. Time passed little by little, and it was more than half an hour in the blink of an eye. Yang Chunyua looked at his watch and saw that the 10-minute contact time had come again. Yang Chunyua activated the communication talisman again. Zhong Sheng, how is the situation? Is there any new discovery? Hey, Zhong Sheng, can you hear me? Zhong Sheng. After shouting several times, but no one responded, Yang Chunyua's mood suddenly sank. And all around, everyone resting in place also saw this scene. What's going on? Where are the people who went to investigate? Did something happen? Why didn't you reply? Everyone in the team was in panic as they spoke to each other. Su Yuan's eyes also became serious. Even the gold level ones didn't have time to send a message, so they just disappeared quietly. The situation seemed to be more serious than expected. Yang Chunyua took out the map, checked it briefly and then decisively issued an order, return to the original route and exit the Kaiyuan Mountains first. No, this retreat will waste at least one day. Can't we adjust the direction appropriately? Some people in the crowd seemed to have a tight schedule, and when they heard that they were about to leave, they were immediately dissatisfied. Yang Chunyua said coldly, if you want to leave, you can leave alone. According to the agreement, we will not refund any money. Ever since there was no news about Zhao Zongsheng, Yang Chunyua felt a haze hanging over his heart, which became more and more intense. His intuition told him that he could not stay any longer. Act quickly! Yang Chunyua shouted loudly, and everyone quickly summoned the yellow camel beast, turned around and returned to the road at high speed. The group of people traveled smoothly, but Su Yuan's expression became more and more solemn. Looking around, the forest, which had been noisy with the sounds of insects and birds just now had not even the slightest sound, and was extremely quiet. Not only that, even the large group of star beasts that had just fled were nowhere to be seen. It's foggy. Situ King Ian suddenly said in surprise. Su Yuan turned around and looked, and sure enough, a dense white mist appeared on the side. And when he turned around, all directions were filled with increasingly dense white fog. Why did it suddenly fog up? Everyone in the field was quite surprised, even Yang Chunyua and Lu Qiankai were quite surprised. Wrong. Su Yuan's senses were fully opened and he carefully probed into the white mist. It didn't take long before he sensed faint fluctuations of star power in it. This is the mist of star power transformation. Su Yuan said loudly. Yang Chunyua and Lu Qiankai looked at Su Yuan in surprise, but they both understood what Su Yuan meant. This is someone secretly manipulating it. Yang Chunyua said quickly, stop first, slow down, don't scatter. However, while Yang Chunyua was speaking, the white mist around him became denser at a faster speed. A single figure was submerged in the white mist and disappeared from the scene. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes, put away the yellow camel beast, and reached out to hold Situ King Ian beside him. After Su Yuan finished doing this, he looked around and saw that except for Situ King Ian who was being held by him, there was no one else in sight in the whole place. Chapter 187 Black-haired girl. Su Yuan's perception was stretched to the limit. The white mist could not only obscure his vision, but also block his energy perception. With Su Yuan's super perception, he could only detect a distance of 3 to 40 meters in this white mist. If it were anyone else, they would have to wait until they were within 10 meters to react. What is the concept of 10 meters? For Silver Star card masters, it may be just a blink of an eye. Situ King Ian took 2 deep breaths, took out her long sword and calmly watched the thick white mist around her. It seems that I have fallen into someone else's trap. My perception is greatly restricted. I can only feel the surrounding areas. Although there was a little panic in his eyes, Situ King Ian was generally calm. Well, don't stay too far away from me. As Su Yuan spoke, he took out the Fenki sword and at the same time formed a seal with one hand to summon 8 huge hellfire steel bone wolves. Summoning. A hint of surprise flashed in Situ King Ian's eyes. As the weapon refiner who helped Su Yuan make the Fenki sword, Situ King Ian certainly knew that Su Yuan was a warrior. The warrior mosaic summoning technique is also normal, but it is not so normal for him to be able to summon 8 high-level silver elite bone wolves at once despite being a middle-level silver-level person. Go and see who is faking it. Su Yuan gave an order, and the 8 hellfire steel wolves roared and dispersed into the surroundings into the thick fog. Relying on the spiritual connection with the 8-headed netherfire steel wolf, Su Yuan is able to control his position with the 8-headed netherfire steel wolf at all times. Soon, the 8-headed wolf rushed out 100 meters away. However, nothing was found. Ji Ping, Yang Chunyua, and others all disappeared without a trace, and there was no other sound. Su Yuan asked the bone wolves to continue running. And just after running more than 200 meters, the 8 hellfire steel bone wolves suddenly changed their direction in unison and circled in a large circle. Even if Su Yuan ordered them to move forward or adjust their direction, they were still unable to cross that distance and continue moving forward. It's as if that direction is just outside their blind spot. Is it a boundary? Su Yuan whispered to himself, it seems that it's not that the others disappeared, but that we were dragged into some independent space filled with white mist. Combining the disappearance of other people and the space with boundaries, Su Yuan has roughly grasped the current situation. It's not that the thick fog isolates everyone, but that this itself is another space, or to be more precise, a place similar to a dream. Situ King Ian was very smart and understood the general situation after hearing what Su Yuan said. Since you dragged us here, you must not only trap us. At this moment, Su Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and his eyes flashed with silver light. Soon, the alert Situ King Ian suddenly caught a glimpse of a white figure emerging from the thick white fog. In a blink of an eye, he rushed behind Su Yuan and stretched out his hand to grab it. Su Yuan, be careful! Situ King Ian exclaimed. The white shadow moved so fast that Situ King Ian had no time to help Su Yuan block it. But Su Yuan didn't seem to react. In the blink of an eye, the pale and slender hand had already grasped Su Yuan's back. However, there was not even a trace of blood on the pale hand grasping Su Yuan's back, and it passed directly through Su Yuan's body as if it had not touched anything at all. Bai Ying seemed a little surprised, and his movements obviously paused for a moment. Su Yuan took advantage of the situation and took a step back. At the same time, he raised the long sword high. The dark light rushed onto the silver-red blade, and he suddenly struck the white shadow rushing towards him and stood down. Just when Fenki's knife was about to strike Bai Ying's body, Su Yuan's body just happened to be completely separated from Bai Ying's pale hand. And Su Yuan also saw the face of this white shadow clearly. This is a young girl with a Yangguo face, long black hair, pale complexion, thin body, and a slightly dull expression. Tisk! Some blood splashed. The black-haired girl was in pain, screamed and jumped several meters away. The body is quite hard. The knife Su Yuan struck at her just now failed to cut her completely, which shows how strong the opponent's physical defense is. Su Yuan, how are you? Situ King Ian asked quickly. Su Yuan stared at the black-haired girl opposite and responded casually, I'm fine. Situ King Ian breathed a sigh of relief, and then looked at the girl not far away. Surprised, his expression couldn't help but become more solemn. Such a young girl is actually at the gold level. This girl looked to be about the same age as Situ King Ian, in her early 20s. But his strength has reached an astonishing gold level. Seeing the opponent swaying and rushing over again, Yuan directly launched the sun-burning body technique Yellow Flame. Star Card Master, the higher the realm, the gap between each realm will also increase geometrically. Yuan is now at the middle level of silver, and the red flame stage will be promoted to high level of silver at most. As for the yellow flame burning body stage, although Yuan's physical body and star power strength still cannot reach the gold level, it can still surpass the silver level limit. Coupled with the 30% additional increase in star power intensity of Fenki Dao, the distance between it and the gold level has been greatly shortened. Clang clang clang! The knife and claws clashed, and the black-haired girl's pale hands were extremely hard, and she could actually fight head-on with the Fenki sword blessed with air cuts. However, Yuan has partial transfer, which gives him a huge advantage in close combat. Although he was unable to attack the opponent during the partial transfer, which was equivalent to his own virtualization, Yuan had already mastered the combination of virtuality and reality through sparring with the eight-headed wolf. When attacked, it will transfer locally, and when attacked, it will exit the transfer. After a close combat that dazzled Situ King Yan, Yuan, who was covered in yellow flames, caused numerous injuries to the gold-level black-haired girl. Seeing that she was no match for Yuan, the black-haired girl let out a strange scream and immediately retreated, trying to escape into the white mist to hide her figure for a sneak attack. But Yuan was not like Situ King Yan and others who could only sense a few meters around him. He raised his hand, and a 5-meter-long silver hand reached out from the void and grabbed the black-haired girl. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Immediately, the concussive power in the Void Splinter Monument's hand that was enough to shatter the space exploded. Even though the black-haired girl is a gold-level girl, she can't resist this overwhelming power of space. Her whole body is cracked like ice cracking, and bright red blood is seeping out from her body. Star power surged all over the black-haired girl's body, and the gold-level star power exploded with all its strength, and it actually slowly opened the big hand of the void a little. Yuan's expression was as usual, and with a thought, the 5-meter-long void-cracked tablet hand flashed with silver light and suddenly grew to more than 10 meters long. The silver light on the entire hand was shaking, and its power suddenly increased by an unknown amount. The black-haired girl who had just managed to open up a little was unable to withstand such terrifying power of space. With a bang, the power of space shook her into a pool of bloody flesh in the palm of her hand. Chapter 188 Second Awakening, Experimental Subject. This, killing now. When Situ King Yan saw Yuan suppressing this gold-level black-haired girl from beginning to end, and finally crushing her to pieces with his big hand that was more than 10 meters long, Situ King Yan's heart surged, and the shock in her heart was indescribable. He couldn't even see the enemy's movements and position clearly, but Yuan was like a god of war, killing his opponent with absolute superiority. Is this really the same intermediate silver level as myself? Situ King Yan couldn't help but think of what Yang Yifeng said back then. As for the silver level secret realm, it shouldn't be a problem to ask Yuan to accompany you. Although he has just broken through to silver, he is still better than most silver level students in Demon City. Stronger? Situ King Yan was a little dizzy. Grandpa Yang, is this the sum you said? As the black-haired girl was killed, Yuan was keenly aware that the space was no longer as stable as before, and immediately teleported to one of the Hellfire Steel Wolves on the border. After a brief inspection, Yuan waved his void monument breaking hand and slapped it forward. Crack, click, click. It was as if the mirror was shattered and reality returned. In the blink of an eye, the people from the traveling team reappeared in sight. It's just that most of these people have fallen to the ground, with various shocking injuries on their bodies. Their flesh and blood are blurred, and they don't know whether they are alive or dead. Only 7 or 8 people, including Yang Chunyua, Lu Qianqiu, and Ji Ping, had not fallen down. Their bodies were wrapped in a layer of mist, their brows were furrowed, and their eyes were twitching, as if they were having a nightmare. In addition, there was a black-haired girl in a white dress in front of her. She was the girl who had just been kneaded into a pulp by Yuan. The one just now is indeed not the original body. Yuan was not surprised as he appeared in front of the black-haired girl in a flash. The black-haired girl's originally closed eyes also opened and looked at Yuan. The black pupils in the dream were now pure white, and a strange and powerful wave of power came from the girl. This is the power fluctuation of the soul card, Erju. Yuan's pupils shrank, feeling greatly surprised. What this girl used was the power of the soul card that can only be used after the second awakening. A person who is at the third level can actually use the power of the soul card? It's so unbelievable. For a star card master, the soul card that is first awakened as a star apprentice is still very weak. It is in its infancy and can only provide one talent, one soul skill, and an increase in practice speed. As the star card master grows, the soul card also continues to grow. After reaching the shining star level, the soul card has grown to a relatively mature level. At this time, if you have sufficient qualifications and sufficient preparation, you can undergo a second awakening. After the second awakening, the soul card is in its mature stage. In addition to improvements in talents, qualifications, soul skills, and other aspects, the soul card can also lend part of its power to the master. With the same origin, the master can completely inherit the power of the soul card, and his strength will be greatly increased. The power used by the black-haired girl in front of her comes from the soul card. No wonder she can drag dozens of people, including 2 gold-level people, into a separate space at once. In fact, this girl is indeed using the power of the second awakening soul card, called Misty Hidden Dream Killer, which can use the white mist transformed by star power as a medium to create countless dream spaces. As long as you kill the opponent in the dream space, it will be reflected in reality and kill the opponent. Moreover, through dream separation, groups of enemies can be dragged into multiple dreams, and they can be dealt with at the same time by as many dream incarnations that are similar to the main body as needed. This is a kind of spiritual interference ability, but it is not a direct spiritual attack, so Yuan's hell chanting ring does not automatically generate a demon-haunted shield to resist. Yuan, I can't touch them, they are blocked by this white mist. In the distance, Situ King Ian tried to wake up Ji Ping and others, but there was no response at all. And if the star power is used to forcefully break through the white mist wrapped around them, it will not be easy to say, but even if it succeeds, it may cause a lot of backlash. So now, we can only solve it from the root cause. Yuan looked at the black-haired girl and asked, "Can you stop?" The black-haired girl looked at Yuan with dull eyes and opened her mouth slightly, but could not speak. "In this case, I have no choice but to send you to death." Yuan swung the Fenqi knife and stabbed it out, easily piercing the black-haired girl's heart. As if feeling pain and death, a rare trace of struggle and clarity appeared in the black-haired girl's eyes. Her lips were slightly opened, but no sound came out. Blood trickled down her chest, and the black-haired girl gradually lost her life. His physical fitness was so strong in the white mist space, but now his body outside was unexpectedly fragile. This girl is so strange. Yuan frowned slightly, looking at the black-haired girl whose vitality was fading away, his eyes revealing his thoughts. This black-haired girl is already at the gold level at a young age, her realm is surprisingly high, and she somehow also masters the power of the soul card that is only available in Erju. It can be said that such a talent is simply a genius among geniuses. But she looked dull and seemed to have some mental problems. In addition, in battle, she almost relied on her physical body, star power, and instinct, and she was not seen using any powerful skills or sophisticated tactics. Looking at the ring in the black-haired girl's hand, Yuan took it off and opened it. There was only food and water, a few sets of clothes, and some dolls of various colors. Besides, there are no more clues. Aha! At this time, as the black-haired girl died, Yang Chunyua and others also recovered, breathing heavily. The black-haired girl was able to hide in the mist and appear and disappear. Even Yang Chunyua and Liu Qiankai found it difficult to deal with it and suffered many injuries. It's like an ordinary person with normal vision suddenly falls into a cellar where he can't see his fingers. It's even more serious than this. Ji Ping and other silver-level players were not so lucky. They vomited blood and fell to the ground unconscious. Uncle Ji. Situ King Ian supported Ji Ping, but his chest had been completely scratched, the light in his eyes was dim, and he was already dying. Yang Chunyua and Liu Qiankai saw the situation around them clearly and were horrified, so they rushed to Su Yuan's side first. Is it her fault? Yang Chunyua had seen the black-haired girl in the dream space, and they immediately knew it was her. Yang Chunyua's face looked ugly. Not only was Zhao Zongsheng killed in battle on this trip, but almost all the dozens of people in the convoy were also killed. Liu Qiankai also frowned. Although not all of the Longmen brothers were killed yet, they were all in danger. Now besides Su Yuan and Situ King Ian, the only ones who can still stand in the field are Yang Chunyua and Liu Qiankai. Liu Qiankai bowed his hand to Su Yuan, "Thank you, little brother, for killing the enemy and saving us." Liu Qiankai knew very well that if it stayed a little longer at night, he might not be able to hold on anymore. And the silver-level young man in front of him was actually able to kill the enemy's body. Although he didn't know how he did it, it was definitely not easy. "Yes, thank you little brother." Yang Chunyua on the side also solemnly thanked him. No matter what, he was lucky enough to save his life. Su Yuan nodded, "Let's take a look at the team's situation first." "Okay." Yang Chunyua didn't hesitate and quickly turned to the team to check. Liu Qiankai bowed his hands and went to see the situation of his Longmen brothers. Su Yuan looked at the black-haired girl and put her body into her space ring with a wave of his hand. "This girl is too weird. I want to report it to the academy after she returns to the academy. This body is also suitable for the academy to see. Su Yuan, come and see, Uncle Ji can't hold on any longer." Situ King Ian sounded slightly anxious. Su Yuan immediately teleported over, raised his hand and released a baptism of holy light that shone on Ji Ping. However, Ji Ping was seriously injured and was on the verge of death. It was impossible to save him with the baptism of holy light alone. It was a great surprise that he could persist until now. Ji Ping was spitting out blood. Under the influence of the baptism of holy light, he seemed to have a little more strength. He took off the ring on his left hand with difficulty and handed it over. "Su. Gu, gu." Ji Ping opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he was spitting out blood. The blood was already stuck in his throat, and he was completely speechless. Su Yuan naturally understood what Ji Ping meant, took the bloody ring, and said in a solemn voice, "Uncle Ji, don't worry, I will give it to him." Although Ji Ping has not said his son's name, there are not many people with the surname Ji. It is not difficult to find him as long as he goes to Zhengzhou College to find the list of freshmen and his home address. Hearing Su Yuan's assurance, Ji Ping's eyes suddenly became brighter and he smiled. But after that, with a little longing and regret, the brilliance in Ji Ping's eyes quickly dimmed. Situ King Ian's eyes turned slightly red as she watched this scene. Although they had only known each other for a few days, Uncle Ji saw that Su Yuan and Situ King Ian were young, and were still college students, so he reminded them of everything they needed to do on the way. What's more important is that this honest and kind-hearted uncle, who was obviously going to stop and go back to accompany his son after this trip, unexpectedly died on the way. This separation of family members seemed to have a great impact on Situ King Ian, and she fell silent. Su Yuan patted her and said slowly, "People die every moment in this world, some are killed by others, some die of old age, some die of illness. Uncle Ji died for his children. Compared with others, he was happy. Don't be sad, all we can do is deliver his last wishes. Is it happiness to die for one's own children?" Situ King Ian was startled and looked up at Su Yuan. After thinking for a while, he nodded and seemed to cheer up a little. Su Yuan just wanted to comfort Situ King Yan, but his words seemed to have an unexpected effect. There was indeed no one else alive at the scene. Yang Chunyua and Lu Qiankaiyu spent some time burying all the bodies on the ground. Lu Qiankaiyu looked at Yang Chunyua and asked, "What's next?" "Now that the enemy has been eliminated by Brother Su, let's move on." Yang Chunyua said in a deep voice, "Although we encounter such a thing, the three of you are also guests, and I will continue to send you to Black Snow Country. Of course, the more important reason is that little brother Su saved me, so of course I can't leave you halfway." The professionalism of Gale Station is really high. Su Yuan and Lu Qiankaiyu both said, "Thank you very much." Yang Chunyua sighed, then cheered up, "Let's go, keep moving forward." In the north of the continent, in a large technical research institute, a group of people wearing white research uniforms were busy. At this time, a tall blonde woman suddenly walked quickly into an independent office room. "Lord Barton, the experimental subject No. 035 released has been confirmed dead." The blonde woman sounded anxious and handed over a report. "So fast?" In the office, a burly middle-aged man with a majestic look took the report and looked at it. "Is it an experimental subject that was placed near the Great Flame? Although I can barely sleep, my spirit is severely eroded and I can't use my skills. It's a failure." The middle-aged man's tone was extremely indifferent. After taking a look, he threw the report into the trash can. "Keep watching." "Yes." Written request for leave. Dear readers, please take a day off. The Magic City Holy Spring is over. Next, we need to think about expanding the map and power. I've been a little rushed writing books recently, so I often take a break every month to adjust my condition / clasp my fists / clasp my fists. Chapter 189 Changes in the Secret Realm. Black Snow Country is a country where more than 60% of the land is covered by ice and snow. The southernmost city in the Black Snow Kingdom, Wanghan City, is one of the important cities in the Black Snow Kingdom. On the Black City wall tens of meters high, the white snow is frozen. On both sides of the wide open city gate, city guards led by gold-level captains were guarding here. From a distance, 3 men and 1 woman came outside the city gate from the south. It was Su Yuan and his party who came from Dian. Lu Qiankaiyu reminded with a smile, "Brother Su, Miss Situ, just show your Star Card Master certificate from the Great Yan Kingdom. It is also valid in the Black Snow Kingdom." Su Yuan and Situ King Yan responded, took out the Star Card Master's certificate, and then followed Yang Chunyua and Lu Qiankaiyu into Lookout Han City. Entering the city, Yang Chunyua said, "By bringing the 3 of you here, my mission has been completed. Such a big thing has happened on this trip. I have to go to the Wanghanchanj substation of the Inn to explain the situation." With that said, Yang Chunyua took out the 80-centimeter star stone and handed it over. "Brother Su, thank you very much this time. I will not accept the 80-centimeter star stone from you and Miss Situ." "Okay," Su Yuan was not polite and took it directly. "Captain Yang, see you soon." "See you soon." When Yang Chunyua left, Su Yuan and Lu Qiankaiyu were the only ones left here. Lu Qiankaiyu thought for a while and asked, "Little brother Su, you said before that you were going to the Snow Burial Mountains. Are you going to the Snow Burial Original Secret Realm?" There are 2 secret realms in the continuous Snow Burial Mountains. Since Su Yuan and Situ King Yan are both silver level, it is not difficult to guess that they are going to the silver level secret realm Snow Burial Plains. Su Yuan nodded, "Yes, this time we are going to the Snow Burial Field to find some materials. To be honest, Snow Burial Original Secret Realm is the most dangerous among all the silver level secret realms I know. Although the upper limit is silver level, there are many things in it that are difficult for ordinary silver level to deal with. Just looking at the star beasts born in the Snow Burial Plain, there are many ice and snow star beasts that are at the silver level. In the environment of the snow burial plains, these ice and snow star beasts can take advantage of the geographical location and exert a power close to or even reaching gold level. In addition, there are also various strange weather conditions such as frost, hail, and bone-piercing icy wind. Su Yuan nodded and said with a smile, "Thank you, Hall Master Lu, for reminding me. We have already understood what you said. Since we still choose to come here, we naturally have a certain degree of confidence." "That's right, little brother Su, you can even break through the white mist space. Even if your strength is not amazing, you must have extraordinary means. It cannot be measured by ordinary silver level." Lu Qiankai pondered for a moment and continued, "The Snow Burial Mountain Range is not far from Longmen City, and people from our Longmen often go to the Snow Burial Mountain Range and Snow Burial Plains. Over the years, there have been maps marking dangerous areas and some resource points. Brother Su saved my life this time. Why don't you follow me to Longmen City and I can apply to the helmsman to give you a copy of the map?" Longmen City is a large area located in the Black Wind region to the west of the Black Snow Kingdom. In many places in this area, an extremely lethal black wind will blow from time to time, cutting the entire area into pieces. Therefore, this area has never been annexed by other countries, and it has also spawned many independent organizations and gangs. The most prominent among them is 1 dragon, 3 tigers, and 7 wolves. Although tiger and dog wolf are only used to describe the strength of gangs, they may not necessarily contain these words. But the dragon in it refers to Longmen. There are 3 Burning Sun level masters stationed in Longmen, who are the strongest force in the Black Wind territory. This is a gang that is free and open, united and helpful, and has a strong Jianghu atmosphere. It has a pretty good reputation throughout the southern part of the continent. Not only the people from the Black Wind region, but also from Yanluo, Haixu and other countries, and even the countries in the north of the mainland, there are many well-known people or organizations who come to settle down and live in Longmen City and seek cooperation. As for Lu Qiankai's statement that the Snow Burial Mountain Range is not far from Longmen City, he is right. The Snow Burial Mountain Range is an east-west mountain range. It is outside the Black Snow Country and is located to the north of the Black Wind Territory and the Black Snow Country. At this time, after hearing what Lu Qiankai said, Su Yuan nodded after thinking for a while. "Okay, then I'll trouble Hall Master Lu. Going to the Snow Burial Secret Realm is not for the Stardust, but to find the Snow Quartz and the Snow God Lotus. If we really had the help of someone from Longmen who was a local snake, we would definitely be able to save a lot of time and avoid a lot of risks." Lu Qiankai laughed loudly, "Okay. The people of Longmen, pay attention to loyalty and always repay kindness. Little brother Su followed me to Longmen, which gave me the opportunity to repay Kaiyuan Mountain for saving my life. In the Black Snow Country, the weather changes so much that there are no air routes. So Su Yuan and his party took the Black Snow Kingdom train to Longmen City first. 2 days later, Longmen City. This city wall is not much different from Wanghan City. Su Yuan looked at the towering walls of Longmen City and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although the shining star can fly, such city walls are engraved with barriers. Even if you enter from high altitude, you will be discovered and blocked. Lu Qiankai smiled. After all, Wanghan City is just a city in Black Snow Country, and Longmen City is all of my Longmen. Hall Master Lu, you are back. The guards at the East City Gate saw Lu Qiankai approaching and quickly greeted him. The leader, a muscular middle-aged man wearing a white vest, walked up in surprise. "Old Lu, you actually came back successfully from the Great Yan Kingdom. Lao Su, why do you say that?" Lu Qiankai wondered whether the other party could predict the accident that happened in Kaiyuan Mountain. Su Shan was startled, glanced at Su Yuan and the 2 people behind Lu Qiankai, and asked, "Didn't you encounter people from the Red Wolf Gang?" "Red Wolf Gang? No." Su Yuan and Situ King Ian finally understood. It was obvious that they were not talking on the same channel. After some exchanges between Liu Qianqiu and Su Shan, they finally figured it out. It turns out that some time ago, because the Red Wolf gang secretly did some bad things, and because of the various bad behaviors of the Red Wolf gang, they were expelled from the Black Wind territory by many gangs headed by Longmen. There have been several retaliatory actions against Longmen by the Red Wolf gang in recent days. On Liu Qianqiu's side, according to the news obtained by Longmen, several gold-level hall leaders of the Red Wolf gang were trying to intercept and kill Liu Qianqiu in Yuan Mountain. When he wanted to notify Liu Qianqiu was already on the way. So this is it, Yuan Mountain. After Liu Qianqiu thought for a while, he vaguely guessed something. If this is the case, then the reason why my group did not encounter anyone from the Red Wolf gang is probably because the people from the Red Wolf gang who were ambushing in Yuan Mountain were also killed by the black-haired girl who controlled Bai Wu. Su Shan asked in confusion, "Old Liu, since you haven't encountered anyone from the Red Wolf gang, what about the other people under your command?" Speaking of this, Liu Qianqiu sighed heavily. "Although I didn't meet anyone from the Red Wolf gang, something unexpected happened, but I can't tell for a while. I'll go back to the branch to report on my duties." "Oh, okay." Lao Su turned his attention to Su Yuan and Situ King Yan behind him. "Old Liu, these two young people are." Liu Qianqiu introduced, "This is Brother Su Yuan and Miss Situ, don't underestimate them, I can come back alive this time thanks to these two." "Brother Su, this is the leader of our Longmen Hall, Su Shan, who is responsible for guarding the city gate." Su Yuan and Situ King Yan greeted, "Hall Master Su." "Oh." Lao Su looked at Su Yuan in surprise, and said with a smile, "It's true that a hero comes from a young age, hello." Su Shan knew Liu Qianqiu's strength well. According to Liu Qianqiu, he was an intermediate gold-level person, and he was saved by these two young people? Although the realm of one of them is a bit vague, the other one is undoubtedly silver level. Su Yuan smiled and said, "Hongzhi Su is too polite." Liu Qianqiu said, "Brother Su Yuan and the others are going to the snow burial plains. I am going to give them a detailed map of the snow burial plains." Snow burial plains. Lao Su's expression changed slightly. As for the snow burial plains, there have been some changes recently. It's best not to go there in the near future. Liu Qianqiu frowned and said, "Old Su, what do you mean?" Lao Su said slowly, "Not long ago, the cold air broke out in the snow burial plains, forming a huge snowstorm. And after this snowstorm, some unexplored new areas appeared in the snow burial plains. In recent days, people from all walks of life have entered and explored the new area of the snow burial plateau, but they have suffered heavy losses due to deaths, injuries, and disappearances. Not only is the weather and terrain worse, there are also many terrifying star beasts inside. I've only been away from Longmen City for 2 months, and something like this happened." Liu Qianqiu was a little surprised when he heard this, and turned to look at Su Yuan and the other two, "Brother Su, Miss Situ, what about you? Is the secret realm becoming dangerous?" Situ King Yan frowned slightly. "Snow crystals are important, but now that such changes have occurred in the snow burial plains, the danger is higher than expected." Su Yuan didn't think too much, "Since you have traveled thousands of miles to get here, of course you can't return without success." "Okay." Liu Qianqiu nodded, and then said to Su Shan, "Let's drink later. I'll go back to the helm first." "Go ahead, but if you drink, you'll have to change your guard tonight. You won't come back until you're drunk." Longmen City, in a side hall on the east side of the city. A woman in her early 30s sat in the main seat, with a sharp temperament and a straight back. She was Liu Qianqiu's immediate boss and one of the deputy helmsmen of the Chengdong branch, Lin Yu. In terms of age, Lin Yu is younger than Liu Qianqiu, but in terms of strength, Lin Yu is a real star-level master. Starting from the shining star level, there are no small stages such as beginner, intermediate, and advanced among the lower 3 levels. However, Lin Yu is also a famous and powerful first-class master among the shining stars in the Black Wind territory. Lin Yu looked at the people below and asked, Hall Master Lu, do these 2 guests from the Great Yan Kingdom want the map of the snow burial plains? Lu Qiankai stood up and said, That's right, Vice President Lin, I am willing to use my current 2 third-class merits to give Brother Su Yuan and the others a copy of the map of the snow burial plains drawn by our long men. Secret maps are inherently valuable, especially maps with detailed annotations. Lin Yu looked calm. No, our longmen has always repaid kindness. Since these 2 saved the life of my longmen hall master, a map doesn't mean anything. When Lu Qiankai heard this, he clasped his fists heavily and said gratefully, Thank you, Vice President Lin. Su Yuan and Situ King Ian also stood up and saluted, Thank you, Vice Pilot Lin. But I have to remind you too that after the snowstorm, there have been a lot of changes in the snow burial plains. Many of the original markings may not still be valid. Su Yuan smiled and said, Thank you, Vice Pilot Lin, for reminding me. No matter what, it is better to have a reference than no reference at all. Lin Yu nodded, pondered for a while and said, Tomorrow, we will have a group of people set off to the snow burial plains. If you 2 are not in a hurry, you can follow our team there. There are many entrances to the snow burial, so it would be great if someone familiar can lead you in. Su Yuan and Situ King Ian immediately responded, Thank you so much, Vice President Lin. Chapter 190 Young Master Longmen. The next day, the east side of Longmen City was divided into rudders. When it was time to set off, Su Yuan and Situ King Ian came to the square in front of the helm in advance to wait. At this time, more than 30 members of the Longmen gang were already waiting in the square. When they saw Su Yuan and Situ King Ian, they couldn't help but cast curious and appreciative glances. Old Wang, do you know who these 2 little guys are? I heard that he is a genius student from the Great Yan Kingdom and he wants to go to the snow burial plains with us. Students from Great Yan? I have seen some genius students from the Black Snow Country. The snow burial plain is so dangerous now. If only 2 students go there, won't they risk their lives? Hey, that's not necessarily true. It is said that they also rescued Hall Master Lu in Kaiyuan Mountain. Rescued Hall Master Lu? Hall Master Lu is at the gold level, so powerful. While these Longmen gang members were discussing, Su Yuan quickly scanned the crowd and roughly knew the strength of these people. Most of them are mid-level silver masters, and there are 5 people who have reached high-level silver level. One of them should be at the silver limit. Su Yuan whispered to Situ King Ian. Situ King Ian nodded. After these days, Situ King Ian also knew that Su Yuan's perception was stronger than that of ordinary people. At this time, Lu Qiankai also came over. Brother Su, Miss Situ, just follow our Longmen team today. You will be able to enter the snow burial ground in about a day. Thank you very much, Hall Master Lu. You're welcome, you should. Not long after, Lin Yu came over with a few people, one of whom was a tall young man in his 20s and about 1.85 meters tall. Lin Yu frowned as he walked. If you ask me, Lian Yun, don't go there. If you really find something good, you can take it back and choose. The tall young man said nonchalantly, Sister Yu, my father has always taught me to do it yourself and have enough food and clothing when I was a child. How can I just take the things I found for my brothers? Besides, this time around the snow burial plains, experts even came from the north of the mainland. It was so lively, so of course I had to go and take a look. I think the latter reason is the most important. Lin Yu shook his head angrily, You kid, you are good at everything, but you just can't take any time off. Let me tell you, many of the gang members who went to explore earlier lost their lives in it. Now the situation in the snow burial field is very unclear. Don't worry, Sister Yu, my dad arranged for Yu Shi and Fang Yu to protect me, nothing will happen. During the exchange, Lin Yu and others also walked to the small square in front of the helm. Vice Pilot Lin. More than 30 gang members in the field greeted in unison. Then, everyone looked at the tall young man next to Lin Yu, who seemed to be very familiar with him. Oh, even Master Yuan wants to go to the snow burial plain. That place is very unsafe, why don't we go explore it first? Liu Qiankai's expression changed slightly when he saw the tall young man, and asked, Lian Yun, why are you here? Do you want to go to the snow burial plain too? Yes, Uncle Liu, I heard that there are a lot of good things in those new areas. The tall young man smiled, and then his eyes fell on Su Yuan and Situ King Ian. His eyes suddenly lit up and he ran over in a few steps. Are you two academy geniuses from the great Yan kingdom? The tall young man said excitedly. Su Yuan smiled and said, my name is Su Yuan, and this is Situ King Ian. The tall young man smiled heartily, hello, hello, I am Qin Lian Yun of Longmen. Liu Qiankaiu introduced to Su Yuan, Qin Lian Yun, the son of our city lord, we have watched this boy since he was a child. He is very talented and has a lovable personality. His only shortcoming is that he can't sit still and likes to join in the fun. Su Yuan looked at the young man in front of him. Is this the son of Qin Xiang Yang, the famous Dragon Gate boss and Burning Sun level master? Young Master Longmen, the second generation star. He looks to be in his 20s, and his cultivation level has reached the silver level, which is indeed not bad. Brother Su, I heard from Sister Yu that you are students from the top academy in the great Yan kingdom. Can we compare notes? Qin Lian Yun looked excited and full of fighting spirit, and seemed to be very interested in the geniuses of his generation from the great Yan kingdom. As soon as they heard that they were going to compete, the Longmen gang members behind them immediately started cheering excitedly. Oh, okay, use force to make friends. Brother Su, let's compete with our young master. Apart from Captain Pan, no one among us can be his opponent. Even Lin Yu and Liu Qiankaiu, who were about to speak, couldn't help but stop talking. Although Su Yuan defeated the black-haired girl before, Liu Qiankaiu didn't know how Su Yuan did it, and he was also curious about Su Yuan's strength. Lin Yu had the same idea after hearing Liu Qiankaiu's report about the accident in Kaiyuan Mountain. Su Yuan smiled and said, okay. Brother Su, feel free. In that case, everyone else, please get out of the way. Lin Yu greeted, this is not a martial arts competition stage. You just stop here and simply compete in martial arts. Don't hurt the harmony. What Lin Yu meant was not to use any powerful skills. Come on, Su Yuan. I'll wait for you next to you first. Situ King Ian knew that this kind of competition between peers meant that Su Yuan didn't have to worry about it. After saying come on, come on, come on, he stepped aside. Su Yuan took out the Fenqi knife, and Qin Lian Yun took out a long stick. Qin Lian Yun showed a hint of pride on his face, Brother Su, although I have not been out of the Black Wind territory very often, I have fought against many geniuses from the entire Black Wind territory and even the geniuses from the neighboring Black Snow country. Very few of them are my opponents. This is the first time I have seen the young genius who came to Longmen City from the great Yan kingdom, and I asked Brother Su to let me have a good look at him. Su Yuan nodded slightly, well, come on, I won't let you down. As if feeling the strong confidence faintly conveyed in Su Yuan's tone, Qin Lian Yun's expression could not help but become slightly solemn. Seeing that Su Yuan had no intention of taking the lead, Qin Lian Yun gathered his momentum and then rushed forward with a long stick. With quick movements and long strides, Qin Lian Yun rushed in front of Su Yuan in a moment. Condensed star power was poured into the long stick, and he suddenly swept over with the stick. Mountain shaking stick. This stick is all about power. The power is condensed but not dispersed, and with the help of star power, the strike force is exploded several times. Qin Lianyun originally thought that Su Yuan would withdraw his sword to resist, but until the long stick was about to fall on Su Yuan, he didn't see any movement. Qin Lianyun was startled, and at the critical moment, he subconsciously withdrew some strength. The long stick swept across Su Yuan's body, passed directly through Su Yuan's body and escaped from the other side. Qin Lianyun still has a lot of fighting experience. Although he was shocked, more star power poured into the long stick, and the stick was heavily shadowed, and the stick was smashed down. Kong Gyun Jishan. This stick is all about speed. There were heavy shadows of sticks, and in just a few seconds, 30 or 40 sticks fell on Su Yuan. However, it still has no effect. Void. Qin Lianyun looked thoughtful, but at this moment, Su Yuan also took action. Once again using partial movement to avoid the long stick that was swept away by the sticky star power, Su Yuan slightly bent his legs and quickly leaned close to Qin Lianyun. At the same time, he turned the long knife in his hand and struck Qin Lianyun's chest with the back of the knife. Well! With a muffled groan, Qin Lianyun was pulled back 2 or 3 steps by the huge force on the back of the knife. His chest suddenly felt tight and his face turned red. I agree. Su Yuan said calmly. Many gang members in the small square have been shocked by such incredible abilities. Defeated Master Lianyun so quickly? Lin Yu also frowned slightly. Is it virtual? No. Although it is very weak, it seems to be another kind of power. Because the star power fluctuations in Su Yuan's body were relatively weak, Lin Yu was not sure what Su Yuan's ability was to avoid Qin Lianyun's long stick attack just now. Cough, cough. After Qin Lianyun coughed twice, he finally recovered. Awesome, Brother Su. Qin Lianyun looked at Su Yuan in surprise and uncertainty. Instead of being angry, he was happy. He walked up to Su Yuan in a few steps, looking excited. Brother Su, that move just now switched between reality and reality so quickly that I didn't even have time to defend. It was so powerful. It turns out that the geniuses of the Great Yan Kingdom are so strong. They are much better than the geniuses of the Black Snow Kingdom that I have fought against. Situ King Ian, who was listening by the side, secretly shook his head. Under normal circumstances, Dian's geniuses are not that strong. You just happened to draw the most special one. Brother Su, when we come back from Snow Burial Plains, let's discuss it again. Su Yuan was about to speak, but Lin Yu on the side took the lead and said, Brother Su is indeed extraordinary in strength. Lianyun, for now, please stop disturbing the guests. Qin Lianyun's mouth tightened. It's, Sister Yu. It can be seen that Lin Yu can still control the city lord's son. However, Qin Lianyun immediately winked at Su Yuan and whispered, Brother Su, we'll talk about it on the way. Su Yuan smiled. It could be seen that this Qin Lianyun was quite belligerent. Lin Yu looked at everyone and said, Okay, you have seen enough of the excitement, now let's set off for the snow burial ground. This time Pan Long led the team to explore the snow burial plains. Pan Long, please be more careful and don't rush in. If you find any key findings, we will report them back in time so that we can make plans. Pan Long, the only one among the more than 30 silver-level gang members who had reached the silver limit, immediately responded after hearing this, Yes, Vice Duo Lin. Lin Yu nodded. In addition, there are many people from all sides in the snow burial plains. Not only are various gangs in the Black Wind region, but also Black Snow Kingdom and even some countries and forces in the north of the mainland have entered it, trying to explore the secret realm. Treasures in. We try not to conflict with others if it is not necessary. But if there is a conflict, as long as we hold our ground, Long Men, are not afraid. Do you understand? Many Long Men gang members on the field responded in unison, understood. Perhaps because of solidarity, mutual assistance and the importance of friendship and righteousness, the Long Men gang members have a strong sense of community and belonging. Lin Yu turned around and called the two men who were following Qin Lianyun, and said in a deep voice, Yu Shi, Fang Yu, you two must protect this kid Lianyun. If something happens to him, we can't afford it. Yu Shi and the other two responded, don't worry, Vice Duo Lin, as long as we both still have breath, nothing will happen to Master Lianyun. Lin Yu nodded, feeling quite relieved about these two people. Yu Shi and Fang Yu are both elite members of the gang. Both of them are masters who have reached the silver limit and have blue soul cards, even stronger than Pan Long. Moreover, the two usually act together and have formed a strong tacit understanding after working together for many years. Even facing the gold level, they can resist one or two together. They can be said to be the strongest duo among the silver level in the gang. With these two people accompanying him, there should be no problem in protecting Qin Lianyun and reaping some benefits in the snow burial field. Of course, what reassured Lin Yu even more were the good things the lord of the city gave Qin Lianyun. Among them is a directional teleportation talisman that can set a teleportation mark in advance and teleport to the mark after activating the talisman. Even in the snow burial plane, this directional teleportation talisman can still take effect. Lin Yu said loudly to everyone, in this case, let's hit the road when you're ready. Okay. Everyone responded and then headed towards the snow burial ground. Chapter 191, The Lock of the Sky. After a day's journey, Su Yuan followed the Longmen people to a cave on a large mountain in the snow burial mountains. The scene in this cave is not clear, there is only countless light blue cold air flowing slowly in it. Pan Long, the leader of the Dragon Gate, said, this is one of the many entrances to the snow burial plains, and it is also the most common entrance to my Dragon Gate. Everyone, please be vigilant and follow me in. After Pan Long finished speaking, he stepped into the cave first. His figure was submerged in the light blue light, and in just a short moment, he disappeared from everyone's perception. Most of the people in Longmen had been here more than once, so they followed in one after another without any hesitation. Qin Lianyun greeted, Su Yuan, Miss Situ, let's go in too. Because he was slightly bettered by Su Yuan in the previous competition, Qin Lianyun is still more convinced of Su Yuan. The two talked a lot along the way. Su Yuan asked some questions about the Black Wind territory and its surroundings, while Qin Lianyun was very interested in the Great Yan Kingdom. According to Qin Lianyun, his mother was once a talented star card master from the Great Yan Kingdom. Okay, let's go. Su Yuan responded and led Situ King Yan into the cave. The weather suddenly turned cold, frost and snow were flying, and the group stepped into the secret realm of snow burial plains. Ouch, ouch! There were bursts of wailing sounds from the side, and Su Yuan turned around to see that Pan Long was leading a few people to kill several snow-clothed wolves near the entrance. After entering the secret realm, it is the most basic quality to be alert to the surroundings and eliminate dangers. In Longmen, such things are usually done by stronger people, so Pan Long teleported in first. It's indeed a lot colder than the last time I came here. Feeling the biting cold wind, everyone in Longmen couldn't help but frown. Su Yuan looked around, and what he could see was an endless snowfield with many peaks and mountains, and various ice and snow star beasts scattered here and there. Su Yuan took out a copy of the map given by Lin Yu and quickly determined the current location based on the markings. Is it currently in the southwest direction? Longmen and others wanted to explore some new areas that appeared deep in the snow burial plains, to the east. As for myself and Situ King Ian, they were going to some resource points marked on the map that had strong ice elements and could produce ice and snow materials. They were available in all directions. Seeing Pan Long and others coming back from clearing away a few snow-clothed wolves nearby, Su Yuan Shang said, everyone from Longmen, we will leave first. Pan Long nodded, Brother Su, be more careful. Brother Su, are you really not coming with us? Qin Lianyun next to him frowned and asked, this snow burial plain is indeed worse than before. If you come with us, we can help each other in any matter. Su Yuan shook his head and said, we have to go to many places to look for materials, and it's not going well with you. Qin Lianyun hesitated for a moment and then didn't try to persuade him. He nodded and said, "Okay, you two must be careful." Su Yuan smiled and said, "Don't worry, don't forget, you are my defeated general, so worry about yourself." "Yes, Master Lianyun, it's only been less than a day. You haven't even touched a hair on little brother Su." The members of the Longmen gang also cheered happily. It can be seen that the relationship between Qin Lianyun, the young master of Longmen, and these ordinary gang members is indeed very good, otherwise these gang members would not dare to make such a joke. Qin Lianyun's face turned red and curled his lips. It was just a simple competition. "I didn't try my best and it doesn't count. Then we'll have another fight with all our strength after we return to Longmen City to convince you." Su Yuan smiled and left the team with Situ King Ian. "Let's go. See you later." "Okay." Snow spar is a material that can only be generated in places covered by snow all year round. Ice spiritual power is transformed into snow-like materials and is usually found in mountain calls and valleys. However, snow spar cannot be born from pure glaciers and ice surfaces. So here, and here, these resource points can be eliminated directly. As for the snow god lotus you need, this spiritual plant comes from the sky, but it cannot take root on the ground. If you are in between, it can only be on a cliff, and it must be a peak. In this way, these places can be eliminated directly, then the only 7 places we have left to go to. After leaving the Longmen crowd, Situ King Ian took a copy of the map and analyzed it. On this map, there are 50 or 60 various resource points marked by Longmen. Among them, there are nearly 20 resource points that are rich in ice elements and may produce third-level ice materials. At this time, after some analysis by Situ King Ian, the target locations were narrowed down to 7. Su Yuan praised, "Awesome! You are worthy of being a master of weapon refining. This way, you can save a lot of time." Situ King Ian couldn't help but smile happily. This journey was so smooth thanks to Su Yuan, and he didn't play a big role. If he were alone, or if Su Yuan were replaced by 1 or 2 other Yeadu students, even if there was a way to escape from the white mist space of Kaiyulyun Mountain with his life, it would probably be difficult to escape in this snow burial field. But now, he can finally play some role. Then let's start from the nearest place. Su Yuan formed a seal with his hands, the door to hell opened, and 8 hellfire skeleton wolves emerged from it. However, as soon as the 8-headed bone wolf came out, the black flames on its body shrank in size visibly to the naked eye, and even the steel bones could hardly cover it. Is the fire element suppressed so much? Su Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Bone wolf is second, but in this case, his own fire skills may be greatly suppressed, including blue flame strike, hell flame, and sun burning body technique. If Bing Tong were here, I'm afraid he would be able to exert extraordinary strength. Su Yuan couldn't help but think of that powerful and extremely well-behaved gold medal fighter. As a high-level ice star beast, wouldn't it be unique in such an environment? Shaking his head, Su Yuan waved his hand, and 8 bone wolves were scattered in groups of 2 around the front. Even though its strength has been greatly suppressed, there is still no problem as a mobile sentry. Then let's go. Good. High in the sky somewhere in the snow burial mountains. A handsome young man with a gentle expression and white beard and hair, wearing a Hiluo Shui Yun robe and a black and yellow unicorn belt tied around his waist, is standing in midair with his feet on auspicious clouds. Beside the young man, there was a short-haired girl with silver hair and blue eyes. The white-haired young man said respectfully, "Miss Bing Tong, here is one of the entrances to the snow burial plains. According to the divination, Xian Bing, who was just born, is in this snow burial ground. Once you successfully swallow Xian Bing, you will not only be able to improve your realm, strengthen the ice spiritual power, and master the characteristics of Xian Bing, but you will also be able to lay a better foundation for future evolution." "Can I?" Luo Bingtong asked. The white-haired young man smiled and said, "Of course. You are a descendant of the Ice and Snow Emperor, and you are born with the unique talent of being able to swallow black ice. Coupled with what Master Kong Zheng has prepared for you, there will be no problem in swallowing a piece of ownerless black ice. As for the other people who enter the snow burial plains, in such an icy and snowy environment as the snow burial plains, how can anyone possibly be your opponent? This is especially true for star beasts. Your innate soul pressure alone is enough to make most ice and snow star beasts lose nearly half of their strength, or even be defeated without a fight." Luo Bingtong nodded, indicating that she understood. After Bai Zi thought for a while, he formed a seal with his hands. Amid the fluctuations of water light, a drop of crystal water hung between his fingers. "Go!" Bai Zi pointed, and the water droplets sank into the back of Luo Bingtong's hand, forming a white water drop pattern. "This is a silver limit incarnation that I summoned from my past using the technique of retrospection, just before I broke through to the gold level. If the young lady needs it, she can summon him. There should be very few people in this snow burial field who can compete with him." Bai Zi smiled faintly. In fact, this is quite a modest statement. As a high-level water beast, Bai Zi has superb intelligence, astonishing star power, and is extremely good at transformation. Even though he was only a master at the silver level, he could still defeat many opponents at the same level. It is comparable to the young golden crow, dragon, phoenix, and other advanced ethnic groups, and even rarer. "Thank you, Uncle Bai Zi." "You're welcome, miss, this is what we should do." Bai Zi smiled and then said, "Of course, if something unexpected happens, just crush the talisman given to you by the adults. Your safety is the most important thing, understand?" Luo Bingtong nodded. "Okay, it seems that I have told you what I need to say. Then let's go down, shall we?" Bai Zi was thinking about whether there was anything missing. When he looked up, he saw Luo Bingtong looking over, his ice blue eyes staring at him unblinkingly. "Well..." Bai Zi was stunned for a moment, then he remembered something and said with a smile, "By the way, I almost forgot the most important thing." Bai Zi turned over his hand and took out a blue star card and handed it to Luo Bingtong. "This is the star card you want, miss. You didn't want the high-quality star card before, but now you take the initiative to ask for it." Master Kong Zheng was very happy. He stopped what he was doing and went to the treasure pavilion to find it for you. "However, I didn't expect that what you wanted was a star card with this attribute. My lord finally selected this card after rummaging around in the treasure pavilion for a while. With this card, your strength will definitely rise to another level, and it will also be of great help to the snow burial plains devouring Xianbing this time." Luo Bingtong reached out to take the card and checked the content on the card. Lock of empty. Quality, blue. Attribute, space. Introduction, summon the void chain that comes from the void and can block space. Although there was no expression on his face, Luo Bingtong's ice blue pupils shimmered with light, seeming to be very happy. Blinking, Luo Bingtong carefully put the card into the space ring. Bai Zi didn't care, he just thought that Luo Bingtong was going to set it up later. "Miss, I will send you down then." As Bai Zi thought, the white clouds suddenly dropped under his feet, and then fell towards the snow burial mountains below. Chapter 192, Snow Lotus is obtained, continue to delve deeper. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, Su Yuan and Situ King Ian went non-stop to places where snow crystals or snow god lotus flowers might appear. On the way, I don't know how many star beasts in the snow burial plains were killed. I even collected 7 master quality star cores, and there were hundreds of other star cores. Even so, I always come back disappointed. The two started searching from the southwest direction where they came in. By now, they were almost reaching the depths of the secret realm in the east. This snow peak group is already the last resource point. These are the resource points marked by Longmen over the years. If there are no more here, I'm afraid it will be difficult to find. Yuan looked at the snowy peaks around him, and then glanced at Situ King Ian next to him. Even if there was something at this last resource point, it would only be the snow god lotus, not the snow crystal that Situ King Ian needed. However, Situ King Ian did not put the disappointment on his face, but turned his eyes and carefully observed the snowy peaks around him. At this moment, Situ King Ian's eyes suddenly brightened up, and a strong look of surprise overflowed from them. Yuan, look over there. Situ King Ian ran forward in a few steps and pointed towards a towering snow peak in front of her. The snow god lotus is the snow god lotus. Yuan looked in the direction pointed by Situ King Ian. On the edge of a cliff near the top of the mountain, there was indeed a white lotus that was as crystal clear as snow. It's really the snow god lotus. Yuan felt a little happy, almost thinking that he would have failed, but he didn't expect to find the snow god lotus at the last marked spot. The snow god lotus blooms on the cliff, about 2,000 meters high. But for Yuan, this is of course nothing. After all, the heavy pressure of the metamagnetic field can theoretically lift off infinitely. Be careful, I'll go up and take a look. Yuan greeted Situ King Ian, then took off into the air and flew towards the snow god lotus. The higher you go, the colder it gets. With Yuan's physique, he had to use his star power to resist the cold air when he rose to more than 1,000 meters. Not long after, Yuan came to the snow god lotus, turned over his hand and took out the Fenqi knife, about to pluck it. But at this moment, Yuan suddenly felt something. He turned around and saw a huge green-faced snow eagle on the left and right sides rushing towards the snow peak. The green-faced snow eagle is a master star beast with a human face and an eagle body. It often lives on the snow-capped mountains. The eagle's claws are extremely sharp and can easily break gold, iron, ice, and stone. Its strength is extremely powerful, only a sliver away from the 8-armed demon ape. And these two green-faced snow eagles are both high-level silver. Yuan's expression was as usual, the Fenqi knife was filled with black light, and he directly cut off the snow god lotus and a large piece of mountain wall stone and put them into the space ring. Then the silver light in his eyes flashed, and the phase shifted and disappeared. Bah! Two snow eagles passed by each other, and the sudden loss of Yuan's figure made them arrogant. But soon, the two snow eagles discovered Situ King Ian below. They suddenly let out a strange cry and turned around to swoop down at high speed. When Situ King Ian saw two silver high-level masters snow eagles rushing down, she subconsciously felt a shiver in her heart and had to launch a defensive response. But then, Situ King Ian thought of something and relaxed again. The two snow eagles had just rushed halfway when a large silver hand nearly 20 meters long protruded from the void, swiped past, and grabbed both snow eagles in its hand. The next moment, with a flash of silver light, Yuan appeared in front of the big silver hand, with red flames flowing around his body. He stretched out his hand and suddenly grasped it. Bah! The two double eagles seemed to feel that death was coming. A look of extreme horror appeared on the green faces, and they all let out sharp and urgent screams. The surging ice star power exploded from the two beasts. However, under the power of Yuan's yellow flame-burning body and void monument breaker, the two green-faced snow eagles were unable to overturn any wind and waves at all, and were shattered into two pieces of flesh. As the big silver hands opened, they emerged from the air. Fall! Yuan teleported to Situ King Ian and said slightly apologetically, "I'm sorry for frightening you." "It's okay, I know you won't let them come here." Situ King Ian smiled and said, "Snow god lotuses are best preserved in jade objects. Have you brought a jade box? Bring it." Yuan took out the snow god lotus hastily cut from the mountain wall and a jade box that had been prepared in advance. "Let me do it." Situ King Ian stepped forward, carefully picked the snow god lotus from the boulder, then put it into the jade box and handed it to Yuan. "Done." Situ King Ian stood up and clapped his hands, looking quite happy. "Fortunately, we found the snow god lotus at the last resource point, so we won't return empty-handed, so let's go back. Yuan shook his head, the snow crystal has not been found yet. King Yan smiled and said, since we don't have it, we can't force it. Snow crystal can also be substituted. Although it can be replaced, the effect will be much different from the original one, right? Yet. Seeing that Yuan had exposed her, King Yan was choked up and nodded slightly after being silent for a while. If he could really be replaced, King Yan wouldn't have come all the way to Black Snow Country. And as far as Yuan knew, King Yan was also going abroad for the first time. After spending so much effort to find the snow crystal, the star device she wanted to build was very important to her. Yuan smiled and said, then don't give up easily. We haven't reached the end yet. King Yan chewed her lips gently, however, according to the marks on the map, these are the only places where the concentration of ice elements is sufficient to produce snow crystals. In addition to the places that have appeared on the map, there are also places off the map. King Yan was startled and then thought of something. You mean, the newly emerged areas deep in the snow burial fields? Yuan nodded, yes, we just happen to be going deeper and deeper. It won't take long to reach that new area. It's just, wouldn't that be too risky? Just along this journey, there is no shortage of star beasts with considerable strength. Going deeper, not only is the danger higher, but there is no map, and the degree of danger will be greatly increased. Don't worry, I'm still here. Seeing King Yan's slight hesitation, Yuan smiled, as long as there are snow crystals in this snow burial field, I will definitely bring them out to you. King Yan's heart moved slightly. Looking at the handsome young man with silver eyes in front of her, she couldn't help but think of the time at Yuan Mountain. At that time, white mist poured in from all around. Just when he was watching the people around him disappear one by one and was still at a loss, the other party also grabbed him. At this moment, looking at the faint smile on the other person's face, King Yan felt the peace of mind from the bottom of her heart for the first time besides her parents and grandfather. The nervous and uneasy mood relaxed a lot unconsciously, and the girl smiled, okay, I will listen to you. Yuan nodded, disposed of the bodies of the two green-faced snow eagles, and then took King Yan all the way deeper. Half a day later, after Yuan and King Yan crossed through a canyon deep in a secret realm, their eyes suddenly opened up. This is outside the original map of snow burial given by Longmen. Yuan looked around and saw that the terrain in this area had changed significantly. In front of the secret realm, there are many mountains and mountains. But here, the terrain is much smoother. Even if there are mountains, they are only undulating low mountains, and there are no snow peaks towering into the clouds. Just as he was thinking about it, two silver elite blizzard white bears rushed over from ahead. This is an elite star beast that is common in the snow. It is quite powerful and full of star power, but to Yuan, it is nothing. The power of space filled the air on Fengqi's sword, and Yuan slashed out on the spot. The black boundary line flashed away, and he cut into pieces the two blizzard white bears that roared towards him and cut them into pieces on the spot. My skills have been enriched a lot. Now Yuan truly feels the benefits of being a space star card master. Not only is it not restricted by any environment or attributes, but several skills have their own unique uses. The Void Monument Breaker is elusive, extremely powerful, and has the prison characteristic, making it perfect for dealing with agile opponents. The cutting ability of the boundary line is extremely strong, and it is very effective in killing opponents with high strength and high defense. After advancing to silver and mastering breathing to unlock the star spring, whether it is the Void Monument Breaker or the Boundary Breaker, it can be used more easily. After putting away the star cores of the two white bears, the two continued on their way. Somewhere in the snow, on top of a low mountain. In a man-made cave, a group of people were resting in the cave. The auras of these people are condensed, and upon closer inspection, they all have high-level silver star power cultivation. Among the few people, the middle-aged man with long hair and a cigar smoking a scar on his face has reached the silver limit. At this time, white snow rolled on the ground outside the cave, and something seemed to be jumping over quickly. After the thing entered the cave, the white snow exploded, and a short figure emerged from the ground, but it was a short, slightly fat man. "Boss Chen, another fat sheep is here," the short, fat man reported to the long-haired middle-aged man. "Hey!" The long-haired middle-aged man exhaled a puff of smoke and asked lightly, "How many people are there?" "2 people, a boy and a girl. They look like they should be students from the academy in Black Snow Country. 2 people dare to come here. It seems they are also outstanding students from Black Snow Country." The long-haired middle-aged man took another deep breath from his cigar and arranged, "Gao Ji, Jiang Zi, and third sister, you and Mozi will solve the problem together. Be clean and neat, and don't make unnecessary trouble. The solution here naturally means killing. In a place like Snow Burial Plains, it will be covered with snow within 10 minutes after the murder, and there is no need to dispose of the body." 2 men and 1 woman stood up and responded, "Yes, boss." The 3 of them stood up and were about to leave, but the short and fat man turned his eyes and said with a lewd smile, "Boss Chen, that woman is young and has a good figure and face. How about?" The long-haired middle-aged man glanced at him and said after a moment, "Then bring it back." "Okay." A burst of strong desire could not help but appear on the face of the short and fat man, and he immediately set off with the other 3 people. Chapter 193 Black Snow Country Students. In the snow, a man and a woman were walking slowly. "Su Mingzi, how about, let's go back first?" Feeling the biting cold and the injuries that had not yet fully healed, the long-haired girl wearing a silver-grey combat uniform struggled for a while and asked. Su Mingzi frowned, "Lanqing, there are not many opportunities like this. If you don't seize it, it is possible that you will be stuck in the gold level next year." Zhou Lanqing said, "Without Xiaolu's healing skills, our current injuries would be quite slow to recover." Su Mingzi said, "They must have gone deeper to the ruins of the ancient city buried in the snow. After we go there, there is still a good chance of running into them. That is an entire unexplored ancient city ruins. Think about it, how many good things must be there. Not to mention the opportunity to break through to the gold level. If you gain enough, you might even be able to reach the top 10 masters in the academy. If I go out and reorganize it now and come back, if there are really good things, others will take them, and I will miss this opportunity." After hearing these words, Zhou Lanqing was a little moved by Su Mingzi and couldn't help but hesitate again. Black Snow State has 4 top colleges named after the word snow, namely, Feixiu, Chuixiu, Fine Snow, and Suixiu. Su Mingzi and Zhou Lanqing are quasi-senior students at Feixiu College. Both of them have been stuck in the silver level for several months, and have not yet reached the gold level. Now the secret realm of snow burial has changed, and a large unexplored new area has appeared. This is a big opportunity for Su Mingzi and others. Although he was outside the Black Snow Kingdom, Su Mingzi immediately paid attention to this matter. After a few days of settling, Su Mingzi spent a lot of money to buy a piece of information from an information dealer. That is, deep in the snow burial plain, there are the ruins of an ancient city buried by ice and snow. This made Su Mingzi very happy, and he immediately rushed over from Black Snow Country together with several other classmates and friends who were also high-level silver students, including Zhou Lanqing. Although the difficulty of the secret realm has increased a lot, most of the star card masters in the Black Snow Kingdom are water or ice and snow types. They are still at home in such an environment and can display more than usual strength. Unfortunately, half a day ago, Su Mingzi and his party were attacked by more than 30 silver demon wolves headed by the Silver Frost White Wolf. Even though Su Mingzi and others were not bad at it, they only managed to save their lives quite embarrassingly, but the team was scattered. At this time, although the 2 men's star power and physical strength had recovered to a certain extent, their injuries healed very slowly in the bad weather. Su Mingzi and Zhou Lanqing were alert to their surroundings while moving. But they didn't notice that the snow behind them was undulating slightly, and something was approaching quickly, and it was behind the two of them in a moment. Frost and snow were flying, the cold light was stunning, and two long knives were stabbed out from the backs of Su Mingzi and Su Mingzi. Not good. By the time Su Mingzi and the two realized that someone was attacking, it was already too late. There was no time to react at such a close distance. However, Su Mingzi and Zhou Lanqing were quasi-seniors after all, and had rich combat experience. At the critical moment, they both turned sideways to avoid vital points, and quickly spread their star power across the body surface for defense. Laugh. The sound of flesh penetration was heard, and the long knife easily penetrated the star power defense and stabbed into the chests of Su Mingzi and Su Mingzi with just a slight delay, only 2 or 3 inches away from the heart. Die! Su Mingzi roared angrily, and the surging ice star power rushed out of his body, the frost flowers roared, and the snow under his body cracked and exploded behind him. However, the two sneak attackers were experienced and drew their swords immediately as soon as they hit the target. They were not greedy at all and avoided Su Mingzi's powerful counterattack unscathed. Damn it! Realizing that the attack had failed, Su Mingzi and Zhou Lanqing covered their wounds and turned around, looking at the two sneak attackers who retreated more than 10 meters away in shock and anger. One of them was short and fat, with a slightly uncomfortable smile on his face. The other man was tall and thin, with strong features and a stern expression. Unexpectedly, I was attacked by a star beast, and now I am attacked by a human. Using ice star power to temporarily freeze the wound to stop bleeding, Su Mingzi and Zhou Lanqing's expressions turned extremely ugly. Su Mingzi shouted loudly, "Who are you? Who else could he be? He's just a robber who robbed homes and got some property." Feng Hao, a short and fat man, chuckled, and his big eyes swept back and forth across Zhou Lanqing's chest and thighs. "By the way, let's take another robbery." "You, stinky scoundrel!" Zhou Lanqing couldn't help but cursed when she saw the short, fat man's unscrupulous and lewd gaze. Feng Hao licked the corner of his mouth and said excitedly, "Scold, scold hard. The more you scold, the more I look forward to treating you later." "Okay, Mouse, take care of the people first." The stern man next to him seemed to be unable to bear Feng Hao's perversion, so he frowned and interrupted him. Feng Hao chuckled, "Lao Gao, isn't this just to attract their attention?" "Attract attention?" When Su Mingzi and Zhou Lanqing heard this, they felt a bad feeling in their hearts. Not good. The two of them lowered their heads and looked at the chest where they had just been pierced, only to see that the wound that had been temporarily restrained by the ice spiritual power had poison as black as ink gradually spreading towards the surroundings. And because they were in extremely cold weather and their sense of touch was reduced, the two of them didn't notice it at all. "The knife is poisonous." Just when Su Mingzi and Zhou Lanqing realized this, they suddenly felt an increasingly strong sense of weakness throughout their bodies. He, this is a poison-quenching sting. It can inject poison that weakens tendons and removes bones into the body of the target, causing a significant weakening of the body. It's just the beginning now. After a while, you won't be able to use even a shred of your strength and will have no choice but to be slaughtered. Su Mingzi and Zhou Lanqing had already noticed the feeling of weakness. They were frightened when they heard this, and they had to use star power to block the spread of the toxin. However, how could the enemy give them this opportunity? The sound of breaking through the air sounded, and Feng Hao and Gao Ji had already come to kill them with their swords. Clang 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 clang. The two sides fought at high speed. As outstanding students of Fixu Academy, Su Mingzi and Zhou Lanqing were quite capable. However, in the past 2 days, the two of them were first attacked by a pack of wolves, and now they were attacked by an enemy and planted poison. Facing the two Gao Ji who were waiting for work, they fell into a disadvantage after just a brief confrontation, and the situation went from bad to worse. Su Mingzi knew that continuing like this was not an option, so he immediately shouted, "Lan Qing." Good. The two of them had a tacit understanding. Without Su Mingzi saying much, Zhou Lanqing understood what the other party meant. He immediately took a few steps back and let Su Mingzi help him block the enemy, while he formed seals at high speed. Star power surged, and in just a moment, 8 strong ice chains flew out from Zhou Lanqing's body and wrapped around the enemy Feng Hao and his 2 enemies. Feng Hao and Gao Ji retreated while gathering their star power to slash at the ice chain with their swords. Dong Fengshuo. Wang Ba's sword. Kenkung. To their surprise, each of their full-strength swords could only leave a shallow mark on the ice chain. As soon as their expressions changed, they were about to retreat quickly. However, the chains have already been tied up, and it would be too late to withdraw them at this time. Zhou Lanqing felt slightly relieved. Fortunately, these 2 people were not careful enough. This move was a master-level blue sealing skill. Su Mingzi, hurry up, we can't bind 2 people for long. Su Mingzi didn't talk nonsense. Star power surged around him, frost and snow roared, and the surging ice star power filled all directions in an instant. Hell of thorns! Su Mingzi shouted loudly, and the ground with a radius of hundreds of meters suddenly lit up with an increasingly intense blue shimmer. The next moment, countless 5 to 6 meter long, numbing ice barbs burst out from the snow, killing everything in it and turning it into a hell of ice. Hey! Zhou Lanqing looked at Gao Ji and Feng Hao who were impaled, and let out a sigh of relief. It's so dangerous. But at this moment, pieces of snowflakes suddenly flew up from Gao Ji and Feng Hao, who were pierced by ice barbs. Wrong! Su Mingzi's pupils shrank and he looked inside through the dense ice barbs. In just a short moment, the bodies of the 2 enemies turned into countless snowflakes and scattered. It's the snow transfer technique. Not far outside the Thorn Hell, a large number of snowflakes gathered to form 2 snowmen. As the snowflakes fell off, the 2 snowmen turned into Gao Ji and Feng Hao. The ice thorns gradually dispersed. Su Mingzi and Zhou Lanqing looked at the 2 intact people outside, feeling extremely heavy. Damn it, you cunning opponent! Su Mingzi couldn't help but cursed. It was obvious that the 2 opponents were deliberately bound by Zhou Lanqing's ice chains, and then used the snow transfer technique to escape, thus deceiving themselves into using a hugely expensive trick. Green skill, snow transfer. As long as transfer marks are set on large areas of snow within a certain distance in advance, you can transfer there at a critical moment. At this time, Su Mingzi and Zhou Lanqing's bodies were getting more and more poisonous, and their strength was getting weaker and weaker. Gao Ji and Feng Hao looked at each other, and then continued to kill. It seems there is no need for us to take action. On the hillside not far away, Wang Dongqiang looked at the battlefield where Su Mingzi and others were fighting, and smiled easily. Fan Sanmei nodded, those 2 students have some strength, but their mentality is still a little bit worse. When they were forced by Gao Ji and the others, they directly used their special skills without testing them. In a battle of equal strength, testing is very important. He used his big move right from the start, but was easily defeated by other people's small skills, and he lost on the spot. Especially among different star card masters, the abilities and skills vary greatly. The trick that you think will have a huge effect may not have any effect on others. Of course, contrary to testing, dumping the opponent as soon as they meet may also be miraculous, and may even end the battle on the spot, but the risk of doing so is also high. The specific decision needs to be made by the star card master according to the situation. Not just testing, but gaming, mentality, observation, adaptability. This series of abilities other than paper strength all belong to combat ability. Some people are born with the ability to fight, while others can be tempered by fighting until they reach a certain limit. If it were normal, even if Su Mingzi and Zhou Lanqing could not detect the transfer mark left by the enemy, they would definitely not use the control skill and Thorn Hell trick in such a hurry. But the current situation is that the two of them were attacked by Gao Ji and Feng Hao as soon as they came up. Not only were they injured, but they were also poisoned, which made them very anxious. According to the current situation, this battle will be over in 10 minutes at most. Wang Dongqiang looked at the battlefield. Fan Sanmei nodded, her eyes fell on Feng Hao's lewd smile, but she raised her brows and couldn't help but quench her saliva. It's true that a dog can't change its habit of eating shit, Wang Dongqiang, you won't have the same virtues as him in the future, will you? Wang Dongqiang touched his nose, coughed twice and said, of course not, third sister, don't I have you? Who knows? A man's mouth is a liar. I think you men are all the same. Wang Dongqiang smiled bitterly, third sister, you really have wronged me. Wang Dongqiang wanted to explain, but he suddenly discovered something. After sensing it for a while, he said, there is movement over the Figsu mark. It seems that someone is coming. Third sister, take a look at the situation. Fan Sanmei nodded when she heard this, and put her hands in a hand seal a little in front of her body. Snowflakes flew up from the ground and condensed into a snow mirror. They seem to be students too. One is a silver intermediate, and the other, can't even tell. Wang Dongqiang smiled and said, it doesn't matter if you can't tell. In the snow burial plains, there are only high-level silver-level people at most. But looking at the direction they are heading, it seems that they are heading towards Gao Ji and the others. Fan Sanmei nodded and was about to say something else. Suddenly, the young man in the snow mirror turned his head and looked straight through the mirror. The eyes met, those indifferent silver pupils made Fan Sanmei feel trembling for no reason. Hey! Fan Sanmei's expression changed and she exclaimed, did he find out? Probably not. Third sister, you have perfected your snow mirror peeping technique. In such an environment, even a gold-level person would have difficulty detecting it, not to mention that he is a silver-level person. Well, you see, he only glanced at me and then turned around. It was probably just a coincidence. What a coincidence! Fan Sanmei frowned, still a little hesitant. Wang Dongqiang smiled and said, these two are almost reaching Gao Ji's battlefield. What do you mean? Let's go and take them down. They are just two silver intermediates. Even if they are genius students from Black Snow Country, they shouldn't take us much effort. Fan Sanmei looked at the young man with silver eyes in the snow mirror. She didn't know if it was because of that glance just now, but a very bad premonition suddenly arose in her heart. Fan Sanmei pursed her lips, how about, or forget it. Hey! Wang Dongqiang was startled, third sister, what's wrong with you? It's not like you to let such a prey go. Fan Sanmei shook her head and said, I don't know either, I just feel like something bad might happen. Wang Dongqiang smiled and said, what's the matter? Boss Chen and the others are on the mountain behind. Looking at the frowning Fan Sanmei, Wang Dongqiang scratched his head. It's okay to let them go, but we have to go and block them. If we let them move forward, they will almost reach the faces of Lao Gao and Mouse. Fan Sanmei nodded and said, well, let's go, but first, don't do anything without my instructions. Wang Dongqiang chuckled, I listen to you. Chapter 194 Vulnerable. Not far away, Situ King Ian pointed to a few low mountains in front of him, his eyes showing anticipation. Su Yuan, according to the concentration of ice elements deep in this secret realm, there may be snow crystals in the valleys. Situ King Ian turned his head, and Su Yuan seemed to be looking at somewhere in front of him. Su Yuan, what's wrong? Su Yuan chuckled and said, someone is coming to find you. Hey! Situ King Ian couldn't help but become more vigilant after hearing this. Along the way, the two of them also met several other expedition teams, but the others rushed straight to the depths in a hurry, and they had little communication with them. In the wild, what is more dangerous than star beasts or other strange humans, because you never know what the other person is thinking. Not long after, Situ King Ian saw a woman in sexy clothes and an ordinary man with a well-proportioned figure walking towards them, and soon they were in front of Su Yuan. Are you two also going to the ruins of the ancient city deep in the secret realm? Wang Dongqiang asked with a smile. Ancient city ruins? Su Yuan's heart moved slightly, but he did not answer, but instead said, I wonder who you two are. Wang Dongqiang smiled and said, we also came here to explore. No, there are two friends hunting ahead, so we came here to watch. Listening to Wang Dongqiang and Su Yuan chatting, Fan Sanmei kept sizing up Su Yuan secretly, and found that not only did the man in front of her not have any fluctuations in star power, but he could hardly feel his breath. Su Yuan nodded, hunting? It seems to be a rare prey, and someone needs to be on guard. Ha ha ha, I really cherish it. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Wang Dongqiang laughed, and wanted to take action, but turned to look at Fan Sanmei, who was frowning next to him, and had to hold back for the time being. Wang Dongqiang said apologetically, I'm really sorry. Could you please move a little and go around to the side? Su Yuan glanced at Wang Dongqiang's back and said with a smile, I don't think so. It seems that your two friends have returned from hunting. Wang Dongqiang and Fan Sanmei were both startled. They turned around and saw the figures of Gao Ji and Feng Hao appearing in the distance one after another, walking slowly. Wang Dongqiang and Fan Sanmei looked at each other. Unexpectedly, they ended their fight at this time. Qiangzi, third sister, why are you here? Feng Hao walked closer, and Feng Hao was carrying a sack on his shoulders. The sack moved from time to time, and patches of blood overflowed from it and dripped onto the snow. Situ King Ian glanced at it curiously, wondering what kind of star beast prey was inside. But Su Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. People. Compared to Situ King Ian, who had rarely experienced battles, Su Yuan, who had killed many people, knew that there was a person inside just after a brief look. And judging from the body shape, she should still be a girl. Hey, who are these two? Feng Hao's eyes fell on Situ King Ian and he couldn't move away immediately. Although she was wearing casual clothes, she still couldn't conceal the ladylike temperament that Situ King Ian had cultivated since childhood, which immediately attracted Feng Hao. Situ King Ian felt the other party's completely unconcealed evil gaze and couldn't help but frown, slightly blocking her body with her arms. Wang Dongqiang smiled and said, these two are also going to explore the ancient city, and they happened to pass by us. Aren't you hunting? I was going to trouble you to take a detour, but it seems that there is no need for it now. Wang Dongqiang said to Su Yuan, you two, please take care of yourself. See you again when we are destined. Okay. Su Yuan agreed with a smile, and then walked forward with Situ King Ian. What's going on with you guys? Why don't these two fat sheep take action? Feng Hao asked anxiously. Wang Dongqiang said, I also want to take action, but third sister won't let me. Feng Hao asked Fan Sanmei, third sister, why did you let the fat sheep come to your door? Fan Sanmei frowned, my gut feeling is that they are difficult to deal with. Intuition. Feng Hao sneered, isn't this stuff just metaphysics? We have been working together for many years. How can the four of us be afraid of two students? Even the top geniuses of Black Snow Country. Feng Hao looked at Situ King Ian's back getting further and further away, and couldn't help it any longer, and directly threw the sack on his shoulder to Gao Ji. I don't know what you are afraid of, I'll go first. After Feng Hao finished speaking, he escaped into the snow and quickly swept forward with the help of the wind and snow cover. Fan Sanmei opened her mouth, but didn't say much. After all, intuition was indeed too elusive. Judging from the current situation, they are just two silver-level students, so there is indeed nothing to be afraid of. Then let's go. Now that Feng Hao was already on board, Fan Sanmei and others could not wait where they were and immediately followed him. Su Yuan, I think those people are quite unkind and actually let us go. Situ King Yan is still a little surprised. In fact, Su Yuan was also surprised. He didn't expect the other party to be so kind. But at this moment, Su Yuan seemed to notice something and said with a smile, "No, I am still following you impatiently." "King Yan, you are really charming." Situ King Yan asked in confusion, "Hey?" Su Yuan turned around and saw snowflakes flying on the ground. Feng Hao rushed out from the ground and stabbed him with a long silver knife. The response is pretty quick, but it's useless. Hey! The blow hit, but Feng Hao was suddenly stunned. Because when this knife was stabbed, there was no real feeling at all. Feng Hao's heart trembled. He sensed something was wrong and immediately drew his knife and retreated quickly. However, Su Yuan is faster. With a slight sway, he reached Feng Hao's side, stretched out his left hand, grabbed the opponent's neck and smashed him to the ground. Bang! Blood flowers bloomed, and even the snow cracked a little. Feng Hao spurted out a mouthful of blood. The heavy fall made his chest feel tight. His fat face turned red quickly, and he looked at the silver-eyed young man next to him with a look of horror. "Let me go." As Feng Hao spoke, he clenched the long knife in his right hand and stabbed Su Yuan in the left rib. There was a bit of ink-like black on the blade, which was obviously filled with poison. "Su Yuan, be careful!" Situ King Yan quickly reminded. The space was slightly distorted, and a strong pressure suddenly dropped. Feng Hekai's right hand that he had just raised returned to the ground together with the long knife. Su Yuan said calmly, "Originally, I didn't want to get involved. Since you want to come here to die, I can only give you a ride." Gold and fire intertwined, and in the blink of an eye, Su Yuan's entire left arm turned into a red-hot iron, with bursts of red flames wrapping around it. Burning gold hands. No. Feeling the breath of death, Feng Hao widened his eyes and unleashed all his star power. However, Su Yuan squeezed hard, and both the surging star power and the struggling came to an abrupt end. Feng Hao's neck, which was so short that it was almost invisible, was pinched in the middle by burning gold's hands. A large amount of hot blood spurted out from his neck and poured on Su Yuan's hot left hand. Su Yuan stood up, waved his left hand, and used his star power to rush away all the blood. "Mouse, dead!" At this time, Fan Sanmei and others had just come closer, and they couldn't help but gasped when they saw Feng Hao's neck being pinched by Su Yuan. After just one face-to-face encounter, the mouse was casually killed with bare hands? Although Mouse is good at sneak attacks and has limited frontal strength, he is still an experienced high-level silver player. Fan Sanmei and others were all shocked, but now that Feng Hao was dead, it was impossible for them to remain indifferent. "Send a message to Boss Chen." Wang Dongqiang shouted in a deep voice. Fan Sanmei nodded immediately, took out a talisman from the ring and crushed it directly. "It seems there is help." Su Yuan opened his right hand, and the Fengqi knife fell into his hand as the starlight danced. As soon as Fan Sanmei and others saw this knife, they could feel how extraordinary it was. It is definitely a high-quality blue star device. Normally, these people would be very happy, but now, their mood is even heavier. Gao Ji said in a deep voice, "Avenge the mouse." Although Gao Ji and Feng Hao have very different looks and personalities, as teammates they have been acting together all year round and have the closest relationship. When Feng Hao died, Gao Ji immediately dropped the sack in his hand and fled into the snow with his knife. Different from the previous snow escape technique, this time, Gao Ji seemed to have completely disappeared, leaving no trace on the snow, and even his breath had completely disappeared. Blue skill, snow stealth kill. When Wang Dongqiang saw this, he also took out his long knife and rushed towards Su Yuan. And Fan Sanmei formed a seal with her hands, as if she was brewing some powerful skill. The three of them have been working together for many years, and they each have a good understanding of each other. Su Yuan chuckled lightly, raised his hand, grey light flashed in his palm, and the heavy pressure of the Yuan magnetic force came down fiercely towards the oncoming Wang Dongqiang. What a strong pressure! Wang Dongqiang felt his whole body sinking, and the boundless pressure came, making it difficult to move even for a moment. The power of air cutting filled the Fengqi knife. A silver light flashed in Su Yuan's eyes. He disappeared from the spot and teleported 5 meters to the left. He turned the long knife in his hand and inserted it into the ground. Laugh! The sound of a long knife penetrating into flesh was heard, as if the knife had stabbed something. Su Yuan exerted another force, and the entire Fengqi blade sank into the ground. Along with a muffled groan coming from the ground, a bright red line of blood shot up from the snow. Su Yuan glanced at the ground, then pulled out the bloody long knife. Looking at Wang Dongqiang in the distance, who was still under the heavy pressure of the Yuan magnetic and flashing silver light all over his body and seemed to be using some strengthening skills, he raised his hand and slashed out with the knife. The jet black thread suddenly cut across. Wang Dongqiang, who was about to complete the transformation of the silver wolf, shrank his pupils and was cut into 2 halves. He fell to the ground with a clack, and his internal organs, intestines, etc. flowed all over the floor with blood. There's only one left. Su Yuan looked at Fan Sanmei, who was still casting spells in the distance, and immediately teleported over. No, no, no! Fan Sanmei's expression changed drastically. Unexpectedly, in just a few seconds, not only Feng Hao, but also Gao Ji and Wang Dongqiang were killed. Looking at Su Yuan, who teleported in front of her in horror, Fan Sanmei released her prepared skills without hesitation. Crazy snow and ice needles. The surging ice spiritual power rushed out, and countless crystal ice needles shot out from Fan Sanmei's body, completely submerging the silver-eyed young man in front of her in an instant. Die! 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 The unexpected and bad result made Fan Sanmei's sanity go crazy, and she was already on the verge of collapse. I've told you before, don't mess with him. Why don't you listen? Rat, it's all your fault for being such a pervert. Once you die, you will kill us all. Fan Sanmei's eyes were red and her face looked crazy. In just a few seconds, hundreds of ice needles penetrated through her, but Su Yuan remained unscathed in the rain of needles. With the star power control that has reached the proficiency level of breathing, Su Yuan's ability to use micromanagement skills such as local transfer has simply improved by leaps and bounds. After the needle rain passed, Fan Sanmei looked at the silver-eyed young man standing in front of her. Her eyes were about to burst, her lips were opening and closing, but she was so frightened that she couldn't even utter a single word. Previously, Su Mingzi and Zhou Lanqing were said to be in a bad state of mind, but at this time, Fan Sanmei herself seemed to be even more unbearable. Obviously, when death is approaching, not everyone can be as calm and strong as they think. Su Yuan looked indifferent, and with a wave of the long knife in his hand, a human head flew up. Looking at the headless corpse slowly falling in front of him, Su Yuan shook the blood from his knife. Vulnerable. Chapter 195 Ancient City Ruins. Just after Su Yuan cut off Fan Sanmei's head, Situ King Ian suddenly heard an exclamation from behind. Don't move! A cold and harsh voice came immediately after. Su Yuan turned his head slightly to look, but a long-haired middle-aged man with a scar on his face appeared behind Situ King Ian at some point. Not far away, 2 other people strode over. Seeing that there was no complete body in the field, their faces were shocked and angry. You actually killed all my brothers. Chen Yanji's voice was extremely low, and his heart was even more difficult to calm down. I never expected that just dealing with 2 students would actually receive a distress call. And I had already rushed over at full speed with Xiangzi and Aiming, but I just happened to see this silver-eyed young man avoid the snow and ice needle and chop off the 3rd sister's head. Su Yuan said calmly, a murderer will naturally think of the day he was killed. Chen Yanji frowned and snorted coldly, so, are you ready to be killed? Of course I'm always ready. Su Yuan glanced at him, but based on your words alone, I'm still far from it. After saying this, Su Yuan pressed down with his left hand, and the void-cracking tablet hand suddenly appeared above Chen Yanji's head, and suddenly slapped it down. Chen Yanji thought he could hold Situ King Ian hostage first, but he didn't expect Su Yuan to attack him regardless of Situ King Ian's safety. Then I'll kill her first. Chen Yanji's eyes flashed with a ruthless look, and the cold light on his sword surged forward as he stabbed forward, as if he was going to trade with Situ King Ian. But just when the long sword was about to hit Situ King Ian, the bracelet on Situ King Ian's left hand lit up, and then a layer of gilt gold brilliance like a gown clung to his body, blocking Chen Yanji's long sword. Defense Star Device? Chen Yanji's expression changed slightly, and he understood why Su Yuan still dared to take action. At this time, the big silver hand was already pressed to the top of his head. Chen Yanji felt that the space around him had become sticky, making it difficult to move at all. So with a thought, snowflakes surged up on his body, and he immediately used the snow transfer technique to move out. Su Yuan turned around and swept around, only to see flying snow gathering at a high speed somewhere in front of him, and with a flash of silver light in his eyes, he disappeared from the spot. Large pieces of flying snow gathered to form a snowman, which transformed into Chen Yanji again. It's so dangerous. This person is much stronger than the average student. Chen Yanji's expression changed slightly, and he couldn't help but feel a little scared when he thought of the astonishing spatial fluctuations in the big silver hand just now. But before Chen Yanji could take a breath, he saw Su Yuan teleporting closer and slashing him with a knife. Teleportation, space system. Chen Yanji's heart sank, knowing that he might really hit the iron plate this time, so he could only hold up his long sword to resist. You guys go catch some girl. Chen Yanji knew that facing a star card master who mastered teleportation, even he would have a hard time escaping. The man in front of me is incredibly powerful, but he still has no choice but to attack the girl next to him. Yes, boss. Xiangzi and Aiming responded before rushing towards Situ King Ian. Su Yuan's expression was as usual. On one hand, he waved his sword with one hand to suppress Chen Yanji, who was at the limit of silver in front of him. On the other hand, the Void Stone Breaker reached out and grabbed the remaining two people. The Void Steel Breaker's hands were extremely nimble. Xiangzi and Aiming had just set out when they were greeted by the Void Steel Breaker. Waves of space fluctuations came, and whatever defense or life-saving means the two of them had were simply and roughly crushed by the big silver hands. In just a few moments, these two people were killed by the Void Monument Breaker. Let alone holding Situ King Ian hostage, he couldn't even protect himself. Xiangzi, Amin! Chen Yanji exclaimed. Looking at the handsome young man in front of him, Chen Yanji suddenly felt a sense of invincibility. You're the only one left. Su Yuan looked at Chen Yanji and raised his hand. The void-cracking hand in the distance escaped into the void and kept approaching Chen Yanji. Chen Yanji knew that this big silver hand could lock space. At this moment, he felt a spatial fluctuation that was approaching rapidly. Chen Yanji retreated to the rear without even thinking about it. However, a force of gravity suddenly descended, instantly locking Chen Yanji in place. This is... Chen Yanji was shocked, the hairs all over his body stood up, and he immediately unleashed the tyrannical star power of silver to resist gravity. However, after a moment's delay, the Void Steel Breaker had already fled closer and suddenly appeared in front of Chen Yanji and grabbed him. Due to the heavy pressure of the elemental magnet and the imprisonment characteristics, under the double restriction, Chen Yanji could no longer move at all. Snow Transfer Technique. Chen Yanji did not hesitate and activated the Snow Transfer Technique again. When the Void Splinter Monument was grasped by hand, Chen Yanji inside turned into a ball of white snow and exploded. And somewhere 100 meters away, numerous flying snow quickly gathered into a human shape. Chen Yanji, who had been transferred out, had just been able to see the scene in front of him clearly, when he saw a cold light flash, and then suddenly felt a cold pain on his neck. The world was spinning for a moment, and then everything went dark, and Chen Yanji lost all thoughts. Do you want to use the same method in front of me a second time? Su Yuan shook his head. When Chen Yanji used the snow transfer technique to escape for the first time, Su Yuan roughly saw the effect of this move. Just now, while Su Yuan was fighting Chen Yanji at close range, he opened his void monument breaking hand to casually kill the other two people. In addition, he also opened his senses to search for possible spiritual energy fluctuations in the surrounding snow. With his super sense, Su Yuan soon found a piece of snow with some ice star power attached to it. That was the transfer mark set by Chen Yanji. During Chen Yanji's transfer process, Su Yuan had already teleported to the side and was waiting. The snow transfer technique is only a green skill. It requires planting star power marks on the snow in advance. It consumes a lot of money and the transfer speed is slow. There are many restrictions. Compared to teleportation, which can be ranked T0 among blue displacement skills, the gap is simply incalculable. Su Yuan, are you okay? Situ King Ian ran over and looked at Su Yuan's body carefully. Su Yuan smiled and said, I'm fine. The soul cards of these people should all be green. Although their realm is one level higher than mine, their bodies and star power are still inferior to mine. As for the gap in skills, it is even more difficult to estimate. Look over there. Su Yuan took Situ King Ian to the bloody sack thrown by Gao Ji on the ground. Su Yuan opened the sack and saw Zhou Lanqing, who was completely limp with his eyes open, unable to move or even make a sound. Although Zhou Lanqing couldn't move, he could still roughly feel what was happening outside, and knew that those guys seemed to have met students from other colleges. When Zhou Lanqing saw Su Yuan, he didn't know that all those bandits had been killed by the student in front of him. After encountering an accident and narrowly escaping from death, Zhou Lanqing looked excited. Although he could not speak, his eyes were already red. It's actually a girl. Situ King Ian's expression changed, and he quickly swung his sword and carefully cut open the sack. How are you? Situ King Ian asked, taking out a healing elixir and giving it to Zhou Lanqing to take. However, Zhou Lanqing held it in his mouth and couldn't even swallow it. So Situ King Ian took out another talisman and activated it. Vibrant green light jumped out from the talisman and fell on Zhou Lanqing. Soon, the injuries all over her body stopped bleeding and they were gradually recovering. But Zhou Lanqing still couldn't move. Situ King Ian was a little surprised. Su Yuan, what is she? Su Yuan's eyes fell on Zhou Lanqing's various injuries. It should be poisoning. Let me try. Su Yuan raised his hand, and an extremely rich holy light descended from mid-air, and then wisps of black smoke were continuously expelled from Zhou Lanqing's body. After the holy light dissipated, Zhou Lanqing seemed to have regained some strength and slowly sat up with his hands on the ground. Thank you. Zhou Lanqing looked at the two of them gratefully and spoke with difficulty. Su Yuan took out a bottle of soda water from the ring. You haven't recovered your strength yet, so take a rest first. About 10 minutes later, Zhou Lanqing's physical strength recovered a lot. After some exchanges, Su Yuan and Situ King Ian also understood the cause and effect. So this group of people are just waiting here to pick on people passing by and rob them. Well, that should be the case. It's a pity that my classmate, hey. Zhou Lanqing sighed deeply. Su Mingzi had been killed. It can only be said that he was able to survive, which can only be said to be a fluke among flukes. Fortunately, the other party did not kill him directly, and fortunately he was able to meet the two people in front of him. Thinking about it now, I still feel scared. Su Yuan asked, you just said that you formed a team to go to the ancient city ruins deep in the secret realm. Su Yuan remembered that Wang Dongqiang also mentioned some ancient city ruins just now. Well, before we came here, we heard that there was an ancient city buried in snow in the secret realm. There may be treasures in it from thousands of years ago, or even from ancient times. Our movements were not very fast, and many people entered the secret realm early. Black Snow Country, Black Wind Territory, Yungzi Territory, Great Yan Country. It is even said that some people from the north have entered. The ruins of the ancient city. Su Yuan looked thoughtful. According to Lin Yu, Longmen has also sent several waves of people in to explore. Even Qin Lian Yun, the son of the city lord, couldn't help but come in to join in the fun. I guess there are a lot of good things. Although the relics of the ice and snow system are indeed not attractive to me. But... Su Yuan glanced at Situ King Ian next to him and asked Zhou Lanking, since it is the ruins of an ancient city, there should be ice and snow materials in it, such as snow crystals. Although someone has sent back information about the existence of ancient city ruins in the new area, not many people know the specific situation inside the ancient city, and relevant information is very expensive. However, according to the gossip we got, someone did get some ice and snow resources and materials from it. Although snow crystal is a third-level material, the ruins of that ancient city may also have it. Su Yuan thought for a while, nodded and said, "Okay, thank you. I just want to thank you for saving me." Zhou Lanking looked at Su Yuan and asked, "By the way, aren't you two from Black Snow Country?" "Well, we are from Dian." "No wonder, I said that if there are students as powerful as you in the 4 major colleges, there is no way I wouldn't know about it. Dian Kingdom is indeed one of the 2 overlords in the eastern continent." Situ King Ian asked, "Then what are your plans next?" Zhou Lan thought for a while and said, "I will rest for a while and prepare to return the same way and leave the secret realm. You can just act and don't worry about me." Zhou Lanking looked at Su Yuan's intention and seemed to intend to continue deep into the ruins of the ancient city. It would be too unwise for him to go to the ancient city with them. Su Yuan opened his senses and scanned the surroundings, and nodded after confirming that there was no danger for the time being. "Then let's go, be careful." Now that Zhou Lanking has recovered a little, they are strangers to each other, and Su Yuan will not spend too much time on him. Although Situ King Ian couldn't bear it, he would not go against Su Yuan's wishes. After thinking for a while, he took out 2 pills and handed them to Zhou Lanking. "One will restore your injuries and physical strength, and the other will restore your star power. Take it quickly." Situ King Ian said with a smile. Thank you, Miss Situ." Zhou Lanking took the 2 pills and took them. In the harsh environment of the snow burial plains, if he recovered as soon as possible, he would have a greater chance of leaving alive. The ruins of the ancient city. Su Yuan took a look into the depths of the secret realm, and then continued moving forward with Situ King Ian. Chapter 196 Snowflake Mark. 2 days later, Su Yuan and Situ King Ian climbed to the top of a snowy mountain. A biting cold wind was blowing, mixed with some flying snow. Su Yuan and Situ King Ian looked at the huge ancient city that suddenly appeared in front of them and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Is it that ancient city? It was a city stuck in the snow, with walls of blue bricks and tiles, and a large hall with clouds. You could not see the end of it at a glance. You can imagine that it must have been an important city at one time. However, at this time, it was completely silent, cold and dead, with only the white snow still flying around day and night. It seems like an empty city. That shouldn't be the case, it's just that there are no people. Even here, Su Yuan could faintly feel that there were many cold and powerful auras coming from all over the city. It seems that besides the flying snow, there may be something else in this ancient city. Let's go down and have a look. Okay. Situ King Ian responded and followed Su Yuan forward. Although they did not see the city gate, the walls of the ancient city were seriously damaged. Su Yuan and the 2 entered easily and came to one of the roads. This seems to be the outer city of the ancient city, and the surrounding houses are clusters of low, blue brick houses. Situ King Ian looked at these houses. The architectural style is similar to that in the south of our continent thousands of years ago, but it seems to be different. On the eastern continent, the south and north have two overall styles, which may also be related to the two big countries, Dian and Kigwang, located at both ends of the continent. Let's see what's in the room. Su Yuan and the other two randomly picked a house next to them and walked in. However, it was empty, there was nothing inside, it was just an empty house. Su Yuan thought for a moment and said, "Let's go inside first and take a look at the other rooms." The two of them walked along the current road and randomly entered some rooms. Nearly half an hour later, Su Yuan arrived in front of a certain low blue brick house. Before he entered the door, he felt a faint fluctuation of star power. Su Yuan's heart moved slightly, and he walked into the room in a few steps, and soon found a crystal hexagonal snowflake mark on a wall. "Is this a star power mark?" Situ King Yan also walked up and looked at the snowflake-shaped mark. Su Yuan nodded, "It should be the star power mark automatically formed under the rules of the secret realm. This ancient city has fallen for an unknown period of time, and the star power marks left by ordinary people may have been erased over time, and can only be automatically formed by the rules of the secret realm. Different from the danger zone outside, the secret realm is an independent space embedded in the world of Halen Star formed by various reasons. It often has its own set of rules and is more like a game copy." Now, with the discovery of this snowflake mark, Su Yuan and his two men finally touched a corner of this secret realm. "The white snow mark in front of me seems to be some kind of challenge or trap. To explore this secret realm, it is natural to give it a try." Su Yuan reminded, "King Yan, be careful." Yet, Situ King Yan was also ready. With a thought in his mind, Su Yuan activated the mark with his own star power. The white light lit up, and the surging snow suddenly enveloped Su Yuan, and the next moment, he disappeared from the spot. "Su Yuan!" Situ King Yan was shocked, but quickly calmed down. It seemed that Su Yuan had been teleported somewhere. With Su Yuan's strength, nothing should happen. "Let's wait for now." Situ King Yan thought for a moment, then came to the door and carefully alerted her surroundings. Su Yuan's eyes flashed, and he appeared in a snowy space. "Trial challenge." Su Yuan looked around, but saw no one. What about the opponent? At this moment, large snowflakes on the ground in front gathered at high speed, and in just a moment they transformed into a burly man with a bare upper body and a spear in hand. "Oh, humanoid star beast, no, more like a unique life form formed under the rules of the secret realm." Su Yuan looked at the burly man opposite him. He had strong muscles, dull eyes, and the aura on his body was only middle-level bronze. After the burly man gathered together, he quickly came over with a long gun and killed him. Su Yuan stepped forward and exchanged a few blows with him, then broke his neck. The moves are neat and orderly. Judging from the posture, it may be some kind of basic spear technique from ancient times. However, the movements are a bit stiff and there seems to be no intelligence. While Su Yuan was thinking, the big man's body turned into numerous flying snow and gradually dissipated. The original hexagonal snowflake appeared again, hanging in front of Su Yuan. The white light on it suddenly turned into a bunch of light blue fruits shaped like grapes. It seems to be some kind of spiritual fruit. Su Yuan reached out to catch it. At this time, the surrounding space trembled, a force of repulsion came, and Su Yuan returned to the previous room. "Su Yuan, you're back." Situ King Yan was delighted, and then his eyes fell on the light blue fruit in Su Yuan's hand, Shuang Taizi. Situ King Yan seemed to recognize this thing and took a closer look. "You know. Well, this is a first-class spiritual fruit that can refresh your mind and calm your mind." Su Yuan's eyes revealed as he thought, it seems that this snowflake mark is one of the keys to the ruins of this ancient city. As long as you activate the mark and pass the challenge, you can get some item similar to this frost grape. Hearing this, Situ King Yan looked a little more excited. In this case, maybe there will be snow crystals. However, frost grapes are only first-level materials. We need to find higher materials through this method, which may not be that easy. The challenge is secondary, the main thing is to be able to find other snowflake marks. While Su Yuan was thinking, Situ King Yan pondered for a moment and then said, Su Yuan, let's go look for him separately. Hey! Su Yuan was about to refuse upon hearing this. Just kidding, not finding the snow crystal is a trivial matter. If I don't take good care of this person, the teacher will have to skin him when he gets back. Situ King Yan said, this challenge is completed by one person, and it is useless for me to be by your side. Moreover, your strength is much higher than mine, so me following you has actually slowed down your progress. As for my safety, you don't have to worry. This time when I came out, Grandpa gave me a lot of life-saving things, including the space teleportation charm. You can run away even if you can't beat others, don't worry. With that said, Situ King Yan took out 2 more talismans and handed one of them to Su Yuan. This is a pair of communication talismans. The range is not small. At least in this ancient city, it should be able to communicate completely. If there is any danger, or if there is any new discovery, we will contact each other through this. Looking at the communication talisman handed over by Situ King Yan, Su Yuan couldn't help but think about it. Along the way, although he was basically cleaning up the star beasts, according to his own observations, Situ King Yan's strength was by no means weak. It is close to the high-level silver level, the soul card should also be blue, and the 6-dimensional qualifications are not bad. But these are secondary. The main thing is that as the granddaughter of a master of weapon refining and a master of weapon refining herself, Situ King Yan's most important thing is equipment. All over his body, there are swords, bracelets, rings, there are no less than 5 various blue star weapons, not to mention the good things in the space ring. In addition, there are many various attack, defense, and healing talismans. Even if you have less combat experience, the equipment alone is enough to kill most opponents. Coupled with a space teleportation talisman, as long as you are careful, there should be no problems. As for myself, if I act alone, my efficiency will indeed be much higher. Thinking of this, Su Yuan didn't think too much and reached out to take the communication talisman. Okay, then you act carefully and protect yourself first. If you encounter danger, teleport away decisively. I will find the snow crystal for you. Situ King Yan smiled and said, well, don't worry. Su Yuan nodded, then unfolded his wind walk and quickly advanced towards the depths of the ancient city alone. Situ King Yan looked at Su Yuan, who disappeared from sight after a few ups and downs, and couldn't help but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Obviously the other party is helping me find materials, but I still have to hold back. Situ King Yan felt that the pressure was a bit high. Not only had Su Yuan been liberated, but he could also play some role. I'll act quickly too. Situ King Yan cheered up, chose a direction and started moving carefully. After a while, next to a small building, along with a faint white halo, Su Yuan's figure appeared. Su Yuan looked at a piece of grey-white metal in his hand and put it away. The snowflake marks I found in succession were only some first-level materials or white star cards. Logically speaking, such an ancient city ruins should not only have these ordinary items. It seems that the distribution of snowflake rewards should be particular. Although I don't know the specific rules, according to conventional thinking, better things are more likely to be in the center of the city, or in some important places in the city. Su Yuan looked up and looked into the depths of the ancient city. Compared with the low blue brick walls here, he could faintly see the rows of attics and palaces in the distance. Then just go straight into the depths. Su Yuan made up his mind and wanted to rush to the depths of the ancient city. But at this moment, a burst of uniform footsteps suddenly came from the right corner of the street ahead. Su Yuan raised his head and looked towards the intersection. Oh, is something coming? Not long after, a group of armored soldiers wearing armor and holding sharp blades, whose faces could not be seen clearly, walked out from the street on the right not far ahead. 2 cavalry, 20 infantry, and 8 archers, all silver level. This team seemed to be heading for Su Yuan, and they turned around and came to the road where Su Yuan was. The archers in the back row bent their bows and nocked arrows, while the 2 cavalrymen in the front held their halberds tightly, leading the charge with numerous infantrymen. The 30-man humanoid corps is really lively. Su Yuan turned over his hand and took out the Fenqi knife. With a thought, the power of the dark space surged into the long knife in his hand, stirring endlessly. Breaking the line. Su Yuan casually swung his sword, and a dark thread emitting heart-stopping waves appeared in front of him. In an instant, it shot out and cut into the many silver-armored soldiers rushing forward. The 2 cavalry were the first to bear the brunt. They could not withstand the terrifying and direct force of space cutting. In an instant, they were cut in half by the boundary line together with the horses underneath them. As for the infantry and archers at the back, each one was more fragile than the last, and they were all cut off in half like mowing grass and turned into corpses on the ground. In just a few seconds, the numerous corpses on the ground turned into large swaths of white snow. Sure enough, it is the same as the thing in the Snowflake Mark challenge. It is some kind of creature formed under the rules of the secret realm. Hey? Is this a star card? Su Yuan looked towards the snow in front of him and saw 2 star cards glowing in the white snow. Su Yuan stepped forward and picked up the star card. Winter Snow City Archers, Summon. Quality, White. Introduction, can summon the Dongsu City Archers with superb archery skills. The arrows are not missed, and they can pierce the yang with 100 steps. Winter Snow City Archers. Quality, Ordinary. Attribute, None. Race, Human. Talent, Accuracy. 6 dimensions, Strength, E, Agility, E, Defense, F, Physique, F, Spirit, F, Star Power, F. Skills, Continuous Arrows, White, Multiple Arrows, White, Frost Arrows, White. Dongsu City? Is this ancient city called Dongsu City? Moreover, although the secret realm creatures in these cities do not have star cores, they can actually explode summoning cards based on these creatures. Su Yuan was quite surprised, and then looked at another card. Winter Snow City Cavalry, Summon. Quality, Green. Introduction, can summon Dongsu City Cavalry with powerful physiques. 1 cavalry can equal 1,000, and their combat power is unparalleled. So weak. Su Yuan shook his head. The introduction is impressive, but in fact he is really weak. However, although these 2 cards are very weak, it means that the value of this ancient city ruins lies not only in the snowflake marks, but also in the summoning cards transformed by these secret creatures. There are quite a few things in this ancient city. Su Yuan casually disassembled the 2 cards, and then with a sway, he went straight to the depths of the secret realm. Chapter 197 12-Pointed Snowflake. Deep in the ancient city, in front of a temple enshrining many sculptures of Buddha and Guanyin, a blue-haired young man wearing white clothes walked over from a distance. This young man's appearance is very different from that of the people from Dian. He should be from the north of the mainland. He has fair skin and a handsome face. Under his faint smile, there is a bit of arrogance and indifference deep in his eyes. I remember that in the south, this kind of place should be called a temple, right? It's such a mysterious place. Zeno looked at the main hall in the distance, couldn't help but smile intoxicatedly, and then climbed up the steps and stepped into the square in front of the temple main hall. The moment his right foot stepped into the square, the 18 Arhat sculptures on the left and right sides of the square suddenly opened their bell-like eyes. Zeno seemed unaware and walked step by step towards the main hall in front, while the eyes of the 18 Arhats also kept moving, always falling on him. Just when Zeno was walking halfway, a rapid sound broke through the air. I saw a golden figure flash, and a muscular Arhat on the right rushed to Ximean's side in the blink of an eye, and smashed him mercilessly with a golden fist filled with dense aura. Snapped. Zeno stretched out his right hand and lightly grabbed Luhan's fist, even his body only shook slightly. Ah! I thought they would wait until I got to the door, but it seems that I am not as calm as I thought. Zeno smiled, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he saw a layer of ice quickly freezing from the intersection of their fists along Arhut's arm. Swish, rustle. The sound of breaking through the air came one after another, but the other Arhuts around him rushed over one after another. Zeno squeezed his right palm, and the Arhut's entire arm suddenly turned into countless ice crystals and exploded. Zeno's steps were coordinated, his body swayed, and he easily dodged the fist and kick attacks of several Arhuts. At the same time, he punched and kicked these Arhuts far away. However, a layer of golden light flowed on these Arhuts, and the golden bell was opened. Not only were they invulnerable, but they also had enhanced star power resistance. After falling to the ground, they stood up again. Oh, the defense is not weak. When Zeno saw this, a white light flashed in his hand, and a finely carved blue rose sword fell into his hand. As soon as this sword appeared, a biting cold air swayed out of it, and it looked quite extraordinary at first glance. Holding the sword, Zeno dodged in succession, moving extremely fast, like a dancer on ice, hitting each Arhut quickly and accurately with one sword after another. All the Arhuts he killed had an ice rose mark left on their bodies, and their movements slowed down accordingly. After a short moment, Zeno walked out from the surrounding of many Arhuts. Behind him, the movements of each Arhut were so stiff that they could hardly take a step. Zeno held the long sword horizontally and chuckled, "Bloom, green rose." The blue rose sword glowed with blue light, and then frightening ice energy came from the sword. Bang bang bang! There were more than a dozen loud noises in a row, and behind Zeno, all the Arhuts turned into ice powder and exploded. Zeno turned around and picked up a blue star card from the ground. 18 Arhuts. Zeno shook his head, put the ring away, and then stepped into the main hall. There are many Buddha statues in this main hall. Zeno scanned the left and right carefully, and soon his eyes fell on the 1,000-armed Avalokitesvara, which was cast in gold at the innermost side of the hall. In the palm of the right hand in front of 1,000-hand Guanyin, there is a snowflake imprint exuding a shimmering light. And this snowflake is very different from the hexagonal snowflakes Yuan saw. In addition to being more delicate and colder, it actually has 12 corners. 12-pointed snowflake. Even with Zeno's identity, a trace of burning color could not help but appear in his eyes at this moment. It seems that this may be the highest level thing in the secret realm. Zeno stepped forward and used star power to communicate with the snowflake mark in Guanyin's palm. The rich white light spread out, and in the blink of an eye, Zeno disappeared from the scene. Time passed, and several days had passed since Su Yuan entered the city. On this day, Su Yuan's figure appeared above a certain attic, accompanied by a burst of white light. In Su Yuan's hand, there was also a blue star card. Ice Crystal Explosive Slash, an ice attack skill, is of no use. Su Yuan put away the star card casually, but fortunately, I probably understand the rules of these snowflake marks. As he continued deeper into the ancient city, Su Yuan had seen 3 types of snowflake marks so far. They are hexagonal, octagonal, and tenangular. These 3 different snowflake qualities also correspond to the difficulty of the challenge, and the span is very large. Like hexagonal snowflake, the challenge opponents are still at the bronze elite level. And Shijiao snowflake is already at the silver level master level. Of course, the more difficult the challenge, the higher the reward after passing the challenge. The 10-cornered snowflake corresponds to level 3 materials and blue quality treasures. The ice crystal explosive slash in Su Yuan's hand was obtained from the 10-cornered snowflake mark in the attic. According to Su Yuan's observation, the larger or important the building or place, the higher the probability of having a snowflake mark, and the higher the quality of the snowflake mark. At this moment, bursts of noise suddenly came from the front. Are there any wandering secret creatures again? In these days, Yuan has also seen many mysterious creatures wandering in the ancient city. I don't know how these secret realm creatures were formed. They are both humanoid and star beast types. Some of them will stay somewhere forever, while others will wander on the streets and attack those who invade the ancient city. However, these secret realm creatures have a high probability of exploding summoning cards. Groups of secret creatures will basically explode 1 or 2 soldier cards. And a single creature has a high probability of exploding a general card. At this time, Yuan glanced in the direction of the noise, then deployed his Yuan magnetic weight and flew up to rush over. At a block intersection by a lake, a group of people with black bear marks on their arms were chased by a giant mantis 5 to 6 meters long. The mantis is all white and made of high-hardness ice crystals. Its 2 forearms for harvesting prey are like 2 ice knives that can break gold and jade, which makes people feel chilly. "There is a lobby ahead, hide in it," one of the leading men said anxiously. These secret creatures have no consciousness and seem to have limited perception. Under normal circumstances, they can avoid being chased by hiding in the room. However, this silver-level master's ice mantis is obviously different. As a high-level creature in the entire secret realm, it is not comparable to ordinary beasts. Seeing a group of people hiding in a certain lobby, Ice Mantis head slowly glanced from the window of the lobby. Under the sunlight, the ferocious shadow of the Ice Mantis's head shone into the hall, and the huge pressure caused the few people hiding in the hall to hold their breath tightly and not dare to move. After a while, it seemed that no one else could be found. Ice Mantis moved its head, and the shadow that shone into the hall also moved away. "Hey! Hey!" There was a young man in his 20s who relaxed and took a few breaths. At this time, the look of the leader, a middle-aged man with a beard, changed, and he immediately lay down on the ground and exclaimed, "Get down!" When most people heard the urgent cry from the bearded middle-aged man, they subconsciously fell to the ground without thinking. But the young man who had just relaxed and another 30-year-old woman reacted slower. But with a flash of cold light, the entire wall of the lobby was cut horizontally by something like tofu. Also cut open were the bodies of the 2 people who had not had time to lie down. The bodies of the 2 men fell to the ground, and the upper part of the lobby was lifted open. But I saw Ice Mantis standing on the edge of the lobby, its ferocious head looking down at the people below who had nowhere to hide. There seemed to be a hint of teasing in the huge, cold compound eyes. The Ice Mantis raised its 2 long and sharp forearms high, but did not cut them down for a long time, as if it was choosing a target to kill first. This ruined. A feeling of cold suffocation came. Everyone, including the bearded man, looked at the scene in front of them with horror in their hearts. They only felt that their feet were weak and they did not dare to move. It seems that whoever moves first will die first. But soon, Ice Mantis changed its mind. With its arms on the left and right, it was about to cross and strangle everyone on the spot. Not good. The faces of the bearded people and others changed drastically. They felt that death was coming, and it seemed that no matter what they did, they would not be able to escape. At this moment, a powerful spatial fluctuation came, and a huge black thread suddenly opened on the long neck of the Ice Mantis. Ice Mantis froze, and then the entire ice ball-like ferocious head slipped from his neck and hit the ground with a thud. Bang! The body of the Ice Mantis fell down, and in just a few moments, it turned into a large sheet of dancing white snow. What's going on? Who killed the Ice Mantis? The bearded man and the others narrowly escaped death, and they all looked around in confusion. However, before the person who took action saw it, someone with sharp eyes saw a star card emitting a deep blue light on top of the white snow melted by the Ice Mantis. Blue card. It's a blue card. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn, and they all looked at the blue card on the ground in front of them. Just as the fear dissipated, greed came back. Although everyone knows that Ice Mantis was killed by someone else, this blue card should also belong to someone else. But now that person hasn't appeared yet. Do you not want him anymore? Or is it that it was not someone who took action just now, but some kind of change in this secret realm? When desire rises, people's IQ will also decrease, and they always try to believe in the direction they expect, in order to gain the courage and motivation to fulfill their desires. Simply put, it is self-hypnosis. At this time, a young man with yellow hair couldn't restrain himself and looked at Lan Ka lying quietly on the snow. After struggling for a moment, he gritted his teeth and rushed forward. Su Kun. The bearded middle-aged man didn't expect the yellow-haired young man to be so irrational, and he quickly screamed. However, before the yellow-haired young man came to the blue card, everyone's eyes were dazzled when a young figure appeared next to the blue card and reached out to pick it up. Snow Mountain Ice Mantis, Summon. Quality, Blue. Introduction, able to summon the snow-capped ice mantis with super agility and superb sword skills. This card is not bad, it can be regarded as a T2 level summoning card. After scanning the attributes of Ice Mantis, Su Yuan couldn't help but nodded slightly. Although it is still inferior to T1's Hellfire and is of no use to Su Yuan, it is still a pretty good resource. In these days, Su Yuan has collected a lot of summoning cards by killing these wandering secret creatures. Counting this Snow Mountain Ice Mantis, there are 3 blue summon cards alone. In addition, there are more than a dozen green summoning cards. After you return, you may be able to exchange and purchase Space System Star cards. If it doesn't work, it would be a good idea to replace it with some practical star devices. Although the blue summoning card is of no use to Su Yuan, for many star card masters with green soul cards, a blue summoning card may increase their strength several times. People like these in gangs have limited talents, and it is very likely that they will not be able to break through to the star level in this life. If you are lucky enough to inlay a blue summoning card, as long as you continue to practice summoning master quality summons, your combat power will exceed the limit you can achieve. It will be easier to use than inlaying any other blue skill. At this time, because of Su Yuan's sudden appearance, everyone looked over in surprise, a little surprised that the one who had just taken action was such a young student. Except for the pair of silver pupils, he was extremely ordinary, like a student from an ordinary university. As for the yellow-haired young man who rushed out just now, he stood there with a gloomy expression, neither advancing nor retreating. Su Yuan raised his head and glanced at him with a half-smile. "I'm Bai Hong from the Grizzly Bear Gang. Thank you so much, little brother, for your help. I'm very grateful." The bearded man was indeed the boss of this gang. Seeing the awkward situation, he quickly came up and broke the news by saying thank you. This kind of atmosphere. Grizzly Gang? Su Yuan thought for a moment and then remembered that this seemed to be one of the 7 wolves gangs in the Black Wind region. "I just want to hunt for the summoning card." Su Yuan shook the Snow Mountain Ice Mantis summoning card in his hand, put it away, and turned around to leave. But before taking 2 steps, Su Yuan thought of something, turned around, and green star cards appeared in his hand. "By the way, do any of you know where the mark of the 10-cornered snowflake is? If you have flowers, you can choose any 3 green summoning star cards from me." The opponents involved in Shijiao Snowflake are all at this level of Silver Master. Based on the strength of these people alone, it would be good to be able to pass the challenge of the 8 Jiao Snowflake. It is impossible for the 10 Jiao to pass, otherwise they would not be helpless under the Ice Mantis. So if someone really knows the information about the location of the 10-cornered snowflake mark, Su Yuan would take out 3 green summoning cards in exchange. For now, it can be considered a very good exchange condition. Su Yuan just asked casually. After all, he was able to find 2 10-cornered snowflake marks in a short time because of his super perception and was more sensitive to the fluctuations of snowflake marks. It was undoubtedly more difficult for these people, almost relying on luck. But what I didn't expect was that after asking this question, the people from the Grizzly Bear Gang present looked at each other, as if they really knew. "Tell him, Brother Bo, we can't beat him anyway. When the other masters in the gang come over, whether they can beat him or not, I'm afraid others will get there first. Yes, and this little brother saved us. Seeing this, Su Yuan raised a handful of green summoning cards in his hand and said with a smile, "Tell me and you can choose any 3. Distribution is not difficult. It is nothing more than those who are assigned star cards to compensate others for something, or to directly sell all these star cards and divide them equally." Hearing the comments from his companions behind him, Bo Hong also made a decision and looked up at Su Yuan. "Little brother, I do know the location of a snowflake mark, but I hope to exchange it for more star cards in your hand." "Oh? Give me a reason." Bai Hong took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. "Because the snowflake mark we know is not a 10-pointed snowflake, but a 12-pointed snowflake." Chapter 198 The Crossing Ring. 12-pointed snowflake. Su Yuan's eyes moved slightly. Hexagonal snowflakes, corresponding to first-level items. Octagonal snowflakes, corresponding to secondary items. 10-cornered snowflakes, corresponding to third-level items. Then the 12-pointed snowflake, even if it is not a 4th-level item, it is definitely an extremely precious among 3rd-level items. Su Yuan looked at Bai Hong in front of him, nodded and said, "Okay, how many star cards do you want to change?" Bai Hong pondered for a while, lowered his head slightly and said, 5 green summoning cards, and 1 blue summoning card. 5 green summoning cards are nothing, but the value of the blue summoning cards is higher than a dozen green summoning cards. Su Yuan just thought for a moment and nodded, "Okay." This blue summoning card was originally used to exchange materials. Now it can be exchanged for the information of the 12-pointed snowflake mark. No matter whether the other party loses money or not, he must have earned it with his own blood. Su Yuan flashed his hand and took out another summoning card of the Silver Frost White Wolf. This was the card he harvested yesterday. Silver Frost White Wolf is a common Master Star beast in the snow. This card is lower in value than Ice Mantis. He really has a lot of blue cards. Seeing Su Yuan's decisive agreement, Bai Hong and other members of the Grizzly Bear Gang felt a little pity. This exchange seemed to be too low. Although he regretted it, Bai Hong still nodded and prepared to take Su Yuan to the location of the 12-pointed snowflake mark. "Wait a minute." At this moment, the yellow-haired young man named Su Kun suddenly interrupted Bo Hong and looked up at Su Yuan. "We want 2 blue cards." "Su Kun." Bo Hong was shocked and his face turned ugly. Su Kun faced his scalp and continued, "The treasure corresponding to the 12-pointed snowflake is probably the best thing in this secret realm, and its value is probably several times that of the blue summoning card. I think it's totally worth 2 blue star cards. Think about it. 2 blue summoning cards, you will be our friend of the Grizzly Bear Gang when you come to the Black Wind territory." When Su Kun said this, his heart was beating fast and his eyes were a little red. "Try to bet yourself, if you succeed, you will get an extra blue star card. And if the other party is unwilling to agree, at worst, he and others will choose to retreat. Although the strength of the student in front of me is indeed astonishing, college students are still more immature than gang members." Ah! Blood flew everywhere, and with a scream, the left arm of the yellow-haired young man was completely cut off from his shoulder, and fell to the ground with a snap. This! The Grizzly Bear Gang and others on the side were a little stunned. They didn't expect this student to cut off someone's hands and feet without saying a word. What's even more shocking is that Su Kun's left arm was chopped off without him and the others even seeing how the other party took action. Su Kun looked at Su Yuan in horror. "You! What are you doing?" "Ah!" There was another scream, and when Su Yuan raised his hand, Su Kun's right arm also flew out. "I don't know what made you mistakenly think that I am easy to talk to, or whether greed made you stupid." Su Yuan chuckled and shook off the blood on the knife. "Say one more word and I'll send you home to the west." Under the indifferent gaze of his silver eyes, Su Kun felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, as if he would be killed on the spot if he really said any more words. The shock and anger of having his arms chopped off was instantly extinguished by the chill from the bottom of his heart. In an instant, Su Kun was left with uncontrollable fear in his heart. He just closed his mouth for fear of accidentally popping out of it. One word. Seeing this, Su Yuan sneered secretly. If the people from the Grizzly Bear Gang proposed 2 blue summoning cards from the beginning, then it could indeed be discussed. After all, it was a transaction, and there was no justice in buying and selling. But raising prices while sitting on the ground is simply disgusting. Although Su Yuan was not someone who killed innocent people indiscriminately, he never showed mercy when it was time to kill. Even Bai Hong did not react to the sudden change of situation. "Little brother, calm down, little brother, we don't want 2 blue cards." As Bai Hong spoke, he deployed his ice star power to stop Su Kun's bleeding. As for Su Kun, he looked at Su Yuan in horror, not daring to say a word. Su Yuan handed the Silver Frost White Wolf and 5 green summoning cards to Bai Hong and said, "Take me there." "Okay, okay. I'll take you there right now." Bai Hong even used honorifics. Just being strong can only make people respect you. Coupled with a bit of ruthlessness, it can make people awe-inspiring. Bai Hong stopped Su Kun's bleeding, turned to the people behind him and said, "I'll lead the way for this little brother. You guys quickly pick up his arm." Before he finished speaking, 2 blue flames shot past Bai Hong and hit the 2 broken arms on the snow. "My hand." Looking at the 2 arms that were burned to ashes in the blink of an eye in the blue flames, Su Kun's eyes were about to burst, followed by intense despair. Bai Hong and others were shocked, and they deeply felt that Su Yuan was not an immature student. You know, for a star card master, cutting off his hands is hurting the foundation of practice, which is more uncomfortable than killing him directly. Unless there are top-level elixirs and top-level recovery techniques, it is extremely difficult for ordinary star card masters to regenerate a broken limb, and they may be a useless person for the rest of their lives. And in this snow burial palace, with everyone else busy with themselves, Su Kun would have a hard time surviving even 2 days, not to mention walking out of the snow burial secret realm alive. He can only spend the remaining days of his life in weakness, fear, and abandonment by his companions. Su Kun clenched his teeth and almost lost his mind. However, he was held down by Bai Hong. "You take good care of him. I will take this little brother over first." "Good." 10 minutes later, we were on a huge covered bridge in the city. Bai Hong pointed to his feet and said, "At the bottom of this bridge, yesterday, we were chased by a mysterious creature and had to jump into the river. Only then did we see the 12-pointed snowflake mark." Su Yuan's eyes flashed with silver light, and he disappeared from the spot and floated under the bridge. "Sure enough, it is indeed the 12-pointed mark." Su Yuan carefully looked at this snowflake mark with 12 slender ice edges, feeling a little surprised. The fluctuations released by the 12-pointed snowflake mark have become much weaker. Even if I stand on the bridge and don't sense it carefully, I won't feel it. Now that he had found it, Su Yuan ignored Bai Hong and immediately used star power to communicate with the mark. A circle of white light enveloped Su Yuan and disappeared in the blink of an eye. As soon as a flower blooms in front of my eyes, the scenery changes drastically. Is it actually on top of the glacier? Su Yuan was surprised when he saw the scene in front of him. Although the challenge spaces of many previous snowflake marks are different, they are basically all on the snow. But this time, Su Yuan looked around and saw endless glaciers. At this moment, the ground shook slightly, and large tracts of ice in front turned into flying snow and piled up. In just a few moments, they turned into a huge white whale with a body length of more than 20 meters. As soon as he appeared, there was a frightening majestic star power coming from his body. "What a big guy!" Su Yuan sighed sincerely, then took out the Fenki knife, raised his hand and slashed out a broken line. The surface of the white whale's body was filled with blue light, ice crystals flashed, and in an instant, a layer of ice armor condensed out. This ice armor is extremely hard, and although the boundary line cuts in a little, after the ice armor is weakened, it cannot cause any real damage to the beluga's body. The white whale snorted, and then rushed towards Su Yuan. His body, which could only swim in the water, actually slid extremely fast on the ice. At this moment, it hit at a high speed, like a max version of a dump truck. At the same time, countless viscous water elements appeared in all directions of Su Yuan, making it difficult for Su Yuan to move as if he was trapped in a quagmire. Upon seeing this, Su Yuan teleported and retreated to distance himself. Huang Yan! Su Yuan thought, and bright yellow flames burned from his body. He raised his hand and slashed with several knives at high speed. Suddenly, 6 cutting lines closed like shackles and struck on the beluga's head. The yellow flame burned the body, and the star power doubled. The boundary line at this time was no longer something that the ice armor could withstand. But when blood spattered, the 6 cutting lines almost tore off the white whale's head. In other words, the beluga is so huge that any other creature would have been killed long ago. The white whale opened its mouth and roared, and the surging star power surged out in all directions like a tidal wave. The ice and snow melted, the sea water surged, and the large glaciers with the beluga as the center melted outward at high speed. Su Yuan immediately deployed his elemental magnetism and flew high into the sky, avoiding the surging waves. After a few seconds, the star power fluctuations on the beluga slowly converged, and everything within a radius of more than a kilometer turned into a sea of water. This star power is a bit amazing. There was a trace of solemnity in Su Yuan's eyes. Turning ice into water and transforming the terrain is much more difficult and expensive than freezing thousands of meters of seawater into a glacier. This is the racial advantage among the star beasts. Even if Su Yuan has full star power qualifications, plus Xing Chuan, the total star power alone may not be higher than the white whale in front of him. By this time, the beluga had sunk beneath the surface of the sea and disappeared. This sea water is filled with the water star power emitted by the beluga, which can interfere with outside exploration. Even Su Yuan couldn't catch its movement for a while. In this situation, any other non-ice star card master would probably be in a dilemma. Outside the sea water, it is difficult to detect and attack beluga whales. And if it enters this sea water, even a water star card master may not be able to fight against this white whale. Su Yuan held the fenqi knife with both hands. The golden spots on the blade lit up one after another. From a distance, it looked like golden flames burning on the knife. At this moment, the sea surface began to fluctuate violently. The sky and water are in reverse, and the world is at peace. A circle of sky-covering water curtain surged hundreds of meters high and closed quickly. In just a few seconds, it would form a hemispherical sky curtain and buckle Su Yuan in it. Su Yuan's expression remained as usual, always staring under the water. When the opponent used skills, that was when the star power fluctuated the most. At this time, Su Yuan's eyes flashed with silver light, and his figure disappeared. The next moment, he was stepping on the water. It's very clear if you feel it this way. In just a moment, Su Yuan locked the location of the white whale. The white whale seemed to feel the threat. The turbulent sea water rose from Su Yuan's feet, trying to drag Su Yuan into the sea. But on the fenqi knife in Su Yuan's hand, all 7 golden markings were burning. Anode Divine Spear. The sparkle in Su Yuan's eyes surged, and as soon as the fire on the sword became brighter, the entire blade suddenly shot out and pierced into the sea. Laugh! The blade was as hot as fire, and a large amount of white smoke evaporated immediately. With the astonishing power of the Anode Divine Spear, naturally this sea water cannot be extinguished in a moment. However, it only takes a moment for the Anode Divine Gun to kill an opponent. The beluga whale hiding hundreds of meters underwater had no idea that the enemy could find and harm him. In an instant, the Anode Divine Spear pierced the beluga's defense, penetrated its skull and destroyed its nerves. One-hit kill. Crash! The water curtain that had just been formed to cover the sky decomposed into rain and fell down, and the turbulent waves that swept around it also fell back feebly. The rain hit Su Yuan's body and face, making it a little cold. The Fenqi sword has been retracted to 3 feet, and the 7 golden flares on the sword have dimmed. Su Yuan put it away and unlocked the Great Sun Burning Body technique. At this moment, the 12-pointed snowflake mark appeared in front of Su Yuan again. Then let me see what good stuff there is. After using up the Fenqi Dao's flare energy, is it worth it or not? Su Yuan reached out his hand and grabbed the snowflake mark in front of him. As the white light flashed, a red and blue ring appeared in Su Yuan's hand. The Ring of Ice and Fire. Quality, Blue. Introduction: the more opposing forces are, the more they can cause drastic changes in energy. The treasure forged jointly by Dongsu City and Blazing Sun City has the ultimate ability to allow living beings to break their limits. Effect: interweaving of ice and fire. It can temporarily fuse life forms with 2 attributes, ice and fire. The 2 life forms must not resist and have completely consistent strong will, greatly improving various attributes, and having the opportunity to break the quality limit. Chapter 199 Space in the Ancient City. Breaking the Limit, the Ring of Ice and Fire. Su Yuan looked at the properties of this ring and couldn't help but take 2 deep breaths. This thing seems to be for summoners and beast masters. The 2 life forms of ice and fire have completely consistent strong will. This is very difficult for ordinary star card masters. Because star card masters are very independent individuals, everyone has different thoughts and their most fundamental wishes are also different. But for the beast masters' beast control and the summoners' summons, this is very simple. The beast master's beast control has a strong will for the master. Under the influence of the summoning contract, the summoned objects have extremely single thinking. So it seems that the applicable groups for this Ring of Ice and Fire should be beast masters and summoners. Then there is the strength of this star weapon. If this thing were in the hands of ordinary people, it might just be an ordinary star weapon with many limitations. But if it's in your own hands... Su Yuan caressed this red and blue ring, the joy in his eyes almost bursting out of his eyes. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. If you have it in your own hands, this thing will be very powerful. Whether it is a star card master or a star beast, at the 3rd level, it is at most a master quality. Only after the shining star can there be the possibility of a second awakening and evolution. And according to this ring, it is even possible to break the quality limit. In other words, under ideal conditions, if 2 master star beasts merge together, it is possible to surpass the master and climb to the level of epic. A 3-level epic star beast. What concept? Based on each attribute alone, it can be almost invincible at the same level. As for the effect of the fusion, it is likely to depend on the quality, level, attributes and other factors of the ice and fire star beasts themselves. From the current point of view, Hellfire, who has the dual attributes of earth and fire, is still a demon. Although the additional earth attribute may affect the fusion effect, it is definitely an excellent fusion target. If we could find another T1 level ice summoning card and upgrade it to the transformation realm, there is hope for epic summons. Even if it is not epic, it is only semi-epic, it will definitely be a powerful trump card for me. Su Yuan's heart was filled with excitement when he thought of this. This Ring of Ice and Fire has only one effect, but this effect alone is already an irreplaceable top-quality star weapon for beast masters and summoners. It seems that I still need to find another ice summoning card that I like. Although summoning cards can be produced in this ancient city, Su Yuan had no intention of finding another summoning card at first. After all, Hellfire is enough at this stage, and combined with the Ring of Hell chanting, the happiness can be doubled, which is enough to cope with most situations. Even if there is another summoning card of the same strength or stronger, it doesn't mean much. But now it is completely different. With the Ring of Ice and Fire, it is a summon that is expected to reach epic proportions. It's enough for Su Yuan to give up a skill slot for it. Including the Space Ring and the Ring of Hell's chant, I now wear 3 rings. Putting the Ring of Ice and Fire on his hand, Yuan couldn't help but smile bitterly. At this time, the space trembled slightly. Just when Yuan thought he would be pushed out like before, silver light appeared in front of him and the space was distorted, but another strong suction force came out of it. Is it different from before? Just as this thought flashed through Yuan's mind, he disappeared in place under the pull of silver light. After a while, Yuan opened his eyes and looked at the scenery in front of him. The ancient city in front of him was still there, and he was still under the covered bridge where he activated the snowflake mark. However, the scenery of the entire ancient city has changed drastically. The secret realm, which was always bright and only had daylight, now turned into night. A crescent moon hangs in the sky, casting a faint light that can faintly illuminate the surrounding scenery. The front and back of the same space, or the exterior and interior sides. Yuan thought for a moment and didn't think much about it. Anyway, this should be caused by the rules of the secret realm itself. And he was sucked in after challenging the 12-pointed snowflake mark, which means that entering here requires certain strength conditions, or qualifications. Yuan flew up into the air and looked around under the moonlight. If this is the inner space, then the biggest difference compared with the table space is that there are more secret realm creatures here. As far as Yuan could see, various mysterious creatures were scattered around. It ranges from the common white-tailed ferret at the bronze level to the snowy ice ape at the silver intermediate level elite. As for the master star beast, although I haven't seen it now, I think it exists. 69shux.com. It seems that the secret creatures outside may have escaped from here for some reasons. Yuan teleported to the side of the snowy ice ape, stretched out his gold-burning hands and grabbed it out. The snowy ice ape had just reacted when his head was scratched and exploded by Yuan. As the snowflakes formed by the ice ape's body exploded, a green card fell to the ground. Sure enough, the secret creatures here can still explode summoning cards. Yuan's eyes lit up. He had just obtained the Ring of Crossing and was thinking of finding a good ice summoning object. Now the opportunity had come. Even if he gave Bai Hong a silver frost white wolf, Yuan still had the snow mountain ice mantis and another snow flame lion that he had just harvested. But these summoning cards are of T2 and T3 level in terms of attributes, so Yuan naturally looks down upon them. There are so many secret realm creatures here now, you should be able to find good summons, especially. Yuan raised his head and looked into the distance, and could faintly feel that there was a deep and powerful aura in the east, north and west directions of this ancient city. And just when Yuan was sensing it carefully, along with slight fluctuations, the aura from the west suddenly disappeared. Did someone else solve it? It seems like I'm not the only one in this city. But thinking about it, it is true. After all, with the changes in the secret realm of snow burial plains, the ruins of this ancient city have appeared for some time. It was not too early for Yuan to enter the snow burial plains and the ruins of the ancient city. It's normal for someone to pass the challenge of the 12-pointed snowflake first and get here. In addition to these three auras, snow was flying and frost was surging in the center of the ancient city. Even from such a distance, Yuan could feel the extremely cold aura coming from there. You don't need to think about it to know that there must be some ice treasure there. It may even be the core of this entire secret realm, which is much more precious than the Ring of Ice and Fire. However, Yuan had no intention of joining in the fun for the time being. No matter how good something is, it still depends on whether it fits. My current goal is very clear, which is a superior ice summoning card. According to his own senses, the powerful auras in the east, north, and west directions are probably the secret creatures stationed in the three directions of this ancient city. Perhaps there is such a tyrannical creature in the south, but just like the aura in the west that just dissipated, it has probably been dealt with by others. But the strength of the white whale can be seen. Those who can pass the 12-pointed snowflake challenge are not ordinary people. It seems we have to hurry up. Yuan raised his head and looked east. Since this place is closer to the east, let's go and take a look first. If I miss this opportunity, I don't know when I will find a satisfactory ice summoning card. Su Yuan swayed and hurried towards the east. After a long time, Su Yuan fell from the air and arrived outside a huge school ground in the east of the city. He walked forward in a few steps. Along this way, there are secret realm creatures, big or small, strong or weak, everywhere. But within a radius of 2 or 3 kilometers of the school grounds, not a single secret creature was seen. Su Yuan looked at the outer wall of the school ground and kept thinking in his mind. Moreover, this is the only place with a barrier that I have seen in the secret realm. There is a square barrier light curtain on the outer wall of the school's martial arts field. Not only is it impossible to fly in, but it also blocks detection and perception. If you want to know what's going on inside, you can only enter through the main entrance. Su Yuan came to the gate of the school grounds and reached out to touch the cold black iron gate. Then let's see what it is. Su Yuan exerted his strength and slowly pushed open the black iron door. What caught his eye was a huge star beast with the head of an ox, the body of a lion, wolf hooves and a tiger tail in the center of the school grounds. Moreover, these 4 parts of this star beast also emit fluctuations of the 4 elements of fire, ice, wind and thunder. Quadruple Chaos Warcraft. Quality, Master. Attributes, Fire, Ice, Wind, Thunder. It seems like you are not very lucky. Su Yuan looked at the star beast and secretly shook his head. It's not that this star beast isn't strong enough. On the contrary, the aura on the opponent's body can be said to be extremely powerful. It is probably the star beast with the strongest aura that Su Yuan has ever seen. However, what Su Yuan wants is a pure ice star beast. Hellfire already has dual attributes of earth and fire, which will affect the fusion effect of the ring of ice and fire. If there were another summon with 4 attributes at this time, let alone improving the quality, I'm afraid it would be difficult to even maintain the quality. If the balance between element attributes cannot be maintained and different elements can function benignly, then in most cases, more element attributes will not be a good thing. But at this time, the black iron door had been closed, and the crawling star beast in front opened its eyes and slowly stood up. It seems that we have to deal with this end first and then talk about it. Su Yuan took out the Fenqi sword, and bright yellow flames burned on his body. He swayed and jumped to kill him. In the center of the city, in a group of buildings made of ice, several people were looking for something. Where did that extremely cold breath come from? A dark-faced middle-aged man with a cold look and a bit of anger in his eyes was constantly sensing and searching in a certain ice hall. Not only the main hall itself, but also all the objects in the main hall are made of ice. After being unable to find it for several days, the dark-faced middle-aged man was very upset. He snorted coldly and then smacked his palm, which immediately turned an ice sculpture next to him into powder. In another ice study room, Zeno, with a faint smile on his face, was also moving around, his eyes scanning one item after another. Such an extremely cold atmosphere is probably some kind of mysterious ice. I didn't expect that there would be such a treasure of heaven and earth here. If I can get this Xianbing, I may be able to surpass my brother and compete for the inheritance rights of the family in the future. Thinking of this, strong desire emerged in Zeno's eyes, and his search became faster and faster. In an inconspicuous kitchen in this icy building complex, a girl with silver hair and blue eyes stared at the strings of ice candied haws on the table, and reached out to pick up one of them. Looking carefully at the ice candied haws in front of her that was also made of ice, the silver-haired girl couldn't help but feel a little confused in her eyes. I just saw the candied haws, so I took a second look. Unexpectedly, I found it directly. At this time, like a sculpture, a pair of eyes and a mouth appeared on the top of the string of candied haws, making a very anthropomorphic frightened expression. It seems that it didn't expect that it would be discovered like this. The silver-haired girl and Tang Hulu stared blankly at each other with big eyes and small eyes. So how to devour it? Now that I think about it, it seems that Bai Zi and the others didn't say that either. The girl looked at the candied haws in her hand. After being silent for a while, she opened her big mouth and stuffed the whole bunch of gourds into her mouth and swallowed it. Hiss! This operation seemed to freeze the air a bit. After a moment of silence, a bone-chilling wave of frost erupted from the girl's body, sweeping in all directions to the west. Chapter 200 Frost Dragon. To the east of the ancient city, there is the school grounds. Su Yuan dispersed the yellow flames around him, put away the Fenki knife, and picked up a blue star card from the exploding snow in front of him. Looking at the blue summoning card carefully, Su Yuan couldn't help but nodded in admiration. This summoning card for the four-dimensional chaos monster is really quite good. In the 6 dimensions, strength, speed, and defense have all reached sea level, and his physical strength is shocking. His physical strength and star power are not low either. According to Su Yuan's experience of fighting with him, he is probably above 55 points. The skills used by the Chaos Warcraft in these 4 courtyards are basically the positive combination of 2 or more elements, and are quite powerful. This made Su Yuan couldn't help but think of compound skills. Speaking of which, I haven't thought about this aspect for a long time since burning Gold's hand. If there is a chance, maybe this is a direction to break the limit of my current strength. Su Yuan put away this 4 Yuan Chaos Monster, summoning card, and walked out of the school grounds. After a moment of sensing, I found that the strong aura from the north was still there. Fortunately, I haven't been killed yet. Su Yuan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, immediately seized the moment, flew into the sky, and hurried towards the north. As for consumption, with Xing Chuan here, not only is most of the star power left in the body, but by the time he flies to the north, the consumed part will probably be almost recovered. Most of a day later, in the north of the ancient city, in front of a cold bone burial ground. Strong star power fluctuations and fierce battle sounds came from it. We are already fighting. Did someone get there first? Su Yuan flew to the top of a tower at the entrance to the bone burial ground and looked inside from a distance. The first thing that catches the eye is a huge ice dragon flying in midair with its wings spread out. The ice dragon has no skin and flesh, its bones are made of ice, and its entire body is made of ice. There are several sharp and thick dragon horns growing on the dragon's head. Its huge wings are probably 5 or 6 meters long, and its whole body exudes a strong freezing aura. Frost Dragon. Su Yuan's eyes were full of surprise. Unexpectedly, the ice star beast in the north of the city is actually the Frost Dragon of the undead star beast in Hell. Since obtaining the Ring of Hell chanting, Su Yuan has also looked up some information about the Hell plane in the library tower. Among them was the giant Frost Dragon in front of him. If Hellfire is the main siege unit created by the Demon Clan in the Hell War, then the Frost Dragon is the ultimate weapon for the Necrons to conquer cities and territories. Powerful strength and defense, and a spell output capability that is more terrifying than the Necromancer, and even more terrifying than Hellfire. Compared with Hellfire, it has another absolute advantage, and that is flying. Even without the cross ring, it still makes people feel a little excited. Su Yuan was thinking, but suddenly thought of something. By the way, since it is a giant frost dragon, it can also be blessed by the Ring of Hell's chanting. If Hellfire X2 and Frost Dragon X2 were fused in pairs, wouldn't they be 2 fused summons? Su Yuan swallowed, and his heart couldn't help but beat excitedly at a high speed. Don't be too excited, I don't know yet whether the Ring of Ice and Fire can support the union of 2 pairs of star beasts. Moreover, there is no point thinking about it now, you have to get this card in your hand first. Su Yuan quickly calmed down and continued to observe the battlefield ahead. The opponent of the Frost Dragon is a blonde young man from the north of the continent. Judging from the many summons under his hands, he should be a rare summoner. At this time, the blonde summoner was riding on a very fast flying Thunder Falcon, controlling many summons to launch an orderly attack on the Frost Dragon in mid-air. Flying silver wolves, bloodthirsty magic bats, snow rocks. The team of elven archers on the ground, the Viper Guards, the Shaman who provides buffs, the Silver Moon God Deer that heals and restores. Su Yuan looked at it and could only spit out 2 words. Major. Speaking of which, Su Yuan himself is a warrior with a summoning card embedded in it. Seeing this person now, Su Yuan saw a real summoner for the first time. Look at others, air units, ground units, output, control, treatment, buffs, and movement are all fully loaded. We need tactics and tactics, we need cooperation and cooperation. Unlike myself, I can recruit a few skull wolves and hellfires and just play freely. However, the configuration and operation are full, but the difference in strength seems a bit too big. Su Yuan whispered to himself. The attacks of many summoned creatures fell on the frost dragon that had used frost armor, but it was difficult to have any substantial effect. On the contrary, the giant frost dragon was able to fly at high altitudes with ease, and with a breath of frost, it froze to death the shadow shaman. Another frosty breath froze the Silver Moon God Deer in the back row. As for the flying silver wolves and other air units, they can only temporarily avoid the sharp attack of the frost dragon and cannot resist at all. As if this was not enough, the giant frost dragon flew high into the sky, spread its wings, and roared from its mouth. In the blink of an eye, a frost blue 6-pointed star barrier appeared in front of it. When the blonde young man saw this, his expression changed slightly. He quickly drove the flying thunder falcon under him to retreat, and at the same time controlled the earth demon bear on the ground to open the blue skill earth protection. The earth demon bear roared angrily, and the star power in his body surged out crazily, quickly condensing an energy shield filled with thick earth elements above his head, covering all his summons in it. The next moment, the 6-pointed star barrier was fully charged, and countless prismatic ice crystals formed by highly compressed ice star power burst out from the 6-pointed star barrier. Blue skill, ice crystal explosion. Bang 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 bang. Violent explosions came one after another, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of ice crystals poured like ice grenades on the energy shield opened by the earth demon bear. In just 2 seconds, the energy shield couldn't hold it anymore and collapsed with a bang under the dense bombardment of ice crystals. The cold fog is rising. In an instant, the earth demon bear, the shaman, the elf archer squad, all the ground summons were enveloped by the ice crystal explosion. After a moment, the roaring ice elements slowly dispersed. There were no summons left in the field, only countless splashing ice chips. The blonde young man looked ugly, knowing that he might not be able to take down this giant frost dragon. Although the frost dragon is powerful, the more important reason is that the lower level 3-star card masters are too suppressed when facing opponents who can fly. Even summoners like the blonde young man have most of their strength in ground units. Even if they have certain anti-air capabilities, they are still quite weak when facing powerful boss-level opponents. It's a pity that the 6-winged snow vulture I just got has no level. Otherwise, as long as it has the proficiency level, it shouldn't be a problem to cooperate with my summon army to take down this frost dragon. At this time, when he saw the giant frost dragon turning around to look over after finishing the ground units, the blonde young man felt a chill in his heart. He decisively left the strongest Snowpang behind, then recalled the flying silver wolves and bloodthirsty magic bats, and drove his subordinates the Thunder Falcon evacuated at high speed. By the time the blonde young man withdrew from the burial ground, the Snowpang, which had a high resistance to ice elements, had turned into a lump of ice and fell from the air. It fell to the ground with a snap sound. Countless pieces. This ice dragon is really powerful, even stronger than the 6-winged snow vulture. It's a pity. The blonde young man looked back and saw this scene, and couldn't help but feel regretful. At this time, the blonde young man suddenly noticed something and turned his head again. But he saw a young man with silver eyes flying towards him in front of him, passing by him in the blink of an eye, heading straight for the frost dragon in the distance. Hey! Can you fly? The young man was surprised. Is he going to challenge that giant dragon? The blonde young man simply refused to leave and controlled the flying thunder falcon to stop where he was and watch the battle from a distance. The blonde young man himself also spent a lot of effort to pass the challenge of 12 angled snowflakes. He knew very well that the people who could enter were all the top masters in the silver level. Moreover, the blonde young man recalled that when this person flew close to him just now, he did not even notice it at all. If the other party had any ill intentions at that time. Thinking of this, the blonde young man couldn't help but feel scared. Soon, Su Yuan arrived 200 to 300 meters away from the frost dragon. Su Yuan knew a little about the frost dragon, and he didn't need any testing. He first raised his hand to form a few seals, and then directly unfolded the yellow flames to burn his body, using all his strength from the moment he started. The powerful aura that exceeded the limit of silver not only shocked the blonde young man who was watching from a distance, but also alarmed the frost dragon who had just unlocked the frost armor and was about to return to the ground to rest. This is where the Great Sun Burning Body technique is slightly disadvantageous, because it is too powerful. Even if Su Yuan's breathing has reached the proficiency level, he cannot cover his own aura and fluctuations by concentrating his breath. Su Yuan's eyes flashed with silver light, and he teleported directly to the frost dragon's neck, and the Fenki knife filled with the power of the dark space slashed down. Even the frost dragon didn't react to such a fast attack. The reason why Su Yuan chose to teleport over and attack up close without breaking the boundary was because he didn't want to give the frost dragon too much time to react. At this time, there was a continuous sound of click, and the Fenki knife cut into the dragon's neck made of ice inch by inch from top to bottom. Even the frost dragon with astonishing defense can never block Su Yuan's yellow flame burning body and air cut enchantment attack without the support of skills. Ouch! With a thunderous roar, the majestic ice star power exploded from the frost dragon's body after only a slight delay. Frost blooms suddenly, and silver light shines everywhere. In an instant, the frost dragon was like a white sun in the dark night, directly lighting up this area. And within 100 meters around it, the concentration of ice elements is so high that even the silver senior master star beast will be frozen into ice in an instant. The blue skill of the frost dragon, Frost Kill. It can use its own terrifying ice star power to freeze and kill all opponents in a wide area in a very short time. Is he going to die now? Because the ice star power was too strong and interfered with vision and induction, the blonde young man looking from a distance could not see clearly. He could only see the frost dragon like a large white cold light bulb. Just now, he was surprised that Su Yuan injured the frost dragon in just one face-to-face encounter. Unexpectedly, the situation took a turn for the worse at this time. I can only say that the frost dragon's counterattack was too amazing. But soon, the blonde young man caught the sight of a burning bright yellow flame somewhere outside the frost dragon. How on earth did he avoid it? The blonde young man was surprised. The frost energy exploded so quickly. Was there no interval between his teleportation spells? The frost dragon also soon discovered that it had not frozen Su Yuan, and it suddenly became angry and violent. Cold light burst out of its mouth, and a column of cold air light as thick as a bucket shot through the night sky. Su Yuan's figure twisted slightly, then he started phase shift and hid in the secondary plane. The interval between teleportation spells passed in the blink of an eye. Su Yuan moved directly from the different space to the top of the frost dragon's head again. Before it could react, he struck the exact spot where it had just been cut with another knife. If one cut didn't cut it, then make another cut. The cold beam of light that was still spitting out from the frost dragon's mouth suddenly stopped, and it woke up immediately after the pain. At this time, Su Yuan had cut off most of its neck, and only a small part was still connected to the neck. The frost dragon didn't expect Su Yuan to be so flexible. While opening his frost armor, he exploded with star power like a rampage and continued to bombard all directions without stopping. Obviously, the frost dragon was already panicking. It didn't know when Su Yuan would suddenly appear again, and it actually chose to restrict Su Yuan's approach in this way. The panicked frost dragon stared closely at Su Yuan, who was forced 100 meters away by the ice star power, but did not notice that two huge green meteorites were falling rapidly from high in the sky. The ice star power surging around could not stop the hellfire coming from the meteorite. When the ice dragon realized the danger and looked away from Yuan to look above his head, the two balls of hellfire had already fallen sharply and hit the frost dragon's back one after another, slamming it into the ground. After a loud noise, the hellfires with evil energy shields deployed on both ends and wearing demon armor pressed the giant frost dragon to the ground together. The frost dragon was hit by a meteorite. Not only was it severely injured on the spot, most of its head was cut open and it was almost broken off. The frost dragon was pressed to the ground by the heavily armed hellfire. Even with a powerful ice star power, it was impossible to get rid of the double defense of the two hellfires in a moment. In mid-air, Yuan was also ready. With the help of two hellfires, he held down the giant frost dragon and slashed out with a knife. The black boundary line struck the same position on the back of the ice dragon's neck again. The powerful force of space cutting exploded, and the ice chips were constantly being cut and stirred up. The giant frost dragon struggled violently, and its star power surged out. But the two hellfires are not vegetarians. They are dragons flying in the sky, but now they are pressed to the ground and they are just reptiles. No matter how hard the frost dragon struggled, it couldn't break free from hellfire's control. After only a moment of stalemate, the frost dragon's ice head was completely cut off from the neck by the breaking line. Frost dragon, die! Not long after, the frost dragon turned into a large sheet of snow, leaving behind a blue star card. Yuan teleported over and picked up the blue star card on the ground. It was the frost dragon, summoning card. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.